In the sixth year of the apocalypse, Xiao Jun finds himself reborn before the onset of the cataclysm, stockpiling supplies and slaying zombies, while also hearing the thoughts of others. The ultimate opportunity for the campus belle? My apologies, but I shall seize it all, Xiao Jun declares. One day, I shall unravel the origins of this apocalypse. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Extraordinary Abilities. Am I not dead? Xiao Jun jolts awake from his slumber. Before his eyes, everything appears both familiar and distant, a vision he has encountered countless times in dreams. He pinches his thigh hard. The pain is excruciating. This is all undeniably real. Has he truly been reborn? Hastily, he pulls out his phone, revealing the date. November 10th, 2040 at 9 a.m. This date eludes his memory somewhat, but he will never forget the following day, Singles Day, when a sudden disaster struck. November 11th, originally an ordinary day, has transformed into a frenzied shopping festival under the machinations of capitalists, though its exact transition remains a mystery. That night, countless individuals found themselves sleepless, unaware that mere hours later, at precisely 11:11 p.m. on November 11th, the world would undergo cataclysmic upheaval. The apocalypse had arrived. The sky appeared as though it had been violently torn open, unleashing unprecedented torrential rain that inundated Star City, the provincial capital, within a mere hour. The deluge persisted unabated. This relentless rain continued for 3 days and nights, and only when the city was nearly submerged did it finally cease. At this juncture, only those above the 20th floor could hope to survive. Yet this was merely the beginning. Following the downpour, the rain transformed into a fiery deluge. Crimson droplets fell, rapidly evaporating the accumulated rainwater within the city, while simultaneously unleashing temperatures soaring to 60 degrees Celsius. In such extreme conditions, humanity found it impossible to venture out in search of sustenance, leading to countless deaths from starvation and heat. Time passed, and after 3 days, the temperature stabilized and the rainwater within the city evaporated, seemingly restoring the urban landscape to its former state. Those fortunate enough to have survived ventured out in search of assistance, only to be met by an overwhelming horde of zombies. In his past life, Xiao Jun was among this fortunate few. Exercising caution, he refrained from immediate departure after the fiery rain subsided, ensuring his survival. For 6 arduous years in the apocalypse, Xiao Jun clung to life, but during a mission, he was infected by zombie venom. Fearing transformation into a zombie, he ultimately chose to take his own life. No more dwelling on the past. Only 30 hours remain until the apocalypse strikes. I must take action. Xiao Jun compelled himself to cease reminiscing. At this critical juncture, time equates to life, leaving no room for idle thoughts. Snatching a few sets of clothing, he grabbed his phone and swiftly exited his rental apartment, regarding the keys as utterly useless. Residing on the 3rd floor, had he not been astute in his previous life, he would have perished in the flood within the first hour. It was mid-November, the onset of winter, yet today felt oddly warm. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, all signs indicating a fortuitous day. Indeed, it was a fortunate day, for after tomorrow, such leisurely opportunities would vanish forever. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Jun arrived at an upscale hotel. After tomorrow, money will hold no value. As he chooses his accommodations, he naturally opts for the finest. I would like a presidential suite, please. Upon uttering these words, many turned their gaze toward him. Hello, the presidential suite is $39,888 for one night. The front desk attendant, clearly seasoned in handling such clientele, did not let the guest's age or attire diminish her professionalism, at least on the surface. What on earth is it really this expensive? This was the first inquiry from Xiao Jun, who had initially anticipated a cost of around $20,000 to $30,000, only to be taken aback by the nearly $40,000 per night. The hesitant expression on Xiao Jun's face did not escape the notice of the receptionist. Tisk, yet another unsophisticated bumpkin, acting all high and mighty without even knowing the prices. How delightfully ironic. Suddenly, a voice reverberated in Xiao Jun's mind. Who? He glanced around, but it seemed that no one had spoken. Oh dear, is the show beginning? If you lack the funds, just leave. You are wasting my time. The voice echoed once more in Xiao Jun's mind, and he realized it bore a resemblance to that of the attendant before him. Fixated on the attendant, a trace of murderous intent involuntarily emanated from him. Sir, is something the matter? The receptionist stuttered slightly under Xiao Jun's intense gaze. Xiao Jun remained silent, continuing to stare at her, and within mere seconds, the voice returned to his consciousness. What are you staring at so fiercely? This is a society governed by law. If you cannot afford a room, do you intend to resort to violence? A smile crept onto Xiao Jun's lips as he began to comprehend the situation. To his astonishment, he could actually hear the receptionist's thoughts. With this realization, he turned to another receptionist nearby. 3 seconds later, a different voice emerged in his mind. This man is quite peculiar. Could he possibly be insane? Should I call the police? As Xiao Jun had surmised, as long as he concentrated on an individual, he could hear their inner voice. Ha ha! Then please book me a presidential suite. In an elated mood, Xiao Jun dismissed the concern of the exorbitant room fee. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been a veteran, enlisting at the age of 16 and serving for 6 years, having just returned a few months ago. The savings accumulated over these 6 years, coupled with his discharge benefits, left him with over 200,000 in hand, making a few days' stay in a presidential suite quite feasible. Huh? The receptionist looked astonished. He was actually going through with it? For 2 days, don't make any mistakes. The room reserved today would need to be vacated by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, before the apocalypse had even begun. Sir, will you be paying by card? By card. It wasn't until the successful transaction confirmation chimed that the receptionist realized this young man was indeed serious. She swiftly completed the paperwork, and after his adamant refusal, she refrained from accompanying Xiao Jun to his room. Waiting for the elevator on the ground floor, Xiao Jun's spirits soared even higher. With a rebirth and newfound abilities, it seemed he was enjoying the treatment of a protagonist. The presidential suite occupied the pinnacle of the building on the 21st floor. His personal butler awaited him at the door. I have no particular needs. My only request is that no one disturbs me during these 2 days, understood? Dismissing the butler, Xiao Jun stepped into the place where he would reside for the foreseeable future. The presidential suite was splendid and ample, providing sufficient space to stockpile a considerable amount of supplies. As for the room's decor, Xiao Jun held no interest whatsoever. His mind was solely preoccupied with how to comfortably navigate the impending apocalypse. Chapter 2. Procurement. Pure water. This is the most essential commodity, along with salt, which is paramount for human sustenance. At this moment, Xiao Jun had arrived at the largest wholesale market in Star City. Although the natural disaster lasted merely 6 days, the torrential rains had utterly annihilated the majority of supplies. Eventually, even if they triumphed over the zombies, the quest for sustenance would present itself as a monumental challenge. After accounting for the cost of accommodation, Xiao Jun still possessed over 100,000 yuan, and he planned to convert this wealth into supplies within the next day. Prioritizing the procurement of ample water and salt, he provided the vendors with an address for delivery, yet he continued his shopping spree. Canned meat? A delightful treasure indeed. In the apocalypse, a single king could be exchanged for a remarkably attractive woman. Instant also a worthy choice, though it pales in comparison to canned meat. It would suffice for an evening's meal. In the apocalypse, women invariably found themselves in a disadvantaged position. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an entire display brimming with various types of chili sauce. His mouth began to water uncontrollably. One could scarcely imagine the sheer thrill of encountering such a delicacy after enduring a month with scarcely a gram of salt. Were it not for the remnants of his rationality, Xiao Jun might have lunged forward to devour it. By heavens, this could lead to fortune. In the apocalypse, a single jar could be traded for a campus bell. Without hesitation, he opted to purchase it all. Subsequently, he acquired numerous other items, instructing the sellers to deliver everything to his hotel, where he had already made arrangements. High-powered flashlights were essential. He ordered 1,000 units. Following a day of relentless rain, the entire city's electrical systems had collapsed, rendering flashlights a hot commodity. Naturally, he mustn't forget candles. It would be impractical to indulge in the luxury of keeping flashlights on at all times, and candles served as a suitable substitute. In the wholesale market, candles were merely 10 cents each, and without a second thought, he purchased 10,000. Alas, if only he had spatial equipment, he would have crammed all these items within. After a month in the apocalypse, advanced technological products would inexplicably emerge, including spatial equipment. In his previous life, Xiao Jun had only heard of such things, never having possessed any. With such equipment, one could reside in the future city for a lifetime, free from worries of food and clothing, perhaps even marrying 10 or 8 wives. However, now was not the time for lamentations. As long as he prepared thoroughly, leveraging his 6 years of apocalyptic experience, he believed he could reach such heights. Rice. Xiao Jun hesitated. Rice required significant space and was difficult to store. Most importantly, it needed to be cooked before consumption. With the power grid set to collapse tomorrow night, all electrical appliances would become useless, rendering it of little short-term utility. Reflecting on this, he recalled another crucial item: gas. Natural gas would surely be unusable. Thus, he was left with gas canisters. In Star City, establishments still utilizing gas were exceedingly rare, but fortuitously, he knew of a place that supplied it. Yet, rice was still essential. He had already devised a plan: self-heating rice. Though slightly more expensive, it was convenient, requiring only a bit of water for preparation. In addition to self-heating rice, he considered self-heating hot pot to enhance his meals. After a bustling afternoon at the wholesale market, his funds were nearly exhausted, leaving him with just over 10,000 yuan for tomorrow's endeavors. At this point, Xiao Jun felt a pang of hunger. The excitement of his rebirth had left him without sustenance for an entire day. In the apocalypse, he had endured hunger for 3 to 4 days, maintaining acute mental focus throughout. However, this was not the apocalypse. He could not allow himself to starve. As Xiao Jun emerged from the sea of food, thoroughly satisfied, the sky had already darkened. Winter nights arrived swiftly. After some contemplation, he decided to return to the hotel. Ascending to the 21st floor via the exclusive passage of the presidential suite, the butler awaited him at the door, beaming upon his arrival. "Mr. Xiao, you have returned. I have arranged everything you requested. All the items have been placed in the living room. Is there anything else you require? Good heavens, what is this? Have you turned the presidential suite into a convenience store? Are you planning to open a supermarket here?" Xiao Jun shot the manager a bemused glance, refraining from dwelling on the matter. Whether he could survive beyond tomorrow remained uncertain. There was no need to nitpick with a dead man. "All is well. Thank you for your efforts. I hope to remain undisturbed for the next couple of days. You said the same this morning. And then have me help you haul in this hodgepodge of items. I wonder how you will manage when you check out the day after tomorrow. I shall be here to witness it." The manager wore a grin, internally cursing. Xiao Jun dismissed him and closed the door. Reclining on the comfortable, king-sized bed, he felt an odd sense of unreality. 6 years of inhumane existence felt like a distant dream. Perhaps this was indeed a dream. For the first time in 6 years, Xiao Jun drifted into slumber in a state of such mental relaxation. That night, he dreamt of becoming the lord of the future city, commanding 3,000 mutated warriors, with even the 7th-tier mutants as his subordinates. Countless beautiful women in the city vied for his attention, all eager to share his bed. Upon awakening, Xiao Jun's mind remained foggy as he adjusted to the light, still sprawled on the luxurious bed of the presidential suite. It seemed this was truly not a dream. With the experience of a reborn individual and the power to hear the thoughts of others, the dream from the previous night could very well materialize into reality. Gathering his thoughts, he recognized that today marked the last day before the apocalypse. At precisely 11:11 p.m., the torrential rain would commence. In 1 hour, humanity would descend into unending panic. After enjoying the hotel's lavish breakfast buffet, Xiao Jun took a taxi to a familiar location, confident that gas could be procured there. He required only 2 canisters to sustain him for an extended period. Once he secured the gas, he proceeded to the local market. He purchased a modest amount of vegetables and fruits, mindful that excessive quantities would be impractical for storage. A selection of fresh meat was also acquired, knowing it would spoil after the impending fire rain in 3 days. Next, he ventured to a chain supermarket, his final stop. Here, he acquired an entire set of kitchenware, a pressure cooker, a frying pan, and 2 bone knives. Were this not China, he would have sought firearms instead of settling for such rudimentary solutions. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. At 11 o'clock that evening, Xiao Jun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his room. Typically, at this hour, most individuals would have returned home, but tonight was different. As the Double 11 shopping festival unfolded, the malls and plazas remained teeming with crowds. Little did he expect that in his previous life, his single status had spared him from disaster. No wonder people often say that those who flaunt their affection meet with swift demise. The reckoning is imminent. Casting a glance at the newly acquired mechanical watch adorning his wrist, though not a prestigious brand, it nonetheless consumed the last 5,000 yuan of Xiao Jun's funds. As the second hand completed its cycle, the minute hand ticked to the 11-minute mark. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began outside, marking the onset of the apocalypse. At this juncture, people remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After all, rain is merely a natural occurrence. Observing the individuals below scurrying to find shelter in the shopping mall, a smirk of derision crept onto Xiao Jun's face. The mall, with its modest 5 to 6 stories, would likely be submerged by morning. The rain continued to pour, intensifying by the moment, yet Xiao Jun displayed no discernible emotion, his face a mask of stoicism. An hour swiftly passed, and the floodwaters rose at a visible pace. Initially, a few cars graced the streets, but they had now vanished entirely. After a brief observation, and having foreseen the inevitable outcome, Xiao Jun felt a sense of ennui wash over him, stifling a yawn as he retreated to his comfortable bed. Tomorrow, the world would be irrevocably altered. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, Xiao Jun awoke to find the sky still shrouded in darkness, the rain showing no signs of abating. Gazing out the window, he beheld the city transformed into a vast ocean. From his vantage point, he could distinctly see the shopping mall across the street, once teeming with life and vibrancy, now reduced to a mere silhouette. Right here, last night alone, countless lives had perished. Yet, within Xiao Jun, there stirred not a hint of emotion. In the true apocalypse, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, succumbed daily until humanity endeavored to reconstruct a semblance of civilization. A sudden, thunderous knocking at the door broke the silence. accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. The soundproofing of the presidential suite was notably effective, yet the anguish outside reached his ears, attesting to the severity of the situation. Peering through the peephole, he observed the hallway of the 21st floor crowded with people, many clad in pajamas and clutching their phones. Evidently, the fortunate survivors of the lower floors. This was merely the beginning. Their ascent to the top floor was instinctual, oblivious to the horrors of the end times. The presidential suite was equipped with an array of tools, and Xiao Jun made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal, knowing that by nightfall, electricity, water, and gas would cease to function. Seizing the moment while resources were still available, he sautéed vegetables and meat. Eating cold food was preferable to having nothing at all. After a busy morning, Xiao Jun arranged the vegetables and meat he had cooked from the previous day on a plate and opened a self-heating rice package. Time to dine. The aroma was delightful, a true pleasure. The cries from outside faded after a short while. Sustained shouting required energy. Feeling satisfied, he popped open a bottle of sugary soda. Relishing a sip, to still be living such a life as the apocalypse loomed was beyond imagination. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xiao Jun opened his long-neglected phone. Its functions somewhat rusty from disuse over the years. The internet was flooded with news of the flooding, yet the vast majority of people remained resolute in their belief that rescue would arrive. Fear not, the rain shall cease, simply await salvation. One post read, "My entire family is on the rooftop, it's freezing outside. I sincerely hope this cursed rain stops soon." Another proclaimed, "Invest in real estate early. Spring River Scenic Area is your best choice." The audacity of such business-minded individuals, even in these dire circumstances, was astounding. Those still active online were predominantly high-rise residents, evidently possessing the luxury of time to engage in trivial banter. However, it would not be long before they grasped the reality of their situation. At 11 p.m., having just enjoyed a hot shower and changed in a fresh attire, all the lights in Xiao Jun's room suddenly extinguished. The electrical system had collapsed entirely. The hallway once again echoed with cries, but this time they were not the lamentations of a single individual. Initially, the corridor lights had provided a modicum of comfort, but now they had vanished. The darkness incited a deeper sense of panic. With the power outage came the loss of the internet, and those few with charged phones were horrified to discover the absence of signal. Night fell, hunger gnawed at the populace, and anxiety escalated as no one could predict the duration of this deluge. Some began to knock on doors, desperately hoping for a welcoming response. Being inside a room was infinitely preferable to sleeping in the corridor. Xiao Jun's door was inevitably subjected to persistent knocking. While gazing out at the rain, he did not turn around. After a while, perhaps irritated by the noise, he returned to his room, shutting the door behind him to diffuse the cacophony. Sleep beckoned. After all, it was merely the first day, far too early to despair. The following morning, the rain showed no signs of relenting, and the commotion outside had significantly diminished. Anyone who had gone a day and a night without sustenance lacked the strength to continue shouting. Even those fortunate enough to possess snacks had likely consumed them all the previous day. Bang, bang, bang. The vigorous knocking resumed, but Xiao Jun remained unresponsive. "Mr. Xiao, I know you're inside. I'm the one who checked you in, and I've been here for 2 days. We are all compatriots. Could you let us in? The presidential suite is vast. We could even sleep in the living room." To his surprise, a woman's voice joined the chorus of knockers. It was the front desk clerk who had facilitated his stay, having also sought refuge on the top floor. "Please, open the door. I am the owner of the construction company. If you allow me in, I will give you 1 million, no, 5 million, once the rain stops." A middle-aged man's voice chimed in. Xiao Jun merely chuckled disdainfully, remaining silent. "If you don't open the door soon, don't blame us for being inhospitable." The knocking intensified, now accompanied by a forceful impact, a clear indication that tools were being employed. Indeed, when gentleness fails, humanity often resorts to brute force. Yet, Xiao Jun harbored no fear. After all, this was a presidential suite, and its quality was not likely to falter. Furthermore, the group outside had endured a day and a night without food and lacked any formidable tools. It was improbable they could breach the door. As anticipated, the banging subsided after 5 or 6 minutes, allowing Xiao Jun to leisurely turn on the gas and prepare a bowl of instant noodles. Ah, how delightful. After 6 years of famine-like existence, any food was a luxury for Xiao Jun. He opened another beverage, this time not soda, but a bottle of Assam milk tea. Too much soda was unwise. It could be detrimental to one's health. Chapter 4. The rain ceases. Another day passed. Xiao Jun's door was knocked upon intermittently several times. Yet he remained indifferent. They should seek to knock on other doors, as it might prolong their survival by a couple of days. At this stage, humanity had not entirely eroded. There were certainly those willing to open their doors, though in a few days they might regret such kindness. The absence of electricity left him devoid of entertainment. Yet Xiao Jun had wisely prepared, having charged 20 power banks and downloaded several television series onto his phone, enough to keep him entertained for some time. The days swiftly elapsed. Whenever hunger struck, he would ignite the gas and enjoy a hot meal. Canned fish and meat provided a variety of flavors. Compared to those outside, he was living an almost divine existence. On the final day of the relentless rain, the water had risen to the 18th floor. Xiao Jun peered out of the window, noting how close the water surface had come. Compared to the previous days, the rain had diminished slightly by around 10 o'clock in the evening. It was expected to overflow the 20th floor. By then, the rain would further lessen until it ceased entirely, followed by the ominous red rain at 11:11. If there were still any survivors in the corridors now, those who remained outside their rooms by tomorrow would surely not survive the day. As per usual, he had a light meal before retrieving his phone to continue watching a drama from over a decade ago, The Legend of the Knife, which he found quite engaging. This day marked the last moment of his leisurely existence. Once the red rain arrived, even with the insulation of the building, he would be left to endure life submerged in a water tank. Before the water was cut off, he had filled the bathtub and all available containers to their brim, ensuring he could last 3 days. By 9 o'clock, after over an hour of preparation, Xiao Jun had amassed a considerable supply of food outside the bathroom door, ready to spend the next 3 days in the sanctuary of his bathroom. At 10 o'clock, the rain ceased, transforming the entire Star City into a vast ocean. The corridor outside began to buzz with life once more. Since 5 o'clock that afternoon, new survivors had been arriving on the 21st floor. Had the building reached greater heights, they would have continued their ascent. Thankfully, this was a 5-star hotel, its ground level spacious enough to accommodate such a multitude. It was unclear who first noticed the cessation of the rain, but soon everyone erupted in shouts of joy. It has finally stopped. We are saved, they cried. Many were on the brink of starvation, but they were grateful to be alive. If they could hold on just a little longer until the rescue team arrived, they would survive. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was merely the beginning. At 11:11, the rain had ceased for over an hour, and the exuberant cheers had quieted. After the initial excitement, only the pangs of hunger remained. Xiao Jun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, needing to ascertain whether the building could withstand the impending onslaught of fire rain before entering the bathroom. In his previous life, he had not heard of anyone who had perished while sheltering indoors. Drip sizzle. The first drop of red rain fell, splashing onto the surface of the water with a bubbling sound before vanishing. In the grand scheme of the vast ocean surrounding him, a single drop of fire rain seemed inconsequential. However, soon a deluge of fiery droplets began to descend, the air around him heating rapidly. Though it was a winter's night, it transformed into a summer's heat in an instant, with temperatures continuing to rise. After observing for several minutes, Xiao Jun confirmed that the red rain posed no threat to his shelter, and he swiftly retreated into the bathroom. Immersing his entire body in the frigid bathwater felt divine. Outside, the temperature had soared to 40 degrees, a harbinger of the dreadful 60 degrees expected by morning. In such extreme heat, the throngs in the corridor outside would likely succumb within a day. He pondered how he had survived his past life. With a casual sigh, Xiao Jun resumed his binge-watching. Days passed. Spending over 18 hours submerged in water daily, he still felt unbearably hot. The water in the bathroom had nearly evaporated, the remaining liquid now tepid. Having relied on this supply for 2 days, he felt quite content. The corridor outside had fallen into complete silence, without food. Perhaps some could endure, but the lack of water was the gravest concern. Nevertheless, there would always be those with formidable adaptability. With so much fresh meat and red liquid available outside, survival was possible for those who dared. However, these matters held little relevance for Xiao Jun at present. Completely unclothed, he held a bottle of cola, frequently sipping from it. Tonight, the red rain would cease, and through the window, he could faintly glimpse the road that once was. His supplies were sufficient for him to last quite some time, yet they would not suffice for much longer. According to memories from his previous life, the morning after the cessation of red rain, peculiar boxes would suddenly descend from the sky, commonly referred to as airdrops, which many would later call divine salvation. These boxes contained a plethora of unprecedented high-tech items, including the spatial equipment Xiao Jun had long coveted. Airdrop boxes varied in rank, though their exterior bore no discernible differences. Most contained only 1 or 2 types of items, with weapons and food being the most prevalent. High-tech combat knives were among the essential items Xiao Jun sought. Food, while important, was less urgent. However, the sustenance within these airdrop boxes was extraordinary, not only exquisite in flavor, but also capable of sustaining an individual for several days, gradually becoming humanity's staple. In addition to these boxes, there existed more advanced versions containing 3 to 5 different items, with the possibility of spatial gear among them. The most elite airdrop boxes contained 10 items, always including spatial equipment. Beyond this, Xiao Jun was uncertain. In his previous life as 6 years, he had only encountered the most basic of airdrop boxes. Yet, he was aware that a top-tier airdrop box was likely to appear not far from here at the financial university. In his past life, one of the 10 greatest experts in Future City, the Enchantress, was said to have been a student there when the apocalypse struck, inadvertently opening that top-tier box, which ultimately led to her rise among the elite. This event had become the most significant news in Future City, prompting countless individuals to seek out top-tier airdrop boxes, until the harsh reality dampened the fervor. In this life, Xiao Jun possessed a unique experience. He could seize the opportunity to arrive ahead of everyone else and await the top-tier airdrop box with eager anticipation. Chapter 5. Murder. The journey from the hotel to the financial university was not without its perils. First, there were the zombies. In his previous life, they had first appeared after midnight, leaving a 50-minute window for him to act. This time frame would surely suffice to reach the general vicinity of the airdrop box. But the subsequent night, filled with zombies, posed a significant dilemma. Fortunately, the zombies at this stage were still relatively weak. A rational human wielding a sharp weapon, devoid of fear, could easily dispatch a zombie. Unlike his previous life, where 6 years had rendered them formidable and given rise to even more terrifying creatures. Yet, danger still lurked in the unknown. Xiao Jun was not well acquainted with the situation at the financial university, only knowing that the airdrop box would materialize near the university gymnasium. Fortune favors the bold. If he could not grasp this opportunity, relying solely on the food he had collected would merely afford him a more comfortable existence in the early days. Xiao Jun pondered deeply. Having lived a life already, he might as well take a risk. With 2 flashlights, a kitchen knife, and a bone saw in hand, he gathered 2 large bottles of water, a box of chocolate, and 2 self-heating rice meals, stowing them all in a small pack for ease of movement. With all preparations complete, he awaited the cessation of the rain. At 11 minutes past 11 in the evening, the crimson rain vanished as precisely as it had arrived, as if everything reverted to its original state. For the first time in 6 days, Xiao Jun opened his door. The corridor was not littered with corpses as one might have imagined. Instead, there were only a few scattered bodies, and many areas bore evident signs of being dragged, indicating that numerous individuals were still unaccustomed to cohabiting with the dead. Xiao Jun had no time to spare on these remains. He was determined to make his way to the School of Finance. However, just a few steps into his journey, a naked woman suddenly opened her eyes. "Water, I need water." She appeared to see him as a lifeline, summoning whatever strength she had left to lunge at his legs. "Help me, I will do anything." Despite having gone days without food and suffering from severe dehydration, it was clear that she was indeed a beauty, as it was quite normal for someone residing in such an upscale hotel to possess striking features. Xiao Jun frowned, lifting his foot to step past her. "Please, I beg you, help me." As she saw him about to leave, she clutched desperately at his pant leg. With a swift and merciless kick, he sent the already weakened woman sprawling against the wall, not bothering to look back as he quickly descended the stairs. The descent was uneventful. Although there were numerous corpses on each floor, they held no sway over Xiao Jun, who had witnessed far more harrowing sights. Given that it was still early, even if there were survivors, they would not yet realize that the crimson rain had ceased. The streets lay desolate, devoid of life save for the scattered bodies, many of which bore signs of swelling from prolonged exposure to water. Xiao Jun nimbly navigated the familiar streets, hastening towards the School of Finance. Though the distance was not great, it would still require at least half an hour to reach on foot. As time passed, more survivors began to emerge and discover the outside world, many sprinting from their shelters. The first instinct of those who emerged was to rush to the nearest supermarket or store. 6 days was a span long enough for hunger to erode one's will. Occasionally, skirmishes erupted over food, yet Xiao Jun remained unconcerned, focused solely on reaching the School of Finance to find a suitable hiding spot. However, despite his intention to avoid conflict, he was soon confronted by 2 tattooed men who blocked his path. "Hey there, brother. You look like you have a decent stash of food," the tattooed man with ink on his left arm remarked. Most of those who had appeared were gaunt and emaciated, clearly having gone many days without sustenance. A few had managed to stockpile more supplies at home, but now they too were frantically searching for food. Only Xiao Jun seemed indifferent to the prospect of food, especially with a backpack slung over his shoulders. The stores had been inundated, rendering much of the food inedible. Only some sealed snacks remained. Yet with scarce provisions and a multitude of desperate individuals, it was far more advantageous to target Xiao Jun than to engage in a chaotic free-for-all. "Get lost." Xiao Jun snapped at those who sought to rob him. "Damn it, this kid doesn't he know what is good for him? I have 2 men, and he is all alone. But he has a knife," one of the men thought. "I'll pretend to let him pass, then ambush him. He must have a wealth of food in that backpack. The man's eyes glinted as he devised his plan. Come on, brother, no need to be so rash. The disaster has passed. The government will soon come to our aid, and there will be plenty of food. Xiao Jun simply smirked and remained silent. Fine, if you're not willing. My buddy and I will go find food elsewhere. We won't disturb you. With that, he signaled to his companion, and they moved to either side, seemingly allowing Xiao Jun to pass. As Xiao Jun approached, the two men grew increasingly tense. They were accustomed to petty thuggery, but this situation was different. Their opponent was armed, and their own hunger had reached a critical point. Good thing this kid is just a fool. Keep walking, just a few more steps. Xiao Jun had already reached past them, and the two men clenched their fists, ready to strike the moment he was within reach. Yet unexpectedly, it was not Xiao Jun who advanced, but his knife. Crafted specifically for cleaving bone, the blade was exceptionally sharp. Before the man on the left could react, half of his head was severed cleanly away. The other thug was still grappling with the shock when Xiao Jun's right hand swung again, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. They both collapsed without uttering a sound. Onlookers who had failed to secure food scattered in terror, shouting about the murder as they fled. Xiao Jun wiped the blood splattered on his face and continued on his path. Now, no one dared to impede him. What had initially been a half-hour journey was delayed by this encounter, and he finally beheld the entrance to the School of Finance. It had been quite some time since the crimson rain had ceased and most survivors had emerged, beginning their search for food. The university was rife with convenience stores and various eateries, with the cafeteria being a prime target. Xiao Jun casually stopped a fellow student, raising his bloodied knife, and the individual readily provided directions to the gymnasium. In contrast, the area around the gym was eerily quiet, with no students venturing nearby. It remained unclear how the airdrop box was discovered in the previous timeline. At 11:51, Xiao Jun arrived at his destination, the entrance of the gymnasium. The zombies would reach the battlefield in 9 minutes. Chapter 6, The Zombie Horde. Surveying the surrounding terrain, he found little in the way of concealment. Thus, he had no choice but to enter the gym. The gymnasium was quite spacious and empty. There were no signs of life, nor even a single corpse, which was rather fortunate. Xiao Jun had not experienced the emergence of zombies in his previous life, so he was uncertain of how they would materialize. But he knew one thing: they would not suddenly appear inside buildings. Therefore, Xiao Jun ascended to the second floor of the gymnasium and secured the doors at the top of the stairs. Even if zombies appeared outside, they should not be able to ascend. The second floor contained several competition arenas and several rest areas. Xiao Jun chose a resting room near the edge, locking the door behind him. From here, he could observe the situation outside the gymnasium conveniently. At midnight, the previously dark sky was suddenly illuminated by eerie white light, as if fissures had opened, followed by the descent of humanoid figures. Is that the zombies? Xiao Jun's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated the initial zombies would arrive in such a manner. The entire spectacle lasted 10 minutes, during which countless zombies were deployed into Star City. In front of the gymnasium, numerous zombies had already landed on the ground. Xiao Jun noticed that they were enveloped in transparent bubbles before hitting the ground, preventing them from suffering fatal impacts. Furthermore, these bubbles seemed to possess navigation capabilities, deftly avoiding buildings and trees, landing solely on open ground. Once he gained strength, he vowed to uncover the truth behind this apocalypse. Xiao Jun contemplated silently. For now, however, survival was paramount. The zombies that had landed appeared disoriented, and after a sudden change of environment, it took them several minutes to regain their bearings and begin to rise. Zombies are creatures of diminished intellect, driven solely by instinct, aimlessly wandering after their adaptation. Their vision is exceedingly poor, to the extent that one might liken them to the blind. They primarily rely on their acute hearing and keen sense of smell to locate sustenance and distinguish their kind. Following the emergence of these creatures, Xiao Jun minimized his breathing, lying sideways on the couch in the lounge, utterly motionless, while observing the situation outside through the windowsill. At this moment, a congregation of 30 to 40 zombies had gathered at the entrance of the gymnasium, with a few scattered figures further down the road. Under such circumstances, Xiao Jun knew he could not venture out alone and resolved to remain a passive observer for the time being. Suddenly, the tranquil campus was pierced by shrill screams, increasing in number and intensity, rendering the stillness of the night particularly jarring. Judging by the sound, the source was not close. However, the zombies at the gym's entrance reacted as if invigorated, racing towards the direction of the cries. During the night, their speed was at least double that of daylight. Watching as the zombies were lured away, Xiao Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. It became evident why someone in his past life could discern the exceptional airdrop so early. The zombies here had been diverted. The screams continued to echo throughout the campus. Yet eventually, silence reclaimed its hold. Even the living must have realized that emitting sound was perilous. even if they had never encountered a zombie. Surely they had seen zombie dramas. As time passed, a few aimless zombies wandered into view, but their numbers were minimal, merely 5 or 6. Such a quantity was manageable for Xiao Jun. He only feared the potential arrival of more. Throughout the night, he remained awake, vigilant to monitor the situation below, preparing to devise the most optimal plan to seize the airdrop when it descended. As sunlight once again illuminated the earth, the atmosphere in Star City was starkly different from the previous day. It had succumbed to a pervasive gloom. The streets were teeming with various zombies, including those from the airdrop and newcomers from the previous night's chaos. The survivors had barricaded themselves within their homes, trembling in fear. At 9 in the morning, an anomaly occurred in the sky. The rift opened once more, but this time it did not herald the arrival of zombies. Instead, it brought a glimmer of hope for humanity, the airdrop crates. This delivery lasted a mere 5 minutes, significantly shorter than that of the zombies, and occurring at a notably reduced frequency. Guided by an inexplicable force, these crates scattered across the corners of Star City. Following the tumult of the previous night, only a handful of individuals bore witness to this event. In the girls' dormitory of the Finance University, Wan Xinya sat alone in the vacant room. Originally shared by 4, only she and another girl remained after the 2 calamities. During the onset of the natural disaster, they had been enjoying a late-night snack at the school gate before seeking refuge in a nearby hotel. As the rain persisted, they secured a room on the 19th floor. Having ordered an abundance of food, they managed to sustain themselves through the crisis. The previous night, they ventured out in search of sustenance, but the 2 girls could not compete with others for resources. Suddenly, Wan Xinya recalled the plethora of provisions that resided in their dormitory. Typically, their room was never lacking in food and drinks, and rather than risk starvation outside, it would be wiser to return to their sanctuary. Their journey was fraught with tension. As dancers, both possessed commendable physiques, particularly Wan Xinya, who was one of the university's most admired beauties, attracting countless gazes. In the wake of the second calamity, their attire was minimal, perhaps due to overwhelming hunger or the anticipation of returning to the realm of law after the disaster. No one dared to approach them, although eyes lingered with increasing intensity. Faced with such a pack of hungry wolves, the 2 girls could only lower their heads and hasten towards their dormitory. Just as they neared the entrance, a rain of zombies descended from the sky, with one landing squarely between them and the dormitory door. In that moment of peril, the zombie lunged at her roommate, causing Wan Xinya to instinctively release her grip. Her friend emitted a piercing scream, and after a moment of hesitation, Wan Xinya swiftly retreated into the dormitory. A night had passed, and she sat trembling by the window, haunted by the sight of her roommate being devoured before her eyes while she had fled. Throughout the latter half of the night, screams echoed, indicating that many others had fallen victim to the zombies, which offered Wan Xinya a slight sense of solace. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, the zombie horde appeared somewhat altered, their movements becoming more rigid. Wan Xinya managed to regain her composure. Chapter 7. The Exceptional Airdrop Crate. As the airdrop crates descended randomly, one indistinguishable from the rest landed at the entrance of the gymnasium. Finally, it had arrived. Xiao Jun suppressed his inner excitement and began to meticulously plot his route. The crate had landed approximately 150 meters ahead of the gym, where 8 zombies lingered, with a few more wandering at a distance. During the day, zombies not only exhibited sluggish movements, but also experienced a significant decrease in auditory acuity, a fact Xiao Jun was well aware of. If he exercised caution and acted swiftly, he would potentially face no more than 2 zombies at a time. Drawing on his 6 years of combat experience, although his physical prowess was currently lacking, it remained sufficient to handle a threat. In truth, such zombies could be easily dispatched by an average man during the day, provided he could conquer his inner fears. Time was of the essence. Xiao Jun feared that others might discover this location, thus he needed to act swiftly. With his backpack secured, its weight barely impeding his movements while affording some protection against any zombies approaching from behind, he opened the gymnasium door just a crack. With a kitchen knife in one hand and a bone saw in the other, he stepped out. Had this been night, the sound of the door would likely have attracted all the zombies in the vicinity. As it stood, it merely drew the 2 closest. Excellent. As the 2 zombies lunged forward, Xiao Jun easily evaded one and swiftly struck, severing its head. The second zombie approached, extending its ghastly fingers. Xiao Jun denied it any opportunity. He blocked its attack with the kitchen knife and countered, crushing its skull with a swift strike. When dispatching zombies, one must always aim for the head. Otherwise, even if you cleave it in 2, it can still bite you. After successfully eliminating both zombies, Xiao Jun did not rush to depart. Instead, he searched the heads of the zombies and retrieved a white crystal. A level 1 mutant crystal, this item was indeed valuable. capable of altering a person's genes, enhancing their strength. In his previous life, the top expert of Future City, who also served as its leader, had mutated to a 7th-tier expert, possessing a physique of unimaginable strength alongside a unique fiery ability, rendering him a veritable killing machine. Only one of the 2 zombies bore a mutant crystal, which was not surprising to Xiao Jun. The production rate of mutant crystals was low. Estimates suggested that the occurrence of level 1 mutant crystals was around 10%. Uncertain whether the 10% in question aligns with Xiao Jun's interpretation or that of the penguin version, one can only wonder, should it be the latter? The odds would indeed be remarkable. After dispatching the 2 zombies, Xiao Jun pressed onward, skillfully maneuvering to attract the undead with sound, luring them in 1 or 2 at a time, and effortlessly eliminating them. Through this method, he swiftly approached the airdrop box, only to unexpectedly encounter another individual, a strikingly beautiful woman. Wan Xinya had rummaged through the dormitory for something to eat to regain her strength. Despite a sleepless night, her spirits remained relatively high. At 9 in the morning, she sat by the window, lost in thought, her body no longer trembling. It was then that she noticed an unusual phenomenon in the sky. What could this be? It bore a striking resemblance to an airdrop in a game. Wan Xinya gazed at the spectacle, and suddenly, she saw one of the airdrop boxes descending towards the vicinity of the school, likely near the gymnasium. After a few moments of hesitation, Wan Xinya resolved to investigate. Waiting for rescue was merely a psychological comfort, and the meager food supplies left in the dormitory would last only 2 or 3 days at best. Beyond that, she would be left to await her demise. Given that these boxes appeared in the sky, they must hold some value, perhaps containing weapons or food. The zombies below seemed to have had their attributes significantly diminished, as if under a spell, presenting a potential opportunity. Clearly, this young woman was not only audacious but also possessed a cunning edge. Being a dance major, she was highly agile and made no sound as she stealthily moved forward, managing to avoid alerting even a single zombie along the way. Upon reaching the vicinity of the box, she witnessed a remarkable sight. A young man, burdened with a backpack, wielding a kitchen knife, effortlessly dispatching 2 zombies. To her astonishment, after defeating them, he appeared reluctant to stop, jabbing the knife into the zombies' heads and twisting it. A wave of nausea washed over Wan Xinya, as if the food she had just consumed threatened to resurface. At that moment, the young man lifted his gaze and their eyes met. Xiao Jun was equally taken aback. In his previous life, he had been among the lowest echelons of humanity, with neither the time nor inclination to concern himself with the identities of the top 10 experts. Thus, he was unaware that the student who would ultimately claim the airdrop box and ascend to become one of the city's elite was a woman of such exquisite beauty. Yet, such details were inconsequential. With the airdrop box now within arm's reach, Xiao Jun would not hesitate to eliminate her should she dare to contest his claim. Shifting his focus back to the airdrop box, an exceptional treasure he had only heard of once in his past life, he felt a surge of excitement. Despite having endured 6 years of apocalyptic existence, a final glance at the girl revealed her merely observing from a distance, prompting him to dismiss her from his thoughts. The airdrop box was modest in size, standing at roughly half a person's height, and was secured with a small lock that could be easily pried open. Upon opening it, a radiant white light emanated, obscuring the contents within, compelling one to feel for the items inside. At that moment, Xiao Jun felt a flicker of trepidation. Thus far, everything had unfolded as anticipated, but if this were not the exceptional airdrop box, it would indeed be a disappointment. The first item extracted was a high-tech steel knife, a common offering from most airdrop boxes that bestowed hope for survival upon humanity. It was a simple blade, yet capable of slicing through steel effortlessly. As he retrieved it, a brief description materialized in his mind. Xiao Jun had anticipated this and felt no surprise. The white light persisted, indicating there was indeed a second item. After further exploration, he unearthed a small box, a jewelry case meant for rings, likely housing a high-tech spatial ring. Grasping a treasure, there was no doubt this was the exceptional airdrop box. Such boxes invariably contain spatial equipment. While other airdrop boxes might also yield such items, Xiao Jun did not consider himself fortunate enough to possess that kind of luck. Without hesitation, he opened the box to discover a meticulously crafted ring nestled within. This high-tech ring required no physical wearing. Simply pressing his middle finger against it caused the ring to vanish, leaving an identical pattern on his finger. The spatial equipment, fashioned as a ring, boasted a capacity of 500 kilograms. A critical note indicated that the spatial equipment could not contain living beings and would revert to its original form upon the owner's death. Chapter 8. Shelter. Xiao Jun smacked himself twice in a bid to regain composure. Within the exceptional airdrop box, spatial equipment was merely a standard offering. There had to be even more remarkable items hidden within. and he needed to remain calm. The third item was a high-tech combat suit, a rarity reserved for generals, capable of withstanding substantial damage. Such an item was far more precious than any weapon. In his previous life, a single combat suit could fetch an exorbitant price, enough to earn 1-2 wives from the city lord. Could this truly be the sensation of a dreamlike beginning? Xiao Jun could not help but cast another glance at the girl in the distance. Had he not intervened, all of this could have belonged to her. The fourth item was a small lunchbox, an essential portable container for soldiers, filled with rice balls of various flavors. One should not underestimate this lunchbox. It contained 20 rice balls, each capable of sustaining 1's energy for an entire day. Moreover, the rice balls were of exquisite quality, rivaling the finest dining experiences, and would soon become a staple food source. The fifth item was a military-grade water bottle, commonly used by soldiers, capable of storing up to 50 liters of drinking water. With these provisions, he had effortlessly resolved his food and water needs for the coming month, confident that he would discover more resources in due time. The sixth item was an antidote capable of neutralizing zombie toxins of the first 3 tiers. Presently, the zombies were merely Tier 1. Tier 2 zombies would not emerge for another month, making this antidote a veritable miracle drug, offering peace of mind even in the unfortunate event of a zombie bite. The seventh item was yet another high-tech steel knife. The eighth item, a small blue pill, left Xiao Jun momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered such a thing in the apocalypse. However, he recalled the descriptions from a lecherous roommate during his school days, though the subsequent explanation nearly sent him into a frenzy. It was an advanced mutation serum, capable of altering one's genes and significantly enhancing physical attributes. Goodness, a mutation serum. This was something Xiao Jun had never even heard of, suggesting that it would be an exceedingly rare find 6 years from now, known only to a select few. The prospect of substantially enhancing his physical qualities was already impressive. He simply wondered what the actual effects would entail. As he pondered this, he casually popped the blue pill into his mouth. Would it work? He would soon find out. The pill dissolved instantly, negating the need for water to swallow it. Within seconds, a warm sensation coursed through his body, filling him with a surge of energy that was difficult to contain. The entire experience did not last long. Within 2 minutes, Xiao Jun returned to his normal state. Grasping the newly acquired high-tech steel knife, his heart swelled with elation. Though this steel blade is remarkably effective, it proves somewhat cumbersome for an average individual, making it challenging to wield. Yet now, he finds it almost weightless in one hand. At least a 3-fold enhancement. This is the conclusion drawn by Xiao Jun. An increase in strength by 3 times surely implies a corresponding boost in speed and explosive power, for the enhancement pertains to a substantial elevation of fundamental physical attributes, indicating a comprehensive improvement. Other experiments are temporarily unfeasible. There will be ample opportunity later. For now, he must finish unboxing the remaining items. As he continues to open the boxes, it seems fortune has run dry. The 9th and 10th items are nothing more than ordinary provisions. 1 rice ball and a water bottle. When all 10 items are finally extracted, the radiant glow within the box gradually fades, rendering it an unremarkable container. Watching the light dissipate, Xiao Jun examines the box one last time, ensuring its emptiness before relinquishing it, albeit with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. With the surrounding zombies having been dispatched, and no new threats imminent, Xiao Jun begins to organize his belongings. He places everything into his spatial ring, including his backpack, lunchbox, and water bottle. What remains are 2 steel blades and a set of high-tech combat gear. He dons the combat suit immediately. With this attire, he feels impervious to surprise attacks, unless, of course, they aim for his head. Not far away, Wan Qinyao watches in astonishment as Xiao Jun opens the box and seemingly conjures forth a multitude of items, all of which vanish just as quickly. In that moment, a singular thought consumes her. If she aligns herself with him, survival is assured. Once this notion takes root, it is impossible to shake off. When the horde of zombies emerged, Wan Qinyao had already resigned herself to the possibility of no rescue arriving. Her survival could only depend on her own resolve. Thus, she had summoned the courage to venture out alone in search of an airdrop box. But now, a far superior opportunity presents itself. By attaching herself to this man, she too can thrive. In the face of apocalypse, while most men muster the courage to fight, a significant number of women tend to lean more heavily on men, such as the disparity of gender roles. Noticing that Xiao Jun has yet to depart, Wan Qinyao finally gathers her courage and approaches him. She possesses a deep confidence in her physique and beauty. Previously, she had been among the top 10 belles of the finance department and is a dance major. These attributes are her currency for survival. As Wan Qinyao draws closer, Xiao Jun instinctively grasps the steel blade, wary that she could potentially be one of the top 10 fighters from his previous life. However, he soon relaxes. His current strength is formidable, while she is merely an ordinary girl, incapable of posing a threat. As she nears, Xiao Jun is struck by her beauty, standing at around 165 centimeters. Her delicate features exude a hint of vulnerability that stirs a protective instinct in men. The scant and form-fitting attire accentuates her flawless figure exquisitely. With a devilish physique and angelic visage, such allure is irresistible. I want to follow you. Before Xiao Jun can respond, Wan Qinya reveals her intentions boldly. As long as I can stay by your side, I am willing to comply with any demands. As long as I can survive. Xiao Jun squints, recognizing the fierce will to live burning within her. No wonder this woman has earned her place among the top fighters. Her decisiveness is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Please, I assure you I won't be a burden. Seeing Xiao Jun remain silent, Wan Qinya grows anxious. This is her sole opportunity, and if he declines, she is at a loss for what to do. She has spotted several airdrop boxes, but this one was the closest. Now stripped bare by Xiao Jun, finding another box will not be an easy task. The intense desire to survive, coupled with the courage to navigate a campus swarming with zombies alone, begins to sway Xiao Jun. Considering her potential status as one of the top 10 fighters, this investment appears worthwhile. Very well then, keep close to me. If you stray, I shall not come back for you. Chapter 9. Resolving Inner Conflicts. With a qualitative breakthrough, Xiao Jun now brims with confidence. Against first-tier zombies, his current strength, augmented by his gear, allows him to effortlessly take on numerous foes. Thus, he opts not to seek alternate paths, striding boldly back along the route he came. With such a significant advantage, it is imperative to make the most of it. Although his physical resilience has greatly improved, he remains fundamentally an ordinary person. To become a mutant, he must assimilate 10 first-tier mutation crystals. Currently, he possesses only 2, a stroke of good fortune, to gather the remaining 8. It is estimated he must defeat at least 60 to 70 zombies, and if luck does not favor him, he might need to slay over 100. Nevertheless, this is not a concern. It aligns perfectly with acclimatizing to his new physique. Seeing Xiao Jun advance confidently down the main road, evidently intent on battling the zombies, Wan Qinya hesitates for a moment. Yet soon, her resolve solidifies. This is her only chance, and without following him, her survival is bleak. Moreover, witnessing his decisive combat style against the zombies reassures her that he is not a fool seeking death. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely pursues him. During daylight hours, the combat capability of first-tier zombies diminishes significantly, a glimmer of hope for humanity. In a month, when second-tier zombies emerge, those creatures will no longer fear the sun, becoming fearsome predators at any hour. Clad in combat gear and wielding a steel blade, Xiao Jun appears as a warrior god, dispatching zombies as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Wan Qinya trails behind him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This time, I have truly struck gold. As long as I remain by his side, my survival is guaranteed. If this truly is the end of the world, perhaps I could lead a life beyond what ordinary people could ever fathom. Moreover, this man is so youthful and somewhat handsome. Aligning with him is hardly a loss. Hearing Wan Qinya's thoughts, a faint smile tugs at the corners of Xiao Jun's lips, invigorating him further as he slays the zombies. They carve a path from the gymnasium to the girls' dormitory, and he estimates he has taken down at least 40 to 50 zombies, accumulating 6 first-tier mutation crystals. With just 4 more, he will ascend to the ranks of a first-tier mutant, marking a significant leap in power. Before the girls' dormitory, having just dispatched the last zombie within the vicinity, Xiao Jun prepares to take a brief respite. At this moment, the nearest zombie is over 20 meters away, presenting no danger. Observing Xiao Jun pause, Wan Qinya feels compelled to take action. Summoning her courage, she approaches him, standing beside him to offer a massage to his arms. Recognizing he must be fatigued after such vigorous exertion, Xiao Jun remains quietly observant, his expression inscrutable. In such close proximity, Wan Qinya's attire offers little coverage, and when Xiao Jun glances down, he finds himself captivated by her ample allure. Quite pleasant. Furthermore, the woman harbors no ulterior motives. Her earnestness in aiding him is commendable. In the apocalyptic world, humanity instinctively gathers together for warmth, even in the distant Future City, where various legions thrive. Besides the Lord S. Manor, Future City is sustained by 3 elite legions and 4 powerful factions, all contributing to its development. Although the Lord of Future City, Xiao Jun, is reluctant to assume this role, establishing a force of his own is deemed essential. Wan Qinya, having been one of the 10 greatest masters in her previous life, undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent and capability. Even if he has seized her greatest opportunity, she remains worthy of cultivation, provided she does not betray him. Are you not putting in any effort? Have you not eaten? Wan Xinya was taken aback. Indeed, she had not dined, having only nibbled on snacks and sipped water in recent days, leaving her quite frail. Yet, she dared not voice any objection, promptly exerting herself further and donning a beautiful smile. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A zombie, previously at a distance, suddenly lunged toward them. Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. Such distance should not have allowed for such an advance unless it was a mutated zombie. However, its gait bore no semblance to that of other zombies, appearing rather stiff under the sunlight. Yet, this particular zombie exhibited a clear target, heading directly for Xiao Jun and Wan Xinya. Why her? Xiaoyu, this has nothing to do with me. It's not that I do not wish to save you. I simply cannot. Intriguingly, Xiao Jun realized that this zombie was Wan Xinya's roommate. It seemed she had been with Wan Xinya, only to become ensnared by the zombie while Wan Xinya fled, harboring deep resentment towards her for abandoning her in peril. What Xiao Jun did not know was that in her previous life, Wan Xinya had witnessed Xiaoyu's demise before her eyes, an event that cast a long shadow over her. Later, after scavenging an airdrop, she found herself once again pursued by Xiaoyu, leading to a series of harrowing encounters that ultimately pushed Wan Xinya into darkness, resulting in her slaying the zombie that was once Xiaoyu. This marked the beginning of her ascent as one of the 10 greatest masters in Future City. Xiao Jun remained oblivious to these events, yet he understood that this female zombie had become a knot in Wan Xinya's heart. Unless resolved, she would never become a true master. In a world gone awry, mere beauty could only serve as a valuable commodity. Xiao Jun had no intention of sheltering a mere decorative vase, especially during these nascent stages of development. Each day saw countless lives claimed by zombies. If she could not overcome this psychological barrier, her survival was in jeopardy. Go, slay this zombie, and thereafter you may follow me. Xiao Jun retrieved a bone-chopping knife from a spatial ring and handed it to Wan Xinya. Fear not, I shall cover you. During the day, zombies possess notably diminished combat prowess, and as a female zombie, you are more than capable. With those words, Wan Xinya understood Xiao Jun had made his decision. Initially, she had vowed not to become a burden to him. Now was her moment to prove her worth. Yet, why did it have to be this moment? And why her specifically? Wan Xinya hesitated, but Xiaoyu, now a zombie, would not. Xiao Jun swiftly maneuvered aside as Xiaoyu lunged at Wan Xinya, filled with wrath. Do not! Wan Xinya shouted, her hand trembling around the bone-chopping knife, but she ultimately chose to evade. Xiaoyu, having missed, was unwilling to relent and turned to pounce on her again. After several attempts, Xiao Jun grew impatient and prepared to leave. The bone-chopping knife would serve as a parting gift, having seized her opportunity. Her survival now rested in her own hands. Wan Xinya's despair surged as she noticed Xiao Jun turning away. Xiaoyu. Another piercing cry escaped her lips as the bone-chopping knife struck the zombie's head with a heavy blow, severing a significant portion of its cranium. Xiao Jun halted, and Wan Xinya found she could no longer grip the knife, collapsing to the ground beside Xiaoyu's lifeless form. The resilient girl who had endured since the onset of the apocalypse finally broke down in tears. Chapter 10. Turmoil on campus. Once more, Xiao Jun led the charge against the zombies while Wan Xinya silently followed, albeit with a bone-chopping knife now in her possession. In this world, one might retain a conscience and principles, yet excess kindness was a liability. Should Wan Xinya fail to surpass this hurdle, Xiao Jun would not hesitate to abandon her. Recently, Xiaoyu had generously gifted Xiao Jun a first-tier mutated crystal, bringing his total to 7. With just 3 more, he could ascend to a genuine first-tier mutant. At this stage, even if someone dared to confront zombies, discovering the secret of the mutated crystals would be improbable. Xiao Jun's goal was to stay ahead of everyone else. In this world, one could never predict the threats that lay ahead, but one truth remained. While strength was not a prerequisite, one must always be stronger than the weakest among them to survive. Another wave of zombies approached, and Xiao Jun effortlessly dispatched them as if chopping vegetables. Just as only 2 remained, Wan Xinya, seemingly driven by madness, suddenly charged forward. Kill, kill, eradicate all zombies. Xiao Jun stared, astonished at the seemingly deranged Wan Xinya. Yet he deftly sidestepped, allowing her to take the battlefield. Facing 2 zombies was trivial for Xiao Jun, but it posed a challenge for Wan Xinya. The most bothersome aspect of these creatures was their toxic blood. One could not afford to sustain even the slightest injury in battle. Despite her apparent loss of reason, Wan Xinya avoided the zombies' attacks while searching for her chance to strike back. The head was their sole weak point. Striking elsewhere proved futile. Wan Xinya swung the bone-chopping knife wildly, landing several blows to the zombies' arms and even a couple to their chests, yet none were effective. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's words, Wan Xinya's eyes flickered, as if regaining her senses. In her next assault, she executed a peculiar maneuver, evading a fatal strike and countering with a powerful blow to the zombie's head. That strike seemed to drain her last vestige of strength, and she collapsed to the ground. As long as he saves me, I will devote myself to him wholeheartedly. I will overlook his insistence on my slaying Xiao Yu. This girl still harbored feelings about the earlier incident. Xiao Jun mused, realizing he was merely assisting her, unrecognized for his goodwill. Meanwhile, he remained active, striking another zombie's head with precision using his steel knife. Within a zombie's skull, there exists a chance for a crystal to form, just like this. As he spoke, a mutated crystal appeared in his hand. This is invaluable. You should seek it out. Wan Xinya had previously observed Xiao Jun's actions and surmised there was something of interest within the zombies' heads. However, having remained at his back, she could not see clearly until now, realizing it was a small, transparent crystal, quite beautiful. Catching her breath, Wan Xinya rose, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach, and began stirring the bone-chopping knife within the zombie's skull, mimicking Xiao Jun's earlier method. The head had been smashed, yet this one remained intact. After retching a few times, her expression remained stoic as she approached the next one. As she inserted the knife, it encountered something. With a flick of the blade, a white, transparent crystal emerged, identical to that in Xiao Jun's possession. A glimmer of joy crossed Xiao Jun's face. 8 crystals now. Although Xiao Jun did not utter a single word, Wan Xinya dutifully presented the mutated crystal to him, harboring no ulterior thoughts. The commotion between the two in the campus drew the attention of other survivors. Countless pairs of eyes from the surrounding dormitories were fixated on them. Is that person Wan Xinya? Indeed, it appears to truly be her. How remarkable she is, capable of vanquishing zombies. The man accompanying her is even more formidable, effortlessly dispatching multiple zombies at once. That man is quite handsome. Where did he procure such a weapon? With Xiao Jun's relentless assault, the zombies in the vicinity of the School of Finance were nearly eradicated, prompting the survivors still hiding in the dormitories to engage in hushed discussions. Perhaps we should follow that man. It is certainly preferable to cowering here and awaiting death. As soon as one person suggested the idea, many others readily agreed. With our numbers, he surely would not ignore our plight. It was evident that Wan Xinya was on the verge of exhaustion, prompting Xiao Jun to produce a rice ball and offer it to her. Eat this. Wan Xinya did not question what it was. She simply complied with Xiao Jun's instructions. Upon taking a bite of the rice ball, a wave of fresh seafood flavor invigorated her senses, an exquisite delight she had not experienced in ages. After finishing the rice ball, Xiao Jun handed her a bottle of mineral water. They had only brought 2 bottles on this outing, and now both were given to Wan Xinya. She did not inquire how Xiao Jun managed to conjure food out of thin air. With zombies now a reality, what could possibly remain unexplained? After downing half a bottle of water, Wan Xinya felt her strength renewed. Her spirits lifted considerably. Xinya, it really is you. Just as she prepared to continue on their journey, a horde of female students suddenly emerged from a nearby dormitory. Goodness, are there really this many survivors? Modern university students are remarkably resilient. Xinya, you're incredible, able to slay zombies. Sister Xinya, take me with you. I wish to follow you. Wan Xinya's brows furrowed slightly as she cast a furtive glance at Xiao Jun, finding solace in the fact that he did not intend to leave her side. I can hardly ensure my own safety, let alone yours. Wan Xinya replied coolly. Although these individuals were from the same school and resided in the same dormitory, she scarcely recognized most of them. Bringing along this burden would be impossible. Not even Xiao Jun, let alone herself, would agree to such an arrangement. You are indeed struggling to survive, but you possess quite the appealing appearance. Is there not someone to protect you? Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Even Xiao Jun turned his gaze toward her. Noticing all eyes were now upon her, the girl felt a sense of pride. Especially when she saw Xiao Jun looking her way. She made an effort to accentuate her allure. Xiao Jun's assessment was that she paled in comparison to Wan Xinya. Nevertheless, the sight of so many scantily clad girls before him was indeed a feast for the eyes. Handsome, let me accompany you. I could do everything Wan Xinya can, perhaps even better. As she spoke, the girl subtly adjusted her already short nightgown, revealing that she wore nothing beneath it. This girl, named Li, was also one of the top 10 beauties of the School of Finance. Though ranked below Wan Xinya, she was undeniably a rare gem. What a shameless hussy. Directly flirting with my man. Surely he won to be swayed. Wan Xinya felt a twinge of insecurity, despite her own beauty. Li was no less stunning and was quite popular in her school, not to mention her boldness. After Li had sufficiently showcased her charms, Xiao Jun glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock, and they needed to return to the hotel for lunch. Wan Xinya, have you finished reminiscing? It's time to depart. Hey, do you have no humanity? We are all human. Why not save us with your strength? Is it merely because this hussy Wan Xinya, is attractive? At Xiao Jun's words, Lily erupted in fury. Typically, the boys who encountered her treated her with utmost reverence. In her eyes, all men were merely sycophants, obliged to cater to her whims. Now, having already humbled herself, how dare he disregard her? A chilling gaze shot in his direction, radiating a palpable aura of menace, causing her to involuntarily shiver. The words she had prepared to utter became lodged in her throat, never to be spoken. Let us go. With steel blades in hand, Xiao Jun turned to leave. Wan Xinya felt a rush of happiness, her face betraying none of her elation as she smiled triumphantly while walking away from them. The onlookers exchanged glances, yet none possessed the courage to follow. Chapter 11. Return to the hotel. Just one more to go. The two had successfully reached the school gate, having acquired a total of 9 mutated crystals. The earlier encounter with a group of girls was but a minor distraction, inconsequential in the grand scheme, merely the impotent rage of the weak. Dispatching the dozen or so zombies at the entrance would surely suffice. Afterward, they could evade the undead and hasten their return. They were determined to return to the hotel, where Xiao Jun had prepared a substantial supply of food. One should not assume that mere food containers and water bottles would suffice for sustenance. Should fortune not smile upon them, they might find themselves bereft of provisions if they failed to encounter favorable supply drops. Moreover, they were but 2 individuals. The current food and water supplies would last at most 20 days. Most crucially, as night fell, zombies would become significantly more formidable, making it far safer to remain inside the hotel. Within mere minutes, all the zombies at the entrance were dispatched under Xiao Jun's relentless onslaught. Wan Xinya was the first to rush forward to loot the rewards. Yes, I got it. She struck gold on her very first try. Her luck was impeccable. Truly a wise decision to accompany her. After rifling through 6 zombie corpses, she was fortunate enough to unearth another crystal. Let us head back to the hotel. Their objective for the day had been far surpassed. After slaying so many zombies, Xiao Jun felt fatigued and yearned for the comfort of a good sleep on the hotel's grand bed. The streets were teeming with zombies, far more than in the campus, prompting the pair to tread cautiously, wary of inadvertently attracting a horde. With his extensive experience in the apocalyptic realm, Xiao Jun maintained an impeccable sense of distance from the undead, while Wan Xinya, being astute and agile, complemented his skills well. After more than an hour, they returned to the hotel entrance without incident. Brother Jun, it seems there's zombies inside the hotel as well. The two crouched behind a large pillar at the hotel entrance, observing the situation within. It appeared that someone had ventured out to scavenge the previous night, and in the ensuing chaos of the zombie outbreak, had inadvertently attracted a few zombies to the hotel, possibly even becoming one themselves. There's no other option. Stay close to me, I'll charge in. The hotel lobby was quite spacious, and it was estimated that at least a dozen or 20 zombies lurked within, which posed no challenge for Xiao Jun. Retrieving another battle knife from his ring, he wielded one in each hand. This battle needed to be swift, for prolonged engagement could alert the horde outside, leading to complications. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jun dashed into the hotel lobby, instantly capturing the attention of the zombies, which began to lunge at him. He did not fully enter the hotel, but stood at the entrance, exuding an aura of invincibility. Both blades were wielded with precision, slicing through every zombie that dared to approach him. Brother Jun, it seems the zombies outside have noticed us, Wan Xinya remarked nervously, keeping a vigilant watch on the movements of the zombie horde outside. Come in with me. Xiao Jun took 3 steps forward, creating space for Wan Xinya to enter. Hurry! Close the glass door. Wan Xinya urgently rushed to both sides of the hotel entrance, exerting all her strength to push the glass door. Junga, they are coming. Her voice trembled slightly. The zombies outside were truly approaching. If they were to be besieged from both sides, Xiao Jun might survive, but she would undoubtedly perish. Is the door closed? Yes, it's shut. Despite her fear, Wan Xinya diligently fulfilled the task entrusted to her by Xiao Jun. Hold the door tight, quickly. She pressed her back firmly against the glass door, as the zombies outside reached the entrance, beginning to pound against it furiously. I can't hold on. The immense force was overwhelming for her frail body, and at that moment, a suffocating sensation enveloped her as Xiao Jun's back pressed tightly against her front. It's over. My panda will be squished. Xiao Jun felt a mix of anger and amusement at her ridiculous thoughts. It wasn't he that he intended to lean against her. He did so to protect her. If they stood side by side against the door, he couldn't guarantee that the zombies inside wouldn't harm her. Just hold on. It will be over soon. Another wave of hacking, and the last zombie in the hall fell beneath Xiao Jun's blade. Turning around, he pressed both hands firmly against the glass door, preventing the zombies outside from pushing it open. Junga, what do we do? Holding the door indefinitely was certainly not a viable solution. Everyone eventually tires. First, search the bodies. Don't be afraid. Just moments ago, Xiao Jun had been silently mocking Wan Xinya, and now he was about to embark on his own greedy endeavor, prioritizing loot even in the face of impending doom. With no other option, Wan Qinya complied and began to search the corpses. In just 2 minutes, she had finished, astonishingly, out of the 20-odd zombies in the hall. 4 crystals were found. She adored her own red hands for this. Do you see that small door? That leads to the staircase. I see it. Wan Qinya nodded, unsure of Xiao Jun's intentions. That door can be locked from the inside. You go first, then lock half of it. Once I come in, immediately shut the other half. There was an unspoken implication in Xiao Jun's words. Even if the zombies were to flood in, he was confident in his ability to escape. And this step was the final test for Wan Qinya. Don't worry, Junge, I'll wait for you at the door. You must come back. Wan Qinya hesitated for just a second before agreeing. Here, she felt utterly helpless and needed Xiao Jun to protect her. Just a few hours ago, she had vowed not to be a burden to him, and now she found herself breaking that promise so quickly. She dashed to the hotel staircase, and, as expected, the door could indeed be locked. Wan Qinya first closed one half of the door and secured it before signaling an OK to Xiao Jun, counting down from 3. Xiao Jun abruptly released his grip and sprinted towards the staircase. A second later, the door was overwhelmed by the surging zombies, but Xiao Jun, with his extraordinary physical prowess, swiftly reached the staircase. Wan Qinya anxiously awaited, unsure whether it would be Xiao Jun or a zombie that would come through next. Yet she still chose not to close the door. Yunge! Wan Qinya exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Xiao Jun was the strongest man in her heart. Close the door. You foolish woman. Xiao Jun darted past her, and Wan Qinya quickly reacted, securing the other half of the door. Thud! 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 The sound of zombies banging against the door echoed ominously. Xiao Jun placed a finger to his lips, signaling Wan Qinya to remain silent. Without any noise or scent of living beings, the zombies would soon disperse. Sure enough, within minutes, the banging ceased, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously making their way up the stairs. On the 21st floor, all the doors remained tightly shut, but the corpses in the corridor had disappeared, likely cleared away by someone. With so many zombies around, if a body were tossed down, there would be nothing left within a minute. Beep! Fingerprint unlock successful. Fortunately, the hotel rooms were equipped with fingerprint locks, which operated on batteries, meaning that even a power outage would not affect them as long as the batteries had charged. Finally safe. Chapter 12. First stage aberrant. Junge, did you prepare all of this? Wan Qinya gazed in astonishment at the abundance of supplies filling the room. Did he foresee the apocalypse? Otherwise, how could he have accumulated so many resources and coincidentally secured a presidential suite on the 21st floor? Xiao Jun's presence grew increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it signifies that she has already fallen for him. From the terror of the first day of the apocalypse to the despair of the following days, and then the shock of encountering zombies, Wan Qinya's spirit had been nearly shattered in such a short span. It was only upon meeting Xiao Jun that she regained hope for survival, and now, the overwhelming array of food had utterly dismantled her psychological defenses. At this moment, even if Xiao Jun were to lead her to the grand bed for a tryst, she would harbor no objections. The joys of a dancer were beyond her imagination. Opening the gas canister, Xiao Jun set a large iron pot over the flame and began pouring in mineral water. Wan Qinya was bewildered by his actions. So much mineral water. In the sweltering heat of the previous days, she had thought that if someone offered her a bottle of water, she would willingly spend a night with them. After pouring in 20 bottles, Xiao Jun finally ceased. With a high-tech kettle, water was not a scarcity. The hundreds of boxes of mineral water he had stockpiled were not solely for drinking, but also for bathing. Once the water was boiling, he poured it into the bathtub, adding another 10 bottles of mineral water. Although it was still somewhat lacking, it was sufficient for a bath. Wan Qinya could only stare in disbelief. Was such luxury still possible in these times? Xiao Jun paid her no mind, stripping off his clothes and stepping into the tub. Ah, refreshing. Though Xiao Jun had soaked in water for days, after a full day of battling zombies, he was now covered in blood and needed to cleanse himself thoroughly. After half an hour, the water in the bathtub had turned a murky red-black, and Xiao Jun emerged feeling rejuvenated. Do it yourself. Do you need me to help you heat water? He remarked to the still-dazed Wan Qinya. See, can I wash too? The sudden offer of happiness left Wan Qinya stuttering. Just yesterday, she would have been willing to share a bed for a bottle of water, and today, she could indulge in a bath. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that she would end up marrying him. She just wondered if the Civil Affairs Bureau was still operational. I'm going to my room now. You take care of yourself. Rest after you're done. Eat whatever you like. Xiao Jun was utterly exhausted, mentally drained from a night without sleep and a day spent fighting zombies. He had begun to trust Wan Qinya to a certain extent, and, in her heart, he had only heard a cacophony of strange thoughts. If he had the energy, he would have loved to discuss them with her. This was the advantage of sheltering a woman. The likelihood of betrayal was significantly lower than with men. Pushing open the door to his room, Xiao Jun reclined on the warm, large bed. Comfort enveloped him. After Xiao Jun entered the room, Wan Xinya imitated his actions, deftly opening the gas canister. When pouring water, she hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to pour in 15 bottles of mineral water. Once it reached a boil, she added another 5 bottles, mixing them into the bathtub. Although only 20 bottles were used, Wan Xinya still relished her bath, meticulously washing her entire body and even indulging in shower gel and shampoo. In a hazy slumber, Xiao Jun felt something soft nestling into his embrace, a sensation that was quite comforting. Consequently, he tightened his hold on this entity, savoring the warmth. Upon awakening, he found the world outside had succumbed to darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence devoid of sound. As he prepared to stretch his limbs, a peculiar discomfort registered. It dawned on him that an extra presence lay within his arms, explaining the sudden heaviness in his limbs. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, he discerned the visage of none other than Wan Xinya. Fresh from her bath, she appeared ethereal, illuminated by the moonlight like a celestial maiden from the palace of eternal purity. In her dreams, her delicate nose crinkled slightly, adding a playful charm to her beauty. Her arms clung tightly around Xiao Jun's waist, their bodies pressed intimately together, her head nestled against his chest, evoking a pang of affection. The quilt had slipped slightly, revealing that she was clad in nothing but her bare skin, an unabashed invitation that Xiao Jun found quite difficult to resist. Thus, while Wan Xinya remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances, Xiao Jun, filled with satisfaction, exited the room, invigorated by his enhanced physique. Wan Xinya had succumbed to slumber once more. Alone in the living room, Xiao Jun lit 2 candles for illumination and subsequently ignited a cigarette. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. In his previous life, after 6 arduous years, he had not managed to marry a single woman. Occasionally, with a bit of spare change, he would indulge in the city's cheaper establishments. But he dared not even dream of someone of Wan Xinya's caliber. Extinguishing the cigarette, he retrieved 10 mutated crystals. Only by growing stronger could one hope to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. The mutated crystals required no special usage. One simply consumed them. As he placed the first crystal into his mouth, a warm current surged within him, and he felt a slight enhancement to his strength. Without hesitation, he consumed the second, third, and continued until all 10 were ingested. A qualitative transformation occurred within him. He had become a first-tier mutant, instinctively understanding the implications of his transformation. Each individual who consumed 10 mutated crystals would inevitably grasp this revelation. As a first-tier mutant, his overall capabilities had doubled. This doubling encompassed all attributes, strength, speed, and endurance, all directly amplified. For instance, if he could originally punch with a force of 150 pounds, he could now exert 300 pounds. What previously took him 16 seconds to run 100 meters could now be accomplished in just 8 seconds. Prior to this, Xiao Jun had also consumed a high-grade mutated elixir, which had tripled his overall enhancements. After becoming a first-tier mutant, he acutely sensed his newfound power, a further amplification of his already genetically altered physique. It was astounding. No wonder the top 10 experts from his previous life could comfortably maintain their positions of power. Xiao Jun eagerly anticipated other extraordinary airdrop crates. Seizing this opportunity, he needed to swiftly locate more of these crates. If he could find another extraordinary airdrop crate, it would be a boon. Even 2 high-grade ones would suffice. Chapter 13, Strategy. To advance from first tier to second tier, one required an entire 100 first-tier mutated crystals, a considerable number, conservatively estimating that one would need to slay over 1,000 zombies. As for subsequent upgrades beyond the second tier, the requirements escalated dramatically to 1,000 first-tier crystals or 100 second-tier crystals, the latter of which could only be obtained from second-tier zombies. There existed an exchange rate among the mutated crystals. In his previous life, they became a form of hard currency necessary for transactions. 1 second-tier mutated crystal equated to 10 first-tier ones, and the same pattern followed for third and fourth tiers. This valuation was based on the efficacy of the mutated crystals. However, the actual process of upgrading was not entirely straightforward. An ordinary person could consume 10 first-tier mutated crystals to become a first-tier mutant or a single second-tier crystal to achieve the same. Yet one could not consume a third-tier crystal, as it would result in bodily rupture and death. Similarly, a third-tier mutant could consume 100 third-tier mutated crystals for an upgrade, or 1,000 second-tier crystals, but first-tier crystals would have negligible effects, perhaps requiring tens of thousands for potential upgrading. Thus, in the later stages, lower-tier mutated crystals primarily served as hard currency, whereas higher-tier crystals remained a rarity. Second-tier zombies would not appear until a month later. For now, Xiao Jun was essentially invincible. His attributes enhanced sixfold, enabling him to disregard numerical disparities. In a buoyant mood, Xiao Jun opened a bottle of beer, occasionally hearing strange sound from outside, possibly indicating someone had inadvertently revealed their position to a horde of zombies. Living on a higher floor had its advantages, even if zombies breached the hotel. Scaling such heights would prove challenging. Sipping his beer, he opened a pack of peanuts, enjoying a relaxed and carefree existence. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a disheveled Wan Qinya limped into the room, devoid of clothing. In the candlelight, she radiated a hazy allure, and her almost playful tone nearly overwhelmed Xiao Jun's resolve. Having just completed his upgrade, he feared that any exertion could lead to her untimely demise. "There are some of my clothes over there. Feel free to find something to wear," he suggested. Wan Qinya, a clever woman, had swiftly adapted to the realities of this apocalypse. After becoming Xiao Jun's companion, she maintained a sense of humility, aware that countless women would vie for his attention, driven by the resources he possessed. Selecting a white shirt, she opted not to wear undergarments, reasoning that it was just the two of them. She grabbed a bottle of soda and settled beside Xiao Jun. Surprisingly, the white shirt, rather than diminishing her allure, heightened it, compelling Xiao Jun to force himself to avert his gaze. He lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag to suppress his burgeoning desires. "What shall we do next?" Wan Qinya broke the silence after a moment. "We can't possibly remain in this room for eternity, especially with food being a concern. Tomorrow, I will continue my search for airdrop crates." "Airdrop crates? You mean the enormous boxes that fell from the sky at the gym entrance today?" Xiao Jun was taken aback. He and T realized she had witnessed it. Given the zombie incident the previous night, few had been alert at that hour. The number of people aware of it was scarce, but tomorrow, many would learn of it, as airdrop crates would descend daily for the next 7 days. Coinciding with nightly zombie rains, the cycle of zombies and airdrop crates would persist for a full week, with both the undead and crates proliferating in number. The sensation is akin to that of a caged animal, where the weak are systematically eliminated and only the strong are destined to survive. Moreover, the powerful invariably grow stronger, leaving the feeble with no options. Wan Qinya refrained from inquiring how Xiao Jun possessed such knowledge. She only needed to understand that following him would ensure her survival. "Yesterday, I spotted several of those airdrop crates." Xiao Jun felt a surge of joy. He had been preoccupied solely with the exceptional airdrop crate, completely overlooking the others. If he had known their approximate locations, it would have been far easier to locate them. In this direction, Wan Qinya glanced through the window to confirm her current position. "Not far from here, there should be one. I saw it descend towards this area, albeit slightly more to the north." The Finance Academy lies to the south of the hotel, and during today's journey, no airdrop crates were discovered. Thus, tomorrow we shall venture northward to investigate. These airdrop crates bear a striking resemblance to ordinary boxes. From a distance, one might fail to discern any difference, relying solely on the small locks atop them for identification. At times, an airdrop crate might be situated right beside you, mistaken for a mere ordinary box. Furthermore, the landing spots of these crates tend to be rather elusive, rarely appearing in public thoroughfares. They are often tucked away in obscure corners of residential complexes or within the confines of workplaces. It is also possible they may be located near the entrance of a school gymnasium, much like the one Xiao Jun had opened. Such locales are not frequented by the average person without purpose. Currently, everyone is preoccupied with scavenging for food. What use would they have for a gymnasium? However, once the news of the airdrop crates spreads tomorrow, they will undoubtedly attract crowds of seekers. Taking advantage of the prevailing confusion, Xiao Jun must endeavor to locate several more crates, ideally including another exceptional one. Although he recognizes the slimness of this hope, indulging in a bit of fantasy is permissible. "Tomorrow, you shall rest at the hotel while I venture out alone. Bringing Wan Qinya along would only hinder me. It would be far more convenient to go solo." Moved by his words, Wan Qinya nodded appreciatively. "I will take some of this food. You must safeguard the remainder and ensure no one enters." After some contemplation, Xiao Jun gathered a portion of the provisions, particularly those with short shelf lives. Anything stored within his spatial equipment would preserve its form indefinitely, thus avoiding the consequences of spoilage due to prolonged storage. In Wan Qinya's presence, Xiao Jun stowed away a significant amount of canned goods, along with some water and salt. 500 kilograms still seemed insufficient. He needed to leave some space for other items. If he were to encounter a mall tomorrow, he might have the opportunity to explore. Malls typically possess their own storage rooms, and based on experiences from his previous life, such locations are generally sealed off, thus less susceptible to severe flooding. Yes, I must at least bring back some women's clothing. Otherwise, Wan Xinya's current appearance is rather distressing. Chapter 14. Scavenging. This was the most comfortable night Wan Xinya had experienced in days. Not only was the bed spacious and the blanket warm, but the presence of the person beside her provided a profound sense of security. At 8 in the morning, she remarked, "You're heading out so early?" It was necessary to leave promptly, for the second airdrop shower would occur at 9 o'clock. It would be prudent to locate a few crates before then, after which they could assess the day's circumstances. Gently dressing Xiao Jun, Wan Xinya resembled a devoted wife seeing her husband off. "I won't be needing the bone cutter or the kitchen knife, so keep them. Protect yourself should anything arise. And take these 5 mutated crystals, consume them now." Seemingly recalling something, Xiao Jun produced the 5 mutated crystals. Although they would not directly enhance Wan Xinya's abilities, they would significantly bolster her physical constitution, enabling her to contend with an ordinary male. Observing the crystals in Xiao Jun's hand, Wan Xinya hesitated. She was acutely aware that these items were extracted from the brains of zombies. "You must eat them." Perceiving Wen Qianye's reluctance, Xiao Jun admonished sternly, "If you cannot endure this, then I must concede that I misjudged your character." With no room for negotiation, Wan Xinya ceased her hesitance, took a bottle of mineral water, closed her eyes, and swiftly consumed all 5 mutated crystals, following it with a generous gulp of water. As she experienced the changes brought about by the crystals, Wan Xinya was filled with wonder. "This is indeed a remarkable item. My strength seems to have increased, and the discomfort has subsided." Xiao Jun was left speechless. Was this the demeanor of contemporary university students? "Remember what I said. I shall take my leave now." After ensuring the corridor was clear through the peephole, Xiao Jun swiftly opened the door and stepped out, promptly closing it behind him. Unbeknownst to him, however, and I was observing him from the opposite room, peering through the peephole and taking in his actions with clarity. "Brother Chong, I swear I'm not lying." That young man living in the room across bought a substantial amount of food and water just a day before the apocalypse, along with a variety of other supplies. Had Xiao Jun been present, he would have recognized the speaker as the steward responsible for delivering provisions to him. "Rest assured, if it's true, that food will be ample for us brothers. Your share will certainly not be overlooked." The man addressed as Brother Chong patted his cheek, while the steward, bending slightly, raised his head with a sycophantic grin that obscured the hand that had struck him. "You two, hurry up. Once that kid moves far enough away, we'll pry open the door and make a big score." Within the room, 2 additional men were engaged in games with 2 female attendants, one of whom appeared quite fatigued. Enduring a day without sufficient water or food, followed by playing games with several men, will be a challenge for anyone. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jun, he had already descended to the lobby. The number of zombies in the hall was even greater than the previous day. They had likely been drawn in by his earlier presence and failed to exit. However, the circumstances had changed. Xiao Jun was now entirely unconcerned with this tier of zombies. As long as he could keep up his stamina, they would merely serve as a source of mutated crystals. Damn, what a bunch of miserly creatures. A full 30 zombies had yielded only a single mutated crystal. It was clear that Wan Xinya needed to be upgraded soon. She was indeed the chosen one, her luck far surpassing his own. Exiting the hotel, Xiao Jun was greeted by an even greater horde of zombies outside, with numerous new faces among them. Last night had indeed brought another wave of zombie rain. He moved stealthily, careful not to disturb them. His stamina was limited, and provoking a horde on the street would be an act of folly. Locating the airdrop crates was now the primary objective. Confronting zombies would only be necessary in dire situations. Assessing his direction, Xiao Jun quietly made his way northward, recalling Wan Xinya's memory of an airdrop crate in that vicinity. Throughout his journey, he managed to avoid alarming the horde, dispatching any stragglers swiftly. With his current speed and explosive power, he was able to eliminate them with remarkable efficiency, all while remaining undetected by nearby zombies during the day. Thus, Xiao Jun maintained an exceptionally high pace. Supermarket. He swiftly darted into the establishment. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted by several zombies lunging at him. With swift precision, he dispatched them, soon acquiring another mutated crystal. What a stroke of bad luck. Muttering this to himself, Xiao Jun began to scavenge within the supermarket. The floor was still damp in places, and various corpses lay scattered about, suggesting that these individuals had not survived the first day. The shelves lay barren, devoid of any remnants. Even if there were traces left, they had likely been thoroughly scavenged in the past few days. Xiao Jun's intent was not to linger here, but rather to seek out the supermarket's stockroom. After meandering through the mall, he finally spotted a sign and descended the staircase to the basement level. To his surprise, a few zombies roamed this area, 2 of which were evidently humans who had succumbed to the infection. After swiftly dispatching them, Xiao Jun felt assured he was on the right path. Those 2 individuals were undoubtedly staff members of the supermarket who had come in search of sustenance after the calamity, only to attract zombies and ultimately join their ranks. With his steel knife, He effortlessly dismantled the heavy padlock on the door and pushed open the warehouse entrance. What a cornucopia of supplies. His ring had already accommodated nearly 400 pounds of goods, leaving over 600 pounds of space, which he initially thought sufficient, but now realized was woefully inadequate. Snickers bars, nuts, chocolates. There seemed to be no limit to the abundance here. The desire to collect everything was overwhelming. This only intensified Xiao Jun's urgency to locate more airdrop boxes, as the storage capability was alarmingly limited. 500 kilograms simply would not suffice. Ultimately, he gathered 100 pounds of Snickers, another 100 pounds of spicy strips, 100 pounds of assorted beverages, and 100 pounds of snacks like chips, concluding with 100 pounds of self-heating rice. The space was truly insufficient. It felt as though he had taken nothing at all. Venturing deeper, he encountered women's lingerie and various garments, stuffing 100 sets into his ring, followed by an equal number of men's attire. Once all was collected, a mere 25 kilograms of capacity remained in the ring. He closed the warehouse door, resolving to return should he acquire more storage equipment. Determined to fill his space to capacity. Exiting the supermarket, Xiao Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. Even without additional storage gear, the supplies he possessed alongside those from the hotel would sustain him and Wan Qinya for quite some time. With only 20 minutes remaining until 9 o'clock, it was time to earnestly search for airdrop boxes. Chapter 15. The Quest for Airdrop Boxes. As he turned a corner, Xiao Jun spotted a towering wall. Such locations were often prime for airdrop boxes. After circling the perimeter, he finally located the entrance, confirming it to be the yard of a certain establishment. The iron gate was shut, but a side door stood ajar. Given that the apocalypse had begun at midnight, it was likely that no living souls remained within. Upon entering the yard, he noted a few vehicles, all waterlogged and clearly inoperable. After a thorough exploration, Xiao Jun found no airdrop boxes. Yet another small door. Passing through it, he discovered the backyard of the establishment. Upon entry, he spotted a box resting quietly in the center of the yard. At last, he had found it. Eagerly, he rushed forward, and with a deft swipe of a steel knife, the small lock sprang open. A blinding white light obscured his view, compelling him to reach inside. One lunchbox, a water bottle, and nothing else. Cursing under his breath, he realized it was the most basic of airdrop boxes, containing merely 2 items. Although he had mentally prepared for such a disappointment, a tinge of dismay washed over him. He recalled how, in his previous life, even a mundane airdrop box could elate him for days. No matter, on to the next one. With only 10 minutes until 9, if he couldn't find anything, he would have to rely on the heavens to deliver. Swiftly moving from yard to yard, he finally stumbled upon a second airdrop box in the 4th yard. Oh, divine fortune, grant me some luck. Inside, he found yet another lunchbox, familiar, yet again. But this time, it also contained a high-tech dagger, a welcome change. Xiao Jun recalled hearing that Wan Qinya had wielded a dagger in his previous life. Back then, he had been oblivious to her identity, pondering how one of the top 10 experts could resort to such stealthy weaponry. Now, however, he understood that as a female dancer, the agile dagger was indeed more suited to her. Gratefully, it was only a dagger weighing around 10 pounds. Had it been a steel knife, he would have struggled to accommodate it, as a steel knife weighed a hefty 60 pounds. Having examined the 2 items, the white light still lingered, invigorating Xiao Jun. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him this time. He was curious whether this was a premium airdrop box or merely a high-grade one. A premium airdrop box? Perhaps he was being overly optimistic. He hardly possessed such luck. Yet, it appeared that Lady Luck had indeed favored him. For the 3rd item revealed itself to be a piece of spatial equipment, a jade pendant. Spatial equipment comes in various forms, each indicating different capacities. The ring, being the smallest, could hold a minimum of 500 kilograms, while the jade pendant could accommodate 1,000 kilograms. There were even larger items, such as bracelets, boasting a capacity of 5,000 kilograms. In his previous life, Xiao Jun had heard tales of the Lord of Future City possessing a spatial backpack with a staggering capacity of 100,000 kilograms, the largest known capacity discovered by humanity in 6 years. As he placed the jade pendant around his neck, it vanished from sight, leaving behind a delicate line upon his skin, as if it had been drawn there. With his pendant capable of holding 1,000 kilograms, Xiao Jun could carry even more. In addition to the pendant, he retrieved another steel knife and, finally, a novel gadget, a high-tech solar lamp. This genuine solar-powered light could illuminate for 2 weeks once fully charged, meaning as long as it didn't rain for a fortnight. It would remain lit. Moreover, it charged quickly, requiring only an hour to reach full capacity. The switch was conveniently located at the back of the lamp, suggesting that candles would no longer be necessary, except for occasions demanding a certain ambience. As Xiao Jun stowed away the final item, the clock struck 9. Much like the previous day, The sky once again erupted with tiny fissures, heralding a deluge of airdrop boxes. Alas, the distinction in quality was indiscernible from their exteriors, only revealed upon opening. 5 fleeting minutes passed, and Xiao Jun selected a direction with a higher concentration of boxes, sprinting forth. At this moment, time was of the essence. The recent airdrop had undoubtedly caught the attention of many, and driven by curiosity, numerous individuals would be on the hunt for boxes. Should anyone unearth valuable items, news would spread like wildfire, and securing boxes would soon devolve into a competition. Along the way, Xiao Jun maintained a low profile, avoiding confrontation with the zombies, and soon spotted several humans emerging from buildings. Most of these individuals had ventured out upon seeing the airdrop boxes, marking them as rivals. Having honed in on his target, Xiao Jun quickly located an airdrop box, coinciding with another group of people. This was an upscale community, replete with villas. Such neighborhoods rarely survive the initial 3 days of the apocalypse, highlighting the perils of excessive wealth. As Xiao Jun cleared the zombies in his vicinity, he noted that the other group was equally adept at exterminating the undead, their coordination suggesting they were no novices in this gruesome endeavor. Is this a monster? There's 7 of us, yet we can't dispatch zombies as swiftly as he does. His 2 eyes are truly formidable. It would be splendid if I could seize them later. Merely a child, I shall deceive him momentarily and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. A series of voices echoed in Xiao Jun's mind. He had not even contemplated murder, yet his adversaries were already harboring murderous intent. How intriguing. With the last 2 zombies, Xiao Jun deliberately slowed his pace, biding his time for his opponents. Thus, under Xiao Jun's manipulation, both parties arrived simultaneously at the airdrop crate. Young brother, seeing your prowess, how about joining our team? In this world turned to chaos, humanity should unite. First, we must keep him steady, then we can dispose of him. This young man is far too capable. If he were to seize our leader's position, it would surely be jeopardized. Is this the world of adults? A facade of cordiality concealing ulterior motives played out with such ease. This crate is mine. Do any of you have objections? The expression on the man's face immediately froze. It seemed he had spoken at length, yet Xiao Jun had disregarded him entirely, intent only on claiming the crate. Young brother, your approach lacks courtesy. We discovered this crate together, and there are 7 of us here. A flash of blade light cut through the air. Now, there are only 6 of you. The crate belongs to me. Do you have any objections? You, dare to kill? As fellow humans, you should support one another rather than resorting to infighting. The voice belonged to the one who had earlier referred to himself as a mere child. Now, there are only 5 of you left. Do you still have objections? The remaining 5 exchanged bewildered glances before racing towards the exit in a frenzy. What madness was this, to have 2 men slain with mere words? Observing their retreat, Xiao Jun sheathed his knife. Had it not been for their folly, this could have been resolved without loss of life. Chapter 16. The transaction in his previous life. Fortune had smiled upon him, leading him to a basic airdrop crate, which allowed him to survive the initial stages. Now, merely on the 2nd day, he was already on his 4th crate. Even after opening a premium airdrop, Xiao Jun maintained a profound respect for each unboxing experience. Rubbing his hands together, he proceeded to open the crate. A high-tech steel knife emerged as anticipated. Digging deeper, he uncovered a water bottle. Alas, it was empty. Indeed, the most basic airdrop crates remained the norm. Xiao Jun did not feel disheartened. Countless crates awaited him outside. This situation persisted until after 3 in the afternoon, when he stumbled upon 2 more airdrop crates, regrettably yielding only the most basic items: 2 lunchboxes and 2 water bottles. Even the low-tier airdrop crates predominantly produced food, ensuring that survival from starvation was prioritized. Throughout his search, Xiao Jun also dispatched numerous zombies, finally collecting 5 first-stage mutated crystals sufficient to facilitate Wan Qianya's upgrade. Whether scavenging corpses or opening crates, it was essential to have a lucky charm like Wan Qianya by his side. His own luck from Africa was hardly sufficient. Moreover, leaving her alone in the hotel made him uneasy. In the early days of the apocalypse, the more attractive the woman, the more susceptible she was to peril. Only after 3 months, when Future City began to take shape, would beautiful women have the opportunity to align themselves with a powerful protector. Upon returning today, he would ensure Wan Qianya's upgrade, and they could venture forth together tomorrow. With his presence, the current dangers would pose no threat. Now approaching 4 o'clock, he sought one final crate. Winter nights fell swiftly, and he needed to return by 5 at the latest. Otherwise, as night descended, the zombies would grow significantly stronger, and even he might struggle to endure. Venturing in a random direction for a while, Xiao Jun suddenly discerned human voices, identifiable as emanating from a nearby courtyard. Stealthily, he approached the gate and, upon entering, beheld a throng of dozens. Despite his cautious footfalls, he was immediately spotted. With such numbers, a confrontation would be challenging. However, their demeanor suggested division into several small factions, each wary of the others. Another young brother has arrived. Care to join our ranks? The more, the merrier. While Xiao Jun hesitated, contemplating retreat, someone greeted him. No, I prefer to work alone, he replied without a second thought. Just as he prepared to depart, another voice called out to him. Young brother, you seem capable. Have you encountered any of those crates that fall from the sky? This inquiry came from another small group. A bearded man with a familiar countenance, exuding an endearing contrast. Fear not. Let us exchange information. The items from those crates are often similar. And if you have any surplus, we could trade. His gaze was fixated on the 2 steel knives in Xiao Jun's possession. It became clear. The current odds of obtaining weapons from airdrop crates were low. Xiao Jun's good fortune had allowed him multiple openings, including a premium and a high-tier crate. Thus his weaponry was plentiful. Besides the 2 knives he carried, he also possessed another steel knife and a dagger in his spatial gear. Young brother, how about I trade you this lunchbox for a knife? It's sufficient for 20 rice balls, delicious and filling. The seemingly affable bearded man was not to be underestimated. Attempting to exchange a mere lunchbox for a knife was overly ambitious. The lunchbox merely ensured temporary sustenance, while weapons were the foundation for enduring strength. Young brother, do not listen to him. Trading weapons for food is never advantageous. Instead, consider my offer. I possess a dagger, also from a crate, and it is exceedingly sharp. A steel knife is cumbersome, while this dagger is light and agile. A member from a third group stepped forward, a seemingly frail scholar, but his ability to represent a faction indicated his significance. Inwardly, he mused, these 2 fools truly believe that someone capable of reaching this point while wielding 2 knives is simple-minded? No one would trade without something of substantial value. The proposal intrigued Xiao Jun. Although the dagger was of little use to him, Wan Xinya required one. He already possessed a dagger, but needed another, while he had 4 steel knives, making the surplus 2 knives redundant. Yet, Xiao Jun maintained an expression of indifference, occasionally glancing toward the dagger with a feigned hesitation that masked his interest. This young man is not easily deceived. His apparent indecision belies a keen ambition. Very well. Young brother, I shall not let you suffer a loss. 1 dagger and 1 lunchbox for your knife, what do you say? Little brat, next time I encounter you alone, you shall regret it. This was the essence of a smile, concealing irritation. Xiao Jun remained inscrutable, appearing increasingly uncertain. After 2 minutes, realizing no further offers would emerge, he finally nodded in agreement. Young brother, bring the steel knife forth, and I shall give you the dagger and lunchbox. The scholar's gaze shifted, and he devised another scheme. Come now. As long as you approach my side, I will signal my brothers to subdue you. I refuse to believe the other 2 factions would resort to violence over such a trivial matter. That is unnecessary. Simply toss the items over, and I shall verify their condition. If all is in order, I will then relinquish the knife to you. With so many of you here, you surely do not fear a single individual attempting to deceive you. The past is irrevocable, once ensnared within their encirclement, even if that treacherous scholar refrains from taking action. The other 2 factions are bound to strike. Xiao Jun is acutely aware of their ulterior motives. If the elder brother is unwilling, I shall take my leave first. Darkness approaches, and should I linger, trouble will ensue. The scholar internally berated Xiao Jun profusely, yet maintained a facade of amiability. Xiao Jun's reluctance was beyond his control. As Xiao Jun rightly asserted, time was of the essence. Successfully acquiring this blade was sufficient. An additional weapon would bolster their combat prowess, enabling them to seek more airdrop crates the following day. Xiao Wu, go and have our comrade inspect the goods. It was unequivocally impossible to hand them over to Xiao Jun. He was well aware of this. Should they be tossed his way, he would undoubtedly flee, surrounded by zombies. Who fears whom? A man named Xiao Wu took the dagger and lunchbox from the scholar's hands, cautiously approaching Xiao Jun, while the other 2 factions observed without intervention. Upon opening the lunchbox, it revealed 20 rice balls, all in order. The knife, the scholar called from behind, as Xiao Wu presented the dagger. His other hand reached out toward Xiao Jun. With quick reflexes, Xiao Jun snatched the dagger and casually tossed the knife forward. Transaction complete. I shall take my leave. Xiao Wu quivered, realizing he had failed to catch the steel blade. Its 60-pound weight was no trivial matter. The other 2 factions acted with remarkable swiftness, immediately closing in, igniting a potential conflict sparked by a mere steel knife. This entire affair was no longer Xiao Jun's concern. He needed to return to the supermarket from whence he came, to fill his ring, and must return to the hotel before 6 o'clock. Chapter 17, The Hotel Incident, Part 1. After Xiao Jun's departure, Wan Xinya reclined languidly upon the hotel sofa. Before leaving, Xiao Jun had entrusted her with his phone and several power banks to pass the time. With a comfortable sofa An endless array of shows, and accompanied by delightful beverages and chips, her days were quite enviable. An hour after Xiao Jun's departure, furtive sounds emanated from the entrance. Wan Xinya immediately heightened her vigilance, setting down her phone and stealthily approaching the door. Changgu, opening this door is rather troublesome. That kid wouldn't he return unexpectedly, would he? He possesses 2 machetes. After all, a portly man remarked slyly. Shut your mouth. Aren't you the so-called master locksmith of Star City? If it weren't for my protection, you'd have been locked away for decades. Now, when asked to pick a lock, you still whine. Changgu slapped the portly man across the face. According to the butler, there was a wealth of food and water inside. If they could just breach this door, they would not have to worry about sustenance for next month. Focus on opening the door, fatty. I've got the butler keeping watch over there. That kid won't be back anytime soon. Inside, Wan Xinya observed the unfolding events through the peephole, astonished that there were indeed individuals attempting to pry the door open. Moreover, from their conversation, it was clear that they were aware of Brother Jun's substantial food stash, which was their motivation for coming. What to do now? Brother Jun likely wouldn't return until nightfall. Even though the presidential suite's door boasted a specialized security system, it was merely a matter of time before it was breached. Wan Xinya felt utterly powerless. A woman of her nature would surely face dire consequences if captured by these men. For now, she could only buy time. What are you planning to do? She called out, attempting intimidation. Even if it failed, it might buy her some moments. The portly man's hands hesitated in their work, even dropping a wire onto the ground. Changgu, there is someone inside. The portly man, a petty burglar before the apocalypse, instinctively prepared to flee upon realizing someone was present, but Changgu seized him back. Another slap followed. What are you running from? It's just a woman. Once you open that door, she'll be yours. The portly man grew intrigued. The 2 service staff inside were quite attractive, yet after several days with them, he had grown bored. Now, a fresh face would invigorate him. I'll tell you, my brother will be back any moment. If you don't leave now, you'll all meet your demise. Wan Xinya persisted, launching verbal assaults to disrupt the portly man's progress. You think your brother will return? Just look at how many zombies are outside. Open the door, and we might just grant you a chance to live. Otherwise, once we breach the door, you'll know what joy truly means. Wan Xinya seized her verbal onslaught. Clearly, intimidation was futile. Seizing the moment while they were still preoccupied with the lock, she began to move furniture. Having consumed 5 first-stage mutated crystals that morning, her physical strength had significantly increased, rivaling that of an adult male. She first maneuvered a cabinet to brace against the door. That alone was insufficient, so she dragged the sofa over as well. She moved every heavy object she could see in the room to the door, pausing only to drink water and eat. Over an hour passed, and the entrance was piled high with various pieces of furniture. Yet Wan Xinya's anxiety remained palpable. The presidential suite of a 5-star hotel boasted a formidable lock. It held firm until noon, when a startled exclamation from the portly man signaled the lock's eventual surrender. Damn it, you wait. I'll make you experience 36 different positions, he exclaimed, only to find the door unyielding. Get out of the way, you fat fool. Have you worn yourself out from all the women? You can't even push a door. Changgu shoved the portly man aside and took the reins himself, yet the door remained steadfast. Changgu, this girl has got a lot of furniture braced against the door. No wonder we can't push it open, the portly man realized through the crack. Damn it. This girl is quite the challenge. I refuse to believe a door can thwart me. Charge. Along with the butler, the 4 of them pressed against the door. Wan Xinya had shed her shirt for Xiao Jun's cotton jacket and added a pair of trousers, ensuring she had no propensity for exposure. As she witnessed all 4 men converge, her heart raced, fearing the door might give way at any moment. With their combined strength, the door creaked open further, prompting Wan Xinya to rush over and push against the sofa with all her might. Changgu, this girl is truly beautiful. She was promised to me. The portly man drooled at the sight of Wan Xinya, finding her far more appealing than the 2 service staff in the room. A flicker of avarice crossed Changji's face. Once the door was breached, he intended to be the one to take charge. You'll get your chance if we can just get the door open. The 4 men outside pushed while Wan Xinya braced herself against the door. Without the hundreds of pounds of furniture as a barrier, they would have likely succeeded long ago. Time slipped away, second by second. What are you doing? Why are you forcefully trying to breach someone else's door? A voice suddenly inquired from the corridor. Wan Xinya felt a glimmer of hope. Surely, there were more people on this floor, and if the commotion grew, perhaps a benevolent soul would emerge to thwart them. Miraculously, events unfolded as Wan Xinya had hoped, and soon, the corridor began to fill with more individuals. Everyone come quickly. There are people attempting to force their way in and bully me, a defenseless woman. If they can torment me today, who knows whose door they'll break down tomorrow. Hearing the commotion in the hallway, Wan Xinya shouted urgently. Her cry was a clarion call, prompting several men to step forward. The rotund man, once merely a petty thief, was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight, while Brother Chong, a small-time gang leader, felt a twinge of apprehension with so many people closing in. Fellow compatriots, please lend me your ears, the steward interjected at this crucial moment. We are all compatriots. How can we possibly turn against one another? Aren't we all here waiting for rescue? He continued. The young lady inside possesses an entire room filled with provisions, countless cans and hundreds of boxes of mineral water. In such dire circumstances, should we not unite as humanity? Her monopolization of this food is utterly shameful, and that is why we have resorted to such drastic measures. Wan Xinya seethed internally, cursing the steward 1,000 times over. He was far more detestable than the portly thief or Brother Chong. It was no wonder the old adage states that a rogue is not to be feared, but rather a cultured rogue is a true menace. Is that so? How can you substantiate her claim of having abundant provisions? A few discerning voices emerged from the crowd, not easily swayed by the steward's assertions. Do not heed their nonsense. They are merely driven by lust, seeking to bully a weak woman like me. Wan Xinya felt her anxiety rise, fearing that others might be convinced by their words. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the steward of this hotel, and I am certain some of you have seen me before. This presidential suite was under my care, and just a day before the apocalypse, the room's owner procured a substantial amount of supplies, which I personally assisted in transporting here. If you remain skeptical, let the young lady open the door for all to see. If there are no supplies, we shall leave immediately. With all of you present, I doubt we pose any threat. In just a few sentences, the steward had deftly discerned the hearts of the crowd. They feared that indeed this group was acting out of lust, as many had families hiding within these walls. If they did not assist one another today, it might very well be their own turn tomorrow. Yet, if there truly were substantial provisions within that room, perhaps they would lend a hand. Who among them wished to go hungry? I recognize him. He is indeed the hotel's steward. Yes, I recognize him too. Little sister, why not open the door and let them take a look? If there is nothing, they would certainly not dare to act recklessly. The tide of sentiment began to shift. Before the apocalypse, these individuals were notable figures. Yet now, for the uncertain promise of food, they revealed their true colors. Such a pity. Wan Xinya fell silent, understanding that possessing food while being weak in this world was a sin. At that moment, an unprecedented desire to grow stronger surged within her. Do you see? She has fallen silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Fellow compatriots, in the face of disaster, we should unite and await rescue. Yet, there are those selfish individuals hoarding vast quantities of food, preferring waste over sharing with us. If we join forces and push open that door, everyone can eat well and wait for aid together. Some among them began to waver, swayed by the steward's eloquence. What he proposed was a morally reprehensible act, yet he managed to position himself as the moral high ground. Minutes passed, and finally, someone could no longer resist, stepping forward to assist with the push. Little girl, if there is no food, I will apologize to you later. If there is food, we assure you we will not harm you. We will merely take a little and depart. Wan Xinya gritted her teeth, bracing herself against the sofa. Speaking to such duplicitous individuals made her stomach churn. Everyone, put in some effort. Come on, help out, urged Brother Chong, rallying the others. With the steward's encouragement, those who had hesitated joined the fray. Strength in numbers began to overwhelm Wan Xinya's resistance, and the door was gradually yielding to their force. As the gap widened, Wan Xinya relinquished her struggle. She tightened her grip on the 2 kitchen knives left by Xiao Jun and positioned herself at the threshold of the inner room. How long could all this food last? The first person in charge and was immediately struck by the sight of the room brimming with provisions. Soon, others followed, their eyes glimmering with hunger at the sight of such bounty. These survivors, even if they had food, were on the brink of starvation. Some had gone a day or two without sustenance. The moment they beheld the vast array of supplies, they trembled with anticipation. Soda, my favorite. One man, spotting a bottle of soda, rushed forward and uncapped it, drinking with unrestrained delight. With a leader to follow, others began to mimic his actions, snatching up food with fervor. Wan Xinya remained silent, her knives firmly grasped, her gaze fixed intently on each intruder, committing their faces to memory. Hurry, start moving the supplies. Brother Chong quickly directed the others. Although the room overflowed with provisions, no one would complain about having too little. They wished for nothing more than to carry away as much as possible. No amount of food could withstand their frenzied plunder, and soon, the living room was stripped bare. No one even considered that this was an act of robbery. There must be more in the room. After all, why else would she guard it? Someone shouted, and all eyes turned towards the space. There is nothing in here. Anyone who dares to enter will regret it. Wan Xinya brandished her kitchen knives, aware that they had already secured a significant haul and would likely shy away from confronting her now. Little girl, you jest. We are merely helping each other. Once this crisis passes, I will pay you back tenfold. Yes, yes, I will pay you. I'm the owner of Triple X Company. You must believe me. A group of hypocrites laughed awkwardly, realizing they had acquired what they desired and should retreat while the getting was good. Even if there were food in the bedroom, it was unlikely to be plentiful. In the blink of an eye, everyone dashed back to their rooms, leaving only Wan Qinya and Brother Chong with his three companions. Little girl, do you know how to handle a knife? Holding it up so high. Need me to teach you? With the others gone, Brother Chong's bravado returned. I must have that girl. If it weren't for her shouting, all this food would have been mine. Anyone who approaches, I will strike down. Despite her fear, Wan Qinya remained steady. Fatty, don't you want that girl? Go on, subdue her, and she will be yours. Though Brother Chong was momentarily deterred by the gleaming knives, he was still hesitant, fearing injury without any means to tend to it afterward. Brother Chong, she has knives. Perhaps we should reconsider. Fatty glanced nervously at the blades, prioritizing his life over a woman's capture. Useless. Though he cursed, he was unwilling to take the lead himself, and the standoff persisted. Brother Chong, she is out of food. If we let her starve for a couple of days, she will surely come begging us. Moreover, they had no idea when her companion would return. Perhaps it was best to retreat for now. When it comes to Xiao Jun, Brother Chong cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation, not out of fear, but rather due to the formidable steel blades in his possession, which are evidently no ordinary weapons. All right, let us return for now. This time, the entire floor participated in seizing their food, and I refuse to believe that her brother will be able to do anything upon his return. After some deliberation, the group decided to head back. This fiery girl could endure a few days of hunger, and perhaps by then her companion would simply sell her out. They departed swiftly, and it was only when they heard the sound of a door closing across the way that Wan Qinya felt a slight sense of relief. Once she secured the door, she could no longer contain her sorrow and sank to the corner, embracing her knees as tears streamed down her face. Ultimately, she was merely a 20-year-old girl. Chapter 19, Settling Scores. The room was in disarray, as if many had passed through. The area where food was stored lay desolate, devoid of even a single bottle of water. Wan Qinya sat quietly, softly sobbing in the corner. This was the scene that greeted Xiao Jun upon entering. He was aware that the apocalypse would bring chaos, but he never anticipated it would descend upon him so swiftly. The moment he appeared, Wan Qinya resembled a wronged child seeing her father, her quiet sobs escalating into wails of despair. Xiao Jun set down his knife and crouched before her. She threw her arms around him, burying her head in his chest, as if only there could she find solace. Xiao Jun remained silent, gently patting her back. After a while, her cries subsided, though her nose still twitched intermittently. Cola, would you like some? Xiao Jun retrieved a bottle of her favorite soda and a box of chocolates. Indeed, Wan Qinya had gone an entire day without food, having faced them for a considerable stretch of time, and was utterly exhausted, sustained only by sheer willpower. I want to grow stronger. I yearn to be powerful. Without asking questions, Xiao Jun produced 5 first-tier mutated crystals. Wan Qinya snatched them up, disregarding their origin, and swallowed them whole. The upgrading process would be brief and should not be interrupted. Xiao Jun quietly sat beside her, awaiting the conclusion of her transformation. Moments later, Wan Qinya's eyes flew open. She had successfully leveled up and become a first-tier mutant. Put away the kitchen knife. I have a gift for you. 2 high-tech daggers lay before Wan Qinya, who picked them up with delight, instinctively brandishing them a few times, clearly enamored. Indeed, some individuals are inherently suited to be powerful. For most women, even in the apocalypse, receiving a dagger brings less joy than a bag of chips. Let us go reclaim what was stolen from us. I know you can hear me. Today, during the day, whoever took my belongings, I offer you a chance. Return everything within 5 minutes. With the 2 steel blades in hand, Xiao Jun confidently stood in the middle of the corridor, with Wan Qinya trailing behind him, somewhat anxious. Time ticked by, yet not a single person chose to reveal themselves. All doors remained firmly shut, as if the situation did not concern them. As the 5 minutes elapsed, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Jun's eyes. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it was only the early days of the apocalypse, and already these individuals had learned the rules of survival. He selected a random room and, with a swift strike, cleaved through the sturdy security door. The combination of 6-fold strength and a sharp steel blade produced a destructive force that satisfied Xiao Jun. What are you doing? Why are you forcibly entering my room? Someone call for help. There's a murderer here. Upon entering, a shrill female voice rang out, and a bright light illuminated the space, revealing only a woman clutching a 3- or 4-year-old child. They haven't taken anything, Wan Qinya whispered from behind, but soon after, she spotted the food laid out in the living room. The room was small. Did they truly believe they could hide? Under the beam of the flashlight, every corner was laid bare, yet no one was visible, indicating they were likely concealed within the rooms. Xiao Jun had no time to waste. He kicked down the woman, placing the steel blade against her neck. "Come out, or the food will be gone, and you'll be too." The door creaked open, and a trembling man wearing glasses emerged. "You cannot kill me. The law will not spare you." Implicitly, he suggested that the law would overlook robbery. The man fell silent, his gaze fixed on Xiao Jun's blade, his legs quaking uncontrollably. "Jump down yourself, and I won't harm your wife and daughter. I will leave them 3 days' worth of food. Their survival is up to them." The man trembled even more. He did not wish for his wife and child to perish, nor did he want to die himself. "Help! There has been a murder. Next, it will be your turn." His heart-wrenching cries echoed into the still night, reaching the ears of numerous zombies gathered below, their heads raised towards the source of the sound, likely pondering how to ascend. His desperate shouts continued, but no one emerged to aid him, and despair washed over him. Enough noise. In just 2 steps, Xiao Jun stood before him, delivering a swift strike that silenced him instantly. With a wave of his hand, all the food they had stolen vanished, absorbed into his spatial equipment. "Ah, a murder! A murder!" The man died too swiftly. It took the woman a moment to react, her screams escalating, accompanied by the cries of the little girl. "I do not relish the thought of killing women, but it does not mean I will refrain." With those words, the woman immediately fell silent, instinctively covering her daughter with both hands, fearful that her cries might provoke the figure of death before her. Next, Wan Xinya felt no qualms about Xiao Jun's actions. Those who commit wrongdoings must bear the consequences. Had she not possessed a knife during the day, she would likely have become Brother Chang's plaything. And these people were complicit. After breaking down the door, not a single person even considered asking the quartet led by Brother Chang to spare them. They hurriedly snatched food before hastily shutting their doors. With determination, he opened the second door, revealing 2 brothers, devoid of any women. Xiao Jun swiftly dispatched both, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. The third house before Xiao Jun could reach the third house. Most of the doors on this floor swung open, and a dozen individuals emerged. "Little brother, you've already killed several people. Surely you must be feeling appeased by now." A stout, middle-aged businessman, puffing out his beer belly, boldly spoke up. "Indeed, this matter hardly concerns us. We merely wish to see you take revenge on those 4 in that room." Others echoed his sentiments. "How about this? We return your food, and we call it even. What do you say?" The stout man appeared to be the group's impromptu negotiator. "Jump down yourselves. I will leave 3 days of food for the wives and children in each household." Do they think they could simply absolve themselves of accountability? That would not fly with Xiao Jun. Were you? Just because you wield 2 blades, you think you're remarkable? We are a dozen strong here. How many can you kill? One man in his 30s charged forward, but before he could finish his sentence, his body was cleaved in 2. The apocalypse had taught Xiao Jun a fundamental truth over the 6 years of desolation. No matter how formidable the monsters may be, they can always be vanquished. Yet the malevolence harbored within the hearts of humanity remains insurmountable. Jump, or I shall escort you. For those accustomed to the era of prosperity, witnessing the gruesome act of murder struck with an impact far greater than they had ever anticipated. Engage him. He wields merely 2 blades. Fear not. Yet, Xiao Jun had merely spoken half of his thoughts as his knife accurately found its mark among the instigators. Jump, or allow me to handle it. 1 minute. Though death awaited them all, Xiao Jun had no intention of granting them a swift demise. He needed others to recognize his ruthlessness, ensuring that none would dare provoke him. As the countdown reached 5 seconds, the group of over a dozen onlookers fell into chaos. Some charged at Xiao Jun, shouting for mutual destruction, while others hastily fled back to their rooms. Only one chose to leap, likely having been thoroughly frightened by Xiao Jun's intimidation. With the ease of slicing through vegetables, he dispatched all who rushed towards him, prompting Wan Xinya behind him to succumb to her nausea. Xiao Jun silently observed, refraining from assistance or utterance, allowing her to adapt to the unfolding reality. Chapter 20, You Come Forward. The few who had just escaped back to their rooms were noted by Xiao Jun, and once Wan Xinya had regained some composure, he effortlessly cleaved open the doors. One individual, armed with a metal object and hiding behind a door, attempted to ambush Xiao Jun, but alas, he had grossly overestimated his own capabilities. Collecting all provisions, he paid no heed to the women and children within the rooms, allowing them to fend for themselves. As for the one who had leaped, he remained nameless, presumed to be a solitary man, thus saving 3 days' worth of rations. Have you comprehended everything? Is there anything amiss? After dispatching the chaos, Xiao Jun inquired of Wan Xinya behind him. Nothing remains, save for those 4 attempting to break in. From the outset of their dialogue, Xiao Jun had discerned the general cause of the situation and deliberately chose not to confront those 4 until the very end. The commotion outside had caught the attention of Changgu and his companions, yet they refrained from intervening, knowing that as the instigators, they would not be forgiven. They now cowered behind their doors, armed with various makeshift weapons, awaiting Xiao Jun's entrance. Fatty, what are you doing with the TV remote? Go fetch something more substantial. Were it not for the necessity of numbers, Chang'e would have relished the opportunity to personally deal with this overweight individual. Is this what you intend? Yes. The sounds of Xiao Jun's approach reached them, causing Chang'e's grip on the stick to sweat profusely, while the overweight man, now armed with a drying rack, trembled uncontrollably. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door splintered. A figure strode in, prompting Chang'e to instinctively swing his stick at Xiao Jun's head. However, Xiao Jun was prepared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Chang'e sprawling 2 meters away. The remaining 3 stood frozen, bewildered, questioning whether they had truly provoked a mere human or some monstrous entity. A blinding light flooded the room, forcing them to squint against the brightness. And with a swift movement, Xiao Jun sent them all crashing to the ground, kneeling in tandem. The overweight man emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. It hurts. Xiao Jun had no interest in conversing with these 4. Instead, he beckoned Wan Qinya forward. You come. Me? Wan Qinya's hand trembled around the dagger. Although she harbored a deep-seated hatred for these individuals, the act of taking a life herself represented a profound moral divergence. If pushing her roommate into danger was an instinct for survival, then murdering these 4 would signify a complete moral descent. In her past life, Wan Qinya had endured days of torment as her roommate became a zombie, ultimately succumbing to the darkness and slaying her former friend. In this life, under Xiao Jun's coercion, while she too had slain her zombie roommate, the lack of a harrowing mental journey meant her descent into darkness was not as profound. Following her sacrifice the previous night, signs of her returning to her youthful self began to emerge. Today's events, though brief, had dramatically altered her worldview, pushing her to the brink of collapse, yet gradually cooling her heart. What remained was the final step, to kill with her own hands. Indeed, you must come forward. Consider this, without me, even if you endure today, what of tomorrow? The day after? Your ultimate fate is either to starve to death, feed the zombies, or become their plaything. Reflect upon this. Xiao Jun was patient. He could afford to wait through the night. However, the 4 before him appeared incapable of such restraint, struggling to rise. With another swift kick to each, the matter was settled, rendering them utterly incapacitated. To kill indiscriminately will surely invite retribution. Perhaps sensing their impending doom, the quartet grew defiant, hurling curses at Xiao Jun. Your insults lack creativity. This is merely a trivial injury. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. What kind of being was he? Their attempts to fight were futile, their insults ineffective, and his cruelty unyielding. Was this truly the new generation of the 21st century? You worthless scum, incapable of combat or curses, your existence is a waste of air. You might as well feed the zombies. As he prepared to act, Xiao Jun deemed it unworthy to squander time on such useless individuals. I shall take over. The enhancement from being a first-tier mutant had significantly boosted Wan Xinya's speed. Scarcely had she finished speaking when she stood before the 4, raising her dagger to meet their terrified gazes. Upon returning to the room, Xiao Jun's gaze remained fixed on Wan Qinya, suppressing his words until he could no longer hold back. Your technique with the dagger is flawed. A dagger requires finesse. The force you apply is better suited for a knife. Sighing inwardly, he recognized that the top 10 expert from his previous life still had a considerable journey ahead of them. I understand. After her return, Wan Qinya sat silently in a corner of the couch. The stimuli she had experienced that night surpassed anything she had encountered in her entire life. First, she had witnessed Xiao Jun's bloody carnage, and then she had taken the lives of 4 people. These were not zombies. Regardless of how human-like they appeared, they were monsters, and killing them bore no significant psychological burden. Yet, the 4 living souls that had perished by her hand evoked a visceral shock that left her feeling disoriented. Had she not already vomited in the hallway, she would likely have continued to do so. Xiao Jun empathized with Wan Xinya's turmoil in his past life. He too had faltered under the pressure of his first kill. Get a good night's sleep, tomorrow will be better. Xiao Jun believed she would quickly adapt. In the early days of the apocalypse, time was of the essence, and there would be little opportunity for gradual acclimatization. Hold me, but I'm covered in blood. Kiss me. There's blood. Oh, there's blood. Each individual has their own method of coping, and Xiao Jun hadn't anticipated Wan Xinya's approach to be so straightforward. The enhancements of a first-tier mutant allowed both to experience greater pleasures. As the first rays of morning light streamed through the window and illuminated the couch, Xiao Jun opened his eyes. Xiao Jun could hardly recall when he had last slept, only knowing that Wan Qinya had been clinging to him throughout the night. A melodious sigh escaped her lips as her long eyelashes fluttered, slowly revealing her beautiful, large eyes. This enchanting creature made Xiao Jun feel a stirring within him once more. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 8:40. In 20 minutes, the airdrop rain would commence, leaving no time for further delay. The future held ample opportunities for that. Chapter 21. The Goddess of Fortune, Wan Xinya. With urgency pressing upon them, the two shared a rice ball. Xiao Jun's was spicy, while Wan Xinya opted for seafood. Having learned from the previous day's ordeal, Xiao Jun was confident that no one would dare intrude today, particularly with so few people remaining on the 21st floor. The corridor still bore the ominous presence of corpses, left unattended. Among the living men, there were none to clear away the bodies, and a bottle of water alongside a loaf of bread was considered quite generous. After calling out twice, a door suddenly swung open, revealing a boy who appeared still in his youth. "I can do it," he said. Upon his return, he hoped to find this place devoid of such unsightly remnants. "Oh, and you don't need to carry it far. Just toss it out, and it will remain completely untainted." Xiao Jun pointed toward the corridor's window, discarding a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. The number of zombies in the lobby increased day by day, and the streets were becoming densely populated with them. If this trend continued, finding airdrop boxes would become untenable by tomorrow. Once the zombies reached a certain quantity, evasion was no longer an option. One could only fight through them. "Is that feasible?" "Absolutely," Wan Xinya declared, raising her dagger confidently. With a flurry of decisive action, the zombies in the lobby were swiftly dispatched, and Wan Xinya embraced her good fortune for the day. A total of 37 corpses yielded 6 first-grade mutated crystals. In stark contrast, Xiao Jun felt as if his hands had merely grazed refuse the previous day. The mutated crystals served not only to upgrade, but also to restore stamina and heal wounds. Each one was invaluable and practical. Having secured the mutated crystals, Xiao Jun noted that it was now 9 o'clock. With time pressing on, they decided to wait for the airdrop rain to pass, allowing them to plan their route for the day. The 5 minutes felt fleeting, and the rift in the sky once more closed. Perhaps it was due to Wan Xinya's presence, but their luck seemed extraordinarily favorable today, as an airdrop box descended right before their eyes, inadvertently crushing several zombies beneath it. "I'll handle the fighting. You open the box." They divided their tasks, with Xiao Jun drawing the attention of the zombies, while Wan Xinya prepared to access the box. "Come on, you fools," he shouted as he dashed out of the hotel, circling the airdrop box and luring the nearby zombies. Facing dozens of zombies in the open courtyard was no small feat. Even during the day, their strength was formidable, and Xiao Jun knew he could only fight while retreating. Seizing the opportunity, Wan Xinya sprinted to the airdrop box and deftly unlocked it with her dagger. This was her first attempt at opening a box. Previously, she had only looted corpses, and a thrill surged through her. Inside, she discovered a high-tech lunchbox, a high-tech water bottle, and as the light flickered, her heart raced in tandem with Xiao Jun's, who was equally elated. How fortunate it was to have Wan Xinya open the box. This was far superior to attempting it himself, and the first item was indeed a high-grade find. The third item was a comic book. "What is this?" she pondered. An ordinary comic book intended for passing time. In a world where every second counted, producing such a trivial item felt absurd. The fourth item was high-tech combat attire. The discovery of clothing left even Xiao Jun in awe, as the chance of finding clothing was significantly lower than weapons, nearly on par with spatial equipment. He had not anticipated Wan Xinya would unearth such a treasure. This single item made the box worthwhile. As it turned out, the final item was yet another lunchbox, indicating that the box had been designed to accompany the combat suit. Once donned, the high-tech combat suit adjusted automatically to her physique, proving exceptionally useful. Wan Xinya looked more gallant, embodying the spirit of a general. "Junge, I'm ready." Xiao Jun turned abruptly, engaging in rapid combat against 6 or 7 zombies before dashing eastward. There was no time to loot corpses now. Up ahead, find a wall to scale. The best way to evade pursuing zombies was to climb over walls, as their lack of cunning led them to charge heedlessly, often colliding with barriers. This task was not daunting for Wan Xinya, a first-grade mutant with a background in dance, granting her exceptional agility. After her upgrade, her abilities were magnified, allowing her to scale a wall gracefully. Xiao Jun followed closely, effortlessly using leverage to vault over the wall. The zombies behind him, failing to stop in time, collided with the barrier, the sound echoing painfully. "Chino," just as Xiao Jun was about to inquire after Wan Xinya, he spotted an airdrop box before her. "Is this the favor of the Goddess of Fortune? I really missed out by not bringing her yesterday." "Junge, this must be an airdrop box," Wan Xinya exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. Before they set out, Xiao Jun had mentioned that locating such items was their greatest task of recent days, and she had felt a twinge of anxiety about the weight of that responsibility. Yet, she had found it with such ease, simply by climbing over a wall. "Hand me what you have. Let's open it." Xiao Jun shared her excitement, having encountered 2 airdrop boxes in one outing. Surely they would return laden with treasures. Wan Xinya's initial touch revealed the familiar set of lunchbox and water bottle. However, as she prepared to delve further, the light extinguished. Wan Xinya pouted, angrily tapping the box a few times, her face a mask of displeasure. All right, it's normal for lower-grade boxes to be the most common. After all, water and food are necessities. Xiao Jun chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair before they set off once more. For the next leg of their journey, Xiao Jun allowed Wan Xinya to lead, trusting her instincts. By midday, they had miraculously discovered 5 more airdrop boxes, though all were of the lowest grade. Each find thrilled Xiao Jun immensely. Let's take a break and eat something. After finishing the last box, Xiao Jun decided they should rest for a spell. He retrieved a heap of chips, spicy strips, and several bottles of drinks from his base, not minding to sit on the ground as Wan Xinya nestled beside him. While the rice balls were palatable, their primary function was sustenance. They could not satiate his cravings. The snacks he had brought out could easily be traded for a woman of Wan Xinya's caliber in a few months' time. During their respite, Xiao Jun took the opportunity to tally their spoils. Thus far, they had accumulated 15 lunchboxes, 13 water bottles, 3 steel knives, 2 daggers, 1 being a swap, 2 sets of combat attire, 1 lighting device, and a comic book. The sheer quantity of food and water alone could sustain the 2 of them for half a year. This beginning was a stark contrast to Xiao Jun's previous life. A veritable heaven and hell. Chapter 22, Second-Grade Zombies. Perhaps their stroke of fortune had been exhausted by the morning, for until after 3 in the afternoon, the 2 had yet to encounter a single airdrop crate. They inadvertently stirred the attention of the zombies and were pursued twice. Fortunately, their agility allowed them to narrowly evade disaster. However, it was not without gain, as they managed to acquire a commendable 32 first-tier mutated crystals. The collaboration of these 2 extraordinary individuals was akin to a dimensional assault at this stage, and with Wan Xinya's aura of luck, it seemed that Xiao Jun was well on his way to reaching the 2nd tier. Brother Jun, look, there's an airdrop crate in the middle of the wide road. A crate sat conspicuously. The 2 observed it from a distance, confirming without doubt that it was indeed an airdrop crate. Wait, there's something wrong. Xiao Jun holds it Wan Xinya. Not advancing, but rather retreating further back. Brother Jun, what's the matter? Aren't we going for that crate? Wan Xinya questioned, puzzled. Although the crate lay in the middle of the road, there were only 5 or 6 zombies meandering about, which, given their abilities, could be dispatched with a few strikes. Those zombies are newly mutated. There's something amiss here. Xiao Jun's expression darkened as he focused intently on the scene, trying to discern any underlying issues. Newly mutated? Under Xiao Jun's guidance, Wan Xinya had garnered some understanding of this apocalyptic world. Newly mutated indicated that these were once living humans who had been infected and transformed into zombies. Did they attempt to approach the crate and end up infected? Xiao Jun nodded. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared, yet no matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom what peculiarities lurked in this early stage of the apocalypse. After a period of observation, he had detected no further anomalies. Yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Let's south go around this place. The first rule of survival in the apocalypse: be cautious. The second rule: do not indulge curiosity. Those who were curious had become fodder for the zombies. Wan Xinya had no objections, though she felt a twinge of regret at missing the crate, as this was the first one they had encountered in the afternoon, and it might have contained valuable items. The weight of anxiety seemed to grow heavier, and Xiao Jun, no longer hesitating, pulled Wan Xinya away. Reluctantly, she glanced back at the direction of the airdrop crate one last time. Brother Jun, be careful. Xiao Jun instinctively lashed out with his hand as a shadow darted past, narrowly missing him. Xinya, are you all right? The speed of that shadow had been astonishing, and Wan Xinya had barely registered its presence before being knocked down. And no, cough, cough. I'm fine. A distinct claw mark marred her chest. Had it not been for her high-tech combat suit, that blow could have claimed her life. Damn it. Why does this wretched creature have to appear now? Stay back. Don't come closer. To Xiao Jun's left, a zombie fixed its gaze upon him. The source of his unease. This was a second-tier zombie, its fingers having evolved into razor-sharp claws. Second-tier zombies were stronger, possessed rudimentary intelligence, and were unaffected by sunlight. Day and night were, but the same to them. Based on Xiao Jun's experiences from his previous life, he believed such creatures should not emerge until a month into the apocalypse. Why they encountered one now? Could it be an effect of his rebirth causing a butterfly effect? Yet the creature would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. After its first failed strike, it lunged again. A second-tier zombie was physically superior even to second-tier mutated beings, and had Xiao Jun not consumed a high-grade mutation serum, he might not have withstood even the initial attack. Evading was not an option. He had no choice but to fight with all his might, gripping his steel knife tightly. Xiao Jun launched the first offensive. He aimed to divert the zombie's attention, allowing Wan Qinya the chance to reach safety. A former soldier, coupled with 6 years of navigating the apocalypse, his knife skills were honed into a unique style, with his left hand blocking and his right hand attacking. The two steel knives, each weighing over 60 pounds, danced in a flurry around him. This beast possesses immense strength. After a series of attacks, Xiao Jun shifted his shoulders, his arms tingling from the impact. At this rate, he feared he might not be able to match its power. Meanwhile, Wan Qinya had reached the end of a road, hiding around a corner, observing the unfolding situation. Though confident in Xiao Jun's abilities, she could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, her heart racing for him. The prior attack had made her acutely aware of the looming specter of death. Another round of confrontation ensued, and it seemed Xiao Jun was at a disadvantage, the zombie overpowering him and forcing him into a defensive posture, leaving no opportunity for counterattacks. I must help him. Wan Qinya felt an urgent need to intervene. Despite her desire to dash towards him, her inner voice restrained her. Gripping her dagger tightly, she sought solace in its presence. Crouching low, she stealthily advanced toward the battlefield. Now it was an opportune moment. The zombie's weakness lay in its head. This was true for all zombies, regardless of their tier. Xiao Jun caught sight of Wan Qinya's movements, but he lacked the energy to distract himself with her actions. 5 meters. At this distance, with a full-force sprint, Wan Qinya could reach the zombie's rear in the next second. Yet she hesitated, inching closer. 3 meters. Wan Qinya surged forward, her legs propelling her with sudden force, the wind alerting the zombie to her presence. With a swift sidestep, her dagger struck the zombie's shoulder and neck. Bang! Wan Qinya was flung backward. But just in time, she twisted her body in an incredible manner to evade a fatal blow to her head, absorbing the impact with her chest instead. The steel knife plunged forcefully into the back of the zombie's skull. Qinya. Xiao Jun meticulously checked her from head to toe, ensuring there were no wounds before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I cough. I'm fine, just cough. My chest feels crushed. You want to dislike me for this, will you? Xiao Jun couldn't help but chuckle at her whimsical thoughts. Even if she had shrunk, he could always massage it back. Producing a first-tier, mutated crystal, he urged Wan Qinya to consume it, as it served not only to upgrade but also to heal injuries. Now it was time to reap their rewards. He had likely achieved his first kill of a second-tier zombie in this world, though regrettably, there were no accolades to commemorate the feat once Wan Qinya had recovered. Xiao Jun dashed over to dispatch the remaining zombies near the airdrop crate. The corpses in the crate awaited Wan Qinya's touch. After all, such matters required the goddess of luck to intervene directly. Chapter 23. The Butterfly Effect. First, to inspect the corpses. This was likely the world's first second-tier zombie corpse. A second-tier, mutated crystal? By heavens, it truly exists. Upon seeing the pale green mutated crystal in Wan Qinya's hand, even Xiao Jun, usually composed, couldn't contain his exclamation. The probability of obtaining a second-tier mutated crystal was roughly 1 in 20. For her to retrieve one, Wan Qinya's luck was indeed extraordinary. The few first-tier zombies, perhaps due to being recently infected, yielded no mutated crystals at all. However, this was inconsequential. One second-tier mutated crystal was worth 10 of the first. Next, they turned to the airdrop crate. With the afternoon drawing to a close, this might be the only one they encountered that day. A spatial ring? The first piece of spatial equipment? What is this box? Xiao Jun began to feel a sense of anticipation. He already possessed a ring and a jade pendant, the ring having been bound to Wan Qinya, which would facilitate the storage of various items with ease. However, this item appeared to be quite sizable. The second item, which Wan Qinya had to pull out with both hands, was a high-tech bathtub designed to accommodate 2 individuals for a relaxing soak. This bathtub did not require manual filling. It actively absorbed moisture from the air to maintain its water supply, capable of replenishing itself fully every 24 hours, allowing for 2 uses per storage cycle. Upon seeing this marvel, Xiao Jun remained somewhat indifferent, but Wan Qinya could hardly contain her excitement. For a woman, particularly a young and beautiful one like her, the inability to bathe was akin to torture. Now, with this bathtub, wouldn't she be able to indulge in a daily soak? So thrilled. You should keep it for later use, she chirped, eagerly nodding her head as she reached back into the box. The next item was a standard mutation potion. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jun's gaze sharpened. This was undoubtedly a premium airdrop box. There was no doubt about it. The ordinary mutation potion, when consumed, could alter one's genes, significantly enhancing fundamental physical attributes. Note, advanced potions would override the effects of lower-grade ones. It appeared that this item had restrictions. Xiao Jun had initially believed it could be used again. Even if the ordinary potion only improved one's abilities by a factor of 2, it would elevate him to another tier. It seemed that the exploit he had envisaged had already been rectified. You should take it, he suggested. Wan Qinya hesitated, pondering if it would be wasteful to consume such a valuable item. I have already used mine. It holds no effect for me now. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's explanation, Wan Qinya joyfully consumed the mutation potion. Shouldn't it enhance me by about double? She queried, her confidence wavering as she opened her eyes 2 minutes later. About double indeed. Xiao Jun reassured her, feeling a sense of certainty. The ordinary and advanced potions left him wondering if there were even superior options available. The enhancement of physical attributes was akin to a cheat code, ensuring his invincibility at the same level. Wan Qinya continued to explore the box, having already unveiled 3 remarkable items in succession, only to be met with 5 water bottles next. This felt rather dismissive, lacking any variation. Wan Qinya's spirits dampened, almost dissuading her from continuing, but with Xiao Jun's encouragement, she reached in once more. The 9th item. Puffed. Xiao Jun couldn't suppress a chuckle. Yet another water bottle. Was it attempting to convey that women were made of water? Only one left. Hurry up and finish. Nightfall is approaching. He urged as Wan Qinya reluctantly reached in one final time. A high-tech tent emerged. It was an ordinary tent, favored by soldiers during outdoor operations, boasting an internal space of 200 square meters. Wow, this is excellent. 3 months into the apocalypse, humanity would face another calamity, a global earthquake. At that time, no matter how tall the buildings, they would all collapse, leaving humanity homeless. Following that event, the majority of zombies within the city would be crushed, and survivors, under the leadership of several teams, would embark on a massive cleanup of the remaining zombies, establishing a future city atop the ruins. However, due to fears of another earthquake, no structures were permitted to exceed 2 stories, making homes a symbol of status. The vast majority of the lower tier of humanity could only inhabit a minuscule designated area, accommodating merely a small bed. In his previous life, Xiao Jun had lived in such conditions. Let's gather our items and head back. Now is not the time for research. We can sort through everything later tonight. On the way back, Xiao Jun became increasingly cautious, wary of encountering a second-tier zombie once more. Whether due to good fortune or the rarity of second-tier zombies, the two managed to return safely to the hotel before darkness fell. Along the way, they chanced upon 2 other groups who, after dispatching zombies, began rummaging through the corpses, seemingly aware of the secret behind mutation crystals. Xiao Jun recalled that in his previous life, this secret remained undiscovered until 5 days had passed, after which it spread rapidly. That period had ignited a frenzy of zombie slaying. Yet now, only 3 days had elapsed, and 2 groups were already privy to this knowledge. It had become semi-public. Everything felt somewhat eerie, not just this revelation, but also the premature emergence of second-tier zombies. These occurrences hinted that the timeline of this world had been advanced, likely due to his reincarnation. Upon returning to the hotel, Wan Qinya joyfully set about preparing the high-tech bathtub. Before long, she dashed over, signaling to Xiao Jun that everything was ready. A dual bathtub, as the name suggests, required 2 individuals to partake. Xiao Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Why fear? When soldiers come, I will stand my ground. When water comes, I will bury it. As long as he continued to grow stronger, disasters would always be one step behind. After a long day of slaying zombies, during which he had dispatched several individuals, the opportunity to enjoy a hot bath was a significant indulgence. This bath lasted over an hour, during which Xiao Jun diligently checked for any signs of change in Wan Qianya's physique, finding no evidence of deflation. Both of their bodies had grown stronger. An hour felt like nothing, if not for the restriction of 2 baths per full storage. Extending the duration beyond a few hours would have been feasible. The high-tech lighting had been installed in their room, eliminating the need to rely on the faint glow of candles. As they lay on the bed, Wan Qinya nestled lazily in Xiao Jun's embrace, engrossed in a comic book. Xiao Jun lit a cigarette, the smoke prompting Wan Qinya to twitch her nose. Tomorrow, the airdrop box would no longer be his priority. He needed to grow stronger. Only by swiftly reaching the second tier could he avoid the perils he had faced today. With 37 first-tier mutation crystals and 1 second-tier mutation crystal in hand, focusing on eliminating zombies would likely yield the necessary upgrades by tomorrow. Moreover, it was best to conserve the second-tier mutation crystal. Once he reached the 3rd tier, he could no longer rely on first-tier crystals for enhancement. Every additional crystal counted. Chapter 24, Acquaintances. As the sun rose high in the sky, Xiao Jun finally opened his eyes. Today, he had no intention of seeking out boxes, so there was no need to rise early. Thus, he had indulged himself the previous night, truly savoring the joys of the affluent. It was no wonder that the wealthy before the apocalypse had particularly favored yoga instructors. They had mastered an extensive array of poses. He playfully patted Wan Qinya's backside, who lazily stretched, her exquisite figure on full display. I wish I could live like this every day, without clothes, but life must go on. Within a matter of minutes, Xiao Jun had completed his morning routine, breakfast consisting of canned meat. Though rice balls were a delightful treat, consuming them for an extended period dulled the palate. In his previous life, Xiao Jun often subsisted on such rations for days, merely to stave off hunger. This was also why rice balls, spicy strips, and salt remained such precious commodities. Wan Xinyao was clad in a pink athletic outfit today, exuding youthful vibrancy, further complemented by her combat attire, adding an air of elegance. Sitting beside Xiao Jun, she retrieved a bottle of yogurt and 2 slices of whole grain bread from her ring. Last night, Xiao Jun had stashed numerous items within her ring, beginning with the women's clothing he had discarded for her, followed by an assortment of food. Today's primary objective was the mutated crystals, with the drop box being left to fate. It is crucial to employ strategy when combating zombies. Mindlessly remaining in one place to slay them would only lead to an overwhelming horde, ultimately exhausting one to the brink of death. The wisdom of the older generation, changing locations after each shot, proves effective in the current context. Given the capabilities of Xiao Jun and his companion, they could swiftly deal with fewer than 10 zombies, while 20 would pose a challenge, prolonging their encounter. Attracting a greater number of zombies not only heightens danger, but also hampers their ability to scavenge bodies, rendering the effort futile. Thus, the most advantageous locations for confronting zombies would be akin to schools, residential complexes, or semi-enclosed plazas. Xiao Jun and Wan Qinya were unfamiliar with the nearby residential areas and plazas, yet Wan Qinya possessed knowledge of the school. Besides their financial academy, there is a normal university and a railway school nearby. A bit farther away lay the university town of Star City, replete with even more universities. After 2 or 3 days of drops, should the school remain unvisited, the number of zombies would undoubtedly be significant, and the expansive university grounds would provide ample opportunity for the two to eliminate them at a leisurely pace. Ultimately, Xiao Jun resolved to head to the nearest normal university. The university's larger area, combined with the predominance of female students, suggested a minimal probability of zombie clearance and a reduced risk of encountering human threats. After a customary massacre in the lobby, luck was average, yielding only 3 mutated crystals. Avoiding the zombies on the road, Xiao Jun and his companion stealthily approached the entrance of the university. "Brother Jun, shall we charge in through the front?" Having spent the last few days in this environment, Xiao Jun noted her increasingly violent tendencies. She seemed unwilling to engage her intellect, which was far from ideal. Charging in through the main gate would only risk attracting the horde on the street. They needed to assess the situation and find a less populated area to infiltrate. Wan Qinya nodded, half understanding. She was content to follow Xiao Jun's lead, finding the mental exertion of thinking too taxing. This way, he beckoned, peering through the gate. Xiao Jun had identified a suitable landing spot and promptly guided Wan Qinya toward it. "I'll go first. Wait for my signal before you come in." He stored his 2 steel knives in his space, as they were unwieldy and cumbersome. With a brief run-up, he effortlessly scaled the 3-meter outer wall. Surveying the area, only 5 zombies were present. "Wait 10 seconds before you enter." After relaying his instructions to Wan Qinya, Xiao Jun leaped down. 10 seconds later, Wan Qinya followed suit, entering the campus. The 5 zombies posed no threat. Not a single mutated crystal was found. Once inside the campus, both felt a sense of relaxation. Even the slightest commotion would no longer attract an endless pursuit of zombies, allowing them to proceed with a measure of peace. Ahead lay 3 more zombies, Xiao Jun signaled, prompting Wan Qinya to advance. With fluid, graceful movements, she swiftly dispatched the zombies, her combat prowess elevated by the augmented serum. "Let us split up. You take the left. I'll go right. Stay cautious. We'll regroup at the teaching building ahead." Bold in their expertise, they chose to divide their efforts for efficiency. Wan Qinya had no objections. She was resolute in following Xiao Jun's directives, having fully placed her trust in him. The once quiet school erupted with activity upon the arrival of these 2 unexpected visitors. Xiao Jun, prioritizing speed, wielded his 2 steel knives with ferocity, cutting down zombies without attracting attention. Meanwhile, Wan Qinya moved stealthily, her 2 daggers poised for silent kills. 2 distinct approaches, yet the outcome remained the same. As Xiao Jun counted, he realized he had eliminated a total of 177 zombies, but had only acquired 9 mutated crystals. The first-tier mutated crystals were frustratingly yielding second-tier probabilities, leaving him to hope for greater successes on Wan Qinya's side. Upon reaching their agreed meeting point, Wan Qinya was still absent. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xiao Jun eliminated the remaining 20 or so zombies in the vicinity. 1 mutated crystal. This outcome solidified the 1 in 20 probability. Finding a clean spot, he settled down, leisurely lighting a cigarette while awaiting Wan Qinya. He could have followed her path and continued the slaughter, yet Xiao Jun refrained. In this apocalyptic world, rapid growth necessitated countless battles. In his previous life, he had encountered those who relied on wealth to gain strength, the most notorious being the Lord's younger brother. The Lord had doted on him, shielding him from battle since the onset of the apocalypse, ultimately transforming him into a fifth-tier mutant through the infusion of mutated crystals. Once his power surged, he became arrogant, wielding authority in Future City. On one occasion, he took a fancy to a young girl, assaulting her in public. Her father, driven by rage, ended his life. That father was merely a third-tier mutant. Individuals like him, regardless of being elevated to 10th tier, remained worthless. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Xiao Jun grew impatient and decided to investigate the situation. At that moment, voices echoed from the end of the road. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted Wan Qinya approaching, flanked by two girls who appeared to be her close acquaintances. Following the trio, a silent procession of 10 or more girls trailed behind. Upon seeing Xiao Jun, Wan Qinya exchanged words with her companions before jogging over alone. "Brother Jun, these two are my roommates, and those behind are friends AV made during this time." As she observed Xiao Jun's darkening expression, her voice dwindled, ultimately faltering. "You don't understand the situation? Are you planning to support all these people?" Xiao Jun is flirt, kosing van Kenya to panic. She intended to bring so many. She merely wished to rescue her two roommates, but unexpectedly, a dozen people had followed her out. "No, I want," Qinya stammered, flustered and unsure how to explain. Internally, she resolved that if Xiao Jun was unwilling, she would leave them all behind. Compared to Xiao Jun, her two roommates were of little consequence. Xiao Jun understood her unspoken thoughts, and his expression softened. As long as she wasn't the type to help everyone she encountered out of pity, such kindness was unwarranted in this apocalyptic world. If it was merely about bringing along two roommates, that was acceptable. Conversely, had Xiao Jun encountered a brother during the apocalypse while possessing the means, he would likely have turned away. 6 years into the apocalypse, Xiao Jun had witnessed the worst of humanity, including brothers turning against each other over food. While he bore no ill intent, he remained vigilant. At this early stage of the apocalypse, most retained their humanity from the world prior. In 3 months, they would learn that such misplaced compassion would only lead to disaster. You may bring your two roommates along, but let me make it clear. If their presence leads to any peril, I will leave immediately. Xiao Jun did not wish to impose difficulty upon Wan Qinya. Even caring for these two individuals was a relatively effortless endeavor. However, it was imperative to firmly impress upon her the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's words, Wan Qinya's expression brightened immediately, and she called out eagerly to the back. "Yeah, Jingyin, hurry over." The two girls who had been standing beside Wan Qinya swiftly approached. "This is the benefactor I mentioned to you, Xiao Jun. You should call him Jungu as we do." On their way, Wan Qinya had already provided a rough outline of her circumstances, embellishing Xiao Jun's qualities in grandiloquent terms. "Jung, hello, you, ben Kinis. One girl introduced herself. "Jungu, I'm Li Jingyin," also Wan Qinya's roommate. The other followed suit. The names resonated with familiarity. In the previous iteration of the Future City, aside from the Lord's residence, there were 3 formidable factions, one of which was an all-female team led by a captain who bore the name Jiangyu. The mere mention of Jiangyu was not enough for Xiao Jun to make a definitive connection, but the name Li Jingyin was unmistakable. Though she was not the captain, she was renowned in Future City, her notoriety built upon a mountain of corpses. It was evident that a team composed solely of women would attract certain consequences. Countless smaller factions had coveted their beauty, attempting to recruit them, but the outcome was that the Daughter's army only grew stronger, while those who dared to provoke them vanished from existence. All those who challenged them were dealt with by Li Jingyin, whose every strike left no survivors. She was infamous for her lethal beauty. Had Wan Qinya not existed, she would have likely sought out her roommates upon gaining strength, ultimately leading them all to safety. Although it remained uncertain why Wan Qinya ended up alone, with the captain now being Jiangyu, the expansion of the Daughter's army was undeniably linked to Wan Qinya. These two were certainly worthy of recruitment. Xiao Jun harbored no grand ambitions nor interest in managing a team, yet in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, establishing a powerful force was essential for survival. These two could precisely fulfill Xiao Jun's needs. Upon realizing their identities, he altered his initial decision, preparing to take all of the subsequent 20 individuals with him. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the backbone of the Daughter's army. Presently, they were merely ordinary university students, far removed from the ruthlessness and cunning of their former selves. Xiao Jun's timely intervention to rescue them would undoubtedly engender profound gratitude. After introducing themselves, Jiangyu and Li Jingyin awaited Xiao Jun's response, growing anxious in the silence. With pleading eyes, they turned to Wan Qinya for assistance. However, Wan Qinya found herself at a loss. having just received a reprimand from Xiao Jun and feeling too intimidated to speak. I can take you with me, and those who follow can come as well. I can provide you with food, but the but indicated that Xiao Jun had conditions, yet at this juncture, the two girls were indifferent to his demands. Survival was paramount. At worst, they would have to share his bed. I will provide you with food for 1 week, and you two will be responsible for managing the others. After 1 week, you must demonstrate your worth to me. The two exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. Xiao Jun was no saint. Offering them refuge for a week was already a considerable gesture. It was unrealistic to expect him to support an entire group alone. He simply could not bear that burden. Qinya, you take them back to the original spot and wait until we've cleared the campus. When we return, we will bring them along. Today marks just the beginning. We cannot conclude so hastily, and figuring out how to escort them back will be a challenge. After a brief interval, Wan Qinya approached Xiao Jun alone, her expression one of petulance. All right, I won't scold you anymore. Gather more mutated crystals today. Consider it a reward for the trouble you've caused me. Xiao Jun could easily read Wan Qinya's mind. Her ulterior motives were transparent to him. In the ensuing battle, Wan Qinya unleashed her true potential with fervor, to the point that Xiao Jun found himself merely a spectator, munching on snacks and exclaiming in approval. Observing Wan Qinya's elated expression, he realized the bounties were substantial. True to form, she had just dispatched 34 zombies and extracted 6 first-tier mutated crystals, a yield significantly higher than his own odds. Jungo, with these 6, we now possess 102 first-tier mutated crystals, right? After over 5 hours of combat, the zombies in the normal university had been nearly eradicated, and their accumulated crystals had finally surpassed 100, though not a single airdrop crate had been sighted. Yunge, you should level up. I'll keep watch. 100 mutated crystals were required to ascend to the 2nd tier, a fact Xiao Jun had previously conveyed to Wan Qinya. To safely escort the female students back to the hotel, attaining 2nd tier status was imperative. Xiao Jun, without hesitation, gathered the 100 crystals, their gleaming surfaces captivating. Wan Qinya remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Although the campus had been cleared, the true terror of the apocalypse lay not in the zombies, but in humanity. 2nd tier. He mused. How long had it taken him to achieve this in his past life? Perhaps 2 years? Now, only 10 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. Xiao Jun could not help but marvel at the relentless nature of this world, survival of the fittest, where the strong flourished while the weak faced daily elimination. Having reached the 2nd tier, his attributes had doubled once more. Now, should he encounter a 2nd tier zombie, he would face it without fear. Gather everyone. I'll wait for you at the school gate. With his enhanced strength, he spoke with newfound confidence. The 1st tier zombies outside no longer posed a threat in Xiao Jun's eyes. Had it not been for physical limitations, he could have eradicated them all single-handedly. After waiting a brief moment, a throng of people approached. It feels like there are a few more than before. Xiao Jun had not counted them initially, but the increase was evident. Junge, it seems like there are a few more people. Is that all right? Wan Qinya, under the influence of her roommates, approached him with a plea. Xiao Jun was indifferent. After all, it was merely for a week. A few extra mouths to feed were inconsequential, provided they could eventually forge a formidable daughter's army. If you can truly cultivate this force, it is essential that I retain control over it. The first 7 days are crucial. They're coming. Don't worry. I won't send anyone away for your sake. I can manage a few more people. However, how do you intend to repay me? Wan Qinya, bashfully glancing back at the others, leaned closer to Xiao Jun's ear and whispered something, her face turning crimson. Xiao Jun felt a shiver run through him, invigorated by her words. The distance from the normal university to the hotel was not far, but the multitude of zombies along the route posed a significant challenge. When Xiao Jun and his companion had traversed this path, they had done so stealthily. Now, with their numbers increased, it would be impossible to proceed without alerting the zombies. They would have to fight their way through. Fortunately, I have ascended to the rank of a 2nd tier mutant sufficient to trample over the 1st tier horde of zombies. I can only hope to avoid encountering 2nd tier zombies, for even I would be unable to protect them in such a case. Qinya, ensure their safety, stay behind me, and remember to organize a team to search the corpses. Even amidst such dire circumstances, Xiao Jun did not forget about the mutated crystals. They are far more valuable than human life. Everyone kept close, for if they were abandoned, no one would look after them. With that, Xiao Jun brandished his twin blades and led the charge. The girls behind him had never witnessed such a scene, gazing at him with admiration. Is this man truly a savior? His manner of wielding the blade instills a profound sense of security. Ahem, enough staring. Follow the plan we arranged earlier. Take turns searching the corpses, just as I demonstrated. Anyone unwilling may leave. Wan Qinya cast a disapproving glance at the group of women before her, a flicker of regret stirring within her heart. Had she inadvertently gathered a band of rivals? Perhaps sensing the murderous intent in Wan Qinya's gaze, the girls collectively snapped back to reality, lowering their heads to alleviate the awkwardness. At that moment, Xiao Jun had already carved out a clear path ahead, and Wan Qinya fell silent, leaving the command to Jiang Yu, who would oversee the elimination of any remaining threats. Move swiftly. Everyone must grasp the situation. If you wish to leave, do so. Some individuals are inherently suited to be team leaders. She knows precisely when to employ which tactics and possesses the keen ability to assess the circumstances accurately. In this apocalyptic world, the strength of a team far surpasses that of an individual, especially for women who are inherently more vulnerable. Without unity, they risk becoming mere playthings of men or facing death. This is the very reason Jiang Yu leads them. Even Xiao Jun, engaged in battle ahead, cast a glance back at Jiang Yu. This girl is quite remarkable, though it remains uncertain whether that is a blessing or a curse. Suppressing these thoughts for the moment, Xiao Jun continued to forge ahead, while the female contingent, under Jiang Yu's guidance, began to shed their initial panic, transforming into a well-ordered unit. The journey from the school to the hotel spanned a full 2 kilometers, during which Xiao Jun wielded his blades with ferocity. Along the way, they encountered several other human factions, but all parties exhibited an unspoken understanding to steer clear of one another. 10 days into the apocalypse, the capable had already adapted to the survival rules. In a society devoid of legal constraints, conflicts among humans tend to be even more brutal. As exhaustion seeped into Xiao Jun's arms from relentless slashing, he finally beheld the hotel's entrance. Should the carnage persist, he feared he might succumb to fatigue. He had lost count of the number of strikes. Each steel blade weighed 60 pounds, totaling 120 pounds. Even with his 12-fold physical prowess, he had reached his limits. He had overestimated his own endurance. Had the hotel been a mere 100 meters farther, he might not have made it. The only stroke of luck was that they had not encountered any second-tier zombies. The number of zombies at the hotel entrance appeared significantly reduced compared to when they first emerged in the morning, likely drawn away by others. This was fortuitous for Xiao Jun. Qinya, lead them inside. Having diverted a substantial number of zombies, the remaining ones would be left to their own devices. Wan Qinya, armed with twin daggers, took the lead into the hotel lobby, where the zombies had long been attracted by the commotion and rushed toward the entrance. In contrast to Xiao Jun's brute force, Wan Qinya's method of slaughter resembled an art form. No dismemberment, only precise, lethal strikes. She is truly formidable. Many girls whispered in genuine admiration. As fellow students, why was there such a disparity? Brother Jun, there are a total of 31 of us. Leaning completely against the sofa, Wan Qinya was massaging his arm, while Jiang Yu stood before him, reporting the situation. Suddenly faced with as many individuals and the prospect of supporting them for a week, Xiao Jun felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy regarding his supplies. 31 individuals. If they formed a group, how much food would be consumed daily? It was a daunting thought. Furthermore, finding adequate lodging posed another conundrum. Although there were rooms available, half of the doors on this floor had been smashed open by Xiao Jun, rendering them unsafe for habitation. If safety were a priority, there was a high-tech tent available, measuring 200 square meters, yet it was devoid of furnishings. It seemed he would have to venture out tomorrow to procure mattresses and bedding. For tonight, arrange for them to find rooms to rest in. I will manage the rest tomorrow. As darkness fell, it was certainly unwise to venture out. Despite Xiao Jun's prowess, even in nighttime, zombies posed no challenge for him. The true complication of night combat lay in visibility. Unlike zombies, which were unaffected by darkness, humans could not fight effectively without sight. Chapter 27. Getting back on track. Brother Jun, let them sleep in the guest rooms. Wan Qinya felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps her requests had been excessive today. After all, they were close friends, and in this apocalypse, that bond felt even more significant. The three of them had much to discuss. The presidential suite had guest rooms in addition to the master bedroom. Although Xiao Jun rarely utilized them, the external rooms lacked doors and had been the site of previous deaths. All right, you decide. With the group already brought back, Xiao Jun wouldn't quibble over such trivialities. Perhaps it was due to their background in dance, but both Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin were strikingly beautiful. Jiang Yu, in particular, embodied the essence of a classic Eastern beauty, a true heartthrob. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's agreement, not only Wan Qinya, but the other two also beamed with joy, as no one relished the idea of sleeping while strangers could freely enter. Drinks and snacks had already been laid out by Wan Qinya, a generous treat for her roommates who had gone days without food. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by a pile of supplies, igniting a sense of envy towards Wan Qinya. Their dormitory life had been akin to heaven and earth during this apocalypse. Reflecting on their own circumstances, Where a single loaf of bread would last them 3 days, they glanced at Wan Xinya, who possessed a bounty of snacks that even in pre-apocalyptic times would have been lavish. Take your time, eat slowly. Once you finish, I'll take you to shower and change into new clothes. Xiao Jun discerned that Wan Xinya seemed to be flaunting her fortune, a common tendency among women to compare possessions, regardless of their closeness. Exhausted from the day, he had no desire to oversee their antics, and thus he reclined on the sofa and fell asleep. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he was suddenly jolted awake by a familiar warm body leaping onto him. Their eyes met, and in the candlelight, Wan Xinya's face flushed crimson, her eyes alluring. This little temptress was truly overstepping. The two women in the room had not fallen asleep either. After days without a hot shower and donning clean clothes, they felt as if they were still dreaming. Soon, they heard some inappropriate sounds emanating from the living room, causing their cheeks to flush. After all, they were adults. They had not only seen pigs run, but had also experienced the realities of life. That night, two individuals found themselves utterly sleepless, while the instigators lay entwined in the master bedroom, lost in sweet dreams. The following morning, as Xiao Jun gazed upon the two women sporting panda eyes, he wore a bewildered expression. Had they slept well or not? How could he lead a team like this? But it didn't take long for him to uncover the reason. Xiao Jun's face turned crimson as he hastily excused himself to wash up, fleeing in embarrassment. Women's thoughts could be truly scandalous. At 8:30, the living room was already filled with people. All young ladies except for Xiao Jun. Wan Xinya stood obediently by his side, while Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin, accompanied by 29 other young ladies, stood across from them in an orderly fashion. 10 lunchboxes and 5 water bottles. This was the sustenance I promised you for the week. On the table in front of them lay the lunchboxes and water bottles, and all the young ladies understood the significance of these items. You are all aware of the current circumstances. The apocalypse has irrevocably arrived. If you cannot demonstrate your worth, you will inevitably be cast aside. I am indifferent to the process. I expect to see results in 1 week. Xiao Jun was too weary to speak further. Actions would speak for themselves. For the first 3 days, Wan Xinya would accompany them, imparting survival skills and combat techniques pertinent to this new world. Xiao Jun was confident that, even without his assistance in the previous life, they managed to rise. In this life, he would not be disappointed. Excessive interference would be counterproductive. If we perform well, will there be any rewards? Many of us haven't bathed in days, Jiang Yu suddenly interjected. The other young ladies turned their eager gazes towards her. For many women, the discomfort of not bathing was nearly unbearable, more so than hunger. Previously, they had no such luxuries. Merely surviving was a blessing, and they could not afford to be choosy. However, having witnessed Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin's transformation that morning, envy rippled through the group. Certainly, not only can you bathe, but there will also be an array of snacks, provided your performance meets expectations. To ensure compliance from them, mere life-saving was insufficient. They needed to see hope. Xiao Jun had not anticipated this insight from Jiang Yu, but it was clear she was one of the natural leaders among the 3 major groups. With Xiao Jun's promise, the initial trepidation among the girls faded, replaced by renewed vigor. Xiao Jun possessed 3 steel knives in total. He handed 2 to Jiang Yu for distribution, leaving the others to fend for themselves in procuring weapons. With creativity, anything could serve as a weapon. While finding knives outside might prove difficult, wooden and iron rods were abundant, more than sufficient for dispatching a first-tier zombie. As he watched the group of young ladies descend, Xiao Jun pondered how many of them would ultimately survive. Once they had all departed, he set off alone, intending not only to locate airdrop crates, but also to gather more supplies. The 21st floor of the hotel was eerily quiet. Many, driven by hunger, had opted to descend, most of whom became fodder for the undead, with few managing to survive. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jun spotted a young boy, seemingly around 16 or 17, who had previously traded a bottle of water and a loaf of bread from him. The boy gazed longingly at Xiao Jun, but lacked the courage to approach. Xiao Jun paid him little mind. The world was rife with the unfortunate, and without value, who would care? His own previous existence had been one of mere survival. Following in the wake of the young ladies was a relief, as he need not engage the zombies in the lobby personally. Having identified a general direction, he vaguely remembered a large shopping mall in that vicinity, hoping to find what he needed within. For this outing, he had left most of his supplies back at the hotel to maximize his carrying capacity. The pressure of providing for 32 mouths was immense. Chapter 28. The Survivor Team. Currently, Xiao Jun held no interest in first-tier zombies. He was more inclined to test his mettle against the second-tier one. However, the second-tier zombie he had encountered 2 days prior seemed more an illusion, akin to a bug in a game quickly rectified. He hoped this was the case, as a slower progression would better suit the development of his all-female team at this stage. At 9 o'clock, the airdrop rain fell once more. 5 minutes later, Shadows flitted across the city, with Xiao Jun spotting several individuals himself. The remaining survivors had come to realize that these airdrop crates represented their hope for survival. Xiao Jun sprinted towards a promising airdrop location. Regardless of the circumstances, airdrop crates were always of utmost importance. Soon, he beheld an airdrop crate resting in a small square. After days of relentless zombie rain, even a small square was crowded with dozens of zombies. There was no time for hesitation. He had to act decisively. At that moment, 6 individuals appeared from another direction, their intentions clear. They were headed for the airdrop crate in the square. Xiao Jun, having already marked his target, quickened his pace. Within seconds, he reached the crate, leaving the zombies he encountered in his wake. The 6, while dispatching zombies, also monitored Xiao Jun's movements, their eyes widening in disbelief at the spectacle. The lunchboxes and water bottles were merely the remnants of a basic airdrop crate. When the 6 finally reached the crate, they found the white light had vanished. The contents already claimed by Xiao Jun. Brother, with skills like yours, would you consider joining us? One of them called out. The items may be gone, but we still have each other. With your abilities, we could use someone like you in our camp. Having gathered his belongings, Xiao Jun shook his head, preparing to depart. Brother, in the face of this human catastrophe, we should unite. Our survivor team has amassed over 1,000 individuals, and this number grows exponentially every day. With your talents, joining us would relieve you of worries about food and shelter. Xiao Jun paused, intrigued by the notion of a survivor team. If memory served, the future city had originated as a survivor team, which later expanded to establish the city, with its leader becoming the city lord. Observing Xiao Jun, the speaker stepped closer. In our camp, everything hinges on contributions. Bringing back someone of your caliber would far outweigh the significance of locating a low-tier airdrop crate. At the very least, you'd earn a lunchbox and a water bottle. Brother, our camp leader is named Chun Gang. He is rumored to be a second-tier mutant. Joining our team guarantees your safety. Chun Gang. Indeed, he was the lord of the future city and its foremost expert. Having only attained second-tier status yesterday, due to his past experiences, it was impressive that Chun Gang had advanced so swiftly. Xiao Jun feigned interest, though hesitated. Seemingly sensing Xiao Jun's uncertainty, the other continued, Brother, do you face any difficulties? Once you join our survivor team, your affairs become our collective concern. It seems this person has likely dabbled in pyramid schemes before, offering help without taking responsibility. Not quite. I simply have some friends and family to discuss this with. Perhaps you could provide your team's address? I will consult with them and come over once we reach consensus. At this moment, Xiao Jun had no intention of joining them. He possessed the strength to be self-sufficient and saw no reason to be bound by others. The man found himself in a bit of a quandary, not because the team's location was a closely guarded secret, but rather because if Xiao Jun ventured there independently, the reward might not be assuredly his. He contemplated saying more, yet Xiao Jun remained resolute, insisting on returning to deliberate further. The man was left with no recourse. After all, he couldn't resort to coercion, nor was he a match for Xiao Jun's capabilities. Brother Xiao, should you join our group, do remember to mention my name, he urged. Ultimately, they exchanged names before parting ways, with a man named Wang Ding repeatedly reminding Xiao Jun not to let such a reward slip away. To Xiao Jun's surprise, the survivor stronghold was located in a school, an astute choice indeed. He pondered whether he, too, ought to seek a change in his dwelling. Schools, unlike universities, may not be grand in scale, yet they do boast dormitories, ensuring no issues with accommodation. Moreover, they lack the precariousness of hotels, where one might find themselves besieged by zombies at any moment. By simply securing the main gate of the campus, the outside world would remain at bay, save for the zombies that descended daily. As long as they cleared the zombies from the campus each morning, new threats would not materialize, allowing them to effectively farm experience from the creatures in a safe environment, potentially even yielding unexpected treasures like supply drops landing right at their doorstep. With a larger group, they could even consider relocating to a school. However, with only around 30 individuals at present, setting up tents at a hotel seemed the most prudent course. After parting ways, Xiao Jun resumed his search for new supply drops, hoping to acquire more spatial equipment. The most pressing need was indeed for such gear, as the abundance of resources in the city could not be transported, and when the 4th catastrophic earthquake struck, everything would be entombed in rubble, complicating future retrieval efforts. In his previous life, during the nascent stages of Future City, countless individuals toiled amidst the ruins, hoping to unearth the storerooms of supermarkets, or even just the smallest convenience store to strike it rich. Perhaps fortune favored Xiao Jun today. He had not ventured far when he spotted not one, but 2 supply drops nestled closely together. In the distance, a quartet was diligently clearing zombies, advancing toward the supply drops. This time, Xiao Jun refrained from rushing in. for he recognized a familiar foe, a Tier 2 zombie. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies of zombie classifications would find it challenging to distinguish the tiers. Yet for a seasoned veteran like Xiao Jun, even without observing its claws, identifying the threat was a matter of ease. In the next moment, the Tier 2 zombie lunged, targeting the 4 individuals. Their fatal error lay in underestimating its prowess, treating it as a mere Tier 1 zombie. The creature's claws effortlessly shredded their wooden weapons, and in their terror, they were swiftly transformed into its kindred. Sighing, Xiao Jun acknowledged it was time for him to take action. Chapter 29. A Bountiful Harvest. Perhaps due to the relative scarcity of Tier 2 zombies, their presence often correlates with a marked reduction in Tier 1 zombies. With 4 additional allies by his side, the mere sight of humans daring to emerge left the Tier 2 zombie momentarily perplexed. Yet, with its rudimentary intellect, it could hardly grasp the situation, and once more, it bared its teeth and charged at Xiao Jun. A vertical slash ensued, the steel blade clashing against the claws with a resounding echo. It was bewildering how such formidable claws could withstand a high-tech steel blade, despite the force of Xiao Jun's strike, which could cleave through alloy steel. The zombie's claws remained unscathed, not granting the creature a moment's respite. He wielded his blade with relentless ferocity, each stroke following the last. Unlike Tier 1 zombies, which lacked any semblance of evasion or defense, the Tier 2 zombie exhibited a flicker of intelligence, instinctively blocking Xiao Jun's strikes with its claws. Stubbornness ignites it within Xiao Jun. He refused to alter his approach, eager to test the Tier 2 zombie's resilience. After delivering over 30 blows, a crisp crack echoed as its claws shattered. In a habitual reflex, the Tier 2 zombie raised its hands to shield itself. The steel blade descended like a hot knife through butter, cleaving it in two. Panting heavily, Xiao Jun leaned on his blade, acknowledging the formidable hardness of the zombie's hands. He couldn't afford to engage in such exhausting battles in the future. After a brief respite, Xiao Jun began to reap the spoils of his victory. As expected, no Tier 2 mutation crystals were found. Given his luck, they would have been a rarity. Nearby, 2 supply drops awaited him, an unusual sight so close together. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the first drop, revealing a steel knife and a food container. Quite straightforward. A weapon was a welcome addition, especially with the growing number of people in need of armaments. As he pondered, he opened the second supply drop, harboring little hope for luck. Yet, to his dismay, he was met once again with the perennial food container, which he promptly stowed away without a second glance. Following closely was its familiar companion, a water bottle. After rummaging through, Xiao Jun turned to leave, still mulling over the recent events. But wait, there was a glimmer of white light. He realized with a start that this was a high-grade supply drop. Halting in his tracks, he turned back to investigate the faint luminescence. Rubbing his hands vigorously once more, as if to summon fortune, he opened the third item to reveal a dagger. The fourth item, however, was an unexpected novelty, a high-tech toilet. This toilet, commonly used by travelers, was convenient and capable of automatically decomposing waste. It was quite the entertaining contraption. Given the relatively brief duration of the apocalypse and his elevated living conditions, Xiao Jun could still make use of it, while lower floors had likely succumbed to a stench beyond measure. With this, he could relieve himself at ease, conserving water in the process. The fifth item elicited an odd expression from Xiao Jun as he scrutinized the small object in his hand. This post-apocalyptic world seemed to border on the absurd. It was an ultra-thin, aromatic product promising the ultimate experience, containing a staggering 10,000 units. Truly, the wonders of high technology were remarkable, akin to a spatial ring. A gentle touch revealed its ultra-thin essence. Though the high-grade supply drop did not yield any spatial equipment, Xiao Jun was thoroughly satisfied with the new acquisitions, each proving to be of practical utility. After finishing with this drop, he recalibrated his strategy. He recognized a pattern. The last time he had vanquished a Tier 2 zombie was beside a road supply drop, ultimately leading him to discover a premium supply drop. This time, while it wasn't of premium quality, it was still a high-grade one. Could it be that the presence of Tier 2 zombies signified high-quality supply drops? With only 2 encounters thus far, Xiao Jun couldn't be entirely certain. If he could encounter a few more, he would have a clearer understanding. Armed with this insight, he ceased his search for yard drops and began to focus on those along the road. Given the abundance of zombies in the streets, even if a supply drop were discovered, few would dare approach it. Previously, Xiao Jun would never have thought to seek out street supply drops, viewing it as a futile endeavor. However, with his perspective shifted, he quickly spotted another supply drop. Concealed nearby, he observed it intently for 2 minutes, noting the absence of any Tier 2 zombies. After careful consideration, Xiao Jun resolved to abandon the effort. Surrounded by a horde of 100 or 200 zombies, even if he could defeat them, the toll it would take on him would not be worth the risk. In the apocalyptic world, one must always bear in mind a crucial principle: to preserve one's strength at all times, for one never knows what dangers may lurk just around the corner. These threats could emerge from bizarre creatures or even from humanity itself. After wandering for a while, Xiao Jun stumbled upon a second airdrop crate. This time, before he could examine it thoroughly, a second-tier zombie had already detected his presence. "Ah, I've been waiting for you," he mused, with his left hand gripping a steel knife across his chest and the other dragging a blade along the ground. He stood resolute against the impending chaos. The zombie charged with ferocity, but its demise was swift and decisive. One blade thwarted its advance while the other delivered the fatal blow. A second-tier zombie was nothing extraordinary. Content with his performance, Xiao Jun sheathed his knives and bent down to touch the air. A second-tier, mutated crystal lay before him, but it seemed he would have to wait for one Qianya to arrive before he could make use of it. Nearby the airdrop crate, there were 7 or 8 first-tier zombies, their attire indicating they were once humans who had sought to claim the crate, only to meet a tragic fate. How unfortunate you are. Living is already a challenge, and to perish only to become a zombie is a cruel twist of fate. I shall avenge you, and as a good person, I will grant you peace, Xiao Jun murmured, his hands unyielding as he dispatched each one with precision. The airdrop crate beckoned to him, filled with excitement. He gazed upon it, convinced that, if his reasoning was accurate, it must at least contain high-tier supplies. The first 2 items were unremarkable, a lunchbox and a water bottle. The radiant white light confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, he had not erred. A steel knife, quite satisfactory. A ring, at last, I have found you, with a space of 500. But then a lunchbox? Surely you jest. Xiao Jun cursed under his breath. Yet he noticed that the white light remained undiminished. A premium airdrop crate. I have finally escaped my previous misfortunes. His hands trembled as he retrieved 3 lunchboxes. He recalled mocking Wan Qianya with a previous premium airdrop crate, never expecting retribution to come so swiftly. The 9th item, a talent elixir. Upon usage, it promised a chance to awaken an extraordinary ability. Xiao Jun was familiar with such talents. Some individuals blessed by destiny would awaken their powers upon ascending to the 3rd tier of mutation. Chungang, the Lord of Future City, was one such individual who had awakened a fire-based ability. In his past life, Xiao Jun had also reached the 3rd tier but failed to awaken any extraordinary talent. Could this elixir grant him that opportunity? Suppressing his excitement, he realized he needed to find a secure location for consumption. As for the final item, with the talent elixir in hand, Xiao Jun found himself indifferent to what the 10th item might be. To his astonishment, a verdant green bracelet appeared in his grasp, another piece of spatial equipment. Even more astonishing, it boasted a capacity of 5,000. Chapter 30, Awakening Talent. Xiao Jun did not engage all the wandering zombies in the mall, opting instead for the quietude of the basement. Indeed, there lay a storage warehouse, its entrance securely shut, indicating it had yet to be discovered. At this stage, survivors were primarily scavenging supermarkets, and only a select few possessed spatial equipment. Most utilized it to hoard water and food, not wasted on other items. Upon opening the warehouse door, a wealth of supplies came into view under the beam of his powerful flashlight. Let us collect 50 sets of bedding first, then 50 soft mattresses. Without the 5,000 kilogram capacity of his bracelet, he would have had to think twice. 50 sets of bedding weighed about 100 kilograms, while 50 mattresses would amount to a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Furthermore, 50 cotton quilts would add another 200 kilograms. Having ample space equipment was indeed advantageous. Xiao Jun refrained from mindlessly hoarding other items. Pre-apocalypse brands held little value now. Lingerie? I might as well gather 100 sets. They're light. Speed-enhancing shoes? That sounds appealing. I've often heard people boast about their endurance in the past. I shall procure 100 pairs and have Wan Qianya try them on. He also collected a few other branded clothing and shoes, intending to reward the outstanding ladies in his group. Cosmetics and skincare products were also gathered. Ultimately, he amassed 4,000 kilograms of supplies from them all, primarily for the women in his team. That should suffice. After surveying his surroundings, noting the zombies above and the relative safety of the dark space, Xiao Jun decided to consume the talent elixir here. He ventured deeper, selecting a spot piled with clothes that offered a soft seat. Retrieving the talent elixir from his space, he observed its pale, purple liquid, exuding an alluring aroma in the dim warehouse. Sitting cross-legged, he downed the entire vial in one gulp. The liquid slid down his throat without any distinct flavor. Moments latte. A sudden warmth enveloped his mind, as if something extraordinary were attempting to break free. This sensation persisted for 5 or 6 minutes, unpleasant yet not painful, akin to an itch that could not be scratched. Then it ceased. Was that it? Xiao Jun fit bewildered. He recalled the phrase regarding the elixir. with a certain probability. Damn it, could it be the penguin law? Coupled with my inherently poor luck as an African, it seems extraordinary abilities are destined to elude me. Frustration crept in. Lacking an extraordinary talent meant that even with current advantages, the difference would be monumental in the later stages of survival. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He sighed and stood up. Suddenly, a dizzy spell struck, and he collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. Why hasn't Brother Jun returned? Nightfall approaches. In the room, Wan Xinya paced anxiously, glancing outside intermittently. Brother Jun is incredibly strong. He surely must be fine. Jiang Yu was busy tallying the day's haul, while Li Jingyin trailed behind Wan Xinya, offering her comfort. I must go find him. As darkness loomed, Wan Xinya could no longer remain idle. That's not advisable. Jiang Yu interjected, lifting her head from her data analysis. In their dormitory, Li Jingyin was the wildest, Wan Xinya the most aloof, while Jiang Yu was the gentlest and most serene. Strangely, when significant matters arose, it was often Jiang Yu who made the decisions, with the others dutifully complying. Thus, despite Wan Xinya being the strongest, she instinctively looked to Jiang Yu for guidance, refraining from rebuttal. Only half an hour remains until darkness falls. You are unaware of his whereabouts. Recklessly venturing out could mean you never return. With your abilities, wandering outside after dark would be tantamount to a death sentence. Jiang Yu stood, her long, elegant legs striding over to Wan Xinya. You must trust that he is safe. There was an unspoken truth Jiang Yu held back. If something were to happen to Wan Xinya, she would have no safety net left. If Xiao Jun was in peril, Wan Xinya was her only hope. In the desolate world, dozens of enchanting young women, accompanied by a substantial supply of resources, would likely leave behind nothing but scraps if they lacked sufficient strength. Wan Xinya understood this truth as she helplessly collapsed onto the sofa. The night had fully descended, and the zombies outside began to stir once more. Occasionally, distant screams echoed, the final cries of those who had failed to return to safety before their demise. That night, Wan Xinya was plagued by insomnia. Similarly, Jiang Yu found herself unable to sleep. The potential death of Xiao Jun would have a significant impact on their group of women. Xiao Jun, however, slept soundly, albeit waking with a slight pain at the back of his head, likely a result of having bumped it when he fainted. Retrieving 2 or 3 powerful flashlights, he turned them on to illuminate his surroundings, allowing him to finally relax. He remained in the storage warehouse of the mall, where the silence was so profound that even a pin dropping could be heard. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Xiao Jun suddenly froze, closing his eyes as if in deep contemplation. After several seconds, he reopened his eyes and glanced toward a corner of the warehouse, now illuminated as brightly as day by the beam of his flashlight. In the next moment, Xiao Jun vanished, only to reappear in the very corner he had been observing. This was the essence of his extraordinary ability, instant teleportation. Within the range of his sight, he could teleport instantly, a power he could utilize 3 times each day. This information abruptly materialized in his mind, as if he had always been aware of it. Instant teleportation, how formidable. If anyone dared to confront him, he could simply appear behind them and eliminate them at will. Although he could only use it 3 times a day, if employed wisely, a single use could suffice. Well, if one were the enemy of the world, then perhaps it was best to disregard my musings. Stowing away the flashlights, except for one, he prepared to return. This outing had proven to be immensely fruitful. As he pushed open the warehouse door, it creaked loudly in the stillness of the night, a sound that felt particularly jarring. Almost immediately, he heard a familiar noise, the sound of zombies running. Damn it, what was happening? Could it already be night? The thought crossed his mind. Such sounds would only disturb the zombies above during the night. Xiao Jun quickly halted his movements, aware that any further noise could attract more zombies. The zombies that had heard the noise were drawing closer, and with a strong beam of light, he discerned only 3 of them. Thankfully, not more. Fearing that the sounds of combat might summon additional zombies, Xiao Jun decisively employed his second teleportation of the day. With a swift strike, he severed the heads of all 3 first-tier zombies. Sighing in relief, he returned to the warehouse, leaving the door ajar, confident that as long as no noise was made, no zombies would wander in. Finding a comfortable corner, he lay down at ease, now resigned to waiting until daylight to leave. He wondered how Wan Xinya and the others were faring. Chapter 31. Jiang Yu's Thoughts. Throughout the night, Xiao Jun refrained from deep sleep, for fear that a wandering zombie might stumble in while he was in a slumber, potentially leading to a tragic fate. In the hotel, Wan Xinya was similarly restless, tossing and turning on the large bed. She had grown accustomed to the sense of security Xiao Jun provided in this apocalypse. Winter nights were particularly dark, with the sun rising late. It was not until after 7 that Xiao Jun emerged from the warehouse. If one were to inquire how he knew it was past 7, it was because the mall's warehouse contained several new mobile phones. He casually dismantled one to ascertain the time. He had eliminated all the zombies on the first floor of the mall, not only avenging the anxiety of the previous night, but also acquiring a few first-tier mutated crystals, a profitable venture. As he traversed the streets, the number of zombies increased. This marked the 6th day since their emergence. By the day after tomorrow, the reign of zombies would cease, and similarly, the airdrop reign would also come to an end. In his previous life, once the zombie reign subsided, humanity felt a surge of joy, believing that as long as the numbers did not increase, there would come a day when they could eradicate them entirely. Yet, they soon fell into despair upon realizing that the airdrop reign had also ceased. It was their hope for survival. However, half a month later, precisely 1 month into the apocalypse, the sky would once again witness the return of both zombie reign and airdrop boxes. The following day, survivors discovered a multitude of second-tier zombies. This pattern repeated 6 times thereafter, with each occurrence ushering in an even higher tier of zombies. Before Xiao Jun met his demise in his past life, he had encountered 8th-tier zombies, while the strongest known in Future City was merely 7th tier. Fortunately, that 8th-tier zombie resided at a considerable distance from Future City and, for reasons unknown, remained confined to its territory. In his previous life, that 8th-tier zombie never approached Future City. This was still a ways off for Xiao Jun. His primary desire was to return to the hotel swiftly. Having spent a night away, he hoped Wan Qinya was safe. As for the other female students, they were of lesser concern to him. They could be replaced if need be. Upon Xiao Jun's return to the hotel, he found Wan Qinya lost in thought on the sofa. Having endured a sleepless night, her eyes were slightly red, and she did not lift her gaze upon hearing the door open, assuming it was Jiang Yu or Li Jingyin. What was the matter? She appeared utterly dejected. The familiar voice echoed in her ears, and Wan Qinya looked up in surprise. Xiao Jun had returned. Tears of grievance streamed down her face like a broken dam as she leapt into his embrace, choking back her words. You, how could you not come back all night? Xiao Jun gently patted her back with his left hand while tightly holding her with his right. I encountered a minor issue, but it has been resolved. He resolved to keep the matter of his extraordinary ability a secret for the time being, even from Wan Qinya. The commotion outside had also attracted the attention of Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin, who opened the door to find Wan Qinya weeping in Xiao Jun's arms. Having shared a dormitory for over 2 years, it was the first time they had witnessed Wan Qinya in tears. She had previously been renowned as the ice beauty of the school. However, they felt a sense of relief at Xiao Jun's return in this apocalypse. Having a sufficiently strong man, especially one of admirable character, was a boon. Jiang Yu was not a naive girl. She had previously enjoyed reading apocalypse-themed novels. Though some aspects were exaggerated, she believed that if an apocalypse truly arrived, human nature would only become more extreme. From the very beginning, Xiao Jun had never exhibited any strange desires toward her or Li Jingyin, and even when accompanied by over 30 women, he maintained a respectful demeanor. While it was conceivable that Xiao Jun might act inappropriately in the future, Jiang Yu trusted that by then, she would possess the means to defend herself. Contemplating her thoughts, she stole another glance at Xiao Jun, only to find his gaze meeting hers. Their eyes locked in a moment of understanding. Xiao Jun smiled knowingly before lowering his gaze back to the weeping Wan Qinya. What does that smile mean? I'm acting completely normal. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. P.S. merely smiling in a conventional manner. She was oblivious to the subtle, enigmatic smile that graced Xiao Jun's lips as he looked down. After a few moments of crying in his embrace, Wan Qinya finally remembered the presence of the other 2 individuals in the room. Amidst the teasing gazes of her 2 close friends, Wan Qinya's fair visage flushed crimson, and she swiftly wiped away her tears before retreating from Xiao Jun's embrace. Did she still possess the energy to accompany them today? Indeed, as a first-tier anomalous being, a night of sleeplessness would not significantly affect her, especially since Wan Qinya had managed to rest, albeit not well. Thus, she would continue her endeavors with them today, prioritizing the search for airdrop crates. In 2 days, the supply of airdrop crates would temporarily cease, making it imperative to gather as many as possible during this time. Xiao Jun had already envisioned the ensuing scene, with throngs of survivors scouring the city for airdrop crates. Lacking the replenishment of zombies, even the most formidable undead would not hinder the humans of Star City. Exterminating them was merely a matter of time. I will take them out now. Here are the statistics I compiled yesterday, Jiang Yu said, stepping forward to place a notebook on the table. Very well, off you go. Now reassured by Xiao Jun's well-being, Wan Qinya regained her usual demeanor, exuding an air of aloof elegance, a demeanor she reserved solely for Xiao Jun, transforming into a compliant young girl in his presence. Jiang Yu certainly has her own ideas. Xiao Jun notes it. He also observed an intriguing detail. Aside from the initial meeting when Wan Qinya insisted her friends call him Brother Jun, she had since refrained from addressing him directly. While Li Jingyin was notably affectionate in her address. Shaking off these thoughts, Xiao Jun felt relieved that Jiang Yu remained unaffected. If her heart began to harbor any ulterior motives, he would have no choice but to take decisive action. Upon briefly reviewing the notebook, he noted that they had discovered a total of 6 airdrop crates yesterday, yielding 74 first-tier mutation crystals, with no casualties. The power of numbers was indeed undeniable. Remarkably, this was accomplished by a group of ordinary women. Reflecting on this, Xiao Jun pondered how many airdrop crates the survivor team must secure daily. No wonder they could eventually establish Future City. The first-tier mutation crystals would undoubtedly be stored in Wan Qinya's spatial equipment. Had he known they had amassed so many, he would have had her upgrade to second tier before they set out. He himself still possessed 41 crystals, having dispatched a considerable number of zombies yesterday. Thinking of their recent departure, Xiao Jun promptly rose to pursue them. At that moment, they were in the lobby, clearing out zombies. Wan Xinya did not engage directly, but instead supported her friends from a distance, intervening only where danger arose. It was unclear how Jiang Yu had trained them, but in just one day, they had transformed from a group of delicate women into fearless fighters against the undead. Although their coordination was still somewhat clumsy, their effectiveness was commendable. Xinya. As the battle neared its conclusion, Xiao Jun beckoned to Wan Xinya. "Brother Jun, what brings you down?" The other girls turned to him, many revealing expressions of admiration upon seeing Xiao Jun, but their gazes dimmed when they fell upon Wan Xinya. "Here are 41 mutation crystals. Upgrade before you head out." Wan Xinya was not one to be pretentious. Although the 74 crystals were a collective effort, she did not feel the need to seek consensus. Only Xiao Jun's approval mattered. From today onward, the mutation crystals you acquire can be used for immediate upgrades. The order will be determined by Jiang Yu based on your contributions. Xiao Jun's pronouncement ignited palpable excitement among the young women present. Wasn't Wan Xinya formidable precisely because she was a first-tier, anomalous being? Now, they too had the chance to attain such prowess. Jiang Yu, there are also 2 steel knives and a dagger. Please distribute them. Summoning Jiang Yu, Xiao Jun produced the weapons he had scavenged yesterday and handed them over. From now on, you may allocate the weapons you acquire as you see fit. But all data must be recorded. Understood? Jiang Yu nodded. Xiao Jun's willingness to entrust them with such responsibilities signified his trust, simultaneously enhancing everyone's chances of survival. Filling Jiang Yu with gratitude. Once all instructions were conveyed, Wan Xinya concluded her upgrade, evolving into a second-tier anomalous being, specifically one enhanced by a mutation potion. Now, Xiao Jun felt a sense of security regarding her safety. Keep up the good work. After encouraging the group, Xiao Jun ascended the stairs, needing to catch up on sleep after a restless night. Chapter 32, A Path Illuminated. On the 21st floor, there was no elevator, making the ascent quite cumbersome. As he climbed, Xiao Jun noticed several individuals descending, likely also in search of airdrop crates. Both parties exercised utmost caution. In this apocalypse, trust between individuals was virtually non-existent. Upon returning to the 21st floor, Xiao Jun unexpectedly encountered the young man again, his clothing tattered and stained with blood. This time, the young man approached without hesitation. Sprinting towards Xiao Jun, halting in his tracks, Xiao Jun tightened his grip on the steel knife, curious about the young man's intentions. The young man knelt a mere 3 meters away, repeatedly bowing his head in reverence. Xiao Jun remained unmoved, his gaze cold and steady, prepared to act should the young man exhibit any hostile intent. His restraint stemmed from not detecting any ill will in the young man's thoughts. He had come to understand that his ability to hear others' thoughts was triggered only when those thoughts were directed at him. What is the point of mere bowing? Xiao Jun inquired icily, causing the young man to cease his motions. "My mother is gravely ill. If you can save her, I am willing to do anything." In the past, the young man would never have dared to approach Xiao Jun for help, even if he knew he could save his mother. However, 2 days prior, he had witnessed Xiao Jun return with a group of young women, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He was willing to do anything to save his mother. In recent days, he had also ventured out to slay zombies and had a fortunate encounter with an airdrop crate, only to have it snatched away by others. Outnumbered, he had seen his only hope dashed. Just yesterday morning, his mother had fallen ill, and with no food to bolster her strength, her condition deteriorated rapidly. At that moment, the only person he could think of was Xiao Jun. He had come yesterday, but failed to find him. Today he had waited here, clinging to his last glimmer of hope. Save your mother? Xiao Jun had no intention of playing the savior. Had been a few days prior. He might have considered it, but now, with an abundance of team members, he lacked neither manpower nor resources. Slowly raising his steel knife, he noted that the young man was blocking his path back to his room. Should he fail to retreat now, he could only blame himself. "Please, if you can save my mother, I, Guayu, will repay you tenfold." The young man trembled visibly, yet he stubbornly knelt there, unwilling to yield. This was his sole hope for his mother's salvation. Even having witnessed Xiao Jun's lethal capabilities, he understood the risks involved. Guiyu? The name resonated with familiarity. Xiao Jun lowered his knife. He recognized this individual from his past life. Chengang's most formidable general, whose strength was instrumental in the survival of Future City amidst numerous zombie assaults. He has lowered his weapon. There is hope. Mother, wait. Your son will soon rescue you. Xiao Jun scrutinized the young man before him, pondering the vastness of the world. It was conceivable that they merely shared a name. He contemplated whether this investment was worthwhile. In his previous life, Guiyu was seldom discussed. He had heard only whispers of his solitary existence and volatile temperament, marked by a propensity for violence. Some have remarked that the only family member of his perished in the apocalypse without receiving aid from anyone, leading to a profound transformation in his temperament. This bears a striking resemblance to Guiyu. Absent his own efforts, he would have sought assistance from others. Yet the inevitable outcome would have been the same. No one would come to his rescue, and his mother would be destined to die. Take me to see your mother. This phrase resonated in Guiyu's ears like a melodious chime, prompting him to hastily rise and lead the way. As they reached the final room, Xiao Jun's nerves were taut. He could not dismiss the possibility that this was a ploy, with a hidden ambush waiting to strike as soon as he entered. After all, he possessed a considerable stockpile of food, and everyone on this floor was aware of it. Xiao Jun dared to follow, due to his unique abilities. He had one last opportunity for teleportation today, ensuring his safe return. Upon pushing open the door, he found no ambush as he had imagined, but rather a woman quietly lying on the bed, occasionally coughing weakly. Her ailment was minor. The real issue lay in her starvation. You have killed zombies before, haven't you? Xiao Jun suddenly inquired, standing at the bedside. Guiyu nodded. Did you acquire any mutated crystals? Guiyu retrieved 7 mutated crystals from his pocket, indicating he had dispatched quite a number of zombies. For an ordinary person, especially one acting alone, to achieve such a feat, Xiao Jun began to believe that he was indeed the Guiyu from his previous life. He produced a water bottle from his spatial pocket and handed it to him, followed by a lunchbox. First, administer 1 mutated crystal to your mother. Then, after a brief pause, give her the rice ball. Guiyu complied without hesitation, trusting Xiao Jun's intentions were genuine. The mutated crystals not only facilitated upgrades, but also replenished energy and could cure common ailments, proving more effective than conventional medicine. Here are the water and lunchbox for you. You cannot survive here. I will point you toward a path. Xiao Jun had no desire to assume the role of city lord, leaving the construction of Future City to Chenggang. However, he also wished to eliminate the looming threat of an explosion above him. He needed someone with authority in Future City to assist him, and Guiyu was the most suitable candidate. Witnessing a change in his mother-esque complexion, Guiyu immediately knelt and bowed several times in gratitude. Xiao Jun accepted this gesture of respect with equanimity. First, venture out to slay zombies until you accumulate 10 mutated crystals, elevating yourself to a first-tier altered being. Then, take your mother to Boya Middle School. There's a survivor team there. If you can continuously enhance your strength, you will be able to care for your mother. Perhaps in the future, I may require your assistance. A lunchbox and a water bottle. If this were genuine, it would be a remarkable gain for Guiyu. Even if he were not the Guiyu from his past, Xiao Jun believed he could contribute significantly. Furthermore, his deep sense of loyalty meant that, in such dire circumstances, he would risk his life to save his mother. Such a person, if saved once, would undoubtedly remember it for a lifetime. Brother, I will forever remember your life-saving grace. If there comes a day when you need me, I will toil without hesitation. With that, Guiyu bowed 3 more times. His mother had awakened and sat up in bed, observing the scene with gratitude in her eyes. Take this knife, live well, and we shall meet again. The bone-cutting knife Xiao Jun had collected before the apocalypse had long been idle, and it was fitting that it found purpose with Guiyu. With this knife, he would surely rapidly ascend to a first-tier altered being, gaining sufficient capability to lead his mother to the survivor team. The remainder would depend on him. Chapter 33, The Massacre. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Jun indulged in a splendid slumber. With such conditions, he certainly would not deny himself. Upon waking, his first act was to prepare a self-heating rice dish. The rice balls were quite palatable and filling, though the portion was rather meager, leaving little flavor throughout the day. As he savored the steaming beef rice, the sheer delight was indescribable. The high-tech tent lay in the living room, a space he had yet to explore. From the outside, it appeared as a standard one-person tent, yet upon entering, it unfolded into a realm of 200 square meters, remarkably space-efficient. He extracted his mattress and bedding from his space, planning to let them distribute it among themselves later. The primary concern remained the necessity for restrooms and hygiene facilities. It would be ideal if these could be accommodated within the tent. Xiao Jun also possessed a high-tech toilet, though it was insufficient. Additionally, a bathtub would not suffice for over 30 individuals. Sanitary products posed another considerable drain. Women could be somewhat cumbersome. With only 32 women now, he recalled the formidable legion of 5,000 to 6,000 women from his past life. What a trial that had been. Ultimately, the scarcity of resources at his disposal weighed heavily on him. Contemplating this, Xiao Jun found himself devoid of any inclination for further sleep, grabbing his knife and stepping outside. With a life-preserving skill to rely on, he fought with abandon. The streets were rife with other survivors, all hurriedly crossing paths, unwilling to court trouble. Slaying zombies to earn mutated crystals was paramount. At this stage, he aimed for all his female companions to become first-tier altered beings, enabling them to discover more airdrop crates. Approaching a supermarket adjacent to the street, he noted its lack of a rear exit. By securing the entrance, he could rest assured against any enemies approaching from behind. Xiao Jun then began to create a cacophony. Zombies during the day may have diminished auditory senses, but they were not deaf. Under his ostentatious baiting, a throng of zombies surged towards him from the street. Other survivors present, witnessing the chaos, cursed him as a madman while sprinting away in terror. Xiao Jun stood resolutely at the supermarket's entrance, a bastion of resources. The massacre persisted for over an hour. Any survivors daring to appear promptly retreated, as such a vast horde of zombies was a threat few could contend with. Xiao Jun became an inexhaustible machine of slaughter, repetitively executing cleaving motions, often dispatching 4 or 5 zombies with a single stroke. To Xiao Jun, these first-tier zombies, weakened and slow, resembled the lethargic movements of a 70-year-old grandmother, unable to touch him in the slightest. After an hour, he leaned on his blade, panting heavily, surveying the multitude of zombie corpses littering the street. He had single-handedly eradicated every zombie present. Next came the more arduous task of locating mutated crystals, which proved more challenging than the act of killing zombies itself. Fortunately, the crystals were remarkably resilient and glimmered enticingly, making them relatively easy to spot. With each strike, rows of zombie bodies were cleaved apart, and numerous mutated crystals tumbled forth. Possessing strength was exhilarating. The manner in which he collected mutated crystals was hard to believe. Few in the entire Star City could achieve such feats. After spending over an hour slaying zombies, he dedicated an additional 3 hours to gathering crystals, ultimately amassing 241 mutated crystals. There may have been some missed, but he had no desire to sift through the remains again, no matter how courageous he was. Digging through a pile of mangled corpses was an exceedingly repugnant task. At 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Jun had regained his strength. Such a massacre was sufficient for one day. Any more would be beyond his limits. He resolved to seek out airdrop crates guarded by second-tier zombies. As more survivors joined the fray, the airdrop crates became increasingly elusive. During the day, first-tier zombies posed little threat to humans. Yet second-tier zombies remained a nightmare for the majority, often too formidable to escape from. Rather than squander time searching for supply crates in each individual courtyard, it would be far more prudent to seek out second-tier zombies directly on the streets, as the high-level supply crates are what Xiao Jun urgently desires. However, before departing, he must first clear out the stockroom of this supermarket. It is evident that someone has been here, as the warehouse doors stand wide open. Xiao Jun is unconcerned. Even if someone had come, they could hardly have taken much. Instant rice and self-heating pots await him. Upon entering, he immediately spots the items he covets. These are far superior to mere bread or cake, delicious and filling. Lao Gan Ma, spicy sauce. Such items never warrant a second thought for Xiao Jun. He collects them all. Salt, seasonings, and water must also be gathered. Although it may seem that salt holds little value now, considering he does not engage in cooking at the moment, 3 months hence, when the earthquake strikes and Future City is established, salt will prove to be invaluable. Stockpiling it now equates to wealth. Moreover, who claims that salt will be of no use? Once he exits the city, he will discover large numbers of mutated beasts alongside the zombies. At that point, slaying a few wild boars will yield a delightful feast. Sanitary napkins? He takes them all. As the team expands, it is wise to be prepared. When Xiao Jun emerges from the supermarket, his storage is already brimming with 4,000 kilograms of goods. Were it not for a bracelet he possesses, he would find it insufficient. How he wishes he could acquire a few bags capable of holding 100,000 kilograms. The sun has yet to set, and he begins to dream. At 2:30, it is not too late. He can still venture out to search for second-tier zombies and perhaps touch a few high-level supply crates. Along the way, he spots shadows of people and notices 2 supply crates, but both have already been discovered and are being rifled through. Xiao Jun merely observes from a distance, noting that they are low-level crates, and turns away to avoid wasting time. After wandering in circles for quite some time, he fails to find any second-tier zombies and reluctantly heads home. The day's haul was not insignificant. He wonders about the situation on their end and whether everyone can achieve upgrades. If they can all reach first-tier status, his future days will be much easier, allowing him to lounge at home while they do the work. As he turns a corner, Xiao Jun finds himself face-to-face with a zombie, merely a meter apart. At this distance, the zombie could easily attack him. And indeed it does. Damn, a second-tier zombie. The beast's speed leave Xiao Jun no time to react. In the next moment, the zombie's claws pass through Xiao Jun's head without any hindrance. Yet the scene is not as gruesome as one might expect. Instead, Xiao Jun disperses calmly, vanishing from sight. He has utilized his last moment of teleportation to position himself behind the zombie. With a swift stroke, he cleaves the second-tier zombie in two. Picking up the pale green, mutated crystal from within the zombie's head, Xiao Jun breathes a sigh of relief. He had nearly been frightened to death. He must refrain from daydreaming while walking in the future to avoid such incidents. Chapter 34. All members upgrade. It is a well-established pattern that a supply crate, typically high-level, will be found near a second-tier zombie. After dispatching the creature, Xiao Jun quickly scans his surroundings and, sure enough, not far away lies a supply crate, quietly resting amidst a dozen or so zombies. After sending them to their final rest, Xiao Jun hastily approaches the crate. Time is of the essence. Dusk is approaching, and he does not wish to spend another night outdoors. The comfort of a hotel bed and Wan Xinya is far more appealing. Inside the crate, he discovers a water bottle, a food container, a steel knife, the commonplace trifecta. The fourth item is a high-tech toilet, just what he needs. The fifth is a high-tech lamp, which is also quite useful as it can be placed inside a tent, illuminating the dark space for easier restroom visits. After securing all his finds, Xiao Jun hurriedly returns to the hotel. The girls have already arrived, but their expressions reveal a somber atmosphere. Brother Jun, Xiao Yu is dead. Xiao Jun does not know who Xiao Yu is, yet he anticipated that someone would not survive. This is the apocalypse, not a time of peace. Countless souls perish daily, a reality to which he has long since acclimated. However, for these girls, they believe that being rescued by Xiao Jun meant they could live on, even if it meant battling zombies. Gather everyone, he instructs. 5 minutes later, Xiao Jun is seated on the sofa, with Wan Xinya standing dutifully behind him as all the girls assemble in the living room. First and foremost, you must understand that we are in an apocalypse. In this world, countless lives are lost each day, and we too are fighting for survival. In the future, it is likely that even more will perish, perhaps even me. Silence envelopes the room, no matter how one frames it. The sudden loss of a comrade who fought alongside them cannot be resolved with mere words. Today it was Xiao Yu. Tomorrow, could it be one of them? Brother Jun is so formidable, he surely won't die. If it weren't for Xinya, I would have perished today. All are deep in thought, but only those sentiments related to Xiao Jun reach his ears. After 2 minutes of silence, he senses their emotions through their thoughts. The grief over Xiao Yu's death is palpable, but more significant is their fear. Fear that they too might meet a similar fate, only to be slain by their companions after becoming zombies. Jiang Yu, please share today as findings. Jiang Yu is uncertain why she is suddenly called upon, but with Xiao Jun's encouragement, she opens her notebook. Today, we found a total of 7 supply crates, including 1 high-level crate. We secured 7 food containers, 6 water bottles, 2 steel knives, 1 dagger, and a high-tech bathtub. The high-tech bathtub, akin to a normal tub, can accommodate 10 individuals simultaneously, effectively resolving the issue of bathing for the girl group. In addition to the supply crate yields, we also collected 92 mutated crystals, which have been distributed based on performance. Thus, we now have 9 first-tier mutants. No wonder they managed to locate so many supply crates. 9 first-tier mutants constitute a formidable force in the current landscape. Xiao Jun retrieves 210 mutated crystals from his storage and pulls off a space ring, handing both to Jiang Yu. After tonight, upgrade everyone to ensure their safety. The previously silent group gazes at Xiao Jun in disbelief. Since he rescued them, he has not asked for any recompense, but has continuously offered assistance. With Wan Xinya, they total 32 individuals. They received 74 mutated crystals yesterday, and today, despite the loss of 1, they obtained 92. Yet now, Xiao Jun presents 210 crystals simply to facilitate their upgrades and avert further casualties. At that moment, nearly all the girls contemplate the idea of devotion, even if it means becoming a third party. Jiang Yu, the ring is for you. Having space equipment will alleviate many burdens. Jiang Yu hesitates. While 210 crystals is a significant amount, she can comprehend that aspect. Yet the rarity of space equipment is not lost on her. How could he simply give it to her? Hurry and take it. I can't be your storage unit forever. Observing her daze, Wan Xinya quickly steps in, taking the ring from Xiao Jun and placing it into Jiang Yu's hand. Why does he treat me so specially? Even though I am Xie's roommate, what about Li Jingyin? Xiao Jun chose not to elaborate, for she would never directly inquire, allowing her mind to wander as it pleased. He certainly could not disclose that he hailed from the future and was aware that she was the true leader, while Li Jingyin merely served as muscle. But let's not rush into excitement. I shall show you around our future abode. With that, Xiao Jun stood and entered the tent nestled in a corner of the living room. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished. The onlookers were left in awe. They formed a line, each one stepping inside in turn. Jiang Yu had already ventured in with Wan Xie, so she was well aware of the situation and hastily took charge. Upon entering, Xiao Jun promptly activated the advanced lighting system, which proved remarkably effective, illuminating the 200 square meter space with ease. Once everyone had entered the tent, they were utterly astounded by the sight of neatly stacked mattresses and bedding sets, which sparked a wave of excitement among them. Finally, they would no longer have to endure the blood-stained room devoid of a door. The mattresses, comforters, and bedding sets are for you to distribute as you see fit. Additionally, you will find the bathing facilities we acquired today, complete with a toilet. Xiao Jun then revealed a high-tech toilet he had just procured. All of this belongs to you. How you arrange, it is entirely your business. At this, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting long live Brother Jun. Several bold young women even rushed over to bestow a kiss upon him. This incensed Wan Xie, who quickly shielded Xiao Jun, forbidding anyone from getting too close. Moreover, Xiao Jun's space soon overflowed with an abundance of new women's clothing and shoes. Suddenly, a pair of combat boots tumbled out, prompting Xiao Jun to deftly shove them back, as they were certainly not meant for them. Who could fight in high heels? Jiang Yu. There are also some sanitary napkins here. Please manage and distribute both the clothing and the napkins. Xiao Jun's space had been nearly halved, as he had dedicated the last couple of days to gathering these items for the group of girls. At this moment, it was not just the girls who were overwhelmed. Even the typically composed Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement, almost wishing to push Wan Xie aside to embrace Xiao Jun and plant a kiss on him. The others, too, were beside themselves, disregarding Wan Xie's admonitions and surging forward once more. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Jun's clothing was torn to shreds, and he finally managed to break free from the throng of girls, escaping the tent in disarray. After enjoying a relaxing soak in the bathtub and changing into a fresh outfit, he lit a cigarette and reclined leisurely on the sofa. Nothing could compare to the invigorating effects of a fizzy drink. Xiao Jun abstained from alcohol, and his space was devoid of any spirits. However, in his previous life, the price of liquor had been exorbitant. Now that he had sufficient space, he could afford to store a supply. The prices of cigarettes were also on the rise, indicating that he would need to stock up on those as well. Previously, his limited space had constrained his ambitions. Survival had taken precedence. Once the girl group members had all leveled up and could open more supply crates, they would acquire even more equipment. He could not merely focus on immediate needs, but had to consider the long term as well. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the tent glowed, and Jiang Yu emerged alone, with Wan Xie still inside. Brother Jun, all the sisters have leveled up. A faint smile graced Xiao Jun's lips as he acknowledged her change in address. Chapter 35, A Legacy Eternal. The collective upgrade was indeed a cause for celebration. At this stage, such combat strength was comparable to that of some larger teams. Inside the tent, the girls' animated chatter had not ceased, predominantly revolving around Xiao Jun. The mattresses had been arranged neatly, and in one corner, 10 young ladies were enjoying baths, eliciting envious glances from the others. However, there was no rush. 20 bathing slots were available each day, and they would soon have their turn. After bathing, they could don clean new clothes that fit them perfectly, something unimaginable just days prior when they had no idea how many more days they might survive. They owed all this to Xie. Without her, how could Brother Jun have taken them in? Indeed, it's a pity there's no alcohol. Otherwise, we would toast to Xie. The group lauded Wan Xie, momentarily forgetting the sorrow of Xiao Yu's death. The deceased were gone. Those who remained must carry on. Surrounded by adoring companions, even the typically aloof Wan Xie felt a touch of bashfulness. Had she known that the admirers encircling her were mostly college students of similar age, all of whom had once been little princesses, she would have relished this feeling much earlier. Xie, how did you win over Brother Jun? Do share. Gossip is an innate trait among women. When a group of them gathers, what else is there to do but gossip? After all, there was no room for comparison now. They certainly could not compete over who smelled worse. One brave soul initiated the inquiry, and soon others joined in. Even those bathing in the corner leaned in to listen. The topic of conversation was consistently centered around Xiao Jun. Even when they had slept in different rooms a few days prior, he had been the focus of their discussions. All shared a common sentiment: envy for Wan Xie. Some even found themselves secretly comparing their worth against her, thinking perhaps they too could catch Xiao Jun's eye. Especially today, after bathing and changing into new garments, many regained their confidence. Wan Xie merely smiled at the chatter surrounding Xiao Jun, choosing not to comment. Fully aware of the dynamics at play. Every day, it's Brother Jun this, Brother Jun that. You girls are quite the temptresses little foxes, who can hide from whom. After a brief playful exchange, Wan Xie rose to leave, for the tent belonged to them while she had a larger room to retire to. After firmly instructing them not to leave the tent at night, Wan Xie returned to the living room. There, Xiao Jun remained on the sofa, smoking, while Jiang Yu was engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Wan Xie's presence, Jiang Yu paused, continuing only at Xiao Jun's nod. Our overall strength has significantly improved, yet our combat experience remains somewhat lacking. Therefore, I believe that, in addition to seeking supply crates, engaging in combat is also crucial. Moreover, the mutated crystals are exceedingly remarkable, and we must collect more. They may become a valuable currency in the future. As Brother Jun mentioned, first-tier mutated crystals are valuable now, but second-tier, third-tier, and even higher grades will emerge later, so we must gather as many as possible to exchange for the resources we need. By leveraging information that others are unaware of, we can trade these current treasures for more sustainable assets. Xiao Jun had merely touched upon the fact that first-tier mutated crystals were currently valuable. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Yu would articulate such a plethora of strategies. It was hard to believe this girl was a dance major. Was she certain she wasn't studying financial management? Of course, Xiao Jun was unaware that a seemingly demure girl with a goddess-like appearance harbored a penchant for post-apocalyptic novels. While many of those tales were mere fabrications, some bore a striking relevance. This team is now in your capable hands. Everything shall proceed as you suggest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall procure it. If you identify suitable individuals, you may expand the scale, but do not let it grow too large. Lastly, all that you collect must adhere to the stipulation that only 30% is allocated for distribution among your group. The remaining must be surrendered. Jiang Yu raised no objections to this condition, without mentioning the lives he saved. The mere act of producing those 210 mutated crystals today without hesitation is enough to evoke deep emotion. The enhancement of the team's strength will undoubtedly yield greater resources. In this post-apocalyptic world, where many still remain ordinary individuals, 31st-tier mutated beings represent an extraordinarily formidable force. By the way, Brother Jun, we will need to borrow Qinya for a while. With our enhanced capabilities, and alongside Qinya, we can venture into battling second-tier zombies. Naturally, Xiao Jun had no objections to this proposal. Wan Qinya, present at the scene, voiced no dissent either. She was willing to assist Xiao Jun in any way possible. Once matters were settled, Jiang Yu returned to the tent. Though the guest room's bed was more comfortable, the sounds of the night were rather awkward. As Jiang Yu stepped into the tent, Wan Qinya immediately perched herself on Xiao Jun's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at him. Xiao Jun decided against entering the room. Since they were all in the tent, he merely turned over, playfully pinning Wan Qinya beneath him. Yun, I saw what you brought back. Xiao Jun's robust figure tensed, as a multitude of items fell into the space around them. Balenciaga paired with Huanu Tianluan, timeless classics that would forever endure. In the future, when boasting, I could also utter that impressive phrase. The following morning, Xiao Jun emerged from his room, feeling invigorated, and prepared a pot of self-heating food. Accompanied by a can of meat and a soda, life felt utterly delightful. By 8 o'clock, the ladies emerged from the tent on schedule. Brother Jun, where's Qinya? Jiang Yu asked, glancing around and realizing only Xiao Jun was present. She's not feeling well today. I'll accompany you instead. You take the lead, and I'll follow your instructions. Fortunately, I was clever last night and chose to sleep in the tent. Otherwise, I would have been kept awake by the two of them. Observing the other ladies, they too regarded him with playful expressions, many craning their necks to glimpse the situation inside the room. Xiao Jun's face grew increasingly awkward as he hastily devoured the remaining food, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Hearing the call to set out, the ladies shifted their focus. Today marked their first day post-upgrade, and each one was brimming with ambition. Particularly after learning last night that 30% of the resources gathered would be distributed among them, their enthusiasm soared. As the chief steward, Jiang Yu's spatial ring was filled with an array of items. Yesterday, she had merely revealed a hint of what lay within, enough to send them into a frenzy in this apocalyptic world. Dior, Estee Lauder, an assortment of high-end cosmetics and skincare products, many of which they had been reluctant to purchase before the apocalypse, could now be obtained through their contributions. Thus, everyone was geared up, eager to showcase their prowess. With Xiao Jun personally leading the team, their motivation was undoubtedly heightened. Without Wan Qinya by his side, who knew? Perhaps Brother Jun would take notice of one of them? Wouldn't that mean they could have as much as they desired? Xiao Jun, oblivious to the inner thoughts of the ladies, merely sensed their excitement, perhaps a side effect of their recent upgrades. Let us set forth. Ultimately, at Jiang Yu's command, the female brigade would re-emerge with a fresh visage. Chapter 36, A Forceful Strike. In the hall, two ladies who had just become first-tier mutated beings the previous day took the initiative, resolving all zombies in the hall within 2 minutes. Exiting the hotel, under Jiang Yu's guidance, the 30 ladies split into 3 groups. 2 groups formed a spearhead formation, directly entering crushing mode, while the remaining group was tasked with collecting mutated crystals. Every 20 minutes, the groups rotated to ensure everyone's stamina was maintained. Xiao Jun leisurely trailed behind, only ready to intervene should second-tier zombies appear. The sensation of pushing through was exhilarating, leaving the ladies feeling triumphant. What the heck is happening? How are these women so fierce? Am I seeing things? This is slaughter. Who is that guy in the middle, surrounded by so many beautiful ladies, not having to lift a finger? This is just too blissful. Although no one explicitly spoke, Xiao Jun could hear various murmurs, all expressions of envy. He savored the moment, contemplating whether he should accompany them more often in the future. Brother Jun, second-tier zombies. A startled exclamation pulled Xiao Jun back to reality as a second-tier zombie approached. How dare it interrupt my enjoyment? Xiao Jun was incensed. The consequences would be severe. Stand aside, he commanded, prompting the ladies to disperse. Leaping into action, he raised a steel knife, neither avoiding nor dodging. A blade of light sliced through the air, causing many onlookers to involuntarily blink. My goodness, what a swift strike. The bystanders could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming in awe. So fierce, so powerful, I absolutely adore him. Many women gazed at Xiao Jun with sparkling eyes. In this apocalypse, having a man like him around instilled a sense of security. Meanwhile, the ladies of Xiao Jun's faction stood tall, pride radiating from them. Look, this is our brother Jun, our man. Wherever second-tier zombies appeared, there would undoubtedly be supply crates. Xiao Jun had deduced this long ago. Sure enough, not far away, a supply crate stood in the middle of the road. Jiang Yu immediately commanded an advance. They couldn't allow the onlookers to snatch the spoils. The surrounding crowd understood, refraining from challenging the situation, allowing the female brigade to easily surround the supply crate. Brother Jun, there are mutated crystals. An excited lady rushed over, holding a vibrant green, mutated crystal. Excellent, excellent. A promising start. Make sure Jiang Yu notes this. Ask her for a reward tonight. The lady eagerly looked at Xiao Jun and then turned to Jiang Yu. Got it. I can see what you're after. A limited edition Dior lipstick, right? I'll get it for you tonight. Jiang Yu replied, unable to resist the hopeful gaze of the lady. Lipstick? What on earth is that? Can you eat it or drink it? A man who had been single for 30 years exemplified the tradition of asking when one did not understand. Have you no perception? Look at those ladies. They're all dressed in new clothes, obviously freshly bathed. Do you think such people lack food? One lady nearby scoffed. Indeed, I wish to join them. With their strength, how do they possibly lack for food? I want to bathe too. I want lipstick. I haven't done my makeup in ages. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many young ladies, who gazed at Xiao Jun and his companions with envy. Jiang Yu naturally overheard this. Since they had just cleared this area of zombies, many nearby survivors, both men and women, had gathered around. We are recruiting for our team. Anyone interested may join. But there are conditions. You must be a female college student and present your student ID to register. This requirement was something Jiang Yu had discussed with Xiao Jun. In this apocalypse, recruiting a bunch of seasoned veterans or those merely waiting to perish was not feasible. Thus, attracting the youth was the best option, as they possessed greater combat prowess. However, a dilemma soon arose. There were already quite a number of young women in the group. If a few males were to be recruited, it would likely cause chaos. Thus, men were promptly excluded from consideration. Xiao Jun halted in objections, as he was aware that in her previous life, Jiang Yu had led an all-female team whose combat prowess was no less formidable than that of their male counterparts. After extensive discussions, Jiang Yu ultimately resolved to admit only female university students, specifically those currently enrolled. This demographic had yet to step into the complexities of society, rendering them relatively innocent and more manageable. Furthermore, her team was not yet in a position to recruit on a large scale, with resource scarcity being a significant concern. After calling out repeatedly, Jiang Yu was finally joined by 4 young women. Their faces were smeared with dirt, obscuring their features, and 2 of them presented tattered student IDs, barely recognizable as their own. It was indeed commendable that they still possessed their student IDs amidst this apocalypse. We 4 share a dormitory, but our student IDs are lost. However, we do have our identification cards. Will that suffice? The leading young woman cast a worried glance at Jiang Yu, fearful of rejection. That will do, Jiang Yu replied, taking their IDs, which revealed they were all 21 years old, likely second or third year students. Li Qianwan, is it? You and your 3 roommates can join us. And for today, focus on collecting mutated crystals. Yun Yun, please escort these 4 newcomers. A little girl named Yun Yun sprang forth from the group, cheerfully greeting the quartet before leading them into the fold. Xiao Jun recognized Yun Yun. She possessed a youthful visage and, well, was quite captivating, especially with her twin ponytails bouncing as she walked, exuding an endearing charm. On a side note, he was acquainted with her primarily because she was Jiang Yu's assistant, having heard her described as an exceptionally meticulous young lady. As for Li Jingyin, she had long wielded a steel blade, becoming the second strongest female warrior in the group, second only to Wan Qinya. Tasking her with administrative duties seemed less favorable than allowing her to engage in the exhilarating act of slaying zombies. After the 4 young women were incorporated, no one else stepped forward. Though it appeared a considerable crowd surrounded them, it was merely around 20 individuals, as many were hurriedly searching for airdrop crates. Brother Jun, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Perhaps we should wait a bit, Jiang Yu suggested after gathering the newcomers. What do you need to ask me for? You are the commander now. I am merely a fighter, so you may arrange as you see fit. Xiao Jun held unwavering trust in Jiang Yu's capabilities. The airdrop crate in the middle of the road had also been thoroughly searched by the young women. Indeed, it was a high-tier airdrop yielding 2 lunchboxes, a water bottle, a dagger, and a high-tech lamp. At the stroke of 9, the sky unleashed another rain of airdrops. Perhaps due to it being the last airdrop rain in a while, the duration was extended to a full 10 minutes. Countless airdrop crates descended upon the city, and the previously gathered crowd vanished in an instant. After observing for a time, Jiang Yu promptly chose a direction, and the daughter's army set sail once more. Chapter 37. The daughter's army, undercurrents stirring. Following Jiang Yu's directives, the team advanced rapidly like a zombie harvesting machine, effortlessly dispatching any undead they encountered. They faced 2 second-tier zombies along the way, both of which Xiao Jun handled with ease, resulting in 2 high-tier airdrop crates. Contrary to the thoughts of the young women, Xiao Jun detected something unusual. The number of second-tier zombies had increased, coupled with the morning's abundance of airdrop crates. He suspected that something had gone awry during last night's zombie rain. The surge in second-tier zombies could spell disaster for humanity's survivors. At this juncture, few could slay second-tier zombies, presenting an opportunity for this group, yet posing a lethal threat to the majority. Fortunately, Xiao Jun was present. Had Wan Qinya been in his stead, encountering second-tier zombies consecutively would have undoubtedly resulted in losses for the team. No need to seek out airdrop crates specifically. We'll just continue slaying. With the increase in second-tier zombies, high-tier airdrop crates will surely follow. Let's go all out. After conveying this to Jiang Yu, Xiao Jun began to survey the surroundings. There was no need for him to deal with first-tier zombies. His focus was solely on identifying the presence of second-tier ones. In response to Xiao Jun's insights, Jiang Yu adjusted their course, steering the team away from narrow paths and boldly advancing along the main road. The validity of Xiao Jun's assumptions quickly became evident. Within an hour, they encountered 3 additional second-tier zombies, and the high-tier airdrop crates yielded a plethora of valuable items, far more rewarding than their lower-tier counterparts. Finding a suitable spot to rest, Xiao Jun generously produced over 30 self-heating pots, and within minutes, the aroma of hot pot wafted through the air. It smells divine. Many young women found their mouths watering. After subsisting on rice balls daily, they were now enticed by the prospect of hot pot. Each of the newly joined 4 young women received a self-heating pot, devouring their meals with fervor. Why didn't I know this was so delicious before? Not far from their resting place, another group was also taking a break. Although Xiao Jun noticed them, he paid little mind, believing that as long as they did not provoke each other, matters could remain peaceful. Brother, look over there. Such a plethora of lovely young ladies. One of the ruffians exclaimed. What are you blabbering about? I'm not blind, was the dismissive retort. This gang of idle street thugs found the onset of the apocalypse to be a fortuitous opportunity to display their prowess. With a fierce demeanor, they quickly acquired their first airdrop crate, fortuitously retrieving a steel blade. Subsequently, they continued to thrive, as robbery had become second nature to them, even preying on solitary young women. Skinny Monkey, you need to assess the situation. Can we afford to provoke that group of women? With your scrawny frame and drooling demeanor, they might just decide to put you down, admonished another. These were individuals who had little education and had resorted to a life of thuggery upon seeing attractive women. Their baser instincts took over, disregarding the potential consequences. Fortunately, one among them retained a clear mind. This individual, named Chun Qingli, was the second in command of their group, a university student with commendable academic performance. After his girlfriend betrayed him during college, he succumbed to rage and murdered both her and her new partner in their dormitory, subsequently fleeing to Star City. Truly a ruthless character. Second brother, tell me, with so many girls around, You don't feel tempted? And want that hot pot? Doesn't tea that entice you? One of the ruffians queried. If we can eliminate them, we can have it all. To them, those young women were mere objects, easily dismissed despite their fierce appearances during zombie encounters. Fool! Chun Qingli retorted vehemently. If you wish to die alone, don't drag the rest of us down with you. However, I do have a plan that could yield significant rewards. All eyes turned towards him, even the leader S, intrigued by the prospect. Who wouldn't he desire to embrace soft young women while enjoying steaming hot pot? Hearing that Chun Qingli had a scheme piqued everyone's interest. First, we need to spread the word about them, exaggerating the details. Let the other survivors know that this group has an abundance of food, and that they are all female university students. Disseminating the news was easily comprehensible to everyone, yet why emphasize that it was female university students? The lean monkey found it perplexing, prompting him to inquire directly. The designation of university students, particularly when coupled with female, can easily evoke a misguided notion of their inherent kindness. As more individuals converge, it is certain to incite conflict. We merely need to sit back and reap the benefits. Xiao Jun had not anticipated that, less than 100 meters away, a group was already plotting to engulf him. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, it was time to return to work. The strategy from the morning persisted, and the young ladies maintained their abundant vigor. During a break, Jiang Yu had assisted the 4 newly joined ladies in successfully leveling up, though this was not without cost. It would be recorded for later repayment. Once again, Xiao Jun took decisive action, slaying a second-tier zombie, while the young ladies skillfully surrounded the airdrop box, keeping vigilant watch. Jiang Yu, however, approached Xiao Jun military brother. Something feels amiss. It seems the number of people trailing us is increasing. Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. Since the afternoon, a small group had been shadowing his team, but their minimal numbers and mere presence had not warranted his concern. Yet now, he estimated that nearly 100 were trailing behind. Shall I inquire? The sensation of fighting in front while a multitude observed from behind was disconcerting. If they were to launch a surprise attack during combat, catastrophe would ensue for everyone. Be cautious. I will keep watch, Xiao Jun replied, nodding. His frown remained, yet he ignited a cigarette, the thick smoke easing the tension in his brow. Regardless of their intentions, he would issue a warning. Should they persist, he would eliminate them. Soon, Jiang Yu returned, her delicate features contorted in a unique form of cuteness. Military brother, these people seem to have heard rumors that we possess an abundance of food, and they wish to request it from us. What? Xiao Jun questioned, incredulous. This was the apocalypse. Did they expect him to provide them sustenance? Were these people delusional? At that moment, the crowd behind them erupted into a clamor, perhaps due to their prolonged inactivity or their belief that their numbers had reached a critical mass. Young ladies, we are all compatriots of Huaxia. Can you bear to watch the eldest sister starve? Indeed, please have mercy on my child. She is only 8. Her father was devoured by zombies while searching for food, and we have gone 3 days without nourishment. Chapter 38. Whoever obstructs shall be slain. The young ladies in Xiao Jun's group had recently been a mere assembly of university students aspiring for the future. They had never encountered such a spectacle. Many of the young ladies exhibited expressions of sympathy. The individuals before them appeared utterly pitiable. Xiao Jun, with a grave demeanor, stepped forward, closely followed by Jiang Yu. Upon seeing the sole male from the opposing team approach, the crowd instinctively took a few steps back. They had followed for a while and had witnessed Xiao Jun's prowess. This man could cleave even a second-tier zombie in 2 with a single strike. Who informed you that my team possesses food? Silence enveloped the assembly. No one wished to be the scapegoat. Whoever told me that food exists, let them step forward. With that, Xiao Jun produced a self-heating pot and a bottle of cola from his space. Still, no one spoke. It became evident to Xiao Jun that these individuals were not as desperate as they claimed. They were not interested in this meager offering, but rather in much more. We heard no rumors. We have been following you and have seen you acquire plenty of food. A voice suddenly echoed from the crowd, with a leader emerging. The crowd quickly became animated. Yes, yes, you are so capable. You surely lack for nothing. Please assist us. Young brother, when one side is in distress, the other should lend a hand. We are all compatriots. Should you not help us willingly? Xiao Jun, instead of becoming enraged, chuckled mockingly at the assembly. Then tell me, how much should I provide you? The crowd exchanged glances. Of course, they desired everything, but such a claim could not be uttered. Young brother, a meal box and a water bottle for each would suffice. We all face difficulties, and next time we may be able to assist you. It was the same voice as before, and this time, Xiao Jun managed to identify its owner amidst the throng. The individual appeared relatively young and bore tattoos on his body. Xiao Jun pondered when he had last encountered him. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted once more. Indeed, a meal box and a water bottle should be no trouble for you, young brother. Surely, with your strength, slaying zombies and finding supplies is a trivial task. Jiang Yu trailed behind Xiao Jun, her expression laden with concern. With so many items at stake, even if we had them, we could not afford to give them away. But now, with over 100 people present, if conflict arises, it would certainly be to our detriment. Slaying zombies, she could compel her sisters to do so. For failure meant death. But murder? Jiang Yu dared not even contemplate it. Surveying the surroundings, many of the young ladies had regained their composure. None were truly foolish. It was apparent these individuals were attempting to rob them, which would preclude their university aspirations. Yet they felt increasingly anxious, their grip on their weapons faltering as they pondered what to do should a conflict arise. Surely, they could not resort to murder. Observing the demeanor of the young ladies, the onlookers felt emboldened. Indeed, young university students are easily bullied, especially female students. Once we procure food this time, we can return for more in the future. This time was fortuitous. Perhaps we could develop this further, sending them to gather food while we simply follow behind to demand. I am well acquainted with this tactic. Those university students from my previous company exhibited the same behavior. Xiao Jun coldly absorbed the expressions of all present, even comprehending their unspoken thoughts. They were merely a horde of blood-sucking demons clad in human skin. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Xiao Jun. Who was it that proposed this idea? I seem to recall it was you. Let's begin with you. With that, Xiao Jun gestured for Jiang Yu to produce a meal box and a water bottle, placing them before him. The young man had not anticipated Xiao Jun's swift concession and stepped forward, excitement radiating from him as he approached Jiang Yu. A lewd smile plastered across his face, his gaze fixated on her long, slender legs. Even in athletic wear, Jiang Yu felt repulsed. The young man extended his hand, speaking, "Young brother, you truly are a good person. The lady is indeed beautiful. Yet this meal lacks flavor. A little soda and hot pot would be splendid. Rest assured, you will no longer worry about food." Xiao Jun's icy voice interrupted. The young man instinctively queried why, but before he could utter another word, he found himself unable to speak. Indeed, he would no longer have to worry about sustenance. A series of piercing screams erupted. He killed him. He has murdered him. The shrieks emanated not only from the surrounding survivors, but also from the young ladies in his team. A vibrant life had been extinguished before their eyes, a sight far too terrifying for them to bear. Xiao Jun casually retrieved a piece of clothing from the space, diligently commencing to wipe the blood off the steel blade. Even more unfortunate was Jiang Yu, for the individual nearest to her had splattered blood directly onto her attire. At present, she had already pulled out a large roll of paper and was fervently scrubbing away. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, she would have undoubtedly changed her clothes. Damn Xiao Jun, why did he have to strike so close? Couldn't he have acted sooner? Ugh, I feel like vomiting. Xiao Jun cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yu, who was being flustered by Li Jingyin as she attempted to assist her. Oh no, oh no. The germaphobe is now stained with blood. She surely can't be considering murder. Can she? Let us pray for Brother Jun. The corners of Xiao Jun's mouth twitched involuntarily. Jiang Yu indeed had a germphobia. He had committed murder, killing one of our compatriots. We must all unite to bring him to justice. He is a demon. Not only does he withhold sustenance, but he also refuses to aid his fellow man. And now he has resorted to such violence. The commotion in front of him drew Xiao Jun's attention back. His hand paused in its task of cleaning the knife as the crowd abruptly fell silent, with many retreating several steps in fear of this harbinger of death. Are we, a multitude, truly afraid of him? Is there still justice in this world? A shadow flickered, and Xiao Jun unleashed his full strength, covering the short distance of mere meters in an instant, causing the crowd to panic and scatter, leaving only the speaker behind. Xiao Jun's blade was now poised at the man's throat, who, with glasses and a seemingly gentle demeanor, turned out to be a provocateur. Please don't kill me. I beg you. I was told by a group to stir the pot, to incite you all into violence. They even gave me a rice ball. When the cold steel pressed against his neck, the glasses-wearing man lost all composure, nearly collapsing to his knees. Oh, a group? Describe them. Xiao Jun smiled menacingly at the bespectacled man, the pressure of the knife intensifying. Thud. The man fell to his knees. The man you just killed was one of them. Xiao Jun's grip relaxed slightly, the blade lowering as the man, faced with the threat of death, soiled himself, an unmistakable odor wafting through the air. Get lost. With a forceful kick, he sent the man sprawling away, and the remaining crowd dared not utter a word of rebellion. They all understood now. Someone was instigating conflict, attempting to fish in troubled waters. A frenzy of nods ensued, with Xiao Jun's might. Right or wrong was inconsequential. Jiang Yu, let us head home. Anyone who obstructs us will be dealt with severely. Chapter 39, Xiao Jun's team. By now, they had returned to the hotel, with Jiang Yu largely disengaged, still reeling from the shock of being doused in blood, while Xiao Jun took charge of the team. As they entered the room, Jiang Yu seemed to suddenly awaken, her gaze fixing intently on Xiao Jun. Brother Jun, I just remembered. That person was from the team, resting not far from us during lunch. That group? Xiao Jun also recalled, initially dismissing them, but now realizing they had played a cunning trick on him. He would remember this debt, since they were both in Star City. Their reckoning would come in due time. Setting this matter aside for the moment, they still lacked personnel and needed to recruit more members. Xiao Jun wished to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future. To achieve that, they must become sufficiently formidable. If today, 100 first-tier, mutated women armed with steel blades had been present, would that group have dared to approach? 30 people seemed numerous, yet for a team, it was still woefully inadequate. From both physiological and psychological perspectives, women typically find themselves as the weaker demographic. To forge an unassailable sisterhood, they must recruit more members. Jiang Yu concurred with this sentiment. Now, they possessed enough strength to procure food without difficulty, and today they had even set up a high-tech tent, capable of accommodating 100 people with ease. Of course, she remained unaware that the supply drops would cease to increase the following day. When the survivors discovered this, fierce competition would ensue. Recruitment was essential. Furthermore, they could no longer rely solely on supply drops. Any spatial equipment acquired should be utilized for gathering daily necessities. They must raid supermarkets and malls, as most storage facilities lay underground. More resources were imperative. Remember, prioritize food, ensure ample water, and gather survival gear for the wilderness. Jiang Yu was puzzled by the need for such items. Wilderness survival? Was Brother Jun not planning to stay in a hotel? Xiao Jun refrained from elaborating. The early appearance of second-tier zombies loomed in his mind as a significant concern. He was uncertain if other events would also occur prematurely, but it was prudent to prepare. Recruitment was part of the strategy. The zombies outside would surely outnumber those within the city. To reside outside, they must first clear their territory. In his estimation, 500 individuals would suffice. Before venturing out, he intended to pay a visit to the survivor team. After tomorrow, humanity would realize that the zombie numbers were no longer increasing, and the survivor teams would expand rapidly, sweeping through much of Star City, establishing territories in order. Xiao Jun did not intend to join them just yet, as a significant earthquake had yet to occur, and the city remained unsafe. In his previous life, the earthquake had halved the survivor population, claiming many first-tier, mutated individuals, not to mention countless ordinary citizens. At midnight, Xiao Jun stood at the window, the cigarette in his hand slowly burning down. The sky appeared normal. The fissures that had persisted for a week had vanished, along with the bothersome zombies. Everything seemed to have returned to its rightful course, continuing along the trajectory of the world as he understood it. Brother Jun, is this what you meant by change? Jiang Yu inquired, flanked by Wan Xinya, who looked astonished. Both gazed wide-eyed at the window, but there was not a trace of zombies in the sky. At that moment, a colossal question mark loomed in their minds. How did Brother Jun know? Was he clairvoyant? Xiao Jun opted not to explain. Such matters could not be elucidated, and it was better to maintain an air of mystery. From this day forth, the zombies and supply drops would no longer proliferate. The chaotic battle was imminent. Closing the curtains, Xiao Jun sighed. The apocalypse has merely begun. Fighting zombies requires only courage, but battling fellow humans is the true test. If these young women continue to cling to their misplaced kindness, unable to act against humanity, a bloody lesson awaits them. Xiao Jun chose not to intervene, trusting that Jiang Yu would manage the situation. Jiang Yu sighed deeply, her expression complex as she regarded Xiao Jun. Could this man truly be the legendary protagonist? Has he transcended or been reborn? Damn, Xiao Jun inwardly cursed. He never would have anticipated that, in this day and age. There were women who enjoyed reading apocalyptic novels. Was that the reason for her rise in this world? Was his previous life as failure due to not having read such novels? Yet it mattered not. Even without having read them, he had been reborn, and that made him a protagonist in his own right. In apocalyptic novels, the male lead typically gathers a harem. Brother Jun wouldn't he be thinking along those lines? Would he? Otherwise, why would he create a sisterhood? But does that mean I have to play the supporting role? Even Xinya, she once followed my lead. Surely, I should be the dominant one. Xiao Jun found himself at a loss for words. Was the sisterhood truly his design? I tasked you with recruitment, yet you exclusively sought women, and now you place the blame upon me. Moreover, how did this situation escalate? I believe I have treated her with the utmost consideration. It is getting late. Rest is imperative. For tomorrow you must continue your search for recruits. Xiao Jun issued an eviction order. Allowing this girl to ponder further might lead her thoughts astray. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yu returned to the tent, while Xiao Jun and Wan Xinya retreated to their quarters. Brother Jun, we are setting out. Early the next morning, Wan Xinya accompanied Jiang Yu as they departed the hotel. Last night, Jiang Yu had crafted a large wooden board, upon which she inscribed the recruitment criteria for the female brigade, intending for someone to hold it throughout the day. Simultaneously, she privately resolved that, in addition to these requirements, the candidates must possess striking appearances. After all, the protagonist's harem ought to be composed of beauties, as depicted in literature. Had Xiao Jun overheard this sentiment, he would surely have developed a genuine fondness for her. This girl displayed remarkable awareness, and her ambitions were commendable. What began as Jiang Yu's female brigade was now perilously on the verge of transforming into Xiao Jun's harem, with the protagonist blissfully unaware of this shift. By the time Xiao Jun ventured outside, it was already 9:15. At this moment, every survivor in the city should have realized that no new airdrop boxes had descended. They remained oblivious to whether future airdrops would occur. Presently, it appeared that the supply of airdrop boxes had dwindled to its last remnants. Each open box meant one less available. Instantaneously, the city erupted into a frenzy as countless individuals emerged from their hiding spots, fervently searching for any remaining airdrop boxes. Supermarkets and shopping malls were inundated with throngs of people. Just days prior, many had hesitated to brave the interiors of malls. Not everyone possessed the prowess of Xiao Jun, capable of effortlessly dispatching hordes of zombies. Furthermore, lacking spatial equipment, what could they hope to retrieve even if they ventured inside? With airdrop boxes available, securing even one could sustain them for a month. However, the situation had shifted. With no new airdrop boxes forthcoming, food scarcity would soon reemerge. In this precarious climate, the difficulty Jiang Yu and her companions faced in searching for airdrop boxes and resources had significantly intensified, yet their recruitment efforts flourished, culminating in the swift acquisition of 100 recruits on the very first day. Xiao Jun's university female team had officially expanded to 100 members, establishing itself as one of the largest teams in the remnants of Star City. Moreover, his team was comprised entirely of stunning women. Chapter 40, Sisters. We now boast a total of 300 members, including you, Brother Jun, making it a grand total of 301. Among them, there are 282 first-tier mutants and 19 second-tier mutants. In terms of resources, we possess 4 high-tech tents, 2 measuring 200 square meters and 2 at 1,000 square meters, providing ample living space. We have 56 food containers, 77 water bottles, 13 steel knives, 6 daggers, 3 sets of combat gear, and a remaining total of 3,742 first-tier mutant crystals and 82 second-tier mutant crystals. Besides the one set allocated to Xiao Jun and Wan Xinya, we discovered an additional set, which Xiao Jun granted to Jiang Yu. During this frenzied period, they amassed a considerable quantity of mutant crystals, with 30% earmarked for their use. Jiang Yu would allocate these based on each member's performance, resulting in the current count of 19 second-tier mutants within the team. Additionally, we have 3 high-tech toilets, 2 bathtubs, 2 bathing pools, and 11 high-tech lamps. The total number of spatial equipment amounts to 11 pieces, including 2 bracelets, 2 jade pendants, and 7 rings, collectively capable of storing 15,500 kilograms. Apart from the supplies sourced from airdrop boxes, we also stockpiled 3,000 kilograms of mineral water, 1,000 kilograms of various beverages, 2,000 kilograms of salt, 2,000 kilograms of assorted canned goods, 2,000 kilograms of self-heating rice, 1,000 kilograms of self-heating hot pot, and 500 kilograms of snacks, such as potato chips and spicy strips. We also possess 500 powerful flashlights. Furthermore, 2 days ago, we discovered a large hospital, from which I procured a significant amount of glucose, along with common cold medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, and fever reducers. We cannot rely solely on mutant crystals for every minor ailment. Since the number of zombies and airdrop boxes has ceased to increase, the inhabitants of Star City have descended into utter madness. Supplies are being frantically hoarded. Even those lacking spatial equipment are unable to resist the sheer number of people clamoring for resources. Jiang Yu's ability to gather such a wealth of supplies is commendable, as the space is nearly filled to capacity. Beyond these items, the remaining space must accommodate bedding, tissues, feminine hygiene products, and other assorted necessities. Moreover, every team member must be provided with a backpack filled with supplies, and recruitment must continue until we reach 500 members. It has been 5 days since the end of the airdrop boxes, and in 2 more days, once the frenzy has subsided, Xiao Jun plans to approach the survivor teams, rumored to have made rapid advancements, even clearing a secure zone, with their numbers exceeding 10,000. His primary objective there is to exchange for equipment, ensuring that all 500 young women are outfitted with high-tech weaponry. The occupants of the 21st floor of the hotel have all been relocated by Xiao Jun, who provided them with a modest supply of food as compensation. He is not devoid of principles. As for those who dared to demand exorbitant compensation, they have now become the zombies lurking below. Amidst the chaos of recent days, Even the prowess of the female brigade has encountered assaults from fellow humans, resulting in the untimely demise of 2 members. Following this incident, the female brigade underwent a radical transformation. They have come to understand that refraining from eliminating threats would lead to their own consumption, leaving nothing behind but remnants. Let's not speak of unity in the apocalypse. First, survival must be ensured before any discussions of collaboration. Yujia, more individuals are arriving to seek refuge with us, including a pair of particularly beautiful twins. With Jiangyu's recent promotional efforts, the female brigade has garnered a certain level of notoriety in Star City, attracting individuals seeking to join. Jiangyu's criteria for female team members have become well known. Females, attractive females, young females, and educated young women. Each of these attributes is indispensable. Many often speculate in hushed tones that these must surely be the captain's requirements. The captain, of course, is Xiao Jun. Apart from the initial 30 young women who joined, all subsequent recruits refer to him as the captain, while the original 30 still call him brother. Jun Jiangyu has refrained from clarifying this distinction. What man does not appreciate beauty? It is certain that Xiao Jun is no exception. Moreover, those gossiping are all young women, each harboring romantic sentiments. If Xiao Jun were inclined, they would willingly shed their attire and present themselves to him. Fortunately, Wan Qianya's presence tempers their boldness. Twins? A flash of recognition crossed Xiao Jun's mind. In his previous life, there had been a renowned pair of twin sisters in Future City, seemingly part of Jiang Yu's female brigade. These sisters were not celebrated for their strength or status, but rather for their beauty. While Future City boasted individuals of even greater beauty, the twins held a unique appeal simply due to their duality. In those days, they were the embodiment of every man's dream in Future City, Xiao Jun included. All this speculation is futile. It is best to meet them first. Before Jiang Yu could voice her thoughts, Xiao Jun interjected, "Let us go. Someone has come seeking refuge. Let us see who they are." The nearby young women regarded Xiao Jun with playful smiles. Indeed, upon hearing of beautiful twin sisters, he can hardly contain his excitement. Does that imply we sisters lack sufficient allure? As Xiao Jun stepped forward, he nearly lost his footing upon hearing their unspoken thoughts. Damn it. There is no need to ponder. Could you possibly compete with twin sisters? Not only are they twins, but they also rank as the 3rd most beautiful women in Future City, albeit as a collective duo. Even Jiangyu, adorned with the prestigious title of the female troop leader, could only secure the 6th position. As for Wan Qinya, she didn't even make the list. In her previous life, Xiao Jun was entirely unaware of her gender. Ignoring the sentiments of these young ladies, he confidently stepped outside. After all, he was merely going to admire beautiful women. What of it? In a few months, which illustrious man Wu Ti have a retinue of concubines by his side. As Xiao Jun exited, Jiang Yu hastily followed suit. With Wan Qinya absent, leading a team to combat zombies, Jiang Yu had to keep a close watch. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, 2 identical young ladies stood there, accompanied by several female team members who were watching. Upon seeing Xiao Jun emerge, they promptly greeted him. "Hello, Captain." As he approached, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the beauty of the 2 women. Though they were not adorned and appeared somewhat disheveled, their allure was undeniable. With just a little embellishment, they would surely captivate even more. They truly deserve their title as among the top 3 beauties in Future City. One could only wonder who held the 1st and 2nd positions to overshadow such stunning twins. "Greetings, Captain. I am Jing Ru, and this is my sister, Jing Yi." The 2 had long heard of the most renowned female troop leader in Star City being a man, and they were quite curious upon finally meeting him in person. Contrary to the legendary image of a ruthless demon king, he was, in fact, quite a handsome gentleman. Xiao Jun was not unattractive. On the contrary, he possessed a certain charm. When he had just retired from the army, he often found young ladies on the streets of Star City seeking his contact information. Now, he not only boasted the looks from his previous life, but also exuded a powerful confidence and charisma that held a significant allure for young women. It was no wonder that the ladies in the troop were drawn to him, not merely for his resources and strength, but also for his striking appearance. "Welcome, ladies. I'm the Vice Captain, Jiang Yu. You wish to be close to Xiao Jun upon arrival? Tomorrow, I shall have you feeding zombies." Xiao Jun shot a dark look at Jiang Yu. This girl was far too venomous. Chapter 41. Wan Xinya's decision on the hotel sofa. Xiao Jun lounged comfortably while the twin sisters sat opposite him. Just moments ago, Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin had taken a group out for a raid. With a larger number of people, they could easily divide into several teams to venture out. Over 300 mutated beings were not to be underestimated in the entirety of Star City. The twin sisters had already bathed and changed into clean clothes, a faint fragrance wafting from them, which tantalizingly piqued Xiao Jun's interest. He had noticed Jiang Yu spraying perfume just days before. She had undoubtedly withheld some details from him, managing the women as cosmetics and perfumes without revealing how much she had stashed away. The twin sisters were freshmen at Star City Women's University, only 19 years old. They had swiftly become the campus beauties within their first month, suggesting their extraordinary looks were indeed extraordinary. The table was laden with snacks, potato chips, spicy strips, and cola, recently procured by Xiao Jun. Observing the eager expressions on the twins' faces as they gazed at the treats, he gestured for them to indulge freely. "Thank you, Captain." One of them, either the sister or the twin, excitedly exclaimed as she immediately opened a bottle of cola. The other, somewhat shy, eventually succumbed to the allure of the food and joined in. Xiao Jun discerned that though they were twins, one was vivacious and open, while the other was much more reserved. Upon entering, Wan Xinya was greeted by this scene. Xiao Jun reclining comfortably on the sofa, two stunning beauties giving him a massage, while occasionally inquiring if the pressure was adequate. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something heavy hit the floor. Xiao Jun looked up to see a furious Wan Xinya standing at the door. The twin sisters, startled, promptly stood to the side. "Oof," Wan Xinya huffed, disregarding Xiao Jun and striding directly into the room. Click. The door was locked behind her. "It's fine. You may leave." Xiao Jun reassured the bewildered twin sisters with a wave, allowing them to exit. Before departing, the more vivacious one took the unfinished cola with her. Xiao Jun didn't mind. He had intended for them to enjoy it, and he wouldn't stoop to drinking from where she had sipped. He lightly rapped on the door, but there was no response from within. Increasing his efforts, he knocked persistently. After a while, the door finally creaked open. Wan Xinya stood there, her eyes red, staring at him intently. The sight of one of the top 10 experts in tears was indeed a spectacle never before witnessed. "What? Not letting me in?" Wan Xinya moved aside, but remained silent. "Is it merely a pair of twins? Merely a matter of good looks? Truly, men are all the same. They cannot be trusted." Wan Xinya's silence echoed in the room, and Xiao Jun, understanding her thoughts, sat quietly, listening. "If I enter and remain silent, what do you truly desire? Should I take the initiative? After all, you were the one at fault." Xiao Jun maintained his silence as he sat on the bed. While Wan Xinya stood at the foot, their gazes locked. "Even in this apocalypse, even if you possess strength, I am still your first woman. How can you consort with other women without my consent? That is utterly unforgivable." Xiao Jun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her words. Did she imply that as long as she approved, he could engage with other women? Why is he still silent? What does it mean? Have I truly gone too far? Surely not. In recent days, I've heard that larger troop leaders often have several women by their sides. Perhaps my expectations are too high? Xiao Jun was indeed unaware that prior to the establishment of Future City, he had lived a solitary life, and upon entering, he learned that capable men were often surrounded by numerous women. It was still early. The apocalypse had only begun less than 20 days ago, and the true natures of people were already surfacing. Why is he still silent? If he just apologizes, I would forgive him. Wan Xinya grew anxious. Something felt amiss. Is he upset? Does he think I've embarrassed him in front of the twins? He wouldn't abandon me, would he? Should I apologize? It must be said, women are indeed the most enigmatic of beings. Any trivial matter can spin into an elaborate drama in their minds. Are you tired from standing? Comme sit. Xiao Jun had no peculiar desire for Wan Xinya to apologize. He found that notion quite strange. In this apocalypse, he certainly wouldn't act like a sycophant as he might have in the past. However, being his first woman, he felt she deserved some consideration. Wan Xinya hesitated, but Xiao Jun pulled her into his embrace. Having felt a bit fatigued earlier, the twins had merely offered him a massage. Though not an explanation per se, Wan Xinya accepted this tacit understanding and went along with it. "You seem weary. Allow me to offer you a massage. Tomorrow, I shall remain indoors. After all, there are plenty of formidable sisters in our group, and my absence will not be felt." With reddened eyes and a pitiful expression that evoked sympathy, Wan Xinya could not help but elicit a tender kiss from Xiao Jun. "I shall wash my face now." Escaping from Xiao Jun's embrace, Wan Xinya hurriedly exited the room. In the bathroom, Wan Xinya gazed at her reflection in the mirror. She had always held confidence in her appearance. As one of the campus beauties of the School of Finance, and a dancer, her figure and looks were beyond reproach. Yet, the mere sight of those two twin sisters had left her momentarily dazzled. This cannot continue. Xiao Jun might be captivated by someone else, and what will I do then? I must devise a strategy. Twins, you say? I refuse to believe that I cannot summon ye to warm my bed tonight. Let us see who reigns supreme. Wan Xinya was astute. Ever since she comprehended the onset of this apocalyptic era, she recognized that a man like Xiao Jun would inevitably attract numerous women. She had long steeled herself for this reality. However, she had not anticipated that the day would arrive so abruptly. She must safeguard her position. If Jiang Yu proves insufficient, she could always enlist Li Jingyin. Surely, my trio of sisters cannot be outmatched by a mere pair of twins? Xiao Jun had never imagined that a simple massage from the twin sisters could so profoundly affect Wan Xinya, as he contemplated how to entice Jiangyu into his bed. Had he foreseen this, he might have acted sooner. Chapter 42, Ascension, Departure to Future City. Brother Jun, there is significant news. Jiangyu's urgent voice resonated from outside the door. What is it? Xiao Jun inquired, puzzled as Jiangyu had only just departed a short while ago. The survivor team has announced their intention to establish a new city named Future City. The name Future City sent a jolt through Xiao Jun's heart. It had come early. In his past life, the survivor team had declared the formation of Future City only after the second airdrop, a month later. Yet now it was occurring a full month ahead of schedule. This development had been within the realm of his expectations. It seemed that in this life, events were accelerating. Could it truly be the result of the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth? Upon reflection, establishing Future City now appeared reasonable. In his previous life, the delay had been due to the overall weakness of the group. This time, even excluding Xiao Jun's own advancements, the others had progressed significantly. The secret of the mutated crystals had spread swiftly, as if it had not lasted even a day before being unveiled. Were it not for the emergence of second-tier zombies, the number of survivors within the city might have doubled compared to his past life. Are there any other updates? Xiao Jun placed, eager for more information to assess the current situation. I've heard that the Survivor Guild has cleared a substantial portion of the district's zombies within the past 5 days and established a secure defensive line, now calling all survivors to settle there. Remarkable, Xiao Jun mused, unable to suppress his admiration. With only 8 districts in Star City, the efficiency exhibited in clearing a significant portion within 5 days was truly impressive. Moreover, the bounty that accompanied such efforts was immense. The thousands of mutated crystals in his possession paled in comparison to what the Survivor team had likely amassed. Besides the mutated crystals and airdrop supplies, all the supermarkets and stores in that district had undoubtedly been stripped bare by the Survivor team. In this apocalyptic world, such resources were worth their weight in gold. Brother Jun, shall we go? Many are making their way there. Jiangyu was not one to make decisions on significant matters. She firmly believed that following Xiao Jun, whether he had been reborn or transported from another realm, was undoubtedly the right path. Indeed, we shall depart tomorrow at dawn. Xiao Jun resolved. The district of the Survivor team lay adjacent to their own, not far at all. They could reach it in half a day without concern for the dangers of the night. It was likely that survivors from across the city would be seeking ways to arrive, and he needed to gather more information and procure additional equipment. Soon, word of Xiao Jun's decision spread to every young lady in the group. They would set out at 7 the following morning, bound for Future City. Paul Yun, are we joining Future City? Wan Xinyao approached Xiao Jun, her emotions now steadied. This was no time for frivolity, as every decision he made could shape their futures. Joining is not an option. Aligning with Future City is no different from merging with the Survivor team, and I have no desire to be under constant supervision. He was resolute. Regardless of the impending earthquake, he would not join Future City in its current state. He intended to wait a month or two, allowing Future City to undergo its trials and emerge as a genuine sanctuary for all survivors before formally establishing residency, entering as a group rather than merely joining. The night passed without further discourse. Even the matter of Xiao Jun and the twin sisters was momentarily forgotten. The following morning, over 300 young ladies stood spiritedly at the hotel entrance, awaiting Jiangyu's guidance. Brother Jun, we are nearing 100 second-tier mutated crystals. Shall we attempt to upgrade? In the hotel room, only 4 individuals remained: Xiao Jun, Jiangyu, Wan Xinya, and the bewildered Li Jingyin. With their imminent journey to Future City, where crowds thrived and the territory belonged to others, their own strength had to be formidable to ensure their safety. As the team's capabilities grew, second-tier zombies had ceased to be threats, transforming instead into coveted targets. Just a day before, the entire team had acquired 13 second-tier mutated crystals, leaving them only 5 short of their goal. However, the number of second-tier zombies was dwindling, making the acquisition of second-tier mutated crystals increasingly challenging. It was rumored that the Survivor team had set a price of 80 first-tier mutated crystals for a single second-tier one. Yet, 80 first-tier crystals could procure a substantial amount of food and water within Future City. Upgrading is not solely for me. You all shall ascend as well. Transitioning from second to third tier continues to allow the use of first-tier mutated crystals at a ratio of 1 to 10. Their urgent demand for second-tier mutated crystals indicates one possibility. They've already encountered third-tier mutants. To progress from third to fourth tier, one would require a staggering 1,000 second-tier mutated crystals. Yet, at present, third-tier zombies have yet to manifest in this world. Logically, second-tier zombies should be a rarity. Most individuals remain within the realm of ordinary humanity, with only a select few possessing the potential to reach the second tier. Yet now, everything was chaotic. Humanity's strength surged forward, while zombies remained stagnant, rendering them insufficient to contend with the burgeoning power of the living. Close to 4,000 mutated crystals lay before the four, gleaming brightly and blindingly. Li Jingyin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Was she truly on the verge of an upgrade? Indeed, having two exceptional roommates was a blessing. She needed only to await her share of the rewards. Xiao Jun retrieved an additional 32nd tier mutated crystals from his storage. Combined, these would suffice for all four of them to ascend. Indeed, Brother Jun has always been exceptionally kind to me. The first thought that comes to mind when enhancing strength is my roommate and her twin sister, hardly a cause for concern. Wan Qianya, with 1,000 mutated crystals in hand, settled down, delighting in her good fortune. Brother Jun is simply too generous towards me, with Wan Qianya as his girlfriend and Jiangyu leading the team. What should I do? Should I offer myself in return? Li Jingyin, foolishly cradling the mutated crystals, pondered how to justify such gifts. Xiao Jun, his expression darkening, thought to himself, what is this nonsense? If it weren't for your past life as the first killing god of the women's army, not even Wan Qianya's mother could have upgraded you. Meanwhile, Jiangyu remained unfazed, presuming it was only natural for her to receive one of the 4 upgrade slots. The 4 of them fell silent, each repeating the same action of shoving mutated crystals into their mouths. Thankfully, these crystals melted instantly upon contact, sparing them the trouble of chewing. Otherwise, chewing 1,000 would surely dislocate their jaws. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun and his companions descended the stairs, feeling invigorated. Did the captain really just take on 3 opponents before leaving? Such vitality. Wow, the circles are chaotic indeed, 4 against 1, and they all want a piece. Xiao Jun stumbled, realizing how his image had transformed, his once glorious reputation now in ruins. Jiangyu, however, thought nothing of it. She couldn't hear the whispers around her. With a look of astonishment, she gazed at Xiao Jun, bewildered that he would still be weak after leveling up. But as she turned to her female teammates, their eyes ablaze with curiosity, many wore expressions of knowing surprise, and Jiangyu quickly pieced it together. Oh no, there's no washing this clean. All because of Xiao Jun. Why did he suddenly become weak? With a command that seemed to vent her frustration, Jiangyu led Xiao Jun and his entourage towards the future city. Chapter 43. The Gift of Abilities. Around them, female team members cleared obstacles while Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya, and Jiangyu walked to the center of the group, with the violent Li Jingyin having dashed to the forefront. You two should quickly familiarize yourselves with your abilities. This is a formidable advantage. Indeed, just moments ago, all 4 had ascended to the 3rd tier, and aside from Xiao Jun, the other 3 had acquired unique abilities. It's infuriating how others seem to flourish while I remain in confusion. What exactly is this shadow phantom that can nullify attacks and conceal its presence? If I kiss you while hidden, does that count as an attack? Xiao Jun was at a loss. Such a powerful ability, and you intend to use it for a kiss? Are you serious, young lady? You are destined to be one of the top 10 experts in the future city, possibly even the foremost assassin. Yet this is your ambition? Regrettably, it could only be used once a day, lasting only 5 minutes. Although it did grant a tripling of speed while concealed. Wan Qianya sighed. If that is the case, could I become invisible and engage with you? You wouldn't see me, and with triple speed, wouldn't that be thrilling? Xiao Jun pondered carefully. Yes, it would likely be exhilarating. What am I even thinking? Such an impressive ability. No wonder Wan Qianya from the past could become one of the top 10 experts. Many didn't even know her gender. The concept of tripling her speed while hidden was staggering. It could rival instantaneous movement. With this ability, if Wan Qianya wished to kill, her target would likely be dead before they even realized she was there. It was tailor-made for her ascent to the throne of the assassination world. With this thought, Xiao Jun turned his gaze to Jiangyu. In her previous life, aside from being the commander of the Women's Army and ranked 6th among the top 10 beauties of the future city, she had no notable achievements. Thus, everyone viewed her as a mastermind strategist, lacking in personal prowess. Yet now, Xiao Jun could only marvel at how adept she was at concealing her strength. Jiangyu's ability, Armor-Piercing Blade, was simply described as invulnerable. If Wan Qianya was the stealthy assassin, then Jiangyu was the slaughtering machine on the front lines. Once activated, her power would ignore any defenses for 10 minutes, usable once a day. Such a skill lasting 10 minutes, despite the once-a-day limit, was practically a cheat. When her ability activated, even the high-tech battlesuit she wore would seem like mere paper in her eyes. During those 10 minutes, Xiao Jun believed that anyone would have to avoid her. Contact would mean death, truly invincible. In contrast, Li Jingyin's ability appeared rather ordinary, simply a form of resilience. It seemed to be a counterpart to Jiangyu's skill, one being offense while the other was defense, yet they operated in entirely different realms. Among the awakened abilities, resilience was one of the more common ones. When activated, it provided a significant boost to defense, allowing her to withstand even the claws of second-tier zombies. This ability could be used 3 times in a day, each lasting 10 minutes. In addition to resilience, there were elemental abilities. The future city's Lord, Chun Gang, wielded fire abilities, unleashing flames from his hands with immense destructive power. Fire abilities were among the most aggressive, while others were supportive, such as water manipulation. This ability could condense moisture from the air into drinkable water, serving as a primary source of hydration. A water manipulator could satisfy the daily water needs of 2,000 people. There were also light manipulators, whose abilities alleviated fatigue and restored energy. In the future, many top service industry workers were light manipulators, commanding a significantly higher price than ordinary workers. If they were additionally beautiful, their worth soared. You too must not disclose your abilities casually, not even to your own subordinates unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they should remain hidden. Xiao Jun instructed them earnestly, particularly Jiangyu. Her ability, if revealed unexpectedly, could decisively influence the outcome of a small-scale battle. As for Wan Xinya, Xiao Jun planned to let her continue her previous role as one of the top 10 experts and the foremost assassin of the future city. This was undoubtedly fitting. Having cautioned the two, Xiao Jun reflected on another matter. Only those who reached the 3rd tier of transformation would know if they would awaken their abilities. It seemed he needed to expedite the progress of everyone else. The zombies in the city would dramatically decrease before the second airdrop. As they journeyed, Xiao Jun and his companions encountered not the anticipated onslaught of zombies, but rather many areas had already been cleared. Knowing that the zombie population would not increase, all humans gained confidence and were determined to expel the zombies from the city and re-establish a civilized society. Yet, they remained unaware that a second and third wave awaited. As zombies were seemingly endless and could not be eradicated entirely. Even in the previous life of the future city, there have been several instances of zombie airdrop assaults, each more powerful than the last, with devastating losses each time. This led to soaring property prices in the future city. Eventually, low-tier transformers could hardly afford housing. However, Xiao Jun was not concerned. Once the second wave of zombie airdrops concluded, he intended to lead his team out of the city, for the undead outside vastly outnumbered those within. The airdrop crates remained unclaimed. At this stage, no one had contemplated such a bold venture as leaving the city. "Captain, Sister Yu, we are nearing Future City," reported a young lady from the front as she rushed over. The surrounding zombies were dwindling, and they encountered numerous other humans sharing the same destination as they made their way to Future City. Everyone, remain vigilant. Jiang Yu's command swiftly disseminated through the group, after which she joined Xiao Jun at the forefront of the team. Military brother, Captain, Sister Yu. Various titles echoed intermittently. Xiao Yun skindel hit, realizing they would be stationed here for a while. Chapter 44. Obtaining Credentials. The roads on either side were bustling with activity, if one disregarded the attire of the passers-by. It felt as though they'd stepped back into the world before the apocalypse. The arrival of Xiao Jun's group attracted considerable attention, as this team, predominantly composed of young women, had recently gained considerable notoriety. Particularly, Xiao Jun, who walked at the forefront, was the object of envy, surrounded by such an array of beautiful ladies. Who could remain unaffected by such a sight? After traversing a few more kilometers, Future City came into view. Though merely a few days had passed, its construction had already begun to take shape. Numerous roads had been cordoned off, leaving only 2 main thoroughfares for entry. At the entrance, designated personnel were responsible for registering the information of all entrants. Those with surviving relatives could also inquire here, albeit for a fee. Upon seeing Xiao Jun's approach, others hastily cleared a path. In these trying times, everyone had grown accustomed to the law of the jungle, while those unfit for survival had succumbed to becoming the very zombies they feared. "Who among you is the leader? Step forward to register," called out the gatekeeper. Xiao Jun had come to exchange resources, not to incite trouble, and thus complied with Future City's regulations, approaching alongside Jiang Yu and Wan Xinya. "Captain, please register," the gatekeeper requested. Even those tasked with guarding the entrance possessed a keen sense. Such a large team entering the city could not be treated like solitary wanderers. Even though he represented Future City, one must not be overly presumptuous. It was hard to believe that someone capable of assembling such a formidable group in the apocalypse had no blood on their hands. As he inscribed his name, Xiao Jun, on the registration form, he hesitated over the team name. He had not considered this aspect. Sensing his indecision, Jiang Yu seized the pen and boldly wrote Xiao Jun's harem in bold characters. With Jiang Yu's swift action, Xiao Jun couldn't be bothered to amend it. As he left the bewildered gatekeeper behind, leading over 300 young women away. Before long, the name Xiao Jun's harem spread throughout Future City like wildfire. At the entrance, free maps were available, and soon, Xiao Jun, Jiang Yu, and their companions each held a copy, studying it intently. Military brother, where shall we head first? The map indicated only a few locations: the trading market, the credentials hall, the recruitment market, and the Lord's office. To the credentials hall, and then we shall find a place to stay. As they made their way towards the hall, many individuals were seen wielding hoes, laboring to construct Future City, among whom were numerous mutants. One young lady inquired about the work. Many were summoned to Future City, where they received food and a first-tier mutated crystal for their labor each day, hence the rush to participate. Becoming a mutant significantly enhanced one's physical capabilities, enabling rapid construction. No wonder Future City was developing at such a swift pace. Upon arriving at the credentials hall, a familiar young lady informed Xiao Jun that it had previously served as the administrative center for Star City. The young women remained outside in the plaza while only Jiang Yu and Wan Qinya accompanied him inside. The credentials hall was sparsely populated, almost desolate. The services offered were clearly marked on the map. Establishing a team required obtaining a team formation certificate, and purchasing territory or housing necessitated similar documentation. Within the entire jurisdiction of Future City, all possessions belonged to Future City, even if a house had been one's abode prior to the apocalypse. One had to pay to reclaim it. This policy had sparked considerable controversy, prompting Future City to relent slightly. If one could prove ownership from before the apocalypse, they would only need to pay a nominal protection fee to reclaim their property. Sir, what business do you wish to conduct? A sweet-faced young lady approached, her discerning gaze revealing that a man capable of escorting two exquisite beauties surely possessed significant prowess. How does one obtain a team formation certificate? Xiao Jun cut straight to the chase. That depends on the size of your team. For teams under 100 members, a fee of 10 mutated crystals is required. For teams ranging from 100 to 500, the fee is 30 crystals, and for those from 500 to 1,000, 50 crystals. Teams exceeding 1,000 are currently not permitted. Given that Future City had just been established, a team of 1,000 was certainly out of the question. What if chaos ensued? I'll opt for a 500-member team. Having slain numerous zombies along the way, Xiao Jun now possessed 174 first-tier mutated crystals, distributing 30 crystals. The young lady's smile broadened, and she even adjusted her posture, revealing more of her attire. Were it not for the two stunning beauties by Xiao Jun's side, she might have already approached him. Sir, please proceed this way to register your information and team name. Your credentials will be prepared shortly. Xiao Jun refrained from attending, allowing Jiang Yu to handle the matter, as he had no intention of inscribing Xiao Jun's harem himself. Within minutes, Jiang Yu returned with a jade plaque in hand. This item isn't counterfeit, is it? Xiao Jun inquired casually, playing with the stone. Rest assured, Captain Xiao, it bears the seal of Future City, and no one would dare forge it. Xiao Jun had no grounds for dissent. Lead me to view the territory. The young lady's smile nearly overflowed, her gaze toward Xiao Jun rife with eagerness. The 500-member team formation certificate would earn her a commission of 2 mutated crystals if he were to purchase territory. She would indeed strike it rich today. Guiding Xiao Jun to the territory purchasing area, they found it utterly deserted, with several staff members dozing at their desks. Quickly, bring out the territory maps. At the sound of the young lady's voice, one slumbering clerk was jolted awake, groggily producing the map. The young lady, undeterred, promptly handed it to Xiao Jun. Captain, here are the designated territorial areas outlined by Future City. Should you purchase any plot, you will become its owner. Whether you choose to build a house or engage in other activities, Future City will impose no interference. Xiao Jun nodded, attentively studying the map. The largest plot spanned a staggering 100,000 square meters, with a jaw-dropping price of 10,000 mutated crystals. One mutated crystal equated to 10 square meters. This price was not exorbitant, considering it was still the early stages. Many individuals struggled to produce even 10 mutated crystals. Bypassing those territories, Xiao Jun's gaze fell upon a plot at the edge, measuring 20,000 square meters, priced at a mere 500 first-tier mutated crystals. Why is this one so inexpensive? Xiao Jun pointed at the territory and inquired, Captain, since this area is already on the outskirts, venturing a bit further would lead us out of the city. The number of zombies outside the city far exceeds that within. Although our Future City has cleared a 10-kilometer radius and erected formidable walls, the nights can still be quite daunting. Listening to the young lady's introduction, Xiao Jun's eyes sparkled. This was tailor-made for him. I want this one, he declared decisively, leaving the young lady speechless, as her attempts to persuade him were in vain. I don't possess many first-tier mutated crystals. How can I exchange for second-tier mutated crystals here? Although Xiao Jun was reluctant to part with his second-tier crystals, his priority was development rather than conflict with Future City. thus he felt compelled to pay the price. Upon hearing about the second-tier mutated crystals, the young lady, initially somewhat disappointed, became instantly exhilarated. Future City offered an exchange rate of 1 to 80. And for every crystal exchanged, she would receive a commission of 5 first-tier mutated crystals. No wonder she was so thrilled. Captain, if it's second-tier mutated crystals, you only need to pay 6 of them. 6 second-tier mutated crystals equated to 480 first-tier ones. However, that was not an issue, as the pricing for the territory allowed for negotiation. This piece of land could be sold for anything above 450 crystals. By settling the transaction with second-tier mutated crystals, she stood to gain a substantial commission of first-tier crystals, which was a significant opportunity for her, having established for merely 2 to 3 days. She had yet to see any returns, and now, unexpectedly, a wealthy patron had appeared. The staff handling the territory application quickly snapped out of their days, eager to complete the paperwork, fearing that Xiao Jun might change his mind. Within a mere 3 minutes, Xiao Jun received his territory certificate. Chapter 45, Conflict. Let us proceed to the territory. Exiting the certification hall, Xiao Jun led over 300 young ladies boldly toward his domain. However, after walking a short distance, they encountered a throng of people approaching from the opposite direction, seemingly heading to the certification hall. Although the road was not narrow, it was evident that several hundred individuals could not pass through simultaneously. Neither party showed any intention of yielding, and as they were on the verge of colliding, Xiao Jun suddenly holds it. The opposing group erupted in laughter, mocking a bunch of ladies. Do they really think they are formidable? If they don't stop, we could just charge through and take advantage. Yet, shortly thereafter, their laughter faded. At Jiang Yu's signal, the first row of young ladies swiftly drew their steel blades, ready to engage at the slightest provocation. With both sides merely 10 meters apart, the opposing group also came to a halt. The surrounding onlookers hastily dispersed, fearing trouble. A burly man emerged from the crowd, wielding 2 steel blades, casting a menacing gaze toward Xiao Jun's side. A bunch of ladies, you expect me to yield? If this word gets out, how will I survive in Future City? Xiao Jun narrowed his eyes. Establishing a foothold in the apocalypse required one to be resolute. A single moment of cowardice would lead others to perceive you as an easy target, especially given his unique situation, surrounded by beautiful young ladies. Brother, do you see those individuals? Aren't they the ones we encountered resting nearby last time? Jiang Yu leaned in closer to Xiao Jun, pointing in a direction. Following her gesture, Xiao Jun indeed recognized them. Last time, he had been ambushed. Had he not fortuitously been with the team that day, the outcome could have been dire. He had kept this incident in mind, but with such a vast city and countless zombies, seeking out individuals based on mere memories was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had temporarily set it aside, not expecting to encounter them here. Hand those individuals over to me, and I will step aside. Xiao Jun stepped forward, brandishing 2 steel blades, pointing towards the group. Haha, brother, you must be joking. You will yield whether you want to or not, and you expect me, lone wolf, to hand over my brothers? Who do you think you are? This pretty boy must be a fool. He should just yield quietly without asking for my people. What a lunatic. But his ladies are quite appealing. Perhaps I should take advantage and seize them for myself. Xiao Jun smiled. In the next moment, Wan Xinyao moved. The burly man instinctively raised his steel blades in defense, but alas, he struck nothing. Now, can we have a proper conversation? As Xiao Jun's words fell, Wan Xinyao appeared beside the burly man, her dagger poised against his throat, ready to send him to the afterlife with the slightest pressure. The burly man could hardly comprehend how this woman could move with such speed. Even though he had the initiative of a surprise attack, he was still a 3rd-tier mutant. The power of similarly ranked mutants varied greatly, especially considering Wan Xinyao had consumed a mutation serum. Even without employing her supernatural abilities, her speed was enough to leave him in the dust. Attempting to withstand her assault would be a futile hope for him. Brother, this is Future City. Didn't you see the rules when entering? We don't allow harm among our own. Lone Wolf said, stubbornly. Xiao Jun smiled enigmatically, producing a document. Do you know that teams with territories are not bound by this rule? This revelation had come from a young lady at the certification center. Did they truly believe that the fees for establishing a team were merely for a certificate? This was identification. In this apocalypse, taking a few lives was trivial as long as one was strong enough. Future City would not interfere in such matters. Even in his previous life, after 6 years of Future City's establishment, deaths within the city were commonplace, and the 3 major factions remained unbridled. For someone like Xiao Jun, if he were to be killed by a member of one of the 3 major factions, no one would be left to collect his body. Did they expect Future City to exact revenge? Such thoughts were naive. Lone Wolf understood that even if Xiao Jun were to kill him, Future City would only offer a token warning at most. Those individuals targeted me once. I have a strong sense of revenge. Hand them over and step aside. And today's matter will be settled. Xiao Jun had approached Lone Wolf, who did not recognize him, but he was aware of Lone Wolf's reputation. Lone Wolf was the leader of the Lone Wolf faction, one of the 3 major factions in his previous life. Bring them over. Do you not understand my words? Hurry up, Lone Wolf bellowed, unwilling to risk his life here. Though he could recover from today's loss, death was irreversible. Jiang Yu stepped forward with several young ladies, pointing out the individuals. Ladies, we have never even met. When did we offend you? The accused individuals' faces turned pale, and they began protesting their innocence. Kneel. Jiang Yu showed no mercy, wielding her steel blade to compel them all to the ground. Damn it. How did she know we instigated the previous incident? After our failure, we hastily distanced ourselves from the area, and several brothers died. Xiao Jun's gaze fell upon these individuals, his eyes fixed with intensity. What the hell? Why does this man have such a gaze? How did he determine it was us? Fortunately, the older brother and the second brother were not among those captured. They would surely seek revenge for me. There were still 2 individuals unaccounted for, their older brother and second brother. That simply could not be allowed. Since they were all present, they must be eradicated to the root. Xiao Jun approached slowly, as the kneeling figures looked up at him with pleading eyes. Yet what awaited them was a gleaming steel blade. A massive head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. The remaining few sprang to their feet, attempting to flee, but the nearby young ladies were swift and unyielding in their actions, leaving the members of the Lone Wolf team momentarily stunned. This man is a lunatic, and these women are equally deranged. Do they kill without a second thought? Madness, all of it. Does Future City truly turn a blind eye? You kill my brother, I will remember this. One day, I shall exact my vengeance upon you and make these little harlots wish they were never born. Xiao Jun muttered to himself, turning to deliver another blow to one of the assailants, though he used the back of his blade. What are you doing? You've already killed the ones you wanted. Do you truly believe we are easy prey? If it comes to it, we will fight to the last. One of the Lone Wolves shouted, as several drew their weapons, resolutely aiming them at Xiao Jun. They could not afford to remain idle should he make any further moves. Speak. Where's the second in command? Tell me, and I shall spare your life. Xiao Jun crouched down, gazing at the fallen leader. Haha, what's second in command? Do you think you can weaken the Lone Wolf team with such feeble excuses? If you have the guts, come and wipe us all out. Xiao Jun sighed. It seemed he would not find that last individual today. Continuing to search would cross the boundaries of the Lone Wolf team, and unless he was prepared for war, it was not worth the trouble. He decided to send the leader to the beyond, his gaze sweeping across the furious faces surrounding him. Should Xiao Jun make another move, a battle would surely ensue. Enough, it is but one man. I can easily manipulate them now, and in the future, I shall remain unafraid. Chapter 46, Territory. Under Xiao Jun's leadership, they arrived at their designated territory in a grand procession. Future City had proven quite accommodating. The area was enclosed by wooden fences, with guards stationed to prevent entry before the territory was sold. After presenting his credentials, the guard confirmed them and promptly completed the handover. This cursed place was devoid of life, and he had no desire to return. Before the apocalypse, this had been considered a suburban area of Star City. Surrounding this region were few high-rise buildings. Instead, rural earthen houses predominated, which suited Xiao Jun's requirements perfectly. He was uncertain when the next wave of tremors would strike. Should he fail to exit the city in time, this territory would help mitigate his losses. At the core of the territory stood a mansion belonging to a wealthy individual from the pre-apocalyptic era, enclosed by towering walls covering 2,000 square meters, containing 3 villas. The roads were paved with asphalt, and faint traces of former greenery were still discernible. Let us clean up. We shall reside here. With 300 young ladies diligently working together, it took no more than 20 minutes to tidy up the 3 villas. Xiao Jun headed straight to the central villa, which boasted a garden and a swimming pool, though both were now unusable. The first floor contained rooms, while the second floor had 4 in total, 1 master bedroom, 2 guest rooms, and a study. Naturally, Xiao Jun claimed the master bedroom for himself, leaving the remaining arrangements to Jiang Yu. The large bed was already adorned with a brand new set of linens, and Xiao Jun comfortably lay down for a brief nap. When he awoke 2 hours later, hunger gnawed at him. He pushed open the door, only to find the entire second floor eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. He wondered what they were up to. Pulling a chocolate bar from his supplies, he took a bite, and the sound of laughter drifted up from downstairs. As he descended, he discovered a number of young ladies gathered in the living room, including the twin sisters. "Hello, Captain." Their harmonious and crisp voices were refreshing to his ears. The captain, Jiang Jie, said we should stay here and follow your lead. It was evident that the twin sisters, Jing Ru and Jing Yi, were present, though the latter seemed noticeably shyer. "And what about you?" Xiao Jun inquired of another familiar face, Jiang Yu's assistant, the petite and buxom Yun Yun. There are only 4 rooms upstairs. Surely we can't all fit here. Brother Jun, these 4 are the bodyguards selected by Jiang Jie to ensure your safety. They will reside on the first floor, Yin Yin explained. Xiao Jun nodded in agreement. He had no objections to Jiang Yu's arrangements, as he was not one to manage such matters, preferring to leave it to her. The 4 bodyguards were clearly handpicked, regardless of their strength. Their appearances were all above an 8 out of 10, pleasing to the eye. Yin Yin continued. Jing Ru and Jing E1T need to participate in battles anymore. Jiang Jie fears you may tire yourself out, so she has assigned them to cater to your needs. Just massages and shoulder rubs, right? Yin Yin said, her disbelief evident. With such stunning young ladies, especially twins, surely they understood their purpose for being sent. Xiao Jun, unashamed, thought nothing of it. After all, he was a normal man, and desiring beautiful women was perfectly natural. He retrieved a box of chocolate bars from his supplies and handed them to the twin sisters, with all 8 occupants inside the room, each taking one. The first floor will be your quarters. No one is allowed entry here without my or Jiang Yu's permission. Yes, Captain. The 4 bodyguard ladies took their belongings to organize their rooms. Yin Yin, take me out to see how the renovations are coming along. Xiao Jun led the twin sisters, with Yin Yin guiding the way, as she explained the plans for transforming the territory. In this area, Jiang Jie suggested we construct more houses to rent out for income, as it is permitted in future city. We also plan to develop a commercial street where we can sell our surplus supplies. We'll have to wait on this area, if we can cultivate food ourselves. Self-sufficiency? That is indeed possible, but not yet. When the second airdrop arrives, it will contain various high-tech crop seeds, which yield plentifully and mature quickly, solving many of our living issues. That evening, Xiao Jun finally saw Jiang Yu again. After a long day of toil, she plopped onto the sofa on the second floor and beckoned the twin sisters, who had been massaging Xiao Jun, to her side. Tomorrow, we need to continue recruiting and also hire some temporary workers. Their pay will be slightly lower than future cities, providing meals and accommodation, plus a mutated crystal every 2 days. Additionally, we should select some trustworthy young ladies to assist. Starting tomorrow, our resource collection must not cease. One team will continue searching within the city, focusing on supplies from stores and supermarkets, while I will lead another team outside the city. This was a plan Xiao Jun had long considered. Exploration outside the city was crucial, and it was an undeveloped area teeming with mutated crystals and airdrop boxes waiting to be discovered. I want to join you. Wan Xinya, who had just ascended the stairs, overheard Xiao Jun's plans and hurriedly approached, seating herself beside him. All right, you will accompany me outside the city, while Jing Yin will lead the team inside. Xiao Jun naturally wrapped an arm around Wan Xinya, oblivious to the glances from others. Fortunately, everyone had grown accustomed to it, and simply pretended not to notice. Li Jingyin and Wan Xinya returned together, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Xiao Jun's arrangements. As long as she was not tasked with construction within the territory, she was content. Recruiting personnel was also off the table, but engaging in combat was acceptable. You shall go recruit tomorrow, aiming to fill 500 positions. However, this time, the criteria can be relaxed somewhat. Anyone under the age of 25 will suffice, preferably with some skills, cooking, for instance. Family should be excluded. It is essential that Jiang Yu personally oversees the recruitment to assuage Xiao Jun's concerns. They decided to leave 100 young ladies in the territory for Yun Yun, and any temp workers who caused disturbances could be dealt with swiftly. The buxom little lowly nodded in agreement. They were no strangers to the act of killing now. After all, they all resided under the same roof. And Xiao Jun was well aware of their thoughts, feeling reassured. The twin sisters and Yun Yun were relishing their first day of life under the captaincy. Exhilarated by the experience, they gathered together beneath high-tech illumination, surrounded by an array of snacks. This was merely the beginning. They would no longer have to share a tent with hundreds of others, though the space was relatively ample. The nightly symphony of snoring and grinding teeth from their companions was decidedly unpleasant. Moreover, the availability of bathing and restroom facilities was a tremendous blessing. The second floor boasted a high-tech bathtub, and with only 7 of them, there was no longer a need to queue for a bath. Although, if the captain were to join, that would be a different matter. Even the 4 bodyguard ladies downstairs were each assigned a bathtub, enabling them to enjoy a daily wash. However, it was evident they were overly optimistic. Xiao Jun had his own separate bathing facility and would not be sharing it with them. It wasn't that he was unwilling, it simply wasn't the time for indulgence. Chapter 47. Leaving the city. Heading north from the territory, after about 10 kilometers, they would encounter a grand bridge, which had been cleared of zombies and was now barricaded by massive stones to prevent any from crossing. This time, Xiao Jun brought along 100 ladies, primarily those from the initial group of 100 recruits, not only possessing formidable strength, but also enriched battle experience. Paul Yun, what shall we do next? The ones who could address him as such were the 30 who had entered alongside Jiang Yu, now the core of the team. Climb over. Do not disturb the stones. The stones were not particularly high, and with their agility, scaling them was a simple task. However, the zombies, lacking intelligence, would not think to climb. Beyond the bridge lay a national road, flanked by some rural dwellings, leaving them uncertain if any survivors remained. A lady who was somewhat familiar with the area accompanied Xiao Jun. Without relying on the city, it's unlikely there are any survivors. Xiao Jun recalled that in the previous iteration of Future City, although people died daily, there were also new arrivals seeking refuge, mostly survivors from county towns and cities. But he had never heard of any from the countryside. The first wave of rain would have overwhelmed them, let alone the subsequent zombies. Once over the massive stones, the vista opened up dramatically, revealing a sea of zombies. Steady and cautious, do not stray too far from the bridge. The 100 ladies split into 2 groups of 50, taking turns to advance. For now, the zombie numbers would not increase. Eliminating one meant one less to contend with. They needed to develop rapidly during this window, while scouting for a suitable temporary refuge to withstand at least a week's onslaught. Wan Qinyao watched with eager anticipation, and Xiao Jun smiled, gesturing for her to prioritize her safety. First-tier zombies were no match for these ladies. As long as their stamina held, they could handle any number as if they were mere gifts. Moreover, unlike in the city, there was no one competing for kills. Every zombie was theirs for the taking. Brother Jun, we have spotted a second-tier zombie. Brother Jun, 3 second-tier zombies have appeared here. The first hour was relatively manageable, but after that, complications began to arise. Second-tier zombies posed no distinction between day and night. The sunlight had ceased to affect them. In the vast expanse of the plains, the sounds of battle drew in countless second-tier zombies. Where's Wan Qinya? Call her over. Also, gather all second-tier metamorphs in the team. The cacophony of countless zombies howling nearby unnerved even the battle-hardened ladies, who calmed only upon hearing Xiao Jun's voice. Before long, Wan Qinya returned, bloodied, flanked by 11 second-tier metamorphs. Wan Qinya, you lead these 11. Ensure that no second-tier zombies approach. With Wan Qinya, there were 12 of them, each equipped with suitable high-tech weaponry. The first-tier metamorphs wielded a variety of weapons sufficient for dealing with first-tier zombies. However, if second-tier zombies charged in, they would be utterly overwhelmed. After Wan Qinya departed with her 11 second-tier companions, Xiao Jun moved to the forefront. After an hour of slaughter, the zombie numbers in the area had diminished significantly, leaving a grim tableau of corpses. This type of combat was a first for the ladies, and many found themselves numbed by the violence. Be cautious, Wan Qinya cried out. Just as she became ensnared by 2 second-tier zombies, another lunged at her from behind. Although she noticed it was too late. Fortunately, 2 other second-tier ladies intervened, engaging the new threat immediately. This situation was unsustainable. There seemed to be an overwhelming number of second-tier zombies in the vicinity. With a swift motion, Xiao Jun summoned a steel knife from his spatial ring, deciding to take the initiative and eliminate the second-tier zombies. With a deft movement, he separated from the main group, plunging into the horde alone. His speed rendered the weakened first-tier zombies incapable of tracking him. Even those who did encounter him were sent flying by the sheer force of his onslaught. Clad in high-tech combat gear, he had little to fear unless he was caught by the head. Spotting a second-tier zombie, he charged forward and dispatched it in one swift stroke. It was as straightforward as that. Engaging a second-tier zombie while under the effects of an advanced mutation serum, Xiao Jun was an unstoppable force. His current prowess surpassed even that of his former self. In his previous life, he could easily contend with second-tier zombies, let alone in his present state. The brief pause resulting from slaying the second-tier zombie attracted the attention of surrounding first-tier zombies. Gripping his knife tightly, Xiao Jun executed a sweeping 360-degree attack, each contact resulting in a death, clearing a significant space around him. Without a backward glance, he sprinted toward another area, unconvinced that such a limited space could yield an excessive number of second-tier zombies. Following the direction from which the zombies came, he pressed further in, now a third-tier entity. Equipped with high-tech combat gear, he felt no trepidation at the encroaching first-tier zombies. Moreover, with his teleportation ability, he harbored no fear. However, as he ventured deeper, an instinctive sense of unease crept over him. The density of second-tier zombies seemed excessive. After traversing a mere 200 meters, he had already dispatched 6 second-tier zombies. Even if this area had never been cleared, this was still unusual. With a sense of foreboding, Xiao Jun continued for another 50 meters when a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, approaching at an alarming speed. Softly fragrant and enveloping, Xiao Jun forcefully swept his blade through the nearby zombies, a flicker of helplessness crossing his visage. How did you end up here? He questioned. You keep running farther away. Most of the second-tier zombies have been eliminated, so I followed you. Despite the horde surrounding them, Wan Xinya felt an overwhelming sense of security in Xiao Jun's embrace. With her presence already established, Xiao Jun could no longer push her away. With Wan Xinya's capabilities, she would not only be no burden to him, but could also offer substantial assistance. Stay close to me. There are an alarming number of second-tier zombies in this small area. Something feels amiss. Xiao Jun held back an additional thought, sensing an unsettling familiarity in this situation, reminiscent of a previous life's siege by zombies. In that past existence, the emergence of third-tier zombies heralded the first zombie siege on Future City. Although the zombies were of a lower grade, humanity was caught entirely unprepared, resulting in catastrophic losses. The survivor count dwindled by half in that battle. Xiao Jun feared this might be the precursor to another siege. If so, his territory would be the first to suffer. Thus, he needed to ascertain the truth today. With Wan Xinya's assistance, Xiao Jun advanced more swiftly. She moved like a phantom in the night, suddenly appearing beside a second-tier zombie, skillfully severing its head with her dagger. Brother Jun, it seems like there's a second-tier zombie every few paces. This is just one direction. Surely there are others as well? Xiao Jun's unease intensified, as he could now confirm the presence of at least one third-tier zombie in the vicinity. Third-tier zombies possess the ability to perceive their surroundings and exhibited a level of intelligence comparable to certain ordinary animals, instinctively seeking to invade and claim territory. This was one of the reasons behind zombie sieges. Be cautious, there may be a third-tier zombie nearby. What? Wan Xinya heightened her vigilance, never doubting Xiao Jun's words. If it were merely a one-on-one confrontation with a third-tier zombie, neither Xiao Jun nor Wan Xinya would harbor any fear. In his previous life, Xiao Jun had been capable of single-handedly dispatching a third-tier zombie. However, the current situation was different. They were surrounded by zombies with little room to maneuver. A surprise attack from a third-tier zombie could have dire consequences. Brother Jun, perhaps we should retreat. Upon learning of the potential third-tier zombie, Wan Xinya felt her resolve waver. It wasn't that she doubted Xiao Jun's strength. She was simply afraid. Xiao Jun nodded. It was indeed too perilous. Having confirmed the situation, he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. If need be, he could abandon his territory and find another place. However, just as Xiao Jun turned around, Wan Xinya's pupils suddenly dilated. He sensed movement behind him, but it was too late. Chapter 48. Escape in a moment of crisis. Xiao Jun prepared to activate his teleportation ability, but the next instant, Wan Xinya's figure vanished, reappearing behind him with a speed bordering on instantaneous. He quickly turned to see a third-tier zombie raising its claws high, preparing to strike down upon Wan Xinya. Despite her high-tech combat suit, she was still struck forcefully, sent flying into the distance and becoming engulfed by a swarm of zombies. With a fierce swing of his steel blade, Xiao Jun forced the third-tier zombie back and immediately sprinted toward the spot where Wan Xinya had fallen. Along the way, every zombie that obstructed his path was cleaved in two. Xinya. When Xiao Jun finally scooped her up, she was barely clinging to life. Despite her advanced combat suit, the tremendous force of the impact had injured her severely. After her fall, she had been besieged and bitten by a multitude of zombies, leaving several scratches on her face. Brother Jun, kill me. I don't want to become a zombie. In his arms, Wan Xinya thrashed wildly, desperate to avoid turning into a zombie, preferring death at his hands instead. Foolish woman, stay still. I will save you. No one can harm my woman, not even zombies. Restraining the struggling Wan Xinya, Xiao Jun retrieved a small vial from his space. The green, unknown liquid within caused a flicker of concern. He had no time to hesitate, praying fervently that the antidote would prove effective. Open your mouth. Seconds had passed, and Wan Xinya was already exhibiting signs of zombie infection. Were it not for her third-tier mutated physique, she would have transformed by now. The antidote was administered, but Xiao Jun had no idea how long it would take to take effect. He also fed her a second-tier mutated crystal. Her injuries were severe and without prompt treatment. She could very well succumb to death. The area Xiao Jun had cleared was once again teeming with zombies, while the third-tier zombie lingered nearby, watching silently. The earlier encounter had instilled a significant sense of danger in it, causing it not to rush in recklessly. Is it effective? Just as he spoke, Xiao Jun's figure began to fade from view. The instincts of the third-tier zombie were remarkably acute, even with Xiao Jun's sudden attack. It managed to evade a fatal blow. A quick resolution was imperative. With Wan Xinya on his back, Xiao Jun's movements were severely hampered, and the numerous zombies around them were poised to strike. If he did not conclude the battle swiftly, both he and Wan Xinya would be doomed to remain here. He shoved a second-tier mutated crystal into his mouth to regain some energy, refusing to grant the third-tier zombie a moment's respite, attacking relentlessly with his blade. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. When speed and strength reach a certain pinnacle, finesse becomes secondary, Each strike is a simple yet lethal maneuver. On his 10th strike, the third-tier zombie finally succumbed. As the world's first third-tier zombie, it could neither escape nor withstand the assault. It was a pitiful fate. Far better to meet a dignified death. Xiao Jun swiftly felt around, producing a piece of azure, mutated crystal. But there was no time to examine it before he cast it into his space. Wan Xinya, slumped against his back, had succumbed to unconsciousness, whether due to the antidote or the severity of her injuries. The death of the third-tier zombie did not deter the other zombies. Those that had been charging forth continued their relentless advance. In this dire situation, facing the horde of zombies was even more perilous than confronting the third-tier zombie. For he had to protect Wan Xinya as well. Casting a glance around, Xiao Jun spotted a farmhouse not far off, though it had already been overrun by zombies. He charged towards the house, steel blade in hand, and began hacking at the door. This was the only solution he could conceive in such a short time. The blade was too short. It could hold for a while, but eventually he would be unable to fend off the encroaching horde. He needed a weapon long enough to keep the zombies at bay, if not for killing, then at least to prevent them from closing in. With all his might, he struck down, and the already precarious wooden pillar at the door came crashing down. With the steel knife stowed away in his spatial pocket, Xiao Jun gripped the wooden pillar tightly with both hands, realizing that his safe return depended entirely on how long he could endure. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, focusing on the direction of Future City, and executed 2 consecutive teleportations. These 2 teleports propelled him forward by over 100 meters. Yet he was still at least 500 meters away from his comrades. With no other options available, Xiao Jun plunged forward recklessly. At 50 meters, his hands were already aching unbearably. At 100 meters, sweat streamed down his body, as the surrounding zombies were continuously sent flying. At 150 meters, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his expression twisted with effort. At 200 meters, Xiao Jun felt as though he might truly succumb. At 300 meters, he had reached the limits of his physical endurance. His consciousness was becoming hazy, and all he could think was to charge ahead. Uncertain of how much longer he ran, his vision began to blur, and he thought he heard the voices of his fellow team members, particularly the sisters in his group. Ultimately, Xiao Jun could endure no longer. Still clutching the thick wooden pillar, he collapsed straight to the ground. Fortunately, he fell forward. Had he toppled backward, Wan Xinya might have avoided death by zombies only to be crushed by him. Not far away, several figures had detached from the team and were hastily racing towards him. Surely, they wouldn't perish. This thought flickered through Xiao Jun's mind just before he lost consciousness. Chapter 49. Dr. Jiang, I'm not dead? Xiao Jun slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if this phrase was somewhat familiar. Straining to make sense of his surroundings, he realized he was in his own room. Attempting to sit up, he discovered that his hands were bound with bandages. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pain coursing through him. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door, and Xiao Jun instinctively turned to look. The door swung open, revealing a stranger, a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s, radiating an air of maturity. Yet her face bore signs of fatigue, as if she had not rested in quite some time. He noted that none of his team members resembled her. Her beauty and poise were unforgettable after just one glance. "Captain, you're awake," the woman exclaimed, rushing over to his bedside. "Captain, you mustn't move. You have multiple muscle and ligament strains. You need to lie still." "Who are you?" Xiao Jun abandoned the idea of sitting up. The pain was too intense. "Captain, my name is Jiang Wei. I'm new here. Before the apocalypse, I was a doctor, and Captain Jiang, you assigned me to this team." Jiang Wei paused before continuing. "Captain, you should have your temperature taken." With that, she produced a thermometer and carefully inserted it under Xiao Jun's armpit. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Wei's cheeks flushed. This action was one she had performed many times over the past few days, yet this time, Xiao Jun was fully aware and watching her intently. Her hands felt cool against his skin, igniting a peculiar sensation. An awkward silence enveloped them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Had Xiao Jun been able to move, Jiang Wei might have fled. After a moment, she finally snapped back to reality, recalling Jiang Yu's instructions to inform them promptly once the captain regained consciousness. "Captain, I have something to attend to. I'll be right back." After speaking, Jiang Wei hurriedly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, a chorus of voices filled the air outside. The door swung open once more, and Wan Xinya dashed in, followed closely by the twin sisters. Paul Yun, Wan Xinya's eyes were red, clearly having cried a great deal during his absence. "Is everything all right? How long was I unconscious?" Xiao Jun wanted to ask immediately, but the atmosphere fell off, and he hesitated. 2 days, the twin sister answered. "Sister Qinyao woke up a day before you." 2 days, that feels rather long. "How much longer until I recover?" He directed this question toward Jiang Wei, who had just returned. Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. "Captain, healing from muscle and ligament injuries typically takes 100 days. Yours are more severe, Even with your excellent recovery abilities, it will take at least 2 months. 2 months? Xiao Jun felt a sense of urgency. Lying in bed for that long would likely result in losing everything. With great effort, he moved his fingers and retrieved a third-tier, mutated crystal from his spatial pocket. It appeared that this was his only option. The precise workings of the mutated crystals remained a mystery, but they were known not only for enhancing abilities, but also for their remarkable healing properties. It was rumored that 7th-tier, mutated crystals could even regenerate severed limbs. However, in his previous life, it was unlikely that even Future City had managed to unearth many 7th-tier crystals. When the others noticed the ethereal blue crystal in Xiao Jun's hand, their gazes were drawn to it. Even one, Qinya momentarily forgetting her tears. The crystal was truly captivating. What are you staring at? Just put it in my mouth. I can't move. Xiao Jun chided, exasperated by their fascination. Wan Qinya promptly took the crystal from his hand, albeit reluctantly, and placed it in Xiao Jun's mouth. I want it. There will be plenty more of these in the future, and there are even more beautiful ones to come. As the mutated crystal melted in his mouth, a warm current surged through Xiao Jun's body, especially in his limbs, which felt pleasantly itchy. Water. Wan Qinya quickly produced a water bottle and poured it into his mouth. Be careful. Are you trying to drown me? Use a smaller cup. Xiao Jun spluttered, exasperated by the deluge of water. Eventually, Wan Qinya stepped aside, and the twin sister took over. She retrieved a disposable cup, filled it with water, and gently supported Xiao Jun's head with her arm, carefully guiding the cup to his lips. After drinking 2 cups of water, Xiao Jun felt a surge of strength return to him. With the healing effects of the 3rd-tier mutated crystal, he could begin to move slowly, no longer requiring their assistance. Xiao Jun pulled out a lunchbox from his spatial pocket. One rice ball after another disappeared into his mouth, and he felt his strength returning. Soon, his hunger was alleviated. The warmth from the 3rd-tier mutated crystal began to fade. Xiao Jun rose from the bed, taking a few tentative steps. Walking seemed manageable. Though fighting was out of the question, he retrieved a 2nd-tier mutated crystal and popped into his mouth. The sensation was similar, but the warmth was considerably diminished, lasting only a few fleeting seconds. Forget it, this is too extravagant. Xiao Jun resolved, satisfied with his current recovery, deciding to take his time with the rest. Jiang Wei observed the entire exchange with wide eyes, astonished. Prior to joining Xiao Jun's team, she had been unaware of the healing effects of mutated crystals. Captain, I still need to examine you. Clinging to her professional demeanor, she insisted on a thorough checkup. Xiao Jun had initially wished to avoid the hassle, but seeing the expressions of the other women, he complied and lay back down. With a flushed face, Jiang Wei approached, feeling shy yet adhering to her professional standards. After several minutes of examination, Jiang Wei finally ceased her ministrations, convinced that Xiao Jun had indeed recovered. Had the apocalypse rendered even doctors obsolete? Jiang Wei found herself in a state of confusion. Just the other day, when she had joined Xiao Jun's team, Jiang Yu had been overjoyed, declaring that they finally had a doctor. Yet now, it seemed that the role of a physician was not as essential as she had thought. Could a single mutated crystal resolve everything? Dr. Jiang, while mutated crystals can heal injuries, they cannot cure diseases. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's heartfelt sentiments, Xiao Jun felt it imperative to interject. I'm not afflicted by illness. Rather, I am injured. Should it be a more severe ailment, the mutated crystals would prove ineffective for treatment. Jiang Wei, having just embarked on a path of self-denial, found herself momentarily taken aback by Xiao Jun's affirmation. Our team will undoubtedly expand, and we are in dire need of professionals like Dr. Jiang. We welcome you, he declared, extending his right hand. Jiang Wei, momentarily stunned, reciprocated with her own right hand. It was still cool to the touch, yet not frigid. Gripping it felt akin to clasping jade, a sensation that was paradoxically soothing yet entirely harmonious. Thank you, Jiang Wei murmured softly. Chapter 50, Accelerating Progress. The team has now reached a total of 500 members, comprising 4 third-tier mutants, 147 second-tier mutants, and 349 first-tier mutants. Xiao Jun reclined in a lounge chair, while Wan Qinya reported on the team's status. It appeared that significant gains had been made during this period. With 147 second-tier mutants, just how many mutated crystals must have been amassed? Moreover, without Xiao Jun's consent, only a maximum of 30% could be allocated to the ladies. This implied that his own collection of mutated crystals had likely exceeded tens of thousands. Indeed, the area outside the city proved to be a veritable treasure trove, teeming with zombies and abundant airdrop crates, largely untouched by prior exploration. While many had contemplated venturing beyond the city, the inability to assemble a sufficiently powerful team rendered such endeavors perilous. The largest faction in Future City was, after all, Future City itself, currently occupied with urban cleansing to broaden its influence and attract more survivors. Thus, for Xiao Jun's team, the exterior constituted the optimal environment for development. While the bounties outside were immense, the resources accumulated within the city were not to be underestimated, with ample supplies stockpiled. The precise quantity was of little concern to Xiao Jun, as Wan Xinya's extensive report indicated that it would suffice for a considerable duration. Although procuring resources now seemed effortless, the drawbacks of lacking production capabilities would inevitably surface after a year or so. The city's supplies would eventually be depleted. The absence of electricity represented the gravest challenge in this post-apocalyptic world. We must exert ourselves. Our time is limited, Xiao Jun sighed. The emergence of third-tier zombies was a quiet yet alarming reality. Had he not discovered and dispatched one, they might now be facing an unending siege of the undead. In such a scenario, even the most formidable fighters would find themselves at a disadvantage. A multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant, and zombies were far more lethal than mere ants. Any breach of the skin would spell doom. Teams venturing outside must exercise utmost vigilance. Should a significant concentration of second-tier zombies arise in a localized area, they must return to report immediately. Xiao Jun's trepidation stemmed from the fact that with the appearance of the first third-tier zombie, a second could very well follow. He was determined not to be caught unawares. Understood, Jiang Yu noted. Moreover, we must assign personnel to guard duty every night, particularly monitoring the skies for a second zombie rain. At this juncture, Xiao Jun could no longer rely entirely on the experiences of his past life. He could only endeavor to mitigate potential threats. A second wave? Jiang Yu inquired, astonished. She cared little for how Xiao Jun acquired this knowledge, having already concluded that he was a prodigious individual. Indeed, a second wave. Second-tier zombies will become the norm. This revelation surprisingly elated Jiang Yu. Second-tier mutated crystals were exceedingly rare. Currently, they required 1,000 of these crystals for upgrades, as first-tier ones had become largely ineffective, serving merely as stamina potions. Furthermore, we must procure high-tech weaponry. Whether steel blades or daggers, it is imperative that we equip everyone with a weapon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu hesitated. But we currently do not even possess 100 weapons. Only through scavenging a substantial number of airdrop crates from outside have we achieved this bounty. Is the cost of acquiring such high-tech weaponry not excessively steep? These advanced weapons were indeed scarce commodities, with market prices soaring. One high-tech steel blade fetching 100 mutated crystals. This indicated that to recover the investment, one would need to slay 1,000 zombies, and with ill fortune, perhaps even 2,000 or 3,000. 400 blades would amount to 40,000 mutated crystals, which is quite extravagant at this stage. Moreover, there were simply not enough available in the market. Upon hearing the price of the steel blades, Xiao Jun was taken aback. Is it truly that high? In contrast, staples like food, salt, and chili sauce were remarkably inexpensive, as they could be found in abundance. One could easily fill a large bag from any supermarket. If they could wait for a year, or rather, half a year, the prices would inevitably reverse. Non-renewable consumables, essential for human survival, would become increasingly valuable, while high-tech weaponry would be required in greater quantities as time progressed. Even if the prices were elevated, they must procure them. Seizing the advantage in the early stages would enable them to gather more resources. Though 40,000 mutated crystals appeared substantial now, with the impending second and third waves of zombie rain, one could hardly fear a lack of mutated crystals. However, we possess only slightly over 30,000 first-tier mutated crystals. Upon learning of Xiao Jun's decision, Jiang Yu ceased her attempts at persuasion. Her responsibility was merely to ensure the execution of the tasks at hand. Let us gather them for now. There is still time ahead, after all. The following day, due to his physical condition, Xiao Jun was not fit for combat, thus enjoying a respite. Wan Xinya, however, had recovered swiftly and was once again leading a team outside the city. As the number of team members grew, more reliable individuals were needed to lead. The first batch of 30 women had all risen to the rank of mid-level team leaders, each with distinct responsibilities. A logistics team had been established, with Jiang Yu serving as the chief steward. The combat team was led by Li Jingyin. Had it not been for Wan Xinya's preferences, the leadership would have been entrusted to her. Yet in Xiao Jun's eyes, Wan Xinya was far better suited to the role of a lethal assassin than that of a battlefield general. As he traversed his territory, Xiao Jun observed a number of men diligently at work, all temporary workers recruited by Jiang Yu, though the pay was slightly lower than that offered in Future City. Applicants continued to flock in, who would not wish to work for a living rather than risk their lives. Hello, military brother. The buxom young girl had become the chief overseer, and she certainly appeared the part. All buildings should be low-rise, just ensure they have a larger footprint. Xiao Jun was acutely aware of the impending earthquake. While referring to it as an earthquake was somewhat vague, the reality was that all structures exceeding 5 stories would collapse. In Star City, finding a building under 5 stories was indeed quite challenging, leading to the inevitable consequence of total destruction of its architecture. Xiao Jun envisioned utilizing this territory in the future, as its geographical position was quite advantageous. When the era of mass exodus from the city arrived, he could easily transform this territory into a supply station. Constructing lower buildings would allow for repairs post-earthquake, enabling continued use. After surveying the territory, Xiao Jun noted that everyone was busy with their respective tasks. Feeling somewhat guilty for having spent several days in Future City without assessing its conditions, he resolved to take a stroll outside, lest he disrupt the team's industriousness. Chapter 51. The Trading Hall. Within Future City, a continuous influx of new survivors arrived daily, not only from Star City, but also from neighboring towns. At the onset of the apocalypse, numerous survivors from small to medium-sized cities instinctively gravitated towards the larger cities, harboring hopes that these urban centers might still possess the might of a nation. However, upon arriving in Star City, their aspirations were utterly shattered, and Future City became their sole refuge. In the early stages of city establishment, management was far from refined. The inhabitants of Future City were preoccupied with territorial disputes and resource acquisition, leaving little manpower for governance. As Xiao Jun traversed the streets, he encountered a scene of utter disarray. Many individuals were clad in tattered garments, wandering in groups without a clear purpose, uncertain of their future, living day by day. Those with wealth sought to procure residential rights within Future City, while the less fortunate simply found corners to sleep in. The audacious would force open vacant rooms to take refuge, knowing that Future City lacked the capacity for oversight. The only distinction was that those who purchased property could expect protection from Future City. In recent days, many who had broken into homes owned by those with residential rights met a grim fate, falling victim to the enforcement team of Future City. After a span of 2 to 3 days, the boldness of intruders had significantly diminished, with caution now evident before attempting to break in, thus achieving the desired deterrent effect for Future City. Having walked a short distance, Xiao Jun arrived at the bustling trading hall of Future City, teeming with a diverse array of individuals. At the entrance stood a dozen guards wielding steel blades, their keen eyes fixed on the throngs of people. Any disturbance would prompt immediate action from them. The trading hall resembled a talent market from the pre-apocalypse era, expansive yet unable to accommodate the sheer volume of visitors. A plethora of goods was available for trade, ranging from items from airdrop crates to those from the world before the collapse. Xiao Jun even spotted the sale of undergarments. Such an item was indeed a rarity. Had a lingerie store been plundered? To his surprise, several patrons were perusing the items. And while he could comprehend a woman purchasing a couple of pieces, he found it perplexing that several men were engaging in the same, considering the minuscule nature of the items and their questionable utility. As he ventured further inside, the clutter was overwhelming, and he failed to find what he sought. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave when a female attendant approached him. The trading hall was staffed with personnel from Future City, and those selling goods here were required to pay fees. Otherwise, Future City could not guarantee their safety. Sir, we also have a second floor in the trading hall. Would you care to take a look? The attendant had been observing Xiao Jun since his entrance. Dressed neatly, with black rings on her fingers indicative of spatial equipment. She recognized him as a figure of significance and quickly approached when he shook his head. The trading market in Future City was hierarchical. Vendors on the first floor only needed to pay a minimal fee, and their goods went unchecked. The second floor, however, was a different story. Half of the offerings were owned by Future City, while the other half was rented out at a premium. To sell on the second floor required not just payment, but also an inspection of goods. Not all wares were permitted to ascend. Intrigued by this information, Xiao Jun followed the attendant to the second floor. At the staircase, there were 2 rows of guards wielding steel blades. Upon seeing Xiao Jun approach, the leading guard extended his hand. Sir, due to the value of the goods on the second floor, a deposit is required, or alternatively, proof of property ownership in Future City may suffice. The attendant whispered to Xiao Jun. How much is the deposit? He inquired casually. 10 first-tier, mutated crystals. While not exorbitant, it was still a considerable sum, and Xiao Jun readily produced his territory certificate. Honorable Commander, please proceed upstairs. After a thorough inspection, the guard returned the certificate, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. Clearly, Future City had capable individuals. The level of service here was commendable. The attendant beamed with delight, realizing she was in the presence of a territory-holding commander, and her prospects for commission were soaring. Xiao Jun smirked. Although this was a post-apocalyptic world devoid of phones and computers, he saw little entertainment beyond occasional liaisons. Yet, he found no appeal in her. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered a markedly quieter environment, with shops neatly partitioned. This way, Commander, the attendant beckoned. presenting him with a comprehensive inventory list of the second floor's offerings. The service here was exceptional, with private seating and catalogs, in stark contrast to the chaotic atmosphere of the first floor. As he perused the list, he lit a cigarette, drawing envious glances from several onlookers. Items such as salt and food, once valuable pre-apocalypse commodities, were now priced quite affordably, except for two items whose prices had only surged: cigarettes and alcohol. As a smoker himself, Xiao Jun had stockpiled 50 boxes of cigarettes in his space, having previously instructed Jiang Yu to acquire any encountered. Thus, he was unconcerned about his current smoking habits. Scanning the inventory, he noted a section dedicated to weapons. On this second floor, there were 10 high-tech steel blades and 17 daggers available. What are the prices for the blades and daggers? He inquired as the attendant returned with a cup of hot tea. A high-tech steel blade is around 100 mutated crystals, while a dagger is half that, at 50 mutated crystals. Given the adage that an inch of blade is worth an inch of strength, he deemed the blades far superior for combat against zombies, as using a dagger necessitated constant caution against being grazed. "I'll take them all. Please fetch them for me, and I will settle the payment afterwards." His simple request sounded like a melody to the attendant's ears. She would earn a 0 for commission on sales made to customers she brought in, netting her 7 first-tier mutated crystals in one fell swoop. Many outside faced the peril of battling zombies for days without earning such a sum. Excitedly, the attendant hurried to gather the items, while Xiao Jun sipped his tea and continued to browse. Regrettably, he found no combat suits. Otherwise, he would have purchased a couple for the key members of his team. Without them during the last encounter, Wan Qinya would have surely perished. The final page of the list contained an assortment of unclassified items, including several diesel generators. Such equipment might have had some utility in the early days, but would soon become obsolete. Star City lacked oil fields to extract petroleum. In his previous life, following the onset of the apocalypse, the remaining oil prices skyrocketed, only to be depleted within 3 months. Xiao Jun would not waste his resources on such an item. It held no value. Chapter 52, A Precious Find. A spatial ring? Is this truly for sale? Xiao Jun was taken aback, astonished to discover spatial rings listed on the inventory. In a world overflowing with supplies, each individual lamented their lack of hands. How to carry more? However, with spatial equipment, such worries vanished. Even the most rudimentary rings boasted a capacity of 500 kilograms, sufficient for an individual's needs. Yet, the list clearly indicated the availability of 2 spatial rings. What audacity these sellers possessed! The price, however, was equally daunting: 10 second-tier mutated crystals. The diligent attendant was still busy gathering weapons for Xiao Jun, but upon seeing him waver over, she swiftly approached. "Commander, do you have any instructions?" While conversing, she deliberately adjusted her short skirt, revealing her fair, supple thighs. "Who is selling this spatial ring?" Xiao Jun disregarded the glaring thighs, as there were several items at home that had yet to be consumed, each far surpassing this triviality. Speaking of the spatial ring, the waitress's eyes brightened with anticipation. "Captain, this is sold by Future City." The mere act of presenting a spatial ring in exchange for second-tier mutated crystals suggested a leap to the 4th tier, a progression that was rather alarming. Yet, contemplating the thousands under his command, Xiao Jun felt a sense of ease. "All right, first have my weapon ready, and then I shall take a look." The waitress bore no discontent. These 2 rings had lingered here for several days, with each visitor to the 2nd floor inquiring about them. Yet none had made a purchase. Those who desired them could not afford them, while those who could afford them were in dire need of second-tier mutated crystals, a veritable cycle of despair. Xiao Jun already possessed considerable spatial equipment. 2 rings would hardly resolve any issues, and it was imprudent to squander 22nd-tier mutated crystals. As he perused the bottommost items, seemingly devoid of value, something suddenly caught his attention. A spatial stone, capable of augmenting spatial equipment by 250 kilograms in capacity, was priced at 2 second-tier mutated crystals. Perhaps fearing others might not recognize its significance, the seller had thoughtfully annotated its use. Xiao Jun's breath quickened as he meticulously read each word. Indeed, it was a spatial stone. However, the description was somewhat misleading. The spatial stone, a product of airdrop boxes, is an accessory to spatial equipment. Each piece of spatial equipment could utilize a spatial stone once. Using it again would result in it exploding. The additional space granted was not simply 250 kilograms, but a 50% increase. When applied to a spatial ring, it indeed added 250 kilograms, but if used on a bracelet, it would enhance the capacity by a staggering 2,500 kilograms. As soon as the waitress stepped away, Xiao Jun waved her back, urgency evident in his gesture. There was no choice. He was a wealthier patron, prompting her to hasten back. "Forget the weapon for now. Bring me that spatial stone quickly, I want it. The waitress, barely able to catch her breath, was again ushered aside by Xiao Jun, wishing for a sip of water. This time, the efficiency was remarkable. Within 2 minutes, she returned accompanied by a man. Captain, the spatial stone you requested is being sold by him. Let me see the goods. Xiao Jun had regained his composure. One must never appear too eager in business, as the more anxious one seems, the easier one is to manipulate. Over the past few days, Future City had employed a series of decisive measures to demonstrate the unyielding nature of this ironclad market, simultaneously fostering trust among the populace. Thus, the man wasted no time presenting 2 transparent, rubber-like objects. Products of airdrop boxes, their effects were evident upon contact. Holding them in his hands, Xiao Jun recalled their description. Spatial stone can be integrated into spatial equipment, significantly increasing storage capacity. Finally, he comprehended why such an affordable treasure had come his way. The description had not accurately conveyed the 50% increase. The term significantly was a mere euphemism. The appraisers in Future City must have tested it with a spatial ring, mistakenly believing it added 250 kilograms of capacity. Coincidentally, this man had been there yesterday, but at that time, his asking price was 5 second-tier mutated crystals, a sum that deterred even inquiries. Selling on the second floor required exorbitant fees, and if items lingered unsold for too long, the vendor would struggle to cover even the stall fees. Some opted to sell outside to avoid costs, but it was rumored that a young man selling food outside had vanished the following day. Without sufficient strength, wealth becomes a perilous poison rather than a boon. Today, the man had to lower his price, fortuitously encountering Xiao Jun. Having inspected both spatial stones and confirmed their authenticity, Xiao Jun found the price of 2 second-tier mutated crystals to be remarkably reasonable. He decisively produced the crystals, feeling triumphant about the acquisition. Adding 5,000 kilograms of space was akin to acquiring an additional spatial bracelet. Shortly after dismissing the man, he collected all the weapons he had ordered. As the weapons were sold by several different vendors, it took some time. After thoroughly examining each one to ensure its quality, Xiao Jun promptly settled the payment. Once everything was stored in his spatial inventory, he stood up to leave, causing the waitress to grow anxious. Though she had made a decent profit today, she yearned for even more. Captain, we have a lounge on the 3rd floor. Would you care to rest for a while? The buttons on the waitress's uniform had come undone, brushing against Xiao Jun's arm with an enticing subtlety. In a splendid mood, having procured numerous weapons and 2 spatial stones, Xiao Jun rubbed his hands together. 10 first-tier mutated crystals appeared in his palm, which he tossed into the waitress's bosom. A little tip for you. With that, he departed without a second glance. The waitress tightened her buttons, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on her face as she felt the envious gazes of onlookers. Chapter 53. A Chance Encounter. After leaving the trading market, Xiao Jun did not venture to the recruitment market, as it was evident that the workers in his territory had been sourced from there. The streets remained as chaotic as ever, with even beggars dotting the scene, to whom Xiao Jun paid no heed. Approaching him was a group returning from outside Future City, their laughter and chatter indicating a fruitful expedition. Captain? A voice rang out from the crowd, filled with delight, as a boy broke away from the group. It was Guayu, who had once shared a hotel floor with Xiao Jun. We encountered a familiar face. We should head back, Guayu remarked, appearing to have fared well in Future City, exchanging pleasantries with others before turning back to Xiao Jun. Captain, you've come to Future City too. That's wonderful. My mother often speaks of you. Captain, I have now joined Future City and even become a team leader, commanding dozens of individuals. I am now a second-tier altered one. He beamed with the pride of a child eager to showcase his achievements. Very well, Xiao Jun nodded with a smile, pleased to see that he had not misjudged Guayu, who clearly felt a close affinity towards him. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. In a previous life, Guayu had been the leading general of Future City, stern and taciturn. This new trend raised concerns about his potential deviation. With Xiao Jun's affirmation, Guayu's spirits soared as he pulled him along towards home, for his mother often lamented that without Xiao Jun, they would have perished long ago. Xiao Jun, having no pressing matters, was equally glad to encounter Guayu in Future City. Along the way, Guayu recounted his experiences to Xiao Jun. Initially, he had heeded Xiao Jun's advice, becoming a first-tier altered one before bringing his mother to the survivor team. The journey had been fraught with danger, but Guayu's formidable strength ensured they navigated it unscathed. Upon joining the team, he gradually showcased his capabilities, gaining recognition and eventually being appointed as a small team leader, responsible for 7 or 8 individuals. Subsequently, he encountered a premier airdrop box. However, at that moment, their team lacked the strength to contend with the second-tier zombies. In a critical juncture, taking advantage of the zombies chasing the scattered team members, Guayu consumed the mutated crystal that was supposed to be submitted by the team. successfully upgrading to a second-tier mutant. That battle was exceedingly perilous, yet fortunately, Guo Yu's skills prevailed, and he ultimately triumphed over the second-tier zombie. To his astonishment, the airdrop box turned out to be a top-tier one. With all his subordinates perished and no one to supervise, Guo Yu, being prudent, chose not to report the incident and discreetly appropriated the contents for himself. Brother Jun, let me secretly tell you, there was a mutation potion inside that airdrop box. After consuming it, my strength increased by approximately twofold, Guo Yu whispered after casting a furtive glance around, ensuring no one was listening. Xiao Jun found it amusing. This child was quite innocent, remembering the kindness shown to him. Perhaps it was because his mother had not perished in this life, allowing him to retain some semblance of purity without succumbing to darkness. Then you must strive harder. I'm already a third-tier mutant now, Guo Yu nodded earnestly, only to revert to his childlike demeanor the next moment. Brother Jun, I heard from others that a team full of beautiful ladies has arrived in Future City, and they're exceptionally strong, calling themselves the Xiao Jun harem. Is that your team, Brother Jun? Xiao Jun's smile instantly morphed into embarrassment. This was utterly mortifying, considering Guo Yu was still a minor. The name was chosen arbitrarily. Do not heed the rumors, he replied. What a pity. Brother Jun's team only accepts beautiful ladies. Otherwise, I would have joined you. Xiao Jun chuckled ironically, as if he were living a life of nightly revelry, having only encountered 1 out of 500 beautiful ladies, far from comparing to those slightly older team leaders. You should stay put in Future City for now. Once you become stronger, I will take you to explore other places. Brother Jun must think I am too weak now. If I joined his team, I would only take away his upgrading resources. I have observed others during the night patrols often checking those who are not stealthily breaking in, collecting their mutated crystals, and then turning a blind eye. It seems I must adopt a similar approach in the future, gathering more mutated crystals to upgrade swiftly and assist Brother Jun. Xiao Jun's expression darkened. How had a once invincible war god turned into a cunning and greedy little pup? What had gone awry? Guo Yu currently resided on the west side of Future City, an area designated for direct members of Future City. As a squad leader, Guo Yu was naturally allocated a residence. Due to his mother's circumstances, he chose a low floor. Unlike the pre-apocalypse era, where higher floors meant greater expense, in a world devoid of electricity, high-rises were not practical. Now, Guo Yu had become the captain of a substantial team in Future City, commanding over 100 subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have been able to secure an apartment on the second floor. Upon opening the door, a woman's voice immediately resonated within. Xiao Yu was back. Upon noticing her son accompanied by another person, Guo Yu's mother grew slightly cautious. Despite her son's prowess, he was still young, and the fear of deceit lingered. Mom, I met Brother Jun today, and I brought him back. You often mention him, Guo Yu exclaimed excitedly as he dashed to his mother's side. The tension on Guo Yu's mother's face dissipated instantly, replaced by a heartfelt smile. Hurry, come inside. From Guo Yu's mother's heart, Xiao Jun sensed nothing but gratitude for the one who had saved her son's life. She harbored no other thoughts. Xiao Yu, go fetch the food. What are you standing there for? Seeing Guo Yu lingering by the door, his mother promptly urged him. There wasn't much food, just some chips, spicy strips, and 2 bottles of milk. Despite Guo Yu's membership in Future City, which could be deemed as a minor leadership role, the rations allocated to him were indeed limited. With over 10,000 direct members in Future City, at least half of the supplies would be reserved for stockpiling. The remainder would be distributed in layers, leaving Guo Yu with little. Nevertheless, it was better than the majority, as at least he and his mother were free from worries about food and shelter, allowing him to steadily enhance his abilities. They appeared content with their situation. However, Guo Yu's mother's occasional expressions of concern were unmistakably noted by Xiao Jun. This life was one that Guo Yu had risked his life to procure. Chapter 54. The Second Zombie Reign. After a heartfelt insistence from Guo Yu and his mother, Xiao Jun stayed for lunch before departing. The meal was simple, consisting of self-heating rice for each of them. They were unaware that in 3 months' time, such a meal would become a luxury. In his previous life, one self-heating rice could fetch a night with a young and beautiful girl with twin ponytails. Before leaving, Xiao Jun slipped Guo Yu some nutritional food. A 17-year-old boy still needed to eat healthily. By the time Xiao Jun returned to his territory, it was already afternoon. Wan Xinya was engrossed in a comic book, while the twin sisters were engaging in a game of tag with Dr. Jiang. Eager to join the fray, Xiao Jun wished for the losing team to shed a piece of clothing, but alas, he was collectively shooed away by the 3. Xiao Yun scoffed. Is this truly the harem? I see no evidence of its charm. Li Jingyin was still battling outside. She was a combat enthusiast, seemingly awakened to her latent fighting instincts since the onset of the apocalypse. A day without slaying 100 or so zombies left her feeling unwell. The busted little lowly had yet to return, and Jiang Yu was also unaccounted for. This was the current roster of residents on the second floor. while the 4 bodyguard sisters on the first floor remained dutifully on watch. At 5 o'clock, Li Jingyin returned, immediately excitedly embracing Wan Xinya, regaling her with tales of her exploits. By 6 o'clock, Jiang Yu returned. With the head housekeeper back, dinner could commence. As for the little lowly, it was best to selectively forget her presence. Naturally, the meals for Xiao Jun and his companions would not be resolved with mere self-heating rice. First, they prepared 5 self-heating pots, combining everything into a single pot once cooked. Then, Jiang Yu produced an alcohol stove, placing the pot atop it, instantly creating a hot pot ambience. Besides the ingredients from the self-heating pots, Jiang Yu also retrieved some ham sausages and eggs, inviting everyone to cook for themselves. Finally, the main course arrived: shrimp paste, fish balls, crab sticks. An abundance of delicacies left Xiao Jun in a state of astonishment. Not only that, but Jiang Yu also unveiled a bottle of wine that exuded sophistication. This is how you all have been living while I was unconscious for these past few days? Something feels off? Why was there never this much good food before? I found an underground cold storage in the hot pot market, and its sealing performance is quite impressive. Even without electricity, it still maintains a cool temperature, Jiang Yu casually explained, casting a glance. What else could I do? Just because you fainted, should I starve? Xiao Jun transformed his indignation into appetite, diving headfirst into a frenzy of food competition with them. Halfway through the meal, the little lowly returned. Her clothes unchanged as she joined the fray. Sated and letting out a satisfied burp, Xiao Jun lazily reclined on the sofa, with the twin sisters dutifully massaging him from behind. Wan Xinya merely cast a glance his way without saying a word, returning to her comic book. From the moment Xiao Jun rescued her, Wan Xinya's thoughts underwent a profound transformation. Merely surviving had become a source of solace. That very night, everyone on the second floor heard Wan Xinya's cough, as if something unsavory had lodged in her throat. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. During this period, Xiao Jun's health had completely restored. The construction of their territory neared completion, and the team's supplies continued to multiply. Notably, through scavenging and trade, the advanced weaponry of Xiao Jun's team had now equipped nearly 400 individuals. On this particular day, from the moment he awoke, Xiao Jun felt an unsettling premonition, as if something significant was about to transpire. This feeling intensified as the afternoon wore on. By 6 o'clock in the evening, all members of Xiao Jun's team had returned. Jiang Yu, make arrangements. No one is to sleep before midnight tonight. Remain vigilant. Ensure everyone has a hearty dinner, and thereafter, no one is to wander about. Stay in your rooms to rest. At 11 o'clock, we shall gather in our courtyard. Remember to bring your weapons and be ready for combat. Also, ensure your bedding is prepared and set up the tents. With a series of directives given, the logistics team worked overtime to provide dinner for everyone. Is something significant about to happen? Several individuals from the second floor gathered around Xiao Jun. You 4 do not come down tonight. Remain on the second floor and secure all doors and windows. Xiao Jun offered little explanation, his expression still tinged with worry. Dinner was plentiful, yet the usual joviality had dissipated. At 11 o'clock, Xiao Jun drew forth a steel blade and descended the stairs with Jiang Yu, Wan Xinya, and Li Jingyin, while the twin sisters, Dr. Jiang, and the petite girl remained upstairs. Over 400 young women had gathered, and the spacious courtyard felt rather crowded. Many speculated that the captain was preparing for a midnight raid on the city lord's mansion, aspiring to become the future ruler of the city. Tension, unease, excitement, and exhilaration swirled among them. At 11:40, Jiang Yu conducted a head count, confirming that all were present. By 11:55, the sky had plunged into darkness. Yet Xiao Jun's courtyard remained illuminated. Several high-tech lamps hung throughout, ensuring visibility in every corner. As the clock struck midnight, Xiao Jun gazed upward. The once tranquil night was abruptly pierced by strange sounds, followed by a rift appearing in the sky. This scene was familiar to many. Prepare for battle. The anticipated moment had finally arrived. All the young women felt an immense respect for their captain. No wonder their team was so formidable. He seemed to possess foresight. As the first zombie landed, a terrified scream echoed over Future City. The once secure enclave transformed into a paradise for the undead. On Xiao Jun's side, over 400 individuals fixed their gaze upon the sky, gripping their weapons tightly, some even sweating profusely. 10 minutes later, the rift in the sky vanished, and the battle for Future City commenced. In Xiao Jun's courtyard, 7 or 8 zombies fell, yet before they could fully touch the ground, they were swiftly dispatched by the young women. The courtyard's gates were flung open. Xiao Jun had resolved to confront the horde of zombies here. Chapter 55, A Night of Madness. Change shifts. Teams 1 and 2 move down. Teams 3 and 4 take the front. You need not concern yourselves with the second-tier zombies. Others will handle them. Do not fear. We possess a geographical advantage. They are merely walking to their demise. Jiang Yu stood at the center of the courtyard, directing operations while Xiao Jun, Wan Qinya, and Li Jingyin remained vigilant, focused on the encroaching zombies. Should any second-tier zombies appear, they were to be swiftly eliminated to prevent casualties among the team. This downpour of zombies featured an abundance of second-tier creatures, ultimately numbering over 40 in their small vicinity. Time slipped by, and soon, not a single zombie remained in sight. Many collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, soft sobs emerged from the crowd, growing louder by the moment. "Brother Jun, we've lost 41 tonight," Jiang Yu reported, holding the tally. 41 is not too many. The mortality rate is less than 1 in 10. However, the sensation of having to turn a weapon on a comrade, who was just alive a moment ago, is truly unbearable. The emotional toll was immense, as the tension that had been held at bay surged forth now that the immediate threat had receded. "Paul Yun, why didn't we wait until morning to act? Aren't zombies significantly weaker during the day?" spoke the little girl Yun Yun, who had just come downstairs. Although she had not participated in the battle, she had observed everything from the second-floor window. Her voice was loud enough for all the young women in the courtyard to hear, and their gazes turned towards her. "Yes, why not wait for daylight? Why must we act tonight?" During this time, the little girl had contributed to the team almost as much as Jiang Yu, personally assigning roles to every new member. The loss of so many was overwhelming for her. Zombies that fell to the ground would initially be sluggish due to their disorientation. While this delay did not significantly weaken first-tier zombies, second-tier ones were considerably more vulnerable. This wave brought an abundance of second-tier creatures, and even hiding within houses would not guarantee safety. Moreover, the presence of so many people in Future City at night would attract far more zombies than during the day. One unspoken point lingered in Xiao Jun's mind. They would soon need to camp in the wilderness. Would they really march into the night to meet their end? Before the little girl could voice further objections, Jiang Yu swiftly pulled her aside, instructing her to ensure the other young women could rest and take shifts. Tents had already been set up in the courtyard, and many of the newcomers found them a source of intrigue. "Paul Yun, shall we venture out to collect the mutated crystals?" Jiang Yu inquired. "We can wait until tomorrow. There is no rush. Tonight, Future City is destined for chaos." At this moment, Future City resembled a hell on earth. Countless humans seeking refuge transformed into zombies during this night. Even many who resided within rooms faced attacks from the undead. The destructive power of second-tier zombies exceeded their worst fears. Immediate action was taken in Future City. In the west, thousands of members loyal to Future City began to retaliate. City Lord Chun Gang stood at the forefront of the ranks, as fierce as a war god. Flames erupted from his hands, incinerating any zombies that came too close. "Charge forth!" Chun Gang bellowed, unwilling to watch his painstakingly cultivated Future City crumble to ruin. Under Chun Gang's leadership, the number of humans joining the fight swelled. Not only those from Future City, but also other surviving humans. They realized that hiding in their rooms no longer guaranteed safety. Not joining the main force in battle equated to a certain death. The defense of Future City has persisted throughout the night. The precise number of casualties remains unknown, but tens of thousands of humans have attracted a significant portion of the city's zombies to the western outskirts, where their objective has become to hold the line rather than merely escape. Wei Yu is among them. Survivors from other areas, fortunate enough to still be alive, are fleeing towards the west. By the latter part of the night, hundreds of thousands of human survivors have congregated in the western sector. This marks humanity's first large-scale confrontation with the undead. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the city, Xiao Jun lies with his head resting on the long thigh of Wan Qinya, lost in thought. No one on the second floor has retreated to their rooms to sleep. They're all gathered in the living room. Most of the young women in the tents have also remained awake, the proximity of death weighing heavily on their minds. Since joining Xiao Jun's team, the ample food and comfortable clothing have made them momentarily forget that they are in an apocalyptic world where countless lives are lost daily. The young women who manage to survive in this harsh reality have all experienced their share of bloodshed, but the absence of recent violence has dulled their memories. As dawn approaches, a young girl returns to the second floor. "Military brother, I'm sorry. Xiao Jun ignores here." In such circumstances, questioning oneself could easily lead to insurrection. If it were to occur, Xiao Jun would not hesitate to eliminate her first. Though the worst outcome has been averted, it has nonetheless given rise to numerous complications. Xiao Jun perceives the turmoil within the young woman's heart with clarity. Noticing Xiao Jun's indifference, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. She bows respectfully 3 times before departing the second floor. Jiang Yu casts a disapproving glance at Xiao Jun and quickly follows her out. This young girl possesses a pride as formidable as her figure. In that moment, her emotions overwhelmed her, and now she recognizes her misstep. Her absence in the late hours surely indicates she is in the tents, comforting the other young women and attempting to atone for her mistakes. With Xiao Jun unwilling to forgive her, she knows she cannot remain there any longer. Xiao Jun does not attempt to stop Jiangyu, while the other women merely observe in silence. Compared to the young girl, they naturally place their trust in Xiao Jun. Everyone takes a moment to rest. There are many tasks awaiting them the following day. At 9 o'clock tomorrow, the airdrop will arrive as scheduled, and it is crucial to seize the opportunity before others can react. This airdrop will sustain them for a week, after which Xiao Jun must prepare to leave the city for a new base. Everything is being expedited. The impending earthquake is also anticipated to arrive prematurely. Moreover, the zombie siege looms ahead. Last time, they encountered third-tier zombies, and this time, their presence is guaranteed in substantial numbers. However, based on experiences from previous lives, zombie sieges are typically expected after an earthquake, not before, as there would be no city left to attack. Chapter 56, Dread. At 6 in the morning, the relentless battles of Future City have finally begun to subside. Although sporadic skirmishes still erupt in various locations, the large-scale conflict has ultimately been won by the human survivors. The ground is littered with the dense corpses of zombies, including numerous second-tier ones. Many have begun to stir. Scavenging for resources is far more appealing than the meager pickings of a supermarket. The mutated crystals, however, are much easier to collect. Even a few hundred can be easily pocketed. Anyone who dares to move will be met with death. Chun Gang steps forward, flanked by thousands of Future City team members. Some, undeterred by the ominous warnings, continue to rummage through the bodies. In the blink of an eye, one of them becomes a corpse himself. Future City is recruiting. A similar scene unfolds elsewhere. In the eastern part of the city, the Lone Wolf Brigade stands tall. A member of the brigade grins maliciously, stepping over several corpses. Let the fearless come forth. Thousands retreat in unison, fearing that they might be the next to fall. The Lone Wolf's laughter grows more derisive, his comrades joining in with reckless mirth. Men with guts are always welcome in my brigade. You useless fools can just stay put. In the southern part of the city, the Bloody Gar Brigade stands resolute. A man drenched in blood gazes calmly ahead, devoid of any emotion. Thousands observe him in silence, none daring to advance. All that blood on him is certainly not his. Then there is Xiao Jun's harem. However, unlike Future City, there are not as many individuals here. Only a little over 400 young women comprise his team. Presently, several thousand survivors have gathered around, eager to collect the mutated crystals from the fallen zombies. During last night's battle, they cowered in fear, relying on Xiao Jun's team to divert the attention of the zombies and thus escape a dire fate. Now, with dawn barely breaking, they're prepared to reap the rewards of others' toil. Xiao Jun, having received the news, emerges, his presence commanding as over 100 fierce young women glare menacingly at the crowd. These spoils are theirs, earned at the cost of many lives. Move again, and you shall die. Xiao Jun's cold voice echoes, causing the outsiders to collectively turn their gaze. 100 young women raise their weapons, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Who are you trying to intimidate? We have nothing to fear. The opposing side, comprising thousands, also brandishes a collection of weapons. Brother Leopard, they barely number 300 to 400. We could easily overwhelm them. If we take out that man, the women and supplies will be ours. They were once laborers for Xiao Jun's territory, and when chaos erupted the previous night, Brother Leopard hastily gathered his men, realizing there was another team nearby. Indeed, most of the zombies in the area had been drawn away by Xiao Jun's group. Now, with their numerical advantage, they see that the opposing side is mostly women. Exhausted from a night-long battle, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashes in Brother Leopard's eyes. They may fear the undead, but they are unafraid of women. Nevertheless, Brother Leopard hesitates. Despite the thousands present, only around 100 truly heed his commands. As long as we lead and there are benefits, the rest will undoubtedly follow. One of his subordinates eagerly suggests, let us take them down, kill that man, and the women and supplies will be ours. Brother Leopard is tempted, rallying dozens of his men to roar in agreement. Instantly, the thousands behind them buzz with anticipation. Who wouldn't want women and supplies? A soft thud follows, the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Wan Xinya emerges, her dagger embedded in Brother Leopard's neck, disbelief etched across his face. Kill! At Xiao Jun's command, the pent-up fury of the young women erupts. Despite the enemy's numbers, they are merely a disorganized rabble. With the only leader, Brother Leopard, eliminated, their fleeting courage evaporates. It's not our business. Spare us, we are innocent. The frightened masses plead. These women are ruthless. Brothers, fight back. In an instant, the once unyielding warrior has his head severed by Xiao Jun. If we must kill, let us do so without hesitation. Why the theatrics? I'm used to it. I thought we were slaying zombies. Xiao Jun offered an awkward smile, sheathing his blade as he stepped back onto the battlefield's periphery. Halt! The young women who had just been embroiled in combat swiftly positioned themselves behind Xiao Jun, their bloodied attire narrating the tale of their recent struggles. Do you still wish to vie for dominance? A crowd of several thousand fell into an eerie silence, none daring to step forth. If you wish to survive in my domain, each of you must pay 5 first-tier mutated crystals. In return, we shall provide you with accommodations and strive to ensure your safety. Those without mutated crystals, begone. 200 young women, wielding steel blades, streamed out from behind Xiao Jun, each collecting the protection fee. As some led the way by paying, they were promptly escorted away to receive their lodgings. Witnessing Xiao Jun's team uphold their promise, offering protection in exchange for payment, over half of the crowd hastily surrendered their fees. The mutated crystals earned from Xiao Jun had, in mere days, returned to him doubled, and they still resided in homes built by their own hands. Those lacking mutated crystals were unceremoniously expelled. Time was of the essence. A meal was prepared, and everyone feasted heartily. It was almost 9 o'clock, and a new round of airdrop crates was about to arrive at the battlefield, promising even superior quality than the last. Seizing the opportunity while others toiled through the night, Xiao Jun aimed to sweep through the airdrop crates destined for Future City first. At 8:40, while other teams were still recuperating in various directions, Xiao Jun's harem team was the first to finish their rest and set forth toward Future City. Jiang Yu led one squad, Wan Xinya another, and Li Jingyin yet another, with the remainder following me. Besides the 2 remaining teams and the territory of Future City, anyone daring to encroach would be met with lethal force. Xiao Jun was determined to claim the latest batch of airdrop crates. After a night of fighting, the zombies in Future City had been largely eradicated, leaving the streets eerily deserted. Xiao Jun's harem team swiftly took control of several main thoroughfares, ready to dominate the entire Future City at the first sight of the airdrop crates. Chapter 57. Confrontation. Exhausted survivors, having endured a night of conflict, finally secured a moment of respite. The entire Future City seemed to succumb to slumber, save for Xiao Jun's harem team, which moved silently throughout the city. At precisely 9 o'clock, the sky again opened a rift. A multitude of airdrop crates descended from above, scattering across various corners. Prepared for this moment, Xiao Jun's harem team, akin to swift cheetahs sensing their prey, dispersed towards the landing points of the crates. Move out. Xiao Jun also led a team. As soon as the airdrop crates landed, he promptly dispatched squad leaders to set off. Wow, so many airdrop crates, exclaimed one young woman, unable to contain her awe. No time for marveling. Get to work. By the time the other teams react, this opportunity will vanish, Xiao Jun urged. Seizing the moment, his team began to reap the rewards. This was no mere search for airdrop crates. It felt as if they were simply gathering treasures. There were no zombies or competitors, only their diligent efforts. Occasionally, a few fortunate souls still awake presented a weak challenge, but they were no match for Xiao Jun's team. Still asleep? Hurry up and gather everyone, shouted one amidst the chaos. Apart from Xiao Jun's harem, the other 3 areas had descended into utter disarray. It was barely moments in a slumber when the airdrop crates had arrived. Move faster. All our hard-fought victories from the night are going to become someone else's gains. Many urged anxiously. At 9:15, the once quiet Future City erupted into commotion, filled with the lively sounds of classic cultural exuberance. This crate belongs to my lone wolf team. All outsiders be gone, declared one man with a calm demeanor, prompting bystanders to retreat. Xiao Jun's team found it challenging to maintain their initial advantage. Yet fortunately, the 20-minute head start had already established them as the day's biggest victors. More and more people are arriving. By 9:30, shadows flitted throughout Future City, as not only the 4 major teams, but also numerous individuals emerged, hoping to seize any overlooked opportunities. Back to the north of the city. 9:30 was the time Xiao Jun had predetermined. Before this hour, he would scour other locations for airdrop crates, and after, they would all gather in the northern part of the city to search their own territory. When Xiao Jun and his team arrived, the other 3 teams were already present, yet they were also met with another faction standing in opposition. The opposing group was not small, numbering 200 to 300. At this stage, only the 3 major powers could effortlessly muster such a crowd. Upon seeing Xiao Jun approach, the young women inexplicably felt a wave of relief, as if they had found their anchor. Are you the leader of the daughter's army? Xiao Jun turned to the voice, belonging to a wiry, sharp-featured man. I'm asking you a question. Are you the head of this daughter's army? You look rather frail. Can you handle this? Or should my brothers help you out? Upon his words, laughter erupted from his followers, with many whistling towards this direction. Xiao Jun recognized him immediately. He had heard tales of a perverse vice-captain from the Lone Wolf team, nicknamed the Lecherous Monkey, known for his gaunt frame and sharp features. This man derived pleasure from tormenting women, particularly those of exquisite beauty, and had accrued many enemies due to his predilection for married women. In the previous incarnation of Future City, his infamy was widespread. However, this man possessed some strength. Countless individuals wished to see him dead, yet he continued to thrive. But today, the lecherous monkey, who had been boasting moments ago, suddenly seemed to sense something amiss. He shoved a companion aside. A glint of steel flashed, and blood sprayed forth. "Do you dare to kill me?" roared the lecherous monkey, enraged. "Once I catch you, I will ensure you experience my newly developed techniques." Wan Xinya retreated swiftly after her attack failed. This monkey indeed held some skill, as he had managed to detect the concealed Wan Xinya. Li Jingyin stepped forward, her blade drawn. This group had long provoked her ire with their crude remarks, but they had refrained from attacking due to Xiao Jun's absence. Wan Xinya's strike signified Xiao Jun's intent. Observing Wan Xinya's retreat, Li Jingyin advanced without hesitation. A melee was on the verge of igniting. "Stop!" The lone wolf had received word and rushed over. Spotting the daughter's army once more, his eyes reddened. The last time he had brought insufficient numbers and had suffered at their hands, he never expected to encounter them again. However, as a leader, he was not devoid of intellect. Engaging Xiao Jun's team at this moment would not serve him well. Though his faction numbered only 400 to 500, they were formidable. Even with a slight numerical advantage, a direct confrontation was uncertain. The lone wolf hesitated, but Xiao Jun did not. This monkey had dared to toy with his team right before his eyes. Tomorrow, he could very well strike in the shadows. Since a feud had already begun, while he was still merely a captain, he had to be eliminated today, should the lone wolf dare to turn against him. Xiao Jun would not hesitate to dispose of him as well. The lecherous monkey continued to hurl insults in their direction, his vulgarity unwavering. A peculiar smile suddenly blossomed on Xiao Jun's face, causing the lecherous monkey's countenance to shift. As if sensing impending peril, he immediately dove into the throng. Alas, it was too late. A steel blade, wielding unparalleled force, descended upon his head. In a state of terror, the lecherous monkey continued to burrow deeper into the crowd, hastily shoving two individuals aside in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the impending strike. However, the assailant was not Wan Xinya, but rather Xiao Jun himself. The abruptness of his instantaneous movement proved far more disconcerting than Wan Xinya's stealth, leaving the monkey a step behind. In his hasty retreat, he could muster little power. The steel blade cleaved through, sending the two individuals flying, the momentum unabated as it continued its trajectory toward the lecherous monkey. Sparks flew as he was hurled backward. Yet miraculously, there were no wounds upon him. Xiao Jun furrowed his brow, realizing that he was clad in a high-tech combat suit. Observing that the surrounding crowd had begun to react, raising their weapons in unison, Xiao Jun unhesitatingly initiated a second instant move. The lecherous monkey believed he had narrowly escaped danger, only for Xiao Jun's figure to materialize beside him once more. No, the monkey's pupils dilated in terror as the steel blade effortlessly glided across his throat, standing with the blade raised. Xiao Jun found himself encircled by members of the lone wolf faction, yet none dared make a move. Xiao Jun's uncanny teleportation instilled fear within them. Any motion from them could lead to their demise. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto the lone wolf, though the distance between them was a mere 10 meters. Beads of cold sweat still formed upon the lone wolf's brow. Chapter 58, Defiance Through Combat. The last encounter had seen the lone wolf ensnared by Wan Xinya's silent approach, which could be attributed to his own oversight. This time, however, he remained vigilant. Yet Xiao Jun vanished beneath his very nose, only to reappear amidst the crowd and eliminate one of his subordinates. That subordinate, he acknowledged, possessed considerable strength, albeit lacking in character. The lone wolf faction, numbering in the hundreds, had encircled Xiao Jun, ready to strike at the mere utterance of their leader's command. Yet could they truly slay him? What was the secret behind his elusive teleportation? The lone wolf found himself wavering. In contrast, Xiao Jun exuded calmness. His ability indeed had limitations, with today being the final instance he could employ it, but he held firm confidence that he could extricate himself unscathed. Were it anyone else, be it Chun Gang from Future City or Bai Yi from the Blood-Clothed faction, Xiao Jun would not have dared to act so boldly. Chun Gang was a man of great ambition, the first to establish a faction. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was a lunatic, despite his outwardly refined demeanor. He was an unadulterated madman at heart. In a previous life, the lone wolf had provoked him, leading Bai Yi to single-handedly assault the headquarters of the lone wolf faction, slaying hundreds of his subordinates before departing with an air of triumph. Although the lone wolf faction was one of the four major forces, its ranks were a mixed bag, and the lone wolf himself was indecisive by nature. This was precisely why Xiao Jun felt emboldened to manipulate him. After intimidating the lone wolf, Xiao Jun proceeded unguardedly toward his team, entirely unconcerned by the multitude of weapons and individuals surrounding him. As he walked slowly, those encircling him began apart, creating a path. No one wished to face death, and since their leader remained silent, why throw away their lives needlessly? As he traversed through the Lone Wolf faction to reach his team, he inevitably passed by the Lone Wolf himself. Xiao Jun did not deviate from his course, approaching directly. The individuals near the Lone Wolf remained on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, eyes fixed on Xiao Jun, wary of a sudden outburst of violence. Xiao Jun's gaze remained locked onto the Lone Wolf's eyes. When they were merely 5 meters apart, the Lone Wolf finally made a move. He retreated. Whether it was an illusion or not, in that instant, the surrounding individuals seemed to collectively exhale in relief. Those who had survived this long in the apocalypse were not all cowards. Yet, they were far more afraid of someone like Xiao Jun. He was ruthless, unafraid of death, and undeniably formidable. How could they contend with such a person? Observing Xiao Jun's safe return, the young women erupted in cheers. Amidst their jubilant noise, the members of the Lone Wolf faction lowered their heads, unable to meet their gaze. Hundreds of men were intimidated by one man and a group of women, marking this as a profound humiliation for the Lone Wolf faction. The Lone Wolf's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not act against Xiao Jun. Still lingering? Unwilling to concede? Xiao Jun had no time to squander with them. When the other two factions arrived, there would be no opportunity to seize such plentiful airdrop crates. Captain Xiao, you are formidable. We shall see what the future holds, the Lone Wolf muttered defiantly. Despite his cowardice, he felt compelled to utter threats. The young women, in perfect sync, took a step forward, displaying an eagerness for confrontation. Let us depart. The Lone Wolf ultimately retreated, tail between his legs. Brother Jiang Yu began, but Xiao Jun interrupted her. Any discussions can wait until we return. I have a plan in mind. For now, our focus remains on the airdrop crates. With the thrill of victory coursing through them, the hundreds of young women continued to sweep through the northern city for airdrop crates. The earlier spectacle had been witnessed by many, dissuading them from competing with Xiao Jun's team, prompting a mass exodus to other locations. Xiao Jun chose not to involve himself further. He had instructed Jiang Yu to limit their looting to half an hour. After that, the other two major forces would make their appearance. Xiao Jun had already gained significant advantage. It would be unwise to leave them with nothing. At this juncture, he did not wish to offend those two factions. As for the Lone Wolf faction, he regarded them with indifference. Upon returning to the second floor, the twin sisters approached him. Prepare the bath, they declared. After a night of combat and a day without rest, compounded by the conflict with the Lone Wolf faction, Xiao Jun was indeed feeling fatigued. The younger sister went to prepare the water, while the elder stood behind him, gently kneading his shoulders. Before long, the water was ready. Xiao Jun sank into the warm water, involuntarily emitting a contented sigh. Outside, the younger sister urged, "You must think carefully. We need not do anything. We eat well, sleep well, and avoid combat. Our lives are more comfortable than anyone else's. Why should we risk it? Is it merely because of our appearance? Helping the captain scrub his back is a trivial matter." The elder sister implored, while the younger sister appeared conflicted. "Will you go? If not, I shall go alone," the elder sister said, exuding exasperation as she brandished a scrubbing cloth. The younger sister hurriedly grasped her sleeve, biting her lip. "Let's go." The elder sister thrust a scrubbing cloth into her sister's arms, disregarding her reluctance, and pulled her inside. Xiao Jun was luxuriating in the bathtub. This high-tech tub was a marvel, not only filling with hot water, but also maintaining its warmth. The door swung open suddenly, and Xiao Jun looked up in confusion at the two sisters entering. "Brother Jun, you must be exhausted today. Allow me to give you a gentle back rub," Jingru said with a playful smile, her voice dripping with sweetness as she gazed at Xiao Jun. This caught Xiao Jun off guard, and before he could comprehend the situation, Jingru had already placed her hand upon his back. What man could withstand such a test? A wave of comfort washed over him, but he quickly regained his senses. These two enchantresses were not to be trifled with at this moment. "Ahem, you two should step outside. Once I finish my shower, you may attend to my massage," he asserted with a hint of firmness. "Huh?" Jingru looked bewildered at Xiao Jun internally. He grappled with his thoughts. Forget it. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. This was not the time for indulgence. "Please leave. I need to wash up," he insisted more forcefully. Jing Yi's face flushed crimson as she promptly tugged at her sister. Jingru glanced between Xiao Jun and her sister, stamped her foot in frustration, and led her sibling out of the bathroom. Xiao Jun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just wait. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. For now, patience is a virtue. Chapter 59, A Review of Gains. Half an hour slipped away in an instant. Under Jiang Yu's leadership, the sisters' frenzied scavenging finally came to a halt. In the distance, the Blood Garment Group and the Lone Wolf Group were making their way towards them. This indicated that except for the northern part of Future City, The airdrop boxes had been nearly completely looted. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu swiftly led the sisters to retreat. With the three major factions of Future City converging, Jiang Yu was not foolish enough to confront them head-on. Even the smallest of factions, the Blood Garment Group, boasted nearly 1,000 members, far surpassing Xiao Jun's female contingent. As for the Lone Wolf Group, they had long disregarded Future City's regulations, their numbers exceeding 1,000. However, their membership was a chaotic mix, accepting anyone who showed up. The northern sector had already been stripped of the majority of the airdrop boxes. The remainder was left for them to fight over. Jiang Yu's decisive withdrawal left the Lone Wolf Group in disarray. Why did these women back down? Damn it, are they taking advantage of me? Yet, the Lone Wolf had no recourse. He could not incite the other two factions to aid him in revenge. After laboring for so long, the sisters were utterly fatigued. Even after a few hours of rest the previous night, they could hardly endure any longer. Xiao Jun was comfortably indulging himself when the returning women caught him in a rather compromising position. They had intended to report to him, but this sight was entirely unexpected. Wan Xinya snorted dismissively, but refrained from any overtly aggressive reaction. Jiang Yu looked on with a knowing smile. The little lowly and Dr. Jiang had already turned away. Li Jingyin was caught in a dilemma, torn between wanting to watch and not wanting to. We shall also enjoy a soak, Wan Xinya declared, leading the way out with a huff. It seemed Jiang Yu's plan for a companion gift would need to be revisited. Wan Xinya pondered this, and Jiang Yu, sensing her thoughts, cast her glance. Their eyes met momentarily before Wan Xinya quickly turned away. At the dining table, Jiang Yu earnestly reported the day's achievements. Her tone tinged with excitement. From last night until today, we have acquired over 5,000 first-tier mutated crystals and 624 second-tier mutated crystals. The mention of the second-tier mutated crystals sparked enthusiasm among the group. With the arrival of a new wave, the number of second-tier zombies would dramatically increase, making the acquisition of second-tier mutated crystals significantly easier. With these second-tier crystals, Xiao Jun would soon ascend to the fourth tier, barring unforeseen circumstances. The leaders of several other groups would also reach that level in the coming days. As the most populous region, Future City might even witness the emergence of a second fourth-tier individual. How many first-tier individuals remain in our group? Xiao Jun inquired. Due to your stipulation, 30% of the spoils are allocated for them. Currently, our group consists of 460 members, 4 third-tier mutated individuals, 307 second-tier mutated individuals, and 149 first-tier mutated individuals. With over 300 second-tier mutated individuals, they could undoubtedly rival the elite forces of the three major factions. Distribute the mutated crystals today. I want everyone to advance to the second tier. Jiang Yu nodded, sharing his sentiment. Only through enhancing the team's strength could they secure more resources. Let's fill the vacancies and revise our recruitment criteria. We'll relax the age limit to 30, but applicants must be at least first-tier mutated individuals. We won't accept those with families. We need absolute loyalty to the team. Jiang Yu grimaced, aware that this would require further effort. After Xiao Jun spoke, Jiang Yu continued her report. Today's airdrop box yielded 142 water bottles, 127 food containers, 31 steel knives, 17 daggers, and 2 sets of high-tech combat suits. We also secured 5 pieces of spatial equipment, including a spatial bracelet. In total, we obtained 37 various high-tech functional items, among which were 2 spatial stones for toilets, 2 bathtubs, 3 bathing pools, 11 light fixtures, and 7 high-tech condoms. At the mention of condoms, Jiang Yu paused, causing everyone to cease their activities and turn their attention to Xiao Jun. What kind of condoms? The twin sisters Jing Yi looked on in confusion. You're still young. You'll understand in time. Perhaps you could ask your brother commander to enlighten you? Sister Jing Ru quickly pulled her younger sibling aside to explain in hushed tones. It was evident that the younger sister's face reddened at an astonishing rate, clearly embarrassed. Yet this was not the end. Jiang Yu solemnly retrieved a condom from her spatial equipment and handed it to Xiao Jun commander. I observed that one can be used 100 times, which amounts to a total of 900 uses. You must make the most of it. Xiao Jun's composure had thickened over time, and he was no longer fazed by such teasing. He accepted the condom with poise and examined it closely. Why does this one smell like durian? Not quite to my taste. After this brief interlude, Jiang Yu returned to business. Additionally, we discovered 9 high-tech crop seeds, a first-time occurrence. As she spoke, Jiang Yu produced a seed the size of a fist. Xiao Jun took it, and relevant information immediately flooded his mind. High-tech vegetable seed, with a planting cycle of 1 month, yielding 500 kilograms. This was indeed a treasure. Leafy greens are rich in essential nutrients for the human body. Prolonged absence of vegetables leads directly to gastrointestinal issues, with constipation being the most common consequence. In the post-apocalyptic world, normal vegetable cultivation was no longer feasible. Only such high-tech crops could thrive with minimal effort. Just plant them, and fresh vegetables would emerge in a month. However, they could not be utilized just yet. They would need to wait until the earthquake subsided before planting them in their territory. Overall, the chance of obtaining valuable items from this airdrop box was significantly higher than before. Today was merely the beginning, with 6 full days remaining. As time passed and humanity's overall level increased, the quality of future airdrop box contents would only improve. There would be no limits to what could be achieved. After reviewing, Xiao Jun returned the high-tech seed to Jiangyu. Presently, aside from the daily harvest of mutated crystals, Xiao Jun's spatial equipment was cluttered with an assortment of miscellaneous items. For instance, all the seafood from hot pot meals was currently stored in Xiao Jun's spatial compartment, alongside self-heating rice, self-heating pots, and even a plethora of luxurious items for women. In terms of stockings and high heels, Xiao Jun likely has a storage capacity exceeding 1,000 kilograms. After all, these exquisite items, gathered by Jiangyu, are surely intended for their small team. Besides these luxuries, considerable space is also occupied by cigarettes and alcohol, as well as various condiments and salt. These items are either precious commodities or essential supplies for their team. Although they now possess more spatial equipment, the sheer number of people poses a challenge. Most of this equipment consists of rings. When stacked together, they do not amount to as much as one might imagine. After conducting an inventory, Xiao Jun proceeded to discuss the next steps in their plan. Starting tomorrow, they will only dispatch one large squad of 100 individuals to assist other groups in eliminating zombies, while the remainder will exit the city. Today, they have taken advantage of the timing. Tomorrow's yield will undoubtedly be less fruitful, making it prudent to concentrate their efforts outside the city and prepare adequately for their departure. Xiao Jun did not conceal the impending exit from the city from these few individuals, even forewarning them about the earthquake. Except for Jiangyu, the others found his foresight somewhat incredulous, yet they chose to trust him, having witnessed his prophetic abilities multiple times. Chapter 60. Seek additional assistance. After toiling for an extended period, Xiao Jun's team finally entered a state of rest in the afternoon, though the usual duty roster remained in place. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, a brief silence enveloped the second floor. In Xiao Jun's room, he had already succumbed to sleep, while Wan Qinya lay awake, her wide eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. After a while, she stealthily removed Xiao Jun's arm from her, climbed out of bed, and quietly slipped out of the room. Adjacent to Xiao Jun's room was Jiangyu's, shared by her and the little girl. Although Jiangyu felt exhausted, she remained awake, meticulously contemplating how to maximize the benefits of the existing mutated crystals. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed at the door, prompting Jiangyu to become alert. However, recalling that there were still 4 second-tier bodyguards downstairs, her anxiety subsided. Upon opening the door, Wan Xinya's small head peeked inside, with a finger pressed to her lips. She signaled Jiangyu to be quiet before pulling her out. "What are you doing? At this hour, if you don't put in some effort, those 900 opportunities might just be snatched away by the twin sisters," Jiangyu teased as they emerged. To her surprise, Wan Xinya did not take offense. Instead, she seized the moment to speak. "Indeed, those twin sisters. Who wouldn't be tempted? They're always right there in front of us. It's only a matter of time before they make a move." Jiangyu looked at her in astonishment, pinching her cheek, wondering what had come over her friend, as if she had transformed into someone entirely different. "Stop that. You are making my face bigger. I'm going to end up less appealing." Wan Xinya, resembling an irritable kitten, shook her head to evade Jiangyu's playful assault. "Why are you awake looking for me? To vent your inner frustrations?" This sister did not seem like someone who would act this way. Had she changed after meeting a man? "I need your help," Wan Xinya declared, getting straight to the point. Listening to her words, Jiangyu's mouth gradually fell open, forming an O shape. "You want me to join you?" "No way. This can't possibly be Wan Xinya. She would never think of such a thing. It's only logical," Wan Xinya continued nonchalantly. "You see, we're good sisters and we're 2 in number, so we want to be outmatched. In terms of quality, with my long legs and your unparalleled grace, we are certainly not inferior to those 2 sisters. As for strength, they are mere decorative vases, nothing to fear. Moreover, you are our team's esteemed housekeeper. Privately, others say you are the true matriarch of the team. Who could rival your status? Therefore, as long as we work together, we can easily handle those little vixens." Jiangyu was taken aback, realizing that Wan Xinya had evidently plotted this scheme well in advance, demonstrating a remarkably clear line of thought. She had enumerated her points with such clarity. Noticing Jiangyu's silence, Wan Xinya grew anxious. This plan hinged on Jiangyu's agreement. Otherwise, it was all for naught. Wan Xinya had observed Jiangyu for quite some time. She had always been compliant with Xiao Jun's words, never questioning matters that left others in contemplation for extended periods. It was evident that Jiangyu held no aversion toward Xiao Jun, a conclusion drawn by Wan Xinya. Furthermore, with Jiangyu's growing power, Should she choose to betray Xiao Jun, she could easily usurp him or even eliminate him to assume leadership. Each time, Wan Qinya contemplated this. She felt a twinge of fear at the thought of her closest friend and her man potentially being at odds. The solution seemed clear: to ensure her sister became the woman of her man, thereby resolving all conflicts while simultaneously securing her own position. Is it really necessary to rush? Jiang Yu had once considered taking matters into her own hands, but found that Xiao Jun was emerging as the central figure, which dulled her ambitions. Moreover, she had integrated into this apocalyptic world more swiftly than any other woman. Polyandry? In a lawless society, was that not quite normal? Even in a conventional society, some women would proclaim that they would rather be a wealthy man's mistress than a poor man's wife. Thus, Jiang Yu had long since prepared herself. A woman like her, how could Xiao Jun not be tempted? It was simply inconceivable. However, she had never entertained the notion of voluntarily offering herself. Patience is essential. Look at today, that's not feasible. It was clear that coaxing Jiang Yu to offer herself would not work. With a swift flicker of thought, Jiang Yu devised an alternative plan. Awakening from her slumber, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The physical capabilities of the anomalous beings far surpassed those of ordinary people. 4 or 5 hours of sleep sufficed. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Wan Qinya still deep in slumber beside her. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiao Jun leisurely lit a cigarette, observing the disgruntled Wan Qinya. Can you blame me? It's not my fault. Wan Qinya gazed at Xiao Jun like a little disgruntled wife. Suddenly, she whispered in his ear, I'll go call Yaya. Xiao Jun's hand trembled, nearly dropping the cigarette onto the bed. He reached over to pinch Wan Qinya's cheek, thinking, this girl must have lost her mind today. TCH, these two must have something going on. Their actions are identical. Pour me in my face. A smile crept onto Xiao Jun's lips. What had she secretly confided to Jiang Yu? Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her, instead playing along with Wan Qinya's script. Isn't that inappropriate? Oh, she is putting on an act, just like Yaya. Deep down, she must be thrilled. Clearly, I'm the one at a disadvantage. Why does it seem like he's the one aggrieved? It infuriates me. Xiao Jun chuckled inwardly, nearly losing his composure. Don't worry, I'll go talk to her. Wan Qinya, determined, patted her chest, her panda-like form bouncing with each movement, making Xiao Jun fear she might flatten herself. Just wait. As if terrified of Xiao Jun changing his mind, Wan Qinya threw on a random outfit, neglecting to put on any undergarments before rushing out. Finally, unable to contain himself, Xiao Jun burst into laughter beneath the covers. Chapter 61. Identity seems to change after finishing one cigarette. Xiao Jun lit another. And at that moment, the door swung open. He looked up, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Yu, whom Xiao Jun was quite familiar with as they met daily, appeared before him in a manner he had never seen before. Typically clad in professional attire or combat gear, this was the first time he witnessed such a version of Jiang Yu, rendering even Wan Qinya beside her somewhat overshadowed. Her cheeks were tinged with a soft blush, exuding an enticing blend of allure and coyness. She donned an adorable pink camisole nightgown that was irresistibly cute, yet subtly provocative. Her bare legs, pristine and elongated, required no embellishment to send countless men into a frenzy. Returning his gaze upwards, Xiao Jun realized that Jiang Yu, usually dressed conservatively, looked equally captivating, rivaling Wan Qinya in charm. Yunke. Even though Jiang Yu was somewhat mentally prepared for this occasion, she was no different from any ordinary woman at that moment. It was now Xiao Jun's turn to take the initiative as a man. While Jiang Yu bathed inside, he lay alone at the head of the bed, the room saturated with an air of opulence. As he pushed open the door, 4 pairs of eyes in the living room turned to him simultaneously, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xiao Jun cleared his throat twice, and Jiang Yu, somewhat bashful, stepped out from the bathroom. The 4 pairs of eyes promptly shifted their focus. Curiosity piqued as they scrutinized Jiang Yu. TSK, this girl seems to have gone weak in the knees. Jiang Yu shot a glare at the others and retrieved a first-tier mutated crystal from her spatial equipment, popping it into her mouth. Indeed, it proved effective, and quite pleasantly so. Goodness, what mischief have we wrought, resorting to mutated crystals? Li Jingyin murmured softly. However, the living room was small, and everyone present was, after all, second-tier mutated beings, their hearing exceptionally acute, all eyes now fixated on her. Li Jingyin stuck out her tongue and hurriedly turned her head away. Whereas Yin Yun, with the help of the mutated crystal, Jiang Yu had fully recovered and suddenly realized that only 4 people were present in the living room, missing the little lowly. She went to arrange tonight's affairs. Haven't you checked the time? You all know how to have fun, Li Jingyin remarked. With both of her close friends now involved, she felt no fear. In the future, wouldn't their group stride confidently? Shall we start the meal? Xiao Jun glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. If they didn't hurry, the zombies for the day would soon arrive at the battlefield. Jiang Yu nodded. Eating hot pot in the dead of winter was an utterly delightful experience, especially complemented by a bowl of fragrant self-heating rice, a true pleasure of life. Yet, the atmosphere in the room seemed rather subdued. Aside from Xiao Jun and Jiang Yu, the others appeared somewhat restrained. Some were embarrassed, others curious, while a few regretted their choices. Yu, we need to find a few chefs. They will come in handy soon, Xiao Jun suddenly said, as if recalling something. Haven't you all noticed? The animals we used to see have seemingly vanished. Observing the puzzled expressions of his companions, Xiao Jun elaborated, given that we barely survived ourselves. Who has the time to ponder where those cats and dogs have gone? Even the most compassionate dog lover would devour dog meat if it were offered in such dire circumstances. Moreover, in this terrifying apocalypse, what with floods and fire rains, there are still so many zombies in the city. It's only natural that those animals perished. Once the earthquake subsides, other creatures will emerge besides zombies, provided you're strong enough to hunt various wild game. Xiao Jun left them in suspense, withholding specifics. In his previous life, he had encountered a wild boar over 2 meters tall, weighing a staggering 500 to 600 kilograms. It took the combined efforts of Chun Gang, the lord of Future City and one of the top 10 experts, Guayu, to slay it. Against such creatures, mere numbers were insufficient, without firearms. Ordinary mutated beings could not withstand a single charge. Moreover, the post-apocalyptic creatures possessed remarkably tough hides, impervious even to zombies' attacks, their offensive capabilities insufficient to breach such defenses. Yet the meat was undeniably delectable. Just the thought made Xiao Jun's mouth water as he hastily grabbed several chopsticks of vegetables. 500 is a bit lacking. We need to expand our numbers. Not to compare with Future City, but we must at least match the other two groups. They required both combatants and logistical personnel. 500 simply wouldn't suffice. Jiang Yu had encountered quite a few suitable candidates, but had to abandon them due to a lack of slots. Now that resources were abundant, even if they recruited 500 more, Jiang Yu was confident they could be self-sufficient. Let us aim for a 1,000-member team. We must fill it before leaving the city. Xiao Jun readily agreed. 500 was indeed a small number, merely a drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of Future City, unable to stir significant waves. Silence once again enveloped the dining table, everyone feigning focus on their meals while their thoughts soared into the heavens. The leader treats Xiao Yu well. My future looks increasingly secure. While others relied on their parents before the apocalypse, I lean on my best friend. Truly remarkable. Oh no. Letting Sister Yu take the lead means there's south no place for us sisters anymore. All because my little sister hesitated. Why does my sister keep looking at me? Shouldn't she be looking at the leader? Pervert. The final thoughts echoed in Dr. Jiang's mind. A multitude of sentiments distilled into just 2 words. Xiao Jun felt his mouth twitch. What were these people thinking? Suddenly, the door burst open, and the little lowly returned, dashing straight to Jiang Yu upon sight. Sister Yu, where did you go this afternoon? When I woke up, I didn't see you and thought you had gone to arrange tasks. Thankfully, I just went. Otherwise, the sisters would have starved, and how would we fight tonight? Next time, let me know in advance if you're busy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome tonight. Jiang Yu reached out to pinch the little lowly's cheek, having fallen in love with that sensation after pinching Wan Xinya earlier. You've worked hard. Sit down and eat. I'll arrange things shortly. The little lowly obediently took her seat, yet she felt something was different about Jiang Yu after their time apart. It seemed she had gained a bit more grace and confidence. However, the little lowly glanced left and right, hoping to glean answers from the others, but alas, no one could provide her with a definitive response, leaving her to sit down and continue her meal in puzzlement. Chapter 62. Head Chef at 11 p.m., Future City. Not only was Xiao Jun's team prepared, but the other 3 factions were also fully ready. High-tech lighting illuminated Future City, casting it in broad daylight. Hundreds of thousands of survivors stood ready, anticipating the next wave of zombies. In addition to Xiao Jun and the 3 major factions, many scattered survivors joined the battle, though they mostly aligned with those 3 factions, leaving Xiao Jun's side rather sparse. Sister Yu, the sisters are all prepared, and everyone has reached the 2nd tier. The little lowly had evidently become the logistics supervisor, while Jiang Yu had ascended to the role of the leader's wife, no longer needing to handle such tasks directly, but merely overseeing the overall situation. As for Xiao Jun, he remained merely a formidable senior fighter. At exactly midnight, a massive rift appeared in the sky. Although Xiao Jun had witnessed such sights before, each occurrence prompted him to ponder deeply. How did this fissure come to be? What lies behind it? Could it be another world? Yet, none of these questions can be answered. In the future city of the previous life, the Lord, Chun Gang, had already ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier anomaly. He was hardly capable of exploring the rift in the sky, let alone contend with an 8th-tier zombie. The reign of zombies began to descend, and war erupted once more, with ample preparations and the enhanced strength of numerous team members. Tonight's battle was considerably more manageable than the previous night, even if Xiao Jun, Wan Qinya, and others did not intervene. The team members were capable of resolving the appearances of second-tier zombies on their own. Those who had paid to hide within Xiao Jun's territory were trembling with fear, uncertain until they witnessed the zombies indeed being drawn away by Xiao Jun's team. Keep track of the time. We rotate every 20 minutes, Jiang Yu reminded periodically. Yu Jie, stay back. It's not safe here. Seeing Jiang Yu move forward, several nearby girls promptly pulled her back. It was no joke. If something were to happen to her, their entire group would likely be doomed. In the past, Jiang Yu would have taken action herself, but ever since the number of members exceeded 100, she had seldom engaged in combat. The newer girls had no idea she was still capable of slaying zombies. Jiang Yu chose not to explain. If she could avoid fighting, she would, for which girl enjoys the chaos of battle, except for Li Jingyin. Xiao Jun, having grown weary, built a fire in the courtyard, setting up a large iron pot and retrieving an assortment of luncheon meat cans from his space. Alongside the meat, there were eggs, frozen shrimp, ham sausages, and more. Jiang Yu, hurry, prepare more rice. The self-heating rice only required 5 minutes, a swift affair. Jiang Yu, in good spirits today, produced 30 boxes of self-heating rice to start cooking. In no time, a plethora of condiments gathered beside Xiao Jun. Brother Jun, the rice is ready. The twin sisters were also present in the courtyard today, instead of upstairs. Open them all. Let them cool. Although the winter in the south was not as intimidating as that in the north, it was still quite chilly, causing shivers. They lifted the lids of the self-heating rice, and soon enough, it all turned cold. Xiao Jun had already begun to prepare the shrimp. First, he thawed the frozen shrimp and handed them to the twin sisters. Cut them into small pieces, got it? Don't worry, Brother Jun. I often help my mama home. The sister was confident, finally feeling somewhat useful. That's good. Then chop the ham into cubes. The sister looked bewildered. What does cut into cubes mean? All right, I see you're not reliable. Xiao Jun took Owa. The younger sister grabbed the knife from her sister's hand. Without further ado, she showcased her skills. With a series of crisp sounds, the ham was entirely cut, and the pieces were remarkably uniform in size. Well done, sister. Now you assist. Xiao Jun was quite pleased. The younger sister was indeed more dependable. At that moment, Dr. Jiang also emerged, straightforwardly requesting a set of cooking utensils from Jiang Yu, showing she was quite adept. The two worked together and soon had a batch of shrimp and ham ready. Xiao Jun boiled water to cook the shrimp and heated another pot with oil. 20 eggs went into the pan, and as the egg mixture began to solidify, he added the diced ham for stir-frying. Rice. Sister Jingru hurriedly brought the cooled rice over. Poured in. Dozens of boxes of rice were tipped into the pot. Xiao Jun continued to stir until the rice grains were separated. Next, he added the shrimp and continued to stir-fry. Given the substantial amount he was cooking, he needed to stir for a bit longer. Finally, he added salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings, along with a sprinkle of chili powder. A delightful aroma wafted through the courtyard. Everyone, serve up the rice for those on rotation to taste. The nearby girls were already drooling. It had been ages since they had savored something so delicious. Before joining Xiao Jun's team, they had endured 3 days with only 6 meals, and since joining, although they had enough rice balls, it had been a long time since they had truly enjoyed other flavors. Yin Yin, come here, arrange for more rice. The little lowly dashed over, followed by several girls, each clutching a stack of bowls. As for how to distribute it so everyone could eat without chaos, Xiao Jun was not concerned, for with Jiang Yu around, there would certainly be no issue. Once the first batch of shrimp fried rice was ready, even the girls fighting zombies seemed to have renewed vigor, their speed quickening. The second batch was planned to be luncheon meat fried rice. Today, he would assume the role of a logistical chef. Jingru, you're stealing bites. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Jun was distracted, the idol sister stealthily grabbed a bowl and made a dash. Though she ate rice with hot pot daily, the temptation of freshly stir-fried rice with an array of seasonings, especially with that layer of chili powder, was too alluring to resist. Jingru, go serve some to your sister. Everyone was occupied, leaving her to cause trouble. The sister, feeling aggrieved, filled a large bowl and with a quick glance, chose not to go to her sister, but instead approached Jiang Yu. Yu Jie, eat while it's hot. Xiao Jun was amused. This little girl was trying to curry favor with her own handiwork, wasn't she? Ignoring her, he started on the second pot. With over 400 girls present, each one would get a bowl, and today it seemed he would tire himself out. As the saying goes, after eating egg-fried rice, one becomes increasingly capable. After the girls had their fill, they charged back into the fray, their energy renewed, while Wan Qinya remained on the battlefield's periphery, vigilant against casualties. Losing even one would mean 110 first-tier anomaly crystals. That was money. Chapter 63. I can reach their heads. Long live Brother Jun. At 3 in the morning, not a single zombie could be seen. It was unclear who instigated it, but all the girls erupted in cheers. In this battle, there were no casualties. After an hour of clearing the battlefield, they took a break. Jiangyu, 1 bottle of cola for each person. Those who prefer something else may swap. Xiao Jun was swept up in their enthusiasm, waving his hand as nearly 500 bottles of beverages were distributed. As long as these girls were around, Xiao Jun was unafraid of lacking supplies. The remaining tasks no longer required Xiao Jun's involvement. After leaving behind a little lowly, the others followed him back to the second floor. Time for a bath. Bathtubs had become more prevalent, with each room on the second floor equipped with one. However, today, it seemed inappropriate for Xiao Jun's room to utilize the bathtub, given the extra company. Ignoring the curious glances of the others, Xiao Jun boldly pulled Jiangyu and Wan Qinya into the room. Subsequently, as he fished out a pack of cigarettes, he couldn't fathom why the moment he sought out a piece of clothing, the bathroom door was locked from the inside. Listening to the sounds of the 2 women frolicking in the water, Xiao Jun took a couple of deep puffs. At 8 in the morning, Xiao Jun opened his eyes, cautiously rising without making a sound. By 8:30, the girls had already gathered. The city was bustling with movement. Those who had been sheltered were even more proactive. Fighting zombies was out of the question. It was a futile endeavor for a lifetime. They could only scavenge for airdrop crates to sustain their lives. Today, Xiao Jun's primary objective was not within the city. Now, everyone has adequately prepared for the airdrop boxes, and among these few hundred individuals, it is uncertain whether we can secure them. Furthermore, even if we are successful, it will be a time-consuming and laborious endeavor, with no guarantee of substantial rewards. This is Li Yi, my roommate. She is in charge of the city today. A fresh-faced young lady was brought over by a little girl. Hello, Xiao Jun nodded in acknowledgement. You're leading the team in the city today. Be cautious. Even if you do not manage to seize the boxes, it is of no consequence. We have just made a powerful enemy of the lone wolf. It is inevitable that he may attempt some covert retaliation today. However, based on Xiao Jun's understanding of him, unless he is facing death, he will likely only resort to minor antics. Rest assured, Brother Jun, Li Yi affirmed with a vigorous nod. Aside from Jiangyu and Yun, everyone else followed Xiao Jun outside the city. Over the next few days, he needed to ascertain the number of third-tier zombies in his vicinity and seek a suitable temporary dwelling. Although the future city currently lacks third-tier zombies, Xiao Jun firmly believed that they existed beyond its walls, and not just 1 or 2. The zombies within the territory were routinely exterminated each night, while any that were overlooked would be dispatched by the scattered survivors. They dared not confront the horde of zombies. However, a few could certainly handle a solitary weak zombie, or else they would not have survived to this chapter. The distance to the city outskirts was considerable, yet the path was fraught with zombies. The young lady was already adept at navigating this route, requiring no prompts from Xiao Jun. Each team leader took their respective members and proceeded, a true relief. That bridge looks treacherous, one of them remarked. Exiting the city necessitated crossing a large bridge, a fact Xiao Jun was already aware of from his previous visit. Although there was still some distance to cover, the dense throng of zombies on the bridge caused everyone to draw in a sharp breath. The confined space atop the bridge made combat difficult, and a moment's inattention could result in a fatal plunge. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jun suddenly retrieved several boxes of alcohol from his storage. If only we had gasoline, he lamented, but alcohol will suffice. Does anyone have a larger container? The bigger, the better. Immediately, someone responded, and a young lady hurried over. Captain, I have one. Upon seeing her, Xiao Jun recognized her as Li Qianwan, a familiar face. You're Li Qianwan, correct? Xiao Jun recalled her as the first recruit his team had enlisted aside from the 30 individuals from university. She had come with 3 other young ladies at that time. Yes, Captain, Li Qianwan replied, her excitement palpable as she realized the captain remembered her name. Li Qianwan possessed commendable strength and was now a team leader herself. It seemed that due to their shared surname, Li Jingyin was quite familiar with her. Commenting from the side, the current Xiao Jun team was quite affluent. Well-performing team leaders were often equipped with a space ring capable of holding up to 500 kilograms. Keep it up. Only after the 3rd tier do the aberrants truly undergo their metamorphosis. Li Qianwan nodded enthusiastically before retrieving an item from her storage. Xiao Jun gaped in astonishment at the sight before him. Li Qianwan felt a bit bashful. Why do you have something like this in your storage? Xiao Jun pointed at the enormous ordinary bathtub before him. I don't particularly enjoy sharing a bath with others, so I made my own. I just fill it with water from a high-tech bathing pool each time I bathe. Women tend to be more fastidious than men. When conditions are lacking, one must adapt. But if given the choice, who would prefer to squeeze into a bathing pool with a dozen others? Well, I'll take this bathtub, and when we return, John, you can provide you with a high-tech bathing pool for your exclusive use. Thank you, Captain. I won't have to fill water daily anymore. And I won't have to worry about getting cold mid-bath. I can finally enjoy a comfortable soak. Once the bathtub was set in place, Xiao Jun began to unpack the alcohol, and Wan Xinya called over a few others to assist. Brother Jun, are we going to set it on fire? Wan Xinya inquired. Yes, charging and carries significant risk. However, we cannot pour the alcohol across just yet. This concern echoed in the minds of others as well. To incinerate all the zombies on the bridge, the alcohol must first be doused over them, a task Wan Xinya could not accomplish. Her invisibility was not akin to physical phasing, and with the zombies densely packed on the bridge, she could not traverse through them. Don't worry, I can reach them from above, Xiao Jun replied with a mysterious smile, gesturing toward the sky. Chapter 64, Burning Zombies. We have only one chance, so we must fill the bathtub to the brim. Xiao Jun's plan involved using the alcohol within the bathtub as an ignition source. Despite the multitude of zombies, the bridge's length would ensure that once filled and doused, it would certainly suffice. In addition to the contents of this bathtub, he would also discard any unopened alcohol. Once ignited, the packaging would be inconsequential. Li Jingyin, go find some kindling, preferably the fluffy kind. The more the better. Li Jingyin did not question the rationale and took a group of over a dozen young ladies to gather firewood. Fortunately, they were already in the outskirts of Star City, where plenty of dead trees were readily available. The young ladies in the front had nearly concluded their battle. Since it was daytime, the first-tier zombies' hearing was significantly diminished, and as long as they did not venture onto the bridge, the zombies there would likely ignore them. The gathered wood was also coated in alcohol. Xiao Jun expressed his gratitude. Due to their hot pot meals, Jiangye brought back all this unwanted alcohol, filling his storage with entire boxes. Certainly enough to set the entire bridge ablaze. The sounds of battle ahead gradually dwindled as more young ladies joined in to assist. Xiao Jun decided to produce 10 boxes of alcohol, distributing them among the helpers. Be clear, use liquid alcohol. Do not toss in the solid alcohol. The larger the group, the greater the strength. Soon, the preliminary work was completed. Brother Jun, be careful, Wan Xinya said, anxiously grasping his hand as she saw him rise. She was aware of his intentions. After the last incident, Xiao Jun resolved never to conceal his abilities from the others again. Otherwise, that situation would not have been so perilous. Had he not fortuitously possessed an antidote, Wan Xinya would have met her end. Xiao Jun's method appeared quite feasible. There were places to land on the bridge, and the height above the bridge surface was not insignificant. As long as he exercised caution, an arson attack could indeed be executed. However, the 3 columns provided limited footing, and the situation above remained uncertain. A slip could lead to certain doom. Don't worry. I am well aware, he reassured them. Organizing everything meticulously, Xiao Jun set aside a ring specifically for this purpose. Everyone, retreat another 200 meters. Although they were still at a considerable distance from the bridge, Xiao Jun insisted they move back further to maintain a sufficient safety gap. After 3 instances of teleportation, he would have to remain there to await the outcome or jump into the river. Comparatively, Xiao Jun believed waiting to be the safer option. The water might pose greater danger. Once everyone had retreated a safe distance, Xiao Jun patted Wan Xinya on the head. Reluctantly, she released her grip, stepping backward cautiously. Brother Jun, good luck. Captain, we believe in you. The young ladies behind them cheered. The captain is so impressive. He could have chosen to lead everyone in a battle. Although it would incur some losses, he would not have placed himself at risk. Yet now, he was willing to shoulder the danger alone, a testament to his remarkable character. With a graceful wave of his hand, the instant teleportation was activated. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jun's figure vanished, only to reappear atop the first pillar. He carefully steadied himself. It was indeed quite cold up here. No wonder they say high places are cold. This chill was unbearable. There was little time for lamentation, as a large bathtub materialized in his hands. Alcohol poured down with the wind, drenching the section below. After a third of the contents had been emptied, Xiao Jun stowed the bathtub away and produced a branch soaked in alcohol, continuing to toss it downward. He also had blocks of alcohol, which he simply discarded without unwrapping. When he felt he had thrown enough, a Zippo lighter appeared in his hand. Truly a reliable brand. The flame was steadfast, even when dropped from such a height. It flickered defiantly. As the lighter struck the ground, a brilliant blue flame erupted, a sight to behold. Soon, he moved on to the second and third pillars, repeating the process until the entire bridge was engulfed in roaring flames. By this time, Xiao Jun was seated atop the third pillar, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the tension. Fortunately, everything had been accomplished, and now he merely awaited the outcome. The zombies on the bridge were in disarray. Though devoid of pain, they instinctively feared the raging inferno. Yet, flanked by flames on both sides, their limited intellect left them bewildered as to where to flee. The zombies trapped in the middle had no escape, resigned to their fate of being roasted alive. A few of those on the edges managed to dart off the bridge in a panic, but Xiao Jun paid them no mind. Wan Xinya and the others were waiting, and they wouldn't get away. After several minutes, the air was thick with the aroma of roasting meat, a scent that, with a sprinkle of cumin or other spices, would be quite enticing. However, should one witness the source of this fragrance, even someone as seasoned as Xiao Jun, who had endured the apocalypse for 6 years, would find it hard to accept. Though they were zombies, they bore a striking resemblance to humans, making it psychologically challenging to reconcile. In the distance, Wan Xinya and her companions anxiously gazed at the bridge, ablaze with fire. Their concern was not for the discomfort of the zombies. Rather, their focus was solely on the small figure they feared might be in peril. Many were aware of Xiao Jun's ability to teleport, but only a select few on the second floor knew its limitations of 3 uses. Numerous young women, believing their leader was merely assessing the situation, were growing impatient. Too slow. I need to stoke the flames, Xiao Jun muttered to himself as he retrieved more alcohol blocks from his space and hurled them toward the bridge's entrance. He was indeed pouring fuel on the fire. Now, he felt the cold dissipate amidst the inferno. The blaze raged on for nearly an hour, scorching the bridge's surface to a charred black. Yet, amidst this darkness, some translucent crystals continued to glimmer. The origin of these mutated crystals was a mystery. They were unbreakable and melted upon contact with the mouth. Under Wan Xinya and Li Jingyin's leadership, the young women began to advance onto the bridge, extinguishing flames and delivering finishing blows, bending down whenever they spotted a mutated crystal. By the time they crossed the entire bridge, Xiao Jun was already sitting there, awaiting their arrival. Seeing him unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Jun, this method cannot be frequently employed, or the bridge may be completely incinerated, Wan Xinya remarked. Observing the scorched surface, Xiao Jun had already recognized this. Although the bridge was sturdy, it could not withstand repeated burning. With 5 more days of zombie rain ahead, burning it daily was out of the question. Let us leave it at this for today. When we return later, let us drop a few more alcohol blocks on the bridge, and we can set it ablaze again in 5 days. Xiao Jun's plans had been disrupted. He needed to ascertain the external situation before leaving the city. He certainly did not wish to witness a horde of zombies attacking the city. Chapter 65, God of War Li Jingyin. Previously, Xiao Jun's team had come to clear this bridge daily, creating a significant safe zone, only for it to be reclaimed by zombies. Well, it seems we must return once more. Xinya, Jingyin, be cautious and primarily observe the 3rd-tier zombies. Only the 3 of us can contend with them. Anyone else would suffer casualties, which is not what Xiao Jun desires. The battle had commenced, descending from the bridge. They needed to clear a stronghold, lest they be surrounded by zombies from all sides and inevitably overrun. Li Jingyin unleashed her extraordinary powers, leading the charge. When her abilities activated, even 3rd-tier zombies could not breach her defenses. She remained utterly unafraid. Just a little longer, and we can all advance to 3rd tier. It was only upon reaching this level that one could truly grasp their limits. Ideally, more individuals like Li Jingyin would join their ranks. With her formidable defenses holding strong for 10 minutes, the young women successfully carved out a safe area. Establishing a stronghold, several captains stepped forward, each equipped with space rings. They swiftly retrieved spiked wooden stakes from their inventory, and a dozen young women began to position them. Oh, not bad at all. Xiao Jun, who had not ventured outside the city for quite some time, was pleasantly surprised by their resourcefulness. You just thought of this. We merely followed suit. It's all thanks to Jiangyu. She is reliable, Xiao Jun mused, appreciating her competence, both in and out of bed. The wooden stakes could not fully thwart the zombies' assault, but significantly alleviated the pressure on the surrounding young women, allowing for a reduction in the number of defenders and enabling a rotation of combat. Brother Jun, there are many 2nd-tier zombies, Wan Xinya remarked, standing beside him. As an assassin, she was not like Li Jingyin, a mindless warrior, and would not charge headlong into battle. That's normal. As long as the 3rd-tier zombies are not too numerous, we should be fine. This wave of zombie rain is intended for 2nd-tier zombies. If there are fewer, how can we expect to level up? Yet the inevitable occurred. A single zombie mingled within the horde, its claws signifying its extraordinary nature, and a fleeting clarity shimmered in its eyes, unnoticed by anyone. In the next moment, it reverted to a vacant expression, rushing forward like all the others. Yingyin, there's another 2nd-tier zombie, someone called out, having spotted it. I'll handle it, Li Jingyin declared without hesitation. The young women nearby gazed at her with admiration. She was dependable and always stepped up when necessary. Effortlessly dispatching 2 1st-tier zombies, Li Jingyin now faced the 2nd-tier zombie, remaining entirely composed, having slain countless 2nd-tier zombies before. This was merely a trivial challenge. With both hands raised high, her steel blade descended with formidable force. However, the zombie's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Yingyin, It's a third-tier zombie. It can see. A young woman exclaimed urgently. Yet, Li Jingyin could not alter her approach. In a split second, the third-tier zombie executed an extreme dodge, its claws lunging toward her chest. The fabric tore, yet no blood was shed. In this dire moment, Li Jingyin activated her resilience, blocking the lethal strike. Seeking death, she declared, seizing the zombie's claw with her left hand, rendering it immobile. With a furious strike, the steel blade in his right hand shattered its skull. Oh no, there are third-tier zombies here as well. Voices echoed simultaneously. Over there, Xiao Jun and Wan Qinya had already taken the initiative. Without the ability to teleport, Xiao Jun could only passively await the approach of the zombies. Jingyin provided support. In this situation, it was Li Jingyin who possessed skills that was more suited to eradicate the third-tier zombies. Without hesitation, Li Jingyin charged directly into the horde of zombies. Taking advantage of her skill's 10-minute duration. Jingyin, to your left, 2 meters, one is approaching you. Without a glance, Li Jingyin swung her knife to the left. Countless zombies clawed at her, but she neither evaded nor dodged. They were powerless against her. Li Jingyin, who required no defense and only offense, resembled a deity descending from the heavens. With just a few strikes, she cleaved the third-tier zombie apart. To the right, about 5 meters, Li Jingyin pusha fiercely, causing the zombie on her right to stagger back, and she spotted the third-tier zombie. Discarding her heavy steel blade, she retrieved a dagger from her spatial pouch. With a leap, she vaulted over several zombies and pounced onto the third-tier zombie. The surrounding zombies lunged at her, clawing and biting, their drool soaking her back. The dagger swiftly pierced the zombie's skull, and with a powerful thrust of her limbs, she toppled the zombies clinging to her. Meanwhile, Wan Qinya, with her long legs, surged to the forefront, her body twisting in an uncanny manner, perfectly evading the attack of the third-tier zombie. Her dagger found its mark in the zombie's throat, delivering a lethal blow. In a one-on-one confrontation, the third-tier zombies were no match for them. Xiao Jun was equally undeterred, wielding his steel blade with ferocity, slaying first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier zombies alike. With enhancements from mutation serum that tripled his abilities, Xiao Jun's strength and speed surpassed that of the third-tier zombies. Jingyin, return. 10 minutes is but a fleeting moment. Should Li Jingyin remain absent when time elapses, she would undoubtedly succumb to the zombie infection. Li Jingyin also ran back with all her might, although she had only made it 10 meters. The sheer number of surrounding zombies and the considerable depletion of her stamina rendered her somewhat powerless. Break through and rescue Sister Jingyin. Dozens of young women, who had been resting in the back, immediately sprang into action, brandishing their steel blades as they rushed forward. Armed with her dagger, Li Jingyin fought her way through several zombies and finally reached the spot where she had discarded her blade. With a knife in hand, her invincible aura seemed to return. Indeed, her commanding presence was suited for wielding a large blade. The style of a woman with a dagger was not hers. Through their coordinated efforts, Li Jingyin successfully reunited with the sisters who had come to her aid, and together they turned back, charging forward. Li Jingyin stood at the forefront. Though her skill was now reduced to a mere minute, she still exuded the valor of a war god. Her tattered clothing could not conceal her formidable stature. War god! War god! Someone led the cheer, and the young women clamored in excitement. Who says women are inferior to men? Look at our sister Jingyin. Upon witnessing their safe return, Xiao Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. 5 third-tier zombies appeared simultaneously. This was evidently premeditated. Fortunately, the danger had passed without incident. Li Jingyin truly was fierce, deserving the title of the first war god of the Women's Army in her previous life. In this new existence, she remained unchanged. Chapter 66, Team Allocation. Clearing the battlefield, returning home. By 4 in the afternoon, their stronghold had advanced several kilometers deep. They had cleared the zombies along the way, including the supply drop boxes. Since the emergence of those 5 third-tier zombies, none had appeared again. It remained unclear whether they were deterred or simply absent from the vicinity. If dismantled, the alcohol would evaporate after 5 days, leaving no choice but to store it in whole packages. On the bridge, Xiao Jun was pondering how to manage it. He couldn't possibly allow himself to be exposed to the cold wind again, only to be scorched by fire. He gathered some dry wood and sought flammable materials. If the alcohol couldn't be poured out, he would have to rely on alcohol blocks. He planned to lay a layer over the bridge surface, cover it with dry wood, and place plenty of scrap paper in between to ignite it. I need to inform Jianyu that we're out of alcohol blocks. It will be inconvenient for Hot Pot. Wan Qinya looked on in disbelief. Was the alcohol block really that significant? There are people offering them on the streets everywhere. Just shout that you'll trade a mutation crystal for alcohol blocks, and a crowd will come running. Not to mention, a few crystals for a whole box. Everyone would be clamoring to do it. Poliun, the 4 bodyguard young women stationed at the entrance dutifully stood guard. They were not required to participate in daytime missions. However, they would be engaged in the evening. Little Loli, where are you going? Just as Yin Yin was coming downstairs, she was caught red-handed. Xiao Jun, unable to contain himself, blurted out a nickname he had long held in his heart. Brother Jun, Yin Yin, I'm heading back up. You carry on. Wan Qinya snickered from the side. Yin Yin was quite sensitive about her height, so being called Little Loli was bound to irritate her. Oomph. Watching Xiao Jun flee in embarrassment, the little Loli chose not to pursue. She had many tasks to attend to. In the living room, Jiangyu reclined on the sofa while her twin sisters were giving her a massage. Their technique had become increasingly proficient. However, this was not sustainable. There were only 2 twins, and they were insufficient for the demand. It seemed necessary to recruit more. Today, we hired over 200 people. So many? Are they all first-tier mutants? And all solitary? Xiao Jun, having just sat down, stood up again. He thought his requirements were already low, yet over 200 had arrived in a single day. A girls' academy from a neighboring city, situated in the suburbs, was several dozen kilometers from the city center and less than 100 kilometers to Star City, which was why they chose to come to the provincial capital. However, he heard that they had started with over 3,000, leaving fewer than 200 now. Xiao Jun fell silent for a moment. This group of girls truly had courage. In the current situation, traversing over 100 kilometers in the wild, many were likely still ordinary people. Had it not been for the new wave of zombie rain, they might have survived in greater numbers. Wan Qinya also expressed her sentiments. Compared to them, she felt fortunate to have encountered Xiao Jun directly. However, all these 100 or so were second-tier mutants. Jiangyu then revealed another piece of information. Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. However, it made sense. If they were not second-tier mutants, they would not have survived the new wave of zombie rain, which included many second-tier and even third-tier zombies. Their survival was indeed a stroke of luck. I mixed them all up and assigned them to various teams. Xiao Jun nodded. This was indeed necessary. His team comprised fewer than 500 people, and with an influx of 200 from another group, managing any ulterior motives would be challenging. By the way, you know Li Qianwan, right? Remember to give her a high-tech bathtub. Xiao Jun recalled his promise to Li Qianwan and mentioned it casually. Jiangyu glanced over, and even the twin sisters looked up. Even Dr. Jiang, who had been reading a comic, turned his attention. There's still so many upstairs. And you went out to eat? Exactly. The twin sisters wore expressions of indignation, feeling their efforts to massage him and rub his back were in vain. How could he still be thinking about women outside? Is it a lack of allure from his own sisters? Now, ranking third, combined with the outside women, will I end up being a minor 6th or 7th? What a lecher! Dr. Jiang remained ever so straightforward. Qinya, you take the floor. Under the gaze of several women, Xiao Jun pushed Wan Qinya forward, reasoning that they would surely not believe him. Once Wan Qinya recounted the events of the day, the twin sisters gazed at Li Jingyin with admiration. Only Jiangyu grasped the crux of the matter. This means, starting tomorrow, we can no longer venture outside the city? Xiao Jun noted. The outside was indeed their primary source of airdrop boxes, and he was certain that other factions were also trying to capitalize on it. However, for the next few days, their focus would remain within the city. Beginning tomorrow, they would strive to seize the airdrop boxes inside the city. If they couldn't secure enough within the city, they could always venture to Future City, which was merely one district out of several. Star City was far greater than just one future city, and countless fresh airdrop boxes awaited outside. Just then, the little Loli returned. Puffed up with indignation as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Jun, Lolas were delightful. Weren't they? Hadn't he heard the saying that Lolas possess 3 virtues: light voices, delicate bodies, and easy to topple? They were quite favored by men, especially a giant panda Loli like her. However, Xiao Jun dared not voice this thought. These women were not to be trifled with. Oh, so you like them too? He queried. Xiao Jun regrets it pushing Jiang Yu forward. Had he not just increased his own difficulty? Let's eat, we must be starving. His clumsy attempt at changing the subject was met with tacit agreement from the other women, who did not pursue the topic. By the way, I just tallied our second-tier mutated crystals. We now have 127 of them. They had finally crossed the 1,000 mark, which meant that Xiao Jun's team could finally produce a 4th-tier mutant. All eyes turned to Xiao Jun, their leader. It was unquestionable that he would be the first. What about the first-tier ones? Xiao Jun was not in a hurry. He was more inclined towards acquiring more 3rd-tier mutants. If a few awakened their powers, it would be even more perfect. 34217. The little Loli spat out a number. This is yours. As you mentioned that 30% of all earnings would be returned to the team members. Thus, there's still 14,721 left, with the second-tier returns substituted by first-tier ones. It was indeed a substantial amount. Jiangyu, as our team grows, we need to revise our distribution plan. The previous 30% allocation was merely a rough guideline, and ultimately, all distributions were managed solely by Jiangyu. Now that the team had expanded, Especially with the addition of a 200-member group, it could no longer proceed this way. Tomorrow, please draft a new benefits table. All aspects of sustenance and rest need to be included, distributing food and resources based on their ranks, with all calculations based on mutant crystals at slightly lower than market prices. Just like in Future City, once they join, they can receive a salary, which may not only be in mutant crystals, but also in essential supplies. Strive to ensure that their total expenses equal 30% of their income. This is not exploitation. 30% is already quite generous. Although Future City offers more resources, considering the number of mouths to feed, Chun Gang could never afford to return 30%. Then, select some trustworthy individuals, starting with 20, allowing them to level up with the cost of their mutant crystals deducted from their future salaries. Having outlined a general plan, the rest would have to be shouldered by Jiang Yu and the little lowly. Chapter 67, General Jing. For the twin sisters, mealtime was the most joyous part of the day. In the dead of winter, how could they ever tire of hot pot, especially with such a lavish selection? Reflecting on their lives before joining Xiao Jun's team, where they had spent 3 or 4 days holed up in their house with only a bag of chips, 2 loaves of bread, 2 packs of spicy strips, and 2 cups of milk tea, the current existence felt like paradise, especially as they were no longer required to slay zombies. Today, after giving Sister Yu a massage, she rewarded herself with a set of Chanel perfume, which she had long coveted before the apocalypse. With the inability to venture outside, they needed to contemplate alternative routes. While enjoying their meal, Jiang Yu suddenly interjected with, "We need to think of other avenues." What avenues? Speculation. Xiao Jun was aware of speculation and had been preparing for it, but now was not the right time. His stockpile contained vast amounts of salt, chili sauce, various seasonings, and even thousands of kilograms of spicy strips. In the future, anything flavorful would become a precious commodity. Moreover, in this city, although the current populace could tolerate the lack of spice, in a couple of months, once Future City stabilized, these items would be in high demand. Besides these essential supplies, he had also stockpiled an abundance of cigarettes and alcohol. Once Future City achieved complete stability, these would skyrocket in value. However, at this moment, speculation was not yet profitable. Alcohol was certainly off the table, and salt and chili sauce weren't worth much, but cigarettes were different. Due to packaging issues, after a rain, over 80% of cigarettes had been damaged, and the quantity in Star City was not as plentiful as one might imagine. Only large malls and supermarkets had a chance of retaining some stock. At this stage, space equipment was already a rare commodity, and no one would waste it on hoarding cigarettes. Most were reserving space for water and food. Thus, cigarettes could be a viable option. Xiao Jun lit a cigarette, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, pondering before responding. Brother Jun, our team has already consumed a box of women's cigarettes this past week. Especially with the recent uptick in battles, the demand for cigarettes has surged, with many team members secretly asking me for more, even suggesting they could delay their upgrades. It should be noted that Xiao Jun's team was predominantly female, and their smoking habits, both in quantity and potency, were significantly lower than those of men. Furthermore, within Xiao Jun's team, at least their basic needs for food, clothing, and rest were met. Even so, the pressures on the ladies remained considerable. What about the others in Future City? While alcohol might more easily relieve stress, who dare to drink casually now? That would be akin to self-sabotage. In such circumstances, cigarettes became the only avenue for stress relief. Even Xiao Jun found himself smoking more frequently. After much contemplation, Xiao Jun finally nodded. All right, to venture outside requires sufficient strength, and that strength comes from mutant crystals. Speculating on cigarettes is indeed the quickest way to earn money. We only have about a week. A week is sufficient. Jiang Yu was filled with confidence, then turned to the twin sisters. Right? The elder sister, Jing Ru, appeared bewildered. Sister, I can't. Although I studied this in college, I'm only a sophomore and Haven T graduated yet. I really can't do it. Jiang Yu shot her a disapproving look, dismissively waving her hand. Can you please step aside? I'm asking the younger sister. The elder sister obediently complied, relieved that it was not her after all. Sister Yu. I'll do my best. Jing Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Before the apocalypse, both she and her sister had families engaged in business. Jing Yi, being exceptionally clever from a young age, was introduced to company affairs by her father after entering university. After explaining to Xiao Jun, she revealed that the idea of trading cigarettes had initially been a casual suggestion from Jing Yi. Xiao Jun gazed at Jing Yi in surprise, astonished to discover that this young girl had a knack for business, although he remained uncertain about her seriousness. He then shifted his attention to Jing Ru, shaking his head with a sigh. Born of the same parents and raised in the same household, how could there be such a disparity between them? Xingyi, I shall provide you with 30,000 mutated crystals for your operations. Is that sufficient? Once resolved, Xiao Jun was resolute. That is more than enough. 30,000 mutated crystals represented over half of the first-tier mutated crystal resources of the entire team. Jing Yi was astonished that the commander would grant her such a substantial amount of startup capital. The pressure now rested upon her shoulders. However, in trading, a robust capital base was undoubtedly advantageous, and with 30,000 in initial funds, everything would become significantly simpler. She was confident that with this capital, she could elevate the price of cigarettes within 3 days. Tonight, prepare a proposal. This task requires both efficiency and quality. Time waits for no one. Within 10 to 15 days at most, Xiao Jun needed to assemble at least 10 resilient individuals with extraordinary abilities for frontline duties and then venture outside the city. The pace of this apocalypse was relentless. Even for Xiao Jun, a reborn individual, time seemed inadequate. Jing Yi nodded earnestly, determined to prove herself worthy of the commander's trust. Unlike her sister, who seemed preoccupied with trivial thoughts, she understood the necessity of establishing her worth before indulging in such musings, much like Sister Yu. Jing Ru, the twin sister, was delightfully engrossed in the freshly cooked lamb slices, completely taken by surprise when the commander unexpectedly called upon her. She hastily stuffed a mouthful of lamb into her mouth, cheeks puffed out and steaming as she blew on the hot morsel. Hot, hot, hot! Beside her, Li Jingyin hurriedly offered her a cup of cola, which she gulped down to soothe the burning sensation, her large eyes innocently gazing at Xiao Jun, with a resigned expression, waited for her to finish before stating, "You and your sister will go together, following her arrangements without causing any disruptions. Additionally, arrange for a few new female recruits to protect them, those who are unfamiliar, so as not to raise suspicions about our cigarette trading." Among Xiao Jun's team, these two sisters had the least exposure. Their involvement in this task would likely draw minimal scrutiny. Once they began earning, whether others knew of their ventures would be inconsequential. "All right, Brother Jun, you can rest assured. I will keep a close watch on my sister and ensure she completes the task promptly." The table of onlookers exchanged knowing glances, bemused by her antics and pondering how she could possibly assume the role of an elder sister. Yet, no one sought to dampen her enthusiasm. It was essential for her to have something to occupy her, for if Jing Yi could not manage her own sister, they might as well resign themselves to being mere ornaments. Come, let us toast to President Jing's flourishing success. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, Li Jingyin raised her drink in celebration. To President Jing's success. Chapter 68, 4th Tier. At 7:30, in a room, Xiao Jun sat cross-legged at the head of his bed. 1,000 second-tier mutated crystals surrounded him, transforming the entire room into a soft green hue. This cursed thing, why does it not change color? Observing his body bathed in green light, Xiao Jun couldn't help but mutter. Ascending from the 3rd to the 4th tier was an unprecedented experience for him in his 2 lifetimes, thus requiring utmost caution. The others on the 2nd floor understood the gravity of the situation, each sitting in the living room, more anxious than they had been during their own upgrades. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jun began to consume the mutated crystals. Each crystal brought a gentle warmth coursing through his body. This was a testament to his enhanced physique. 2nd-tier crystals no longer had a significant effect on him. Yet, as the saying goes, every little bit counts, and he would rely on quantity to compensate for quality. In the blink of an eye, 500 second-tier mutated crystals had vanished. Xiao Jun felt the warm currents within him intensifying, but it still wasn't enough. Continue. 700 crystals. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, reminiscent of previous upgrades. 800 crystals. A different sensation emerged. A slight ache manifested in his head, something he had never encountered during past upgrades. 900 crystals. The headache intensified, accompanied by body aches, yet the discomfort paled in comparison to the throbbing in his head. Suddenly enlightened, he recognized this sensation as identical to that of when his extraordinary abilities first awakened. 1,000 crystals. Xiao Jun let out a primal roar. Drawing from his previous experience, he refrained from fainting this time, instead enduring the ordeal with great difficulty. Damn it, is this the side effect of not being a naturally gifted individual? Watching Wan Qinya and the others awaken their powers was akin to child's play, merely a flash of light above their heads. And here he was, suffering immensely. Is he all right? Jing Yi asked, her voice laced with concern. In the living room, everyone heard Xiao Jun's anguished cries. He will be fine, Jiangyu replied, merely lifting her head slightly to cast a glance before returning her attention to the high-tech comics before her. These comics were exceptionally captivating, with volumes exceeding 10,000 chapters, making for the perfect pastime. However, she pondered the meaning of up. Would she need to find a volume, down, to continue? She dreaded the possibility of there being a middle volume, which would be quite the headache. Jiangyu found herself troubled, wondering if she could barter for it if she couldn't locate it. In the room, Xiao Jun had reached the final stage. 1,000-second tier mutated crystals. It felt as though some shackles within him had been released, his entire being brimming with vitality. His mind was exceptionally clear, and the pain began to dissipate. Sitting on the bed, he gestured casually, reveling in his newfound strength. At this moment, he felt capable of defeating 3 versions of his former self with a single punch. Should he encounter a third-tier zombie again, it would not even have the privilege of trailing behind him. He settled his mind, ready to explore his powers, when a phrase suddenly surfaced in his thoughts. Ability upgrade successful. Instantaneous movement, centered around oneself, can reach a radius of 100 meters instantly, ignoring obstacles, and can carry one person. Usable 3 times a day. Xiao Jun felt a surge of satisfaction. This ability description was far more reliable than the previous one, which had left him nearly believing he could soar to the sun. Clearly, the writer of that manual was a mere elementary school student. This new description was considerably more coherent, suggesting it was penned by someone who had at least completed compulsory education. The upgraded skill was now much more practical. Ignoring obstacles meant he could directly teleport into a room, making it an exceptional skill for covert rescues. Not to mention the ability to carry someone, perfectly complementing the previous trait. Teleporting into a room and witnessing a beautiful woman bathing, then whisking her away. How splendid. However, the limitation of only 3 uses per day was a tad insufficient. In the living room, Jiang Yu remained engrossed in her comic book, the effortless motion of her page-turning exuding an air of intellect and grace. Li Jingyin was sharpening her knife. Having impulsively discarded it earlier that day, she resolved not to repeat such a mistake, as tidying up one space would suffice. Wan Xinya was brewing coffee, preparing for a night of exertion ahead, seeking something to invigorate her senses. The twin sister was applying a facial mask, playfully encouraging her younger sibling and Dr. Jiang to join her, all the while spouting mischievous remarks. Sister, don't be fooled by our youthful beauty. Look around. Who here isn't young and exquisite? Oh, except for Dr. Jiang. She is already 26. Sensing a sudden chill in the air, Jingru quickly produced another mask, urging Dr. Jiang to partake. Dr. Jiang, consider this. Eventually, you'll find yourself sharing the captain's bed. A facial mask might just enhance your chances. After all, while you are indeed stunning, everyone here possesses the allure of angelic visages paired with devilish figures. Well, except for Union. All right then, I suppose it means I'll be using yet another mask. Ultimately, the 4 women reveled in their masks, their gazes unconsciously drifting towards the closed door. Since the anguished scream that resonated from within half an hour prior, an unsettling silence had ensued. Creak. The door swung open, drawing the attention of all present. Xiao Jun emerged, towel in hand, drying his hair. Following his upgrade, he had broken a sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, prompting him to take a shower. What a hassle without a blow dryer, he muttered as he continued to towel off. Bang! A Dyson hairdryer landed at his feet. Xiao Jun stared in disbelief at Jiang Yu, who had thrown it. Here, use it. It's a Dyson, and one of these blow dryers costs 3,000. You think I'm just going to wait out here while you shower? And now you want a blow dryer? Go ahead and blow dry your hair. Jiang Yu appeared far less composed than she pretended. Xiao Jun was the soul of the team, and any misfortune befalling him could lead to dire consequences. The other women stifled their laughter behind their hands. Ahem. Xiao Jun cleared his throat, deliberately ignoring the expensive blow dryer at his feet. I've reached the 4th tier. Everyone had been anticipating this announcement, although they had expected it. Hearing Xiao Jun state it aloud ignited a wave of joy. Congratulations, Paulun. The stronger he became, the safer they felt. Yin, let us set aside the matter of team member upgrades for now and await Jingyi's results. Having ascended to the 4th tier and upgraded his abilities, Xiao Jun now felt invincible in Future City, undaunted even by other factions possessing 4th tier mutants. He firmly believed he could dominate any rival of equal standing. Yin nodded. After all, the selection process would take time, and she was in no rush. Chapter 69. The Scheme. Have you heard? There's a place that buying cigarettes in bulk. Really? Where? What is the price? Right inside the trading hall of Future City. Let's go take a look. That day, a frenzy of rumors spread throughout Future City, prompting countless individuals, both skeptical and curious, to head toward the trading hall. In this day and age, who still buys cigarettes? What good are they? They can't even serve as sustenance. Upon arriving at the market, they found a long queue already formed. Brother, what is going on here? Cigarettes can be exchanged for mutated crystals. Don't cut in line. Go to the back. Hey, in these times, there are buyers for weapons, food, and housing. But this is the first time I've seen such a large quantity of cigarettes being traded. I know, right? Last time at that shop, they had so many cigarettes. I can only take a few packs for myself. If I had known, I could be struck it rich. As they waited, many began chatting to pass the time. Does he really have that much money? With this many people, will there be any left for us? No worries. I heard they brought a whole box of mutated crystals. They're shiny. Reassured, the crowd resumed their patience in line. Attention! We do not accept damaged packaging. Only whole cartons are accepted for cigarettes priced below 50 yuan. Do not waste your time lining up. A man, presumably a staff member of the trading market, called out several times to inform those just arriving, warning that any remaining who did not heed this would have to face the consequences. Those who had exchanged their items began to exit. Brother, how much did you exchange? I'm a heavy smoker. Last time I found some cigarettes. I took 2 cartons and smoked half a carton myself, trading the rest for a whopping 15 mutated crystals. This brother beamed with delight. Good thing I chose the expensive ones. That guy in front of me got a carton of Furong Wang, which only fetched him a single mutated crystal. What a loss. The excitement continued until past 5 in the afternoon, with a long line still waiting outside. We're closing up. Those remaining can come back tomorrow. Many had just awakened after a day of rest, only to find out that the operation was shutting down sooner than expected. Fortunately, they were told they could return the following day, and they reluctantly dispersed. In the western district of Future City, today's total cigarette intake amounted to 720 cartons, with an expenditure of 420 mutated crystals. Inside a villa, Jingyi was diligently tallying up the figures while her sister sat nearby, bored. The villa had been rented from Future City, and for the next few days, they would not return to their own team, but instead reside as businesswomen in a house within Future City. Sister, isn't this overspending? We've already spent over 10,000 in a single day. Over 10,000 mutated crystals. That's enough for 11 second-tier sisters to advance to the 3rd tier. And we've spent it all on a pile of worthless cigarettes. It won't be like this tomorrow. There's zombies everywhere outside Future City, including 2nd-tier and even 3rd-tier zombies. Who would dare venture out alone except for large teams? Jingyi was confident, unafraid that they wouldn't sell cigarettes to her. The mutated crystals would eventually have to be relinquished. That night, the cold wind howled. It's freezing. Brother, do you have any cigarettes? I could use one. You've run out? Didn't you just get a carton last time? I sold them to those women today for 7 mutated crystals. Get lost. You sold your cigarettes to mooch off me? A similar scene unfolded across various locations in Future City. In the heat of selling, no one thought to save a few for themselves. The following day, Jingru and Jingyi arrived punctually at the trading hall. A long queue had already formed outside, with many who received news the previous day now present. These are mutated crystals. 10 can elevate 1 to a 1st-tier mutant, and 100 can promote 1 to the 2nd tier. Most people are still merely ordinary 1st-tier mutants, far from the 100 crystal goal. Moreover, many have families to support, not just themselves, and with mutated crystals, they can help their family members level up too. It was another fruitful day, yet the crowd was noticeably thinner compared to yesterday, with even a few lulls in the queue. Meanwhile, other teams were acutely aware of the situation and halted all cigarette distributions. An invisible undercurrent began to stir within Future City. Brother, do you have any cigarettes left? No. Didn't we exchange them for mutated crystals? But I really want to smoke. In a room, 2 brothers resided, both avid smokers whose consumption had surged since the onset of the apocalypse. However, yesterday, they sold all their cigarettes and finally gathered 100 mutated crystals, allowing the elder brother to successfully advance to the 2nd tier. In this apocalyptic world, the enhancement of strength signifies greater safety, prompting the 2 to celebrate their achievement, albeit modestly. The first day seemed relatively manageable. They could endure a lack of cigarettes. Moreover, their comrades had some to spare, and the 2 shamelessly bummed a couple of puffs. Yet today, they found it increasingly difficult to resist. The brothers exchanged helpless glances, their eyes drawn to the ashtray on the table, which still contained several discarded cigarette butts. Suddenly, they rushed towards the ashtray, rummaging through the remnants for any salvageable remnants. A delightful inhale ensued. It was truly exhilarating. However, just one puff left them craving more. On the 3rd day, Jing-yi arrived punctually at the trading hall, while Jing-ru appeared visibly weary. The nightly skirmishes and commotion made restful sleep elusive, and the early rising took a toll on her complexion. Once this round of trading concluded, she resolved to indulge in a few more facial masks. On this 3rd day, although individuals still came to exchange cigarettes for money, the numbers had significantly dwindled. By midday, Jing-yi had only collected 11 cigarettes, and the afternoon proved even bleaker with just 6 more. Bing, yi ponderitov, nodding in contemplation. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, the 2 sisters were preparing to close up when suddenly, a group of over 10 individuals burst in. I no longer want mutated crystals, just return my cigarettes. Yes, I want mine back too. A nearby guard swiftly intervened, positioning himself protectively around Jing-ru and Jing-yi. What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke Future City? The guards on this level had benefited significantly from Jing-yi's transactions over the past 3 days, having received dozens of cigarettes. While they may not have been of the highest quality, the quantity translated into considerable mutated crystals at the sisters' recovery rates. Furthermore, both were stunningly beautiful, a rare pair of twin beauties, compelling the guards to guard them fiercely. They represented Future City, and thus, the guards had no reason to be afraid. The intruders were merely solitary individuals unaligned with any team and dared not offend Future City. They had only rushed in due to an overwhelming craving for cigarettes, and, now confronted by the guards, regained their composure, helplessly watching the two beauties depart. As Jing Ru and Jing Yi exited, the young women who had feigned customer status to protect them quietly slipped away. Chapter 70. Framing the Innocent. Sister, someone is following us. The twin sisters had just left the trading hall, and, not having ventured far, the observant younger sister noticed they were being tailed. What should we do? Should we turn back and eliminate them? But I've never killed anyone. I've only dealt with zombies. Before joining Xiao Jun's team, the sisters had struggled to survive, with the elder sister Jing Ru having slain zombies in their quest for food, while the younger sister Jing Yi had been well protected by her. After joining Xiao Jun's team, they had not participated in any battles, their involvement limited to scavenging airdrop boxes. Nevertheless, Xiao Jun had still managed to elevate both sisters to the second tier with mutated crystals. In a real fight, those trailing them would hardly stand a chance against the sisters. No need, let them follow. It may work to our advantage. It seems the pressures of this apocalypse are even greater than anticipated. It's only the third day, and already we have stalkers. Tomorrow, they may resort to robbery, and the day after, perhaps outright force. As they turned a corner, a woman approached from the opposite direction. Step 2. As they brushed past one another, Jing Yi softly uttered 3 words. Yanggu, could these two really be from Future City? They might not be easy to deal with. What do you know? Would Future City dare to act in such a manner? In the first 3 days, everyone was still disoriented, but by the 4th or 5th day, the truth will become apparent. The evils of capitalism. Future City harbors grand ambitions. They aim to establish a city. Even if they desire profit, they wouldn't engage so brazenly. Yanggu appeared to be an educated man, perhaps driven to clarity by his craving for cigarettes. Should we take action? Take action? What do you think? Do you believe we are the only ones observing them? I assure you, by midnight, they will surely attempt to escape. That will be our moment to strike. They watched the twin sisters enter the residential area of Future City, and at that moment, no one dared to move. At 9:30 that evening, Yanggu was rubbing his hands together, feeling the cold. Casting a cautious glance around, he carefully retrieved a pack of white sand cigarettes from his coat. Its box thoroughly crushed. Opening it revealed 2 crumpled cigarettes within. He was grateful that the 2 women did not accept such low-quality packs. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. Shielding himself from the biting wind with his coat, the crisp sound of a lighter ignited the night, echoing sharply in the stillness. Several of his underlings turned to look, envy etched upon their faces. Yanggu shivered as he took a couple of puffs, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. After taking a deep drag, he passed the cigarette to his subordinate. 1 puff each, no more. The subordinate nodded eagerly, having gone a whole day without smoking. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled deeply, eliciting sympathetic glances from the others. When it was their turn, they, too, followed suit, each taking a substantial drag. By the time it was the last person's turn, the flame nearly reached the filter, yet he showed no sign of reluctance, determined to exhaust every last bit. Yanggu, low up. A man rushed over from a distance. The villa has a back door. I saw those 2 women sneak out. Have you been smoking? Were you secretly smoking behind my back? Yanggu slapped him on the head. Lead the way. Capture those 2 women. What cigarettes wouldn't we get? Exactly. And those twins, what figures, what looks? He. A group of 7 or 8 individuals quickly followed the guide, racing down the narrow path behind the villa. They were not alone. From various corners, several other groups suddenly emerged. The allure of wealth was compelling, and the craving for cigarettes acted as a catalyst. Yanggu, they're over there. After running for about 10 minutes, they finally caught sight of the 2 women. Perhaps aware they were being pursued, the sisters ran with remarkable speed. Damn it! Those 2 must be mutated beings, possibly even second tier, to run so fast. Yet, despite knowing they were swift, the pursuers showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly trailing behind. Sister, where do we run? I'm so tired. Keep up. I told you to stop eating and sleeping so much. You've actually gained weight since the apocalypse began. Nonsense. I haven't gained weight. I'm just lazy, not incapable of running. As if struck by her sister's words, the elder sister suddenly accelerated, pulling ahead of her sibling by several meters. Hurry up. Is it because you're overweight that you can't keep up? Sister, you're going the wrong way. It's to the left. The younger sister sighed in exasperation. Her sister seemed to be confused. Just as the elder sister finally picked up speed, she ended up overshooting, almost uttering a classic phrase in frustration. Sister, hurry. If they catch up to you, you're finished. I want to help. Keep running. I refuse to believe those two women can run forever. There exists but a singular path, upon which a multitude of pursuers, numbering 50 or 60, has converged with great fervor. However, at this hour, the majority are in repose, for a fierce battle awaits at midnight. Their trajectory has also veered far from the garrison of Future City, rendering them unafraid of encountering others. The chase has persisted for half an hour. Although the sisters are second-tier anomalies, their training has been scant, making this duration their utmost limit. Sister, let it be that I have gained weight. But could you inform me how much longer we must run? I can scarcely continue, the younger sibling implores. Ahead, take a left. Upon hearing her sister's directive, the elder hastily obeys. After navigating 2 more turns, a stronghold comes into view. Yet before Jingru can ascertain its identity, a figure suddenly emerges from the right and envelopes her in an embrace. Just as she prepares to resist, a familiar voice whispers in her ear, "Do not struggle." In the next moment, both Jingru and the man vanish, while Jingyi appears to have anticipated this, exhibiting no sign of panic. A heartbeat later, the man reappears, this time grasping Jingyi. Where have they gone? Someone exclaims in disbelief. How could living beings simply disappear? They must have entered. Observing the throng of dozens, their courage bolstered. They clamor to charge inside. What do you intend? Are you here to cause a ruckus in my lone wolf brigade? A commanding voice echoes, as numerous men wielding steel blades rush forth to obstruct their advance. We're searching for 2 women. One cries out, "Indeed, we seek them." Chaos ensues in the vicinity. Searching for someone? It seems you are courting death, the leader retorts, dismissing any further discourse as he signals his subordinates to prepare for battle. Defeating them is out of the question. Let us not even mention their levels. After all, they're armed with dozens of blades. The crowd, not lacking in wisdom, swiftly scatters as they witness the impending violence. The Lone Wolf Brigade, is it? Tomorrow I shall spread the word. Those 2 women must certainly be associated with them. Just 100 meters away, separated by several buildings, 3 figures tread cautiously. Brother Jun, your skills are truly formidable, covering such distance in an instant. Silence. Do not draw attention to us. We must return to our territory, he admonishes. Chapter 71, The Escalation. Another fierce battle concludes, leaving some joyous while others are despondent. Why the long faces? We have survived another day. 2 men sit casually upon the ground, their backs against the corpses of their comrades, those bitten by zombies, and those they had slain. This scenario has unfolded countless times, from initial fear, even nightmares haunting their nights, to the current state of numbness. Having been bitten by a zombie, one might as well consider it a form of redemption. Got any cigarettes? Only 2 left. Each man lights a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke fills their lungs, seemingly uplifting their spirits. Nearby, dozens of green eyes fixate upon them, specifically on the cigarettes in their hands. Some even synchronize their breathing with the rhythm of their smoking. We're out of cigarettes. We won't sleep tonight. The following morning, a throng gathers at the entrance of the trading market. The boss who collects cigarettes, ISNT here today, disperse. A staff member attempts to manage the crowd. I'm not here to sell. I wish to buy back my cigarettes. Yes, me too. I want to buy them back. Do you know when they will arrive? Currently, those women possess the most cigarettes in all of Future City. The staff member gazes at them incredulously. Are these people mad? Just days ago, they came eagerly to sell cigarettes, fearing others would lack money, and now they wish to buy? What's so special about these cigarettes? Step aside. Do not cause trouble. Do you believe we are insignificant in Future City? The captain of the guard emerges, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His mood is foul. Not only is there no sight of the twin sisters to admire, but also no cigarettes to be gifted, and now this crowd dares to make a commotion. These people lack the courage to oppose Future City. Witnessing the flicker of light from the captain's cigarette only deepens their despair. They cannot fight, nor can they dare to steal, especially when the main figures have yet to appear. What use is it to cause an uproar? Reluctantly, the crowd disperses, though a few stubborn souls linger, awaiting the sisters' emergence. At 10 in the morning, a rumor swiftly circulates through Future City. Did you hear? Last night, those 2 women fled, reportedly heading towards the Lone Wolf Brigade. Is that true? I thought they were from Future City? The gossip spreads like wildfire. A reliable source, my brother's second cousin's nephew, saw them run into the territory of the Lone Wolf Brigade last night. Your information is incomplete. My elder cousin's son also participated in that ambush and later clashed with the Lone Wolf Brigade members. Those 2 women walked right in front of them. The tempest intensifies with little to do during the day, and unable to compete for airdrop crates against larger factions, they do not dare to venture out of Future City. At 3 in the afternoon, at the entrance of the Lone Wolf Brigade's territory, hundreds stand in confrontation, with more arriving by the minute. Lower it down a bit. And to the left, yes, just there, perfectly comfortable. Reclining on the sofa, Xiao Jun sprawls across the longest row, while his sister Jingru perches directly atop him, providing a back massage. The younger sister squats beside them, diligently kneading his legs. Dr. Jiang sits at a distance in another corner, glancing helplessly at the trio. All done. Where's my chocolate? The sister jumps off Xiao Jun and reaches out for a treat. You've only been at it for a few minutes. Look at your sister. She has been diligently working without making demands. Learn from her. Just as Xiao Jun begins to relish the moment, she calls for a break. I don't care. I want chocolate. I want Snickers. Without Snickers, I'll lack energy. All right. Xiao Jun retrieves a box of Dove chocolates from his space, followed by a box of Snickers. The sister beams with delight, immediately feeding a piece to her younger sibling and then offering some to Dr. Jiang. Observing this, Xiao Jun produces 2 more boxes. Dr. Jiang, the weather is quite frigid. I must trouble you. In recent days, due to nighttime battles and daytime airdrop raids, many of the ladies in the brigade have fallen ill with colds. We cannot expect everyone to rely on mutated crystals for every ailment. The brigade now numbers nearly 1,000. Who can afford that? Thus, minor colds must be treated with medicine. It's no trouble. They procure their own medicine. I merely assist in prescribing it. Having spent considerable time on the second floor, Jiang Wei feels quite conflicted. This upper level is primarily occupied by key members of the brigade, and even the twins have begun to take on responsibilities. Only she seems to lack purpose. Am I not attractive? No one here is more appealing, and most are younger than I. In these last couple of days, Jiang Wei has truly recognized her value. Even if it's just for a cold, she attends to each case meticulously. Doing something makes my heart feel much steadier. Jingy, what is our next course of action? Transitioning the topic, Xiao Jun addresses the most pressing matter at hand. Even if Xiao Jun and his companions did not venture outside to witness the tempest, they were nonetheless acutely aware of its ferocity. For a habitual smoker, in this apocalyptic world, no one could offer solace. Only tobacco served as a refuge for the spirit. Yet now, the supply had run dry. While larger factions undoubtedly maintained reserves, they were not philanthropists, and many remained aloof, eager to capitalize on the chaos. Only the tragically isolated Lone Wolf faction found themselves under immense pressure. Yet, no one would extend a helping hand, be it the Future City or the Blood Row faction. The former would prefer fewer competing forces within the city. What do you think the Lone Wolf faction will do? Xiao Jun Kesudi inquired. Undoubtedly, they would initially refuse to acknowledge their predicament, though such denial would be futile. The entire city had already implicated them. Even if some perceptive individuals recognized the entrapment, the crux remained that the Lone Wolf faction must possess cigarettes. If the members of the Lone Wolf faction were not foolish, they would need to act on 2 fronts. First, to make an example of others, instilling fear amongst the populace. Then, to produce their stock for sale. Jingyi appeared to have contemplated this countless times, and upon Xiao Jun's question, she immediately voiced the thought. However, should they commence selling cigarettes, it would effectively confirm their involvement in the matter. If priced exorbitantly, even if they managed to suppress dissent through force, expanding their influence in Future City would become exceedingly difficult. Conversely, if sold at a lower price, how many could they possibly sell? After this ordeal, with uncertainty surrounding the cessation of the zombie reign, individuals would surely purchase more cigarettes to stockpile. With thousands in the Lone Wolf faction, even their own consumption would deplete their supply. How much could they afford to sell? Furthermore, others would undoubtedly seize this opportunity for profit. Regardless of the outcome, the Lone Wolf faction's predicament had been sealed. Xiao Jun Xiaokut. Jing Yi had indeed exceeded his expectations. He understood the nature of the Lone Wolf leader, a person prone to indecision, and this incident would undoubtedly lead to their substantial downfall. Meanwhile, he could simply bide his time and await the harvest. Chapter 72. Unease. On the 6th day of the second wave of zombie reign, it marked the 4th day of a smoke-free Future City. The Lone Wolf faction was truly unscrupulous, demanding 2 mutated crystals for a single cigarette that once cost 1. Indeed, they proclaimed that lower-grade cigarettes were no longer available, and high-grade ones were limited daily. With so many of us, that meager supply was clearly insufficient. It was a blatant attempt to deceive us. Let us refrain from further complaints. What can we do? We can only hope that the zombie threat subsides soon. Once the rain ceases, we can once again seek out supplies from before the apocalypse, including cigarettes. I refuse to believe that the Lone Wolf faction is the only one with cigarettes in Future City. Don't the other factions possess any? Someone exclaimed indignantly. Future City has begun selling cigarettes as well. A voice rang out, igniting a frenzy among those who had failed to procure any. The Blood Row faction also entered the market. Both major factions seized this opportunity, unveiling their stock, while the Northern Palace faction remained notably silent. However, it was understood that a team of young women, even if they had cigarettes, would possess them in scarce amounts. Let us not purchase from the Lone Wolf faction any longer. They deliberately depleted our supply only to sell it back to us at inflated prices. How despicable. Yes, let us shift our focus to the other two factions. A throng departed the Lone Wolf territory, dispersing towards the other factions. The cigarettes from Future City sold out at an astonishing rate. The Blood Robe faction experienced a similar fate. Just as they had barely progressed halfway, dreadful news emerged. How could it have sold out so swiftly? Everyone was puzzled. It had only been a brief period. Both factions had experienced a surge in purchases. Soon, the explanation unfolded. It was not solely the three major factions. Several smaller factions had also entered the fray. Even amidst the apocalypse, some individuals retained their mercantile instincts. Now, as all congregated within Future City, no one dared to roam freely. The supply of cigarettes was limited, and with so many smokers, it was a consumable item. What did mutated crystals matter? With an unending horde of zombies, there was no fear of running out of them. If they waited another week, cigarette prices could soar several times over. In the courtyard of Xiao Jun's villa, he was accompanied by the twin sister Jing Yi. A young woman was reporting the day's developments. So many are becoming restless. It seems tomorrow we can cast our net. Jing Yi felt a sense of ease, having accomplished a significant portion of her task, and thus far, everything had unfolded perfectly. Xiao Jun gazed up at the sky. On the sixth day, barring unforeseen circumstances, the zombie rain that began at dawn would mark the conclusion of this round. Yet, unease began to creep into his mind. He sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Tomorrow, cigarette prices were bound to rise again, and we too would sell. But remember this, all purchases must be limited. This stipulation was not part of the original plan. Xiao Jun's intention was to amass sufficient funds for the young women's upgrades, enabling them to better confront the pressures outside the city. However, his inner disquiet prompted a last-minute alteration. As dawn approached, the anticipated zombie rain arrived as scheduled. The young women had become quite adept. Even the most ferocious zombies could be met with calm resolve. After all, they simply needed to strike them down. With the increase in personnel, Jiangyu reorganized the teams. Nearly 1,000 individuals were split into two shifts, alternating between morning and evening. At night, Jiangyu led the team, while Wan Xinya and Li Jingyin took charge during the day. Perfectly aligned, Xiao Jun had Wan Xinya at night and Jiangyu during the day, pushing their limits to see what they could accomplish. However, after just 2 days, the two women began to struggle. Provoking Xiao Jun had dire consequences, leading them to suspect he was secretly consuming medicine. In the span of 4 days, the team welcomed 9 new third-tier mutated individuals, primarily at the captain level, as ordinary members could not boast such high salaries. Following that evening, the young girl prepared a new salary sheet, indicating that aside from basic necessities like food and lodging, all other expenses would need to be covered by the young women's wages. Some ladies, fond of spicy snacks, immediately clamored for Jiangyu to convert their entire pay into those treats, disregarding any thoughts of upgrading. The presence of 9 third-tier members was not what excited Xiao Jun. Rather, among them were 2 young women with resilience abilities, significantly bolstering the team's strength. Tonight, you two shall ascend in rank. Xiao Yun remarked to Wen Qianye. As the second-tier mutated crystals were sufficient for both of them to upgrade, the remaining slot would naturally await Jiangyu's return for her enhancement. Wan Qianye's upgrade was remarkably uneventful, devoid of any extreme discomfort. At most, she experienced slight unease in her body. There was no excruciating headache, merely a sensation of pressure, which soon dissipated. This prompted Xiao Jun to internally lament the unfairness of it all, but there was little he could do. Following the upgrade, Wan Qianye exhibited a marked increase in strength, evident from the extended duration of their bed-s movements during the latter half of the night. Additionally, her abilities had received a boost. With the Shadow Veil, upon activation, she entered a state of invisibility, tripling her speed. The effect would dissipate after an attack, but could be reused within 5 minutes. Everything else remained unchanged, save for the ability to reuse it. Even after slitting a throat, she could still vanish and escape. This enhancement was undeniably impressive. Truly, she was one of the top 10 experts of her previous life, the king of assassins. Xiao Jun found himself eagerly anticipating what changes awaited Jiangyu's abilities. In the early hours of the night, Jiangyu returned to the second floor, weary yet resolute. The cannon fire from the second floor had only just ceased, and Wan Qianye, weary and drained, succumbed to slumber. Consequently, Jiangyu, deprived of a moment's respite, was thrust back into the fray. "How are you?" Jiangyu inhaled deeply, gazing at the expectant Xiao Jun. "I merely wish to sleep." "Come on, sleep if you must. What I inquired about was your level and abilities. What are you thinking?" Xiao Jun playfully delivered a light smack to her head. "I don't have any." Jiangyu pouted, defensively retorting. "Don't have any? I heard your thoughts loud and clear." Xiao Jun, undeterred, gave her another light smack. armor-piercing blade, which disregards any defense within 10 minutes and double speed. Jiang Yu had long since tested this skill. It was not her body that disregarded defense, but the weapon in her hand. Now, with the added velocity, who could stand against her? Xiao Jun even mused whether he should procure a 40-meter-long cleaver for her, so that she could simply activate her skill and sweep through enemies with her eyes closed. Alas, current technology was limited, and he also had to consider Jiang Yu's strength. It would be rather embarrassing if she couldn't lift it. Jiang Yu finally drifted into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. Even leveling up could not restore her energy. Xiao Jun made his way alone to the living room, a spark igniting as he lit a cigarette. Tomorrow, the net would be cast wide. Tomorrow, he would uncover the source of this damned unease. Chapter 73, Casting the Net. Having gone 2 days without a proper rest, I decided to eliminate the zombies and wait right here. I must buy a pack of cigarettes, no matter the cost. I feel the same. Nothing has flavor in my mouth. My only solace lies in cigarettes. A group of individuals regarded the last speaker a pretentious show-off. Had they not been so fatigued from the zombie hunt, they would have long since confronted him. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the desolate city. The 3 cigarette outlets in Future City were teeming with people. Few relatives and friends remain alive, and no one knew when their own demise would arrive. What use were 2 mutated crystals when they could be exchanged for cigarettes? This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority. Those lacking sufficient willpower were destined to remain at the bottom of society, whether in apocalyptic times or before. At 8 o'clock, the 3 major factions' cigarette outlets opened simultaneously, as if preordained, with prices doubling from 2 to 4 mutated crystals per pack. Given the current abundance of zombies, it seemed reasonable to exert effort at night to exchange for 2 packs. Despite their complaints, they still craved cigarettes. For mutated crystals had yet to fully breach the psychological defenses of the populace, a conclusion reached by the 3 factions after a night of deliberation. At 9 o'clock, the airdrop rain appeared punctually, accompanied by another announcement. The harem group had also begun selling cigarettes. It was said that their leader enjoyed smoking, prompting the ladies to stockpile some. Moreover, the harem group declared that to prevent malicious reselling, purchases would be limited to 1 pack per person. Upon hearing this news, those who had failed to secure cigarettes in the past few days cheered for the ladies. Simultaneously, the number of patrons at the 3 major cigarette outlets halved. Upon reaching the northern part of the city, they discovered that ample low-grade cigarettes were available, further heightening their excitement. Smoking quality cigarettes was costly, after all. Be patient. Since the ladies were not well-versed in cigarette pricing, they had previously charged indiscriminately. Let us categorize the products, and you may line up accordingly. Several ladies maintained order at the Territory S entrance. After waiting so long, no one was in a rush. At 9:30, the Harem Group S cigarette outlet officially commenced operations. On the 2nd floor of the villa, Xiao Jun observed the unfolding scene from the window. Before the apocalypse, Star City had a permanent and transient population exceeding 10 million. Since the onset of the apocalypse, over 80% had perished, yet at least 2 million remained, adding in individuals from surrounding cities and neighboring counties. A conservative estimate would yield around 3 million. The vast majority of these individuals were men. If each person purchased a single pack, it would suffice to deplete all the cigarettes in Future City. Yet, surely, not that many would attend. The current factions in Future City likely numbered over 100,000, with other smaller factions combining to total several hundred thousand. Xiao Jun's group, which occupied a substantial area yet consisted of only 1,000 members, was exceedingly rare. However, the overall strength of his team far surpassed that of the many mixed-quality factions. Excluding these individuals, along with those who had already procured cigarettes in the past few days and those who hadn't had the chance to sell, one could estimate at least tens of thousands. By my word, fortune is truly a hand. Achieving a full complement of Tier 3 members is no longer a mere dream. In his exhilaration, Xiao Jun impulsively embraced the nearby Jing Yi and planted a fervent kiss on her. Who would dare to call her a mere trophy in the future? Jing Yi stood beside Xiao Jun, observing the situation below, a scenario she had meticulously orchestrated. This unexpected boon had been effortlessly seized by Xiao Jun. In the back, the sisters stealthily munched on spicy strips, a reward for her earlier back massage for Xiao Jun, her eyes misting at the sight. Oh no, is this going to lead to my sister being elevated while I am diminished? Xiao Jun looked at his sister in bemusement, while his younger sister stared at him, wide-eyed. This was her first kiss from a man, not counting childhood. Rogue, in the corner, Jiang Wei quietly sought to make her presence known once more. Coughing, you all keep an eye on things. I'll step out for a moment. Xiao Jun slipped away. The innocence in his younger sister's gaze and the unsettling thoughts of his elder sister were overwhelming. Xiao Jun found himself unable to bear it. Stealthily leaving his territory, The chaos outside was palpable, with individuals frantically scrambling for airdrop crates. He even encountered Wan Qinya on the way, but before he could greet her, he saw her leading a group towards an airdrop crate in a fervent rush. Xiao Jun paused, watching them seize the crate before departing. In the western part of the city, at Guayu's home. Today, Guayu remained indoors, having reached his turn to rest. He was enjoying Tiguanyin, a sign of doing quite well. Gazing at the steaming cup of tea in his hands, Xiao Jun couldn't help but reflect. Hey, Brother Jun, I've reached Tier 3. I'm now a squad leader. Guayu proudly boasted to Xiao Jun. His mother looked on with a smile. Her son, who was inherently introverted, had blossomed in the face of the apocalypse. Had it not been for Xiao Jun, she could hardly fathom what their lives would have become. Now, not only had they survived, but her son had also become much more outgoing, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Both mother and son were genuinely grateful to Xiao Jun. Tier 3? That's remarkably swift. Xiao Jun praised, sincerity evident in his tone. This was no mere platitude. With the factions in Future City now exceeding 100,000, standing out among them was no easy feat. Achieving Tier 3 so rapidly clearly indicated Guayu's capabilities, or perhaps his potential. Yun, can you guess what extra skill I received upon reaching Tier 3? Guayu's expression was one of mystery. Haha, Brother Jun would never guess. My Berserk ability is formidable, doubling all attributes upon activation. Truly invincible. Doubling all attributes, you say? That includes attack, defense, speed, and even stamina without exception. Xiao Jun rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. After a few minutes, Guayu could no longer contain himself and was about to speak up. I can only assume your skills are exceptionally formidable, with no apparent weaknesses. Comprehensively enhanced, perhaps? Xiao Jun replied in a tone that was somewhat uncertain, leaving Guayu momentarily stunned. Such an impressive skill must surely have a particularly fitting name. Could it be Berserk? Guayu's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, his expression one of disbelief. Is Brother Jun some sort of deity? How does he know everything? Xiao Jun smiled enigmatically. Children are so easily deceived, and now, his image in Guayu's eyes was undoubtedly more formidable than ever. After some playful banter, Xiao Jun broached the purpose of his visit. By the way, there is something I need your assistance with. His demeanor grew serious as he shifted to a more businesslike tone. Guayu straightened up eagerly, finally having the opportunity to help Brother Jun, a day he had long awaited. As they walked down the street, Xiao Jun lit a cigarette, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. Observing the predatory gazes directed at him, Xiao Jun calmly produced a steel knife from his ring. The multitude of eyes fixated on him diminished significantly. They were merely greedy, not foolish. Anyone bold enough to saunter alone on the streets with spatial equipment was not to be trifled with. By the afternoon, the inhabitants of Future City had begun to adapt to their new reality. Fighting in the evening, scavenging boxes in the morning, and sleeping in the afternoon. It was akin to the pre-apocalyptic grind of a 996 work culture, but now, not only was it a 996, but their circadian rhythms were also turned upside down. No wonder a certain big shot had once remarked that the 996 was a blessing. The queue at Xiao Jun's territory remained, though it had improved significantly since the morning. Hello, Paul. Good day, Captain. The young women encountered along the way greeted him warmly upon his return. Upon reaching the second floor, Suyun sensed a somewhat somber atmosphere. Jing Yi's face was tense as she pondered something, while the others sat nearby, refraining from disturbing her. Even the typically lively sister, Jing Ru, kept her distance. What is the matter? Why the long faces? Xiao Jun plopped down beside Jing Yi and took a sip from her cup of hot tea. Brother Jun, Jing Yi called out as soon as she saw him, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. What is going on? Xiao Jun listened intently, but gleaned nothing of significance. It seemed unrelated to him. Likely concerning the sale of cigarettes. Upon entering, he had also noticed a considerable reduction in the crowd, initially thinking it was due to successful purchases earlier. Earlier that morning, everything had gone smoothly, but as noon approached, rumors began circulating in the city that the zombie outbreak was nearing its end. And not just one or two, but it was evident that many believed this was a premeditated scheme. The last zombie reign had concluded in 7 days, and this time, it had also been 7 days. They felt that 7 days was a definitive limit. Xiao Jun was already aware of the unspoken implications. Some individuals had grown envious. He could easily surmise the identity of the envious party. It was undoubtedly the Lone Wolf Group, the first to be coerced into selling cigarettes. Their group was already large, and their consumption of cigarettes was staggering. Thus, their reserves were likely insufficient. Now, having sold for 2 days, cigarette prices were skyrocketing, yet they found themselves with no stock. But could the Lone Wolf, with such limited intellect, concoct such a plan? The upper echelons of the previous Lone Wolf Group seemed to consist of a bunch of brawlers, lacking in cerebral prowess. While others speculated about the 7-day cycle of zombie reigns, Xiao Jun knew it to be a reality. Yet, the unease in his heart led him to ponder further. This mirrored the circumstances exactly as they had been 7 days prior when the second wave of zombie rain had descended. It's nothing, just a bunch of clowns. Xiao Jun hit. We'll close the selling point this afternoon. He turned to the little girl beside him and instructed her to head downstairs. Moments later, she returned, breathless. Brother Jun, we've already collected everything. Those people didn't cause a scene. They left quietly. Most of them seem to believe that the zombies will cease tomorrow. Jing appeared even more troubled. Let us tally up how many we sold today. The reckoning was swift, as there had already been records during the sales. A simple addition would suffice. Brother Jun, according to your pricing, low-grade cigarettes were sold at 6 mutated crystals per pack, yet they sold more than the high-grade ones. So far, we've sold a total of 721 packs of low-grade cigarettes, while only 211 packs of high-grade were purchased, yielding a total revenue of 766 mutated crystals. Those who opted for high-grade cigarettes were likely the ones without even 6 mutated crystals, forced to buy in smaller quantities. The initial investment of 30,000 was not only recouped, but had also netted a profit of over 10,000 mutated crystals. However, no one was satisfied with these figures. Not only had their stock not sold out, but even the cigarettes acquired over the past 3 days had barely moved half of their inventory. Rest assured, if the zombie rain halts tomorrow, I'll seek out Chungang and buy E. I believe they will not simply relinquish such a lucrative opportunity. Even if the zombie rain stops, without a large group leading the way, those individuals will be courting death. Do you think it's still filled with Tier 1 zombies? By daylight, they transform into frail, old men. Now, Tier 2 zombies have become commonplace, and Tier 3 zombies are no rarity. Relying on these scattered individuals is tantamount to offering their heads on a platter. As long as the 3 groups remain inactive, the cigarette business will continue to thrive. By the way, let us use these mutated crystals to upgrade them, ensuring each squad has at least 3 Tier 3 aberrants. At 11 o'clock that night, Xiao Jun took charge once more, even relocating the battlefield back to the villa. The unease in his heart made him somewhat anxious. This shouldn't be the case. Even if the zombie rain extends, my strength should not waver. What am I failing to comprehend? As midnight approached, his agitation grew increasingly intense. We've completed the statistics. Of a newly upgraded 40 young women, 3 possess resilience abilities, and 2 have fire abilities. The little girl's words provided Xiao Jun with considerable reassurance. While fire abilities may not be exceptionally powerful in one-on-one encounters, they are undeniably formidable in group battles, particularly effective against the intellectually challenged zombies. At precisely midnight, drawing from the knowledge of his previous life, Xiao Jun anticipated that there would be no further zombie rain tonight. Meanwhile, in other parts of Future City, everyone gazed expectantly at the sky. In the Eastern District, Chun Qingli pondered if there's another zombie rain tonight. All our efforts during the day would be in vain. The lone wolf looked up at the sky, standing beside another individual. Should Xiao Jun's memory serve him well, he would recognize this person, but last time he had failed to locate the so-called second-in-command. After all, it was merely an inconsequential figure, barely worth a fleeting glance. Wolf brother, I could go to waste. No one else knows it was us. We'll take the blame. It's quite satisfying to annoy them. Moreover, if it indeed stops, the other factions will undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. In the Southern District, a solitary figure clad in white stood upon the rooftop, gazing vacantly at the sky, while below, the members of the Blood Garment Corps bustled about. In the west of the city, Chun Gang sat indoors, engaged in a game of chess with a middle-aged man opposite him. Are you aware that the reign of zombies reported during the day is about to dissipate? Chen Gong inquired. That little wolf has surprisingly learned to think, which is quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, whether true or false, it is strength that ultimately determines everything. As long as we remain within the city, who can lay claim to the smoke? Moreover, it is already midnight. The man gestured towards the window, prompting Chun Gang to turn and behold the familiar fissure re-emerging. Chapter 75. The Source of Unease. Military brother, there are numerous second-tier zombies, and even some third-tier ones. Quickly, summon all those on rest. We must act swiftly. Xiao Jun had already risen, his gaze fixed intently upon the heavens. This is not merely an extension of the zombie rain. Rather, it is the third wave of the zombie downpour, following closely on the heels of the second. Hurry! Do not panic. Prepare for battle. As Xiao Jun took charge, all the ladies moved with remarkable composure. The first zombie finally descended, soon followed by a multitude of others. Xiao Jun and Wan Qinya took the initiative to eliminate the third-tier zombies landing in the courtyard. The ladies, who should have been resting, were swiftly summoned to action. From the very moment Xiao Jun decided to relocate the battlefield tonight, an air of unease settled amongst them, leading everyone to remain alert and on standby within their tents. At the first sign of trouble, they could spring into combat. Jiangyu, you take command. Entrusting the leadership to Jiangyu, Xiao Jun brandished his blade and was the first to join the fray. Li Jingyin, you and 2 resilient ladies shall hold the front line. Li Jingyin had been eagerly awaiting this moment and promptly positioned herself at the forefront. Li Yi, you and another resilient lady must keep watch on both flanks. Li Qianwan, you 2 should refrain from entering the battle for now. Await my signal. Li Qianwan was one of the 2 fire wielders. Your ability to endure tonight is crucial. Do not stray, understood? Li Qianwan nodded resolutely and took her place beside Jiangyu. Stay focused. Each team leader is responsible for holding off the 3rd-tier zombies. The horde of zombies charged forth. After a week of skirmishes, the ladies had become quite adept, exhibiting no signs of panic, executing Jiangyu's strategies flawlessly. Attack! Li Jingyin had already engaged with the zombies, and given her prowess, the 2nd-tier zombies were no match for her. Her valor invigorated the morale of her comrades, who rallied with cheers. To the left, a 3rd tier, Jiangyu commanded coolly. 2 ladies promptly stepped forward from the throng to confront the 3rd-tier zombie head-on. To the right, 2 3rd-tier zombies. Instantly, more ladies emerged, all of whom had already ascended to the 3rd tier. Wan Qinya joined the battlefield, and even the 3rd-tier zombies could not evade her lethal strikes, alleviating the pressure on the other ladies below. Meanwhile, after clearing the courtyard zombies, Xiao Jun ascended to the rooftop, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The 3rd-tier zombies posed a challenge for the ladies. It was the 4th-tier zombies that represented a true threat. To this day, the unease within Xiao Jun had not fully abated. It felt as though a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon him. He knew it must be the 4th-tier zombie. If the 3rd-tier zombies possessed an animalistic intellect, then the 4th-tier zombies were the most cunning of the animal kingdom. They were not only more vigilant, but also possessed a greater capacity for patience. Without absolute certainty, they would not emerge to confront humans. They were akin to a venomous serpent hiding in the darkness, unknown when they might strike. The battles in Future City had escalated to a fever pitch. Even a team of Xiao Jun's caliber had suffered casualties, while other factions faced even graver losses. The Lone Wolf Corps had sustained over 1,000 dead and wounded, while the relentless tide of zombies showed no signs of abating. Although the Blood Garment Corps was not as numerous as the Lone Wolf Corps, their quality surpassed significantly, resulting in over 100 casualties thus far. The Future City, with the largest population and most extensive defenses, had already left behind thousands of corpses, forcing their lines to contract. Lacking skilled fighters to hold the front, even a multitude of lesser beings could only attempt to tire out the zombies. As for the scattered individuals seeking to scavenge, their deaths were beyond counting. Second team, reinforce the breach. Show no mercy. If you do not slay her, she will slay you. Jiangyu's voice had grown hoarse. Thus far, 11 ladies had perished. Of these, 8 had succumbed due to one lady's momentary hesitation, leading to a companion being bitten by a zombie, resulting in her demise alongside 6 others. Had it not been for Xiao Jun's timely intervention, the outcome would have been unthinkable. The bloody lesson served as a grim reminder. None dared to falter thereafter. Upon witnessing a comrade wounded by a zombie, immediate action was to be taken. Should another incident occur, regardless of transformation, the entire team would be expelled. Xiao Jun regarded the ladies before him with a cold glare, his lingering unease exacerbated by such a fundamental error occurring at this critical juncture. Infuriated, he returned to the rooftop, casting a glare at Jiangyu before departing. Is this truly the team you have assembled? He soon dismissed the incident from his mind. Finding the location of the 4th-tier zombie remained paramount. Yet, it exhibited an unsettling patience, remaining hidden and eluding detection, rendering Xiao Jun hesitant to venture forth in search of it. As half an hour passed, Xiao Jun's nerves remained taut, and he could no longer endure the strain. Abandoning his vigil, he seated himself cross-legged upon the rooftop, realizing that if he continued to stare, he would succumb to mental fatigue long before the 4th-tier zombie made its move. Just as he settled, a dozen swift shadows emerged from the surrounding darkness, each a 3rd-tier zombie. Li Qianwan, Jiangyu's voice rang out, startling Li Qianwan into alertness. I'm here, sister you. You two, flank left and rear, sealing off the path ahead. After watching the unfolding chaos, it was finally their turn to act. The recent loss of several comrades ignited a fiery rage within her. Yet she would not act without Jiangyu's command. At this moment, the two darted to the forefront. Nearby, the ladies wielded steel blades to fend off the advancing zombies. In unison, they extended their hands, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from their palms, forming a fiery serpent a meter long. They spread their hands wide, illuminating a vast area ahead in crimson. Li Jingyin, position yourselves in front of them. Alternate your skills, with a human shield in place. The two fire-wielding ladies unleashed their powers with unrestrained fervor. First-tier zombies perished upon contact, second-tier zombies faltered quickly, and even third-tier zombies dared not charge into the inferno. "Be careful," a piercing cry echoed, startling Xiao Jun, who leapt to his feet atop the rooftop. A multitude of shadowy figures surged towards the courtyard at an astonishing speed. Upon encountering the inferno, they split into two groups, deftly bypassing the flames and making a beeline for the two fiery maidens. Chapter 76, Heavy Losses. This marked Jiang Yu's long-awaited return to action. Many in the group were witnessing her prowess for the first time, having previously speculated in hushed tones whether Sister Yu had ever slain a zombie. Even the earliest members might have forgotten that Jiang Yu had indeed dispatched zombies before, and she had been the most decisive among them. The claws of a Tier 3 zombie were no less formidable than advanced weaponry. Even a pair of Tier 3 maidens would require considerable effort to subdue one. Yet, before Jiang Yu, such adversaries were rendered inconsequential. A flash of her blade, and 3 zombies that had breached the defenses lost their heads in an instant. Furthermore, she swiftly intercepted a fourth with remarkable speed. All the maidens stood in stunned silence as they beheld this spectacle. Meanwhile, another 5 zombies had also infiltrated the area. With a fleeting motion, Xiao Jun appeared before them. He, too, eschewed flamboyant maneuvers, opting instead for the simplest of cleaving strikes. In under 10 seconds, all 5 Tier 3 zombies lay vanquished. A sense of foreboding enveloped the scene. Jiang Yu confronted the 4th zombie, and given her current strength and speed, it should have been utterly incapable of evading her. Yet the reality diverged starkly. The zombie's speed unexpectedly surged, narrowly dodging her lethal strike, and under the illumination, it appeared to leave an afterimage. Unprepared, Jiang Yu was struck heavily on her right arm, sending her hurtling through the air. This was a Tier 4 zombie. After incapacitating Jiang Yu, it refrained from pursuing her, turning its attention to the maidens instead. Even when confronted with resistance, their attempts were futile against its overwhelming speed. Even meager defenses crumbled under its might. In an instant, several maidens were dispatched. Captain, at a critical moment, Xiao Jun activated his second teleportation. The Tier 4 zombie instinctively sensed something amiss and attempted to evade. Too late. Xiao Jun's voice resonated from behind it. With a furious strike, the Tier 4 zombie met its demise. Those who dare to expose themselves from behind the ranks of the undead shall pay the price. On the other side, Jiang Yu lay on the ground, and none dared to approach her. Ordinarily, an individual struck by a zombie would be immediately dispatched to prevent further threats. But this was Jiang Yu, who would dare to act. Fortunately, they refrained from rash actions. Jiang Yu was clad in advanced combat gear, which rendered her arm impervious to the zombie's assault. Upon the death of the Tier 4 zombie, Xiao Jun's anxiety dissipated, and he exhaled deeply as he approached Jiang Yu. Finding her unconscious, he lifted her and, glancing at the ongoing battle outside, swiftly ascended to the second floor. Jiang Wei awaited at the door. "It's nothing serious, just a fractured arm and a heavy impact that caused her to lose consciousness," Jiang Wei concluded after a brief examination. "I'll immobilize her arm for now." With the reassurance that Jiang Yu was relatively unharmed, Xiao Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Downstairs, the zombie assault was nearing its conclusion. Bolstered by the formidable output of the 2 fiery maidens, their efficiency in exterminating zombies had dramatically increased. The remaining Tier 3 zombies that had infiltrated were swiftly eliminated by the maidens. With the situation stabilized, the little lowly was left to clean up the remnants, while Wan Qinya and Li Jingyin rushed upstairs, finally able to relax upon learning that Jiang Yu was safe. Elsewhere, however, the other 3 locations were strewn with corpses, notably Future City, which bore the brunt of the onslaught. Despite having numerous skilled fighters, the sheer population density attracted the most zombies. 2 Tier 4 zombies had remained concealed until the very end, nearly causing a collapse of Future City's defenses. Ultimately, Chen Gang single-handedly wielded 2 2-meter-long fire dragons to incinerate both Tier 4 zombies. The Blood Garment Corps also encountered a Tier 4 zombie. Yet, before it could enact any havoc, it was swiftly dispatched by Bai Yi with a single strike, leaving it unaware of how it had been discovered. The dire situation befell the Lone Wolf Corps. Though the Lone Wolf possessed Tier 4 strength, he was evenly matched against the Tier 4 zombie, compounded by the presence of a dozen Tier 3 zombies surrounding him. Had he not recently earned some money selling cigarettes to bolster his subordinates' abilities, he would have lost far more. In the end, he sacrificed 7 Tier 3 subordinates to eliminate a single Tier 4 zombie. As for the over 10,000 followers, at least half suffered casualties, not to mention the countless stragglers who had joined him. With this battle concluded, the Lone Wolf Corps not only coughed up the earnings of the previous days, but also suffered a significant reduction in strength. It remained uncertain whether the Lone Wolf Corps would survive the next 7 days. At 5 in the morning, Xiao Jun had yet to sleep. The third wave of the zombie rain had descended so suddenly that it caught him off guard. If this continued for 7 days, how many of his team would remain? Their strength must be rapidly enhanced. Lacking sufficient high-tier mutated crystals, he could not elevate his own abilities. Thus, bolstering the overall strength was imperative. Lost in thought, the little lowly approached with weary steps. Brother Jun, still awake? Upon seeing him smoking in the living room, Yun Yun exclaimed, "How did the haul go?" Xiao Jun did not answer, instead posing another question. "How many mutated crystals did we gather?" 6,321 tier 1 mutated crystals, 1,147 tier 2 mutated crystals, and 6 tier 3 mutated crystals, the little lowly quickly reported. Despite the losses, the gains were equally substantial. "We have enough tier 2 mutated crystals to elevate 2 individuals, right?" Indeed. We previously had 943, Xiao Jun nodded, feeling considerably relieved at the prospect of adding 2 more tier 4 altered beings to their ranks. Jiang Yu's being struck down was not due to inferiority to the tier 4 zombie. She had merely been deceived. Zombies above tier 4 are not only formidable in strength, but possess intelligence that is far more concerning. Utilizing the cover of night and the horde, they can emerge at any moment, delivering unforeseen surprises. "Yun Yun, you should sleep in my room," Xiao Jun finally suggested, noticing the little lowly still lingering nearby. "What? Sister Yu is injured, and Brother Jun is resorting to desperate measures? That's not it. No. What desperate measures? I'm a great beauty too. Wait, that's not right. Brother Jun is implying he wants to sleep with me. Huh? Yun Yun, what are you thinking?" The little lowly grew flustered. A large hand reached to pat her head, producing a crisp sound. "Jiang Yu is injured and sleeping in the room you used to share with me. You should sleep with Qinya." Xiao Jun shot her a disapproving look. This girl, though petite, had a surprisingly vivid imagination. "Oh, thank you, Brother Jun. And what about you? Go to sleep. You've been up all night. I have matters to attend to shortly." Once the little lowly entered her room, Xiao Jun approached Jiang Yu's bedside, quietly watching her as she slept. Chapter 77. Can you handle it? Where's Brother Jun? I don't know. I haven't seen him since he got up. The room filled with maidens inquiring about Xiao Jun, even asking the 4 bodyguard maidens on the first floor, yet none knew when he had departed. With the absence of Jun, everything remained as usual. Today, everyone was set to go. Jiang Yu emerged from her room, feeling considerably better after a night of rest and the intake of a mutated crystal upon waking, though her right hand still presented some discomfort. Lacking Yunis directives, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty within, ultimately deciding that all would venture together. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, they would possess the strength to confront any challenges. Upon exiting the villa, the young ladies awaited her arrival downstairs. Noticing Jiang Yu's group, some of the ladies displayed a fleeting glimmer of surprise in their eyes, which quickly vanished. Was the cigarette vending point open today? Jiang Yu pondered, glancing towards the entrance where, at the edge of their territory, several ladies had not gathered, but instead were preparing to open their shop. Indeed, they mentioned it was an early announcement from Jun. The little lowly wasn't quite aware, but presumed no one would dare deceive her regarding such matters. Furthermore, the cigarettes in their possession were undoubtedly authentic, as only Jun could procure such quantities within their circle. "Very well, you shall oversee this here. While we proceed," she instructed, for the little lowly was not a combatant. As the clock approached 9, Jiang Yu led the entire troop of nearly 1,000 young ladies out of their territory, uncertain of what the future city would resemble after the events of last night. "Low-grade cigarettes, 2 mutated crystals. Have the prices dropped? I'll take 2 packs. Apologies. It's 2 mutated crystals per pack. The premium ones are 6 mutated crystals per pack." The earnest words of the sales lady left the customer bewildered. Just yesterday, the price was 6 mutated crystals per pack, and now it had changed to 2 per pack? Was this truly a wise decision? The sales lady's sincere smile morphed in his eyes into a smirk of a shrewd merchant. "Rest assured, we are not unscrupulous traders. We do not engage in coercive sales. However, I must kindly inform you, our low-grade cigarettes are in limited supply." "Damn it," the customer muttered under his breath, ultimately producing 2 mutated crystals to purchase a pack of Furong Won. The sales lady beamed, seemingly oblivious to his remarks, as she enthusiastically exchanged the money for the product. "Come again." As the sweet voice of the sales lady echoed, the man reluctantly departed. Others in line had overheard their conversation, and a portion promptly left. At such prices, will smoking extend one's lifespan? Yet, just a few steps away, they encountered individuals rushing from other sales points. Upon inquiring, they learned that cigarette prices had surged throughout the city. "Damn it, smoking certainly won't prolong life, but neither will abstaining ensure survival for many days." After enduring the harrowing battle of the previous night, the remaining survivors felt an even deeper despair. Perhaps they might perish tomorrow, thus better to indulge today. I want to buy cigarettes. So do I. Soon, a throng of people encircled the area, and the crowd swelled. Damn it. I don't even know when my time is up. Clutching these few mutated crystals serves little purpose. I'd rather enjoy myself. This sentiment resonated with more than just a handful. It not only stimulated the demand for cigarettes in the future city, but also significantly fostered the emergence of another peculiar industry, allowing numerous young ladies to transition from a life of subservience to one of ease. By afternoon, the cigarette sales point for the Lone Wolf Brigade had long since run out of stock, while the other three major points remained teeming with people. The seemingly endless queue only heightened the impatience of those at the back. Having heard the rumors, they refrained from purchasing the cheaper cigarettes, enduring an additional day of deprivation. If they failed to procure cigarettes today, their only mental solace would be lost. Over there, a new shop is selling cigarettes. Hurry! Someone shouted, capturing the attention of the crowd. At the intersection of Changjiang Avenue. If you arrive late, you'll miss out. With that, those at the back, doubtful of their chances, sprinted towards the indicated location. Isn't that the leader of the Gale Brigade? And the leader of the Tiger Leopard Brigade? These were also factions within the future city, albeit with merely 100 or 200 members, incomparable to the larger groups. Upon approaching, they were surprised to find that cigarettes were indeed being sold, at prices identical to the three major points. Instantly, this information spread like wildfire, resonating throughout the future city, leading to the emergence of a fourth lengthy queue. In the western part of the future city, at the Lord's residence, Chun Gang, sipping tea, suddenly inquired, "What is your perspective on that, Jun?" Possessing strength, resolve, and cunning. Most importantly, he is merciless. How so? Chun Gang pressed further. Consider, in a typical scenario, how many cigarettes would a women's brigade possess? They would have stockpiled them well in advance. I've heard that a pair of sisters was aggressively acquiring cigarettes a few days ago, likely his associates, selling cigarettes at 20 mutated crystals per pack, which were originally 1 mutated crystal, exceeds even the ruthlessness of pre-apocalypse merchants. What is pivotal is his audacity. Had the zombies not arrived today, or if there had been no upgrades, the cigarette frenzy would not have been so intense. Thus, the greater beneficiaries of his considerable investment would be the other three major factions. His audacity pays off, Chun Gang mused, nodding thoughtfully. Yet, it seems this individual harbors little ambition in forming a women-s faction. Perhaps he has grander aspirations. Meanwhile, Jun sat in a high-tech bathtub, his twin sisters diligently scrubbing his back. This ritual had become more familiar with repetition, and even the typically shy sister had grown accustomed to it. Put more effort into it. All those snacks you've consumed would be for naught otherwise. The elder sister feigned grievance. Why is it always me? Why not mention my sister? She can help earn money. Can you? Can I not? Why don't you come and see? The elder sister proudly puffed out her chest, relieved that Jun was facing away and couldn't see her. The younger sister stifled a giggle, having learned Jun's character over time. He welcomed playful banter without offense. All right, I'm off to rest. Call me when it's time to eat. After a day and night without sleep, Jun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, especially with the impending zombie rain to confront that evening. As for Jiang Yu and her companions venturing out, he held no concern. Given their capabilities, they would encounter no issues even with 4th-tier zombies. The emergence of 4th-tier zombies seemed almost absurd. Surely, 5th-tier ones wouldn't appear. Jun mused to himself. Should that occur, it would be an insurmountable challenge. However, reflecting on the events since the onset of the apocalypse, despite the frequent despair, there always remained a glimmer of hope, akin to a natural selection process. With such thoughts, Jun drifted into slumber. Chapter 78. All set. Brother Jun, wake up for breakfast. A gentle voice called as the twin sisters stood at the bedside. Glancing outside at the now darkened night, Jun stretched comfortably before rising from his bed. As with previous days, the aftermath of the night's events revealed no traces of zombies within the future city during daylight, and the frequency of airdrop boxes had increased compared to before. Now, everyone was equipped with high-tech weaponry. At the dining table, Jiang Yu reported the day's developments to Jun. Indeed, Yun nodded. A fully equipped brigade of 1,000, all at least 2nd-tier mutated beings. At this stage, no other team in the future city can rival this. Yun, how are the cigarette sales today? He took a bite of the creamy tofu, savoring it with a hearty mouthful of rice. Delicious. Paul Yun. Today we have sold a total of 441 low-grade cigarettes and 14 high-grade cigarettes. However, our stock of low-grade cigarettes is running low. In truth, the figures should be higher. Yun distinctly recalls counting over 6,000 yesterday. How could today's numbers have been so drastically reduced? Nevertheless, all the cigarettes from yesterday were given to Brother Jun, who has distributed 500 to the salesgirls today. Is he reserving the remainder for his personal use? Starting tomorrow, we will cease selling low-grade cigarettes and only offer high-grade ones, leaving it to the buyer's discretion. A pack of low-grade cigarettes contains 2 mutated crystals, and today alone, nearly 70,000 mutated crystals have been sold. With 1,000 mutated crystals, a salesgirl can ascend from second to third tier, which means 70 individuals could potentially become third-tier aberrants. Quite a terrifying prospect. Jiang Yu is selecting 100 salesgirls in preparation for upgrades. Xiao Jun then produced 30,000 mutated crystals from his space and handed them to the little girl. Is this sufficient? Yes, I still have over 10,000 here. The little girl quickly stashed them away, somewhat puzzled by how Brother Jun still possessed such a vast amount of mutated crystals. As for her own stock, the over 10,000 she had were deducted from the daily earnings from zombies, intended for the salesgirl's wages. Remember, those who use them must sign an IOU to have the amount deducted from their subsequent pays. The little girl nodded. Though she was unclear on the utility of IOUs in this lawless society, she decided to follow Brother Jun's instructions regardless. By the way, when you go down, bring Li Qianwan up. For Xiao Jun, second-tier mutated crystals have become obsolete. Ascending from 4th to 5th tier requires 3rd-tier mutated crystals. Yet, the quantity of 3rd-tier zombies remains exceedingly sparse, rendering any upgrades unattainable for Xiao Jun. Starting tomorrow, we will activate our trading market. In addition to selling cigarettes, we will also offer surplus weapons and allow low-tier mutated crystals to be exchanged for high-tier ones. I'll inform you of the pricing shortly. Xiao Jun's lengthy disappearance during the day was not merely for the sake of cigarettes. No matter how many are sold, they are merely first-tier mutated crystals, which hold little value for Xiao Jun and the other 2 major factions. The future city fared somewhat better, with a larger population. They have an abundance of first-tier aberrants that require vast quantities of mutated crystals. However, Xiao Jun's team comprises less than 1,000 members, and it is likely that first-tier mutated crystals will soon be phased out, relegated to mere currency and medical supplies. With most arrangements in place, the atmosphere finally lightened. The twin sisters promptly extended their chopsticks. It had been exceedingly difficult to restrain themselves amidst the earlier tension. They had scarcely dared to pick up any food. The younger sister, Jing Yi, shot a disdainful glance at her sister. How embarrassing. Dinner was consumed rapidly. As the looming threat of a new wave of zombies weighed heavily on everyone, the urgency to enhance their strength and survival odds grew. Li Jingyin, go upgrade. 1,000 second-tier mutated crystals were brought forth. Li Jingyin glanced around, pointing to herself in disbelief. Currently, there are 5 resilient powers among the team, and it remains to be seen how many more will emerge. The available second-tier mutated crystals are sufficient for 2 individuals to ascend to 4th tier. Li Jingyin assumed it would be those 2 flame-wielding sisters, never expecting to have a spot herself. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Xiao Jun urged. Only then did Li Jingyin snap back to reality and hurriedly carry a large heap of mutated crystals into the room. Shortly after, Li Qianwan also ascended. This was her first time visiting the leader's residence. The women who resided in the same building as the leader could only feel envious. Many of the salesgirls were secretly competing to see who would be the next fortunate soul to ascend to the 2nd floor, with some even engaging in clandestine betting. Li Qianwan had seen the betting list, with her name prominently featured, prompting her to discreetly pass money to her former roommate for assistance in purchasing her own name. Now that she had reached the 2nd floor, did this mean she had triumphed? With a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Qianwan finally awaited Xiao Jun and the others. Is this our dinner? 3 large question marks hovered over her head as her mouth involuntarily watered, her playful tongue sneaking a lick across her lips. Spicy hot pot. Who could resist such temptation? Care for a bite? Xiao Jun, Jiang Yu. The chief steward reluctantly produced a set of bowls and chopsticks from his space, tossing them onto the table. Tonight, they dined together. Tomorrow, who knew if they would sleep together as well? Eat, quickly, and upgrade afterward. This group of women seemed perpetually lost in their own thoughts, and Xiao Jun had no desire to indulge them further. Did he appear to be such a lecherous individual? Once the zombie threat subsides, he would show them what true eagerness looks like. Li Qianwan, feeling somewhat dazed, took her seat and grasped her chopsticks. Savored her first hot pot since the apocalypse. It was still warm. Wait, what did the leader just say? Hurry and finish eating to upgrade? Surely she hadn't misheard. This sudden stroke of happiness felt overwhelming. Had the leader suddenly taken a liking to her? But with so many sisters present, it seemed improper to so openly bring her to dinner. A sharp clap echoed nearby. Eat faster. What are you thinking? Time waits for no one. If you don't eat now, you may not get another chance. Li Qianwan dismissed all other thoughts and focused on her meal. After finishing everything left by Xiao Jun and the others, she still felt unsatisfied. Had there not been others nearby, she might have licked the hot pot broth clean. Go to this room. Here are 1,000 second tier mutated crystals. Be quick. Li Qianwan was pushed into the room, where the bed was piled high with green-hued mutated crystals. The door closed behind her, suggesting she was not to exit without undergoing an upgrade. With no other choice, she resolved to comply with the arrangement. Everything proceeded according to Xiao Jun's plan, and she could only hope for a more relaxed evening. Chapter 79. The Cunning Fourth-Tier Zombie. At midnight, the majority of the surviving men in Future City had emerged from their homes, dispersing near various factions to prepare for the impending zombie onslaught. This was a consensus reached among the major factions. Either they would send out personnel, or the protection fees would double, collected daily. If they couldn't ensure their own survival, how could they protect others? Not a single one would escape. For those who ventured out, each faction had designated territories for them. Any zombies that perished within their domains would count as their spoils, and not only would they not compete with you, but they would also safeguard your rights. The carrot-and-stick approach was effective in coaxing these fearful individuals out of their homes. Xiao Jun's territory was no different. The salesgirl's battlefield had returned to the courtyard of Xiao Jun's villa, while the other thousands squeezed into the area where the salesgirls had fought previously. Regardless of the chaos, Xiao Jun remained unconcerned. As long as they were present, come midnight, they would have to fight with all their might. Xiao Jun continued to sit atop the rooftop terrace. Tonight, he would only intervene during the first wave, thereafter refraining from involvement unless significant disorder erupted. Everything had to be accomplished by their own hands. Expending such effort could not be for the sake of a cadre of inept individuals. The anticipated zombie rain arrived as expected, heightening everyone's anxiety. You to the left, I to the right. With a leap, Xiao Jun descended from the rooftop, landing steadily in the courtyard, two steel blades already in hand. A series of hoarse howls echoed through the air as the zombies that had just fallen to the ground immediately caught a whiff of the delectable scent nearby. Just as one was about to feast, its head was severed from its body. What a ruckus you're making. Since you're the loudest, let us start with you. With an explosive burst of power, Xiao Jun moved with such swiftness that he became little more than a fleeting shadow. Before the newly landed zombies could comprehend their fate, they were swiftly dispatched by him. On the other side, Wan Xinya's graceful demeanor gave the impression that she was not engaged in slaughtering zombies, but rather performing a dance. Yet her speed was far from slow. By the time Xiao Jun finished his task, only one zombie remained on her side. With everything taken care of, Xiao Jun returned to the rooftop, sheathing his steel blade and selecting a vantage point with an unobstructed view. Below, the zombie horde had already engaged with the ladies. 70 new third-tier sisters had joined the fray, including 5 particularly resilient ones, significantly alleviating the pressure compared to the previous night and greatly enhancing their margin for error. In contrast, the battlefield of the other survivors was a scene of utter devastation, lacking a unified command and any semblance of coordination. They had suffered a catastrophic blow from the outset, nearly causing their defenses to collapse entirely. Fortunately, those who came afterward managed to withstand the pressure and gradually adapted to the combat style, stabilizing their position. Not all of these individuals were novices. Some were second tier, and as long as they did not encounter multiple third-tier zombies, maintaining their lines should pose no problem. Paying no further mind to that side, Xiao Jun felt no pangs of sorrow should they all perish. After all, the death of companions does not weigh upon the soul of a hermit. Today, Li Jingyin did not charge to the front as usual, instead standing centrally in the courtyard alongside Jiang Yu's hands were still somewhat impaired, posing a danger should a high-tier zombie break through. The fourth-tier Li Jingyin was eager to test her strength against a fourth-tier zombie, to ascertain who was truly more formidable. That opportunity would soon present itself. Perhaps due to the sisters' more stable performance today, the fourth-tier zombie grew anxious, preparing to create chaos personally. In the distant darkness, nearly 20 zombies stealthily merged into the horde, moving instinctively forward as if they were ordinary zombies. They drew closer, inching nearer. The sisters remained blissfully unaware that danger was silently encroaching, resolutely dealing with the zombies before them. Li Qianwan, Jiang Yu was the first to notice and issued a warning. 2 flame-wielding sisters stepped forward, while the others cleared a path for 4 resilient sisters who took position before them, serving as shields. With a resounding boom, 4 fiery serpents erupted from the hands of the 2 sisters. In comparison, Li Qianwan's flames were notably longer and thicker, extending 2 meters to provide a safer range for release. Yet this was merely the beginning. A dozen zombies within the horde suddenly surged forward, leaping the short distance with alarming speed. Qinya, Jiang Yu shouted again, having discerned the underlying threat of a hidden 4th-tier zombie. Wan Xinya's figure vanished from the courtyard as she activated her skill, something Jiang Yu had previously advised her to do. Li Jingyin dunsa, her full attention fixed on the shadows. as she was not only Jiang Yu's last line of defense, but also the only individual capable of confronting a fourth-tier zombie besides Wan Xinya. Li Qianwan, lacking experience in facing high-tier zombies, found herself momentarily flustered by the sudden onslaught of several high-tier zombies, instinctively raising her hand slightly. Li, another name sprang from Jiang Yu's lips. Xiao Jun had some recollection of this individual, a roommate of the petite girl who had previously led a team to search for supply drops. This time, they did not arrive alone. 30 sisters advanced together. For resilient sisters activated their skills, positioning themselves in front of the flame-wielding sisters. After a brief moment of chaos, Li Qianwan quickly regained her composure, her flames continuing to unleash steadily forward. A series of sharp collisions echoed as the four frontline sisters silently withstood the initial wave of assault. This resistance allowed the 30 third-tier sisters to take their positions and commence their own brutal skirmishes against the third-tier zombies. In another flurry of attacks, the four sisters began to falter, with one even being propelled backward. Behind them, the remaining four resilient sisters swiftly filled the gap. At this juncture, it was imperative to ensure the safety of the flame-wielding sisters. Otherwise, should the horde surge forward in conjunction with a high-tier zombie, chaos could easily lead to a breach in their defenses. Amidst the intense focus of everyone present, a seemingly ordinary second-tier zombie staggered forward. As it entered Li Qianwan's fiery range, it deftly pivoted, targeting another sister instead. It was capable of discerning which flames posed a greater threat. A mere meter's distance was insignificant to a fourth-tier zombie. A single leap would close the gap. Two resilient sisters stood firmly in front. Yet the sudden emergence of the zombie from the flames startled them. Its razor-sharp claws were poised to strike, and in a confrontation between a fourth-tier and a third-tier, even with resilience, such an attack could shatter defenses. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air, as if something had breached the surface of a tranquil lake. Wan Xinya's exquisite visage manifested, her dagger poised with precision and elegance. Chapter 80. Planning a Rebellion? Xiao Jun returned to the living room on the second floor, feeling no need to witness the ensuing events. The night's battle, save for the impending fourth-tier zombie encounter, failed to stir any emotions within him. You three should elevate your levels as well. Casting a glance at the trio on the second floor, the twin sisters and Dr. Jiang, Xiao Jun retrieved 3,000 mutated crystals from his space. The elder sister seized them, effortlessly distributing 1,000 to her younger sibling. Jiang Wei hesitated but ultimately accepted the offering. Was maintaining pride more important than preserving one's life? While they were currently ensconced comfortably on the second floor, should tomorrow's circumstances necessitate a charge into the fray, they would have no choice. The time required for upgrading from second tier to third tier was brief. The three of them soon settled on the living room sofa, holding a bottle of nutritional supplement. Xiao Jun's gaze occasionally flickered towards the battle outside. The elder sister was the first to complete her upgrade, commonplace and devoid of surprises. The younger sister followed suit. As expected of twins, they exhibited the same lack of talent. However, Jiang Wei remained in the process, indicating that an ability was on the verge of manifesting. A flicker of anticipation crossed Xiao Jun's mind. Would it be resilience? Imagining her clad in a white lab coat, facing down zombies, was an intriguing prospect. After approximately 10 seconds, a brilliant azure glow flashed above Jiang Wei's head before swiftly vanishing. This was the first time the sisters had witnessed the birth of an ability. Their eyes filled with curiosity, tinged with disappointment. After all, the ability wasn't their own. When Jiang Wei finally opened her eyes to meet the inquisitive gazes of her companions, her cheeks flushed. What is there to be embarrassed about? What ability did you awaken? Is it impressive? Jingru urged impatiently. I'm waiting for you to speak. Don't give me that shy expression. It seemed to be some water-based ability, which appeared rather unremarkable. You can use it 3 times a day, with each instance allowing you to gather and purify 500 kilograms of water resources. So you're a portable water purifier? Smack! A resounding thud struck Jingru on the head, prompting her to exclaim, "Military brother, why did you hit me?" Jingru, feeling quite aggrieved, rubbed her forehead. Please show some respect. It's not called a mobile water purifier, it's Jiangjia. Xiao Jun's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Jiang Wei, exclaiming, "This is the miraculous skill of the apocalypse. While it seems there are many high-tech water bottles available now, they will inevitably run out. Do not be deceived by the frequency of airdrop supplies. Once humanity's levels increase, there may be a year or 2 without a single drop. You suggest boiling river water for consumption? It's not as if no one attempted that in the previous life. It merely led to infection with corpse poison, resulting in zombification. At this juncture, the significance of a water-manipulating mutant is paramount. With a capacity of 500 kilograms per instance, that amounts to 3,000 gene per day. The average human daily water intake is approximately 1,500 to 2,000 milliliters. Calculating with 1,500, that's merely 3 gene, sufficient for the entire group of 1,000 individuals. This is only for drinking water. Additional water for daily activities constitutes a considerable sum. When that day arrives, a water-manipulating mutant could barely sustain Xiao Jun's entire team. Make sure not to waste the ability during the 3 daily uses. Store the water, and you shall be responsible for its conservation. The last sentence was directed at Jingru. Sleeping all day after eating is not sufficient. We must engage in some work. Today, Xiao Jun had the rare opportunity to enjoy a good night's sleep, feeling rejuvenated after a night free from excessive toil. Ascending swiftly to the 5th tier, this was the most pressing issue on Xiao Jun's mind. The unease that gnawed at him yesterday had subtly dissipated, yet he still sensed that it was not so simple. Damn it, could there truly be a 5th-tier zombie? He quickly shook his head, striving not to frighten himself. He had encountered a 5th-tier zombie in his previous life. From a squad of 32, only 3 survived, likely because the adversary deemed the food supply sufficient. A 5th-tier zombie, in terms of appearance, had become remarkably human-like, with its claws evolving back into fingers while retaining their tenacity. Its intelligence had also significantly improved, reaching the level of a normal child. One could say that apart from its inability to speak and some rigidity in movement, a 5th-tier zombie could practically be considered human in all other aspects. Perhaps the ultimate evolution of zombies leads to humanity? Xiao Jun abruptly halted this train of thought. Such an idea was far too terrifying. Within the territory, numerous female team members had already risen, greeting Xiao Jun enthusiastically upon seeing him, to which he responded in kind. Just as he was about to depart the territory, 2 furtive young ladies in a corner caught his attention. One of them was likely among the original 30, now regarded as a minor leader within the team. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Jun altered his course toward them. Sister Yu is so formidable. It shouldn't be. Their voices were barely audible, and Xiao Jun could hear fragmented snippets. Before he could approach, the 2 young ladies had already noticed him. Military brother, good morning, Captain, they exclaimed, startled and eager to greet him. Xiao Jun neither nodded nor spoke. He simply regarded them with a calm gaze. 10 seconds passed, then 20. With Xiao Jun silent, they dared not leave, the unfamiliar young lady fidgeting nervously, her fingers tightly intertwined, betraying her anxiety. What is wrong with the captain? Did he overhear what I just said? That can't be. If he had, it wouldn't be like this. But I spoke the truth. Sister Yu is powerful and leads us daily. She should be the captain. While what does Xiao Jun do each day? Amused, Xiao Yun smiled. When did you join the team? The sudden inquiry startled the young lady, and only upon his repetition did she clearly comprehend. I joined after the establishment of Future City. Unsure of Xiao Jun's intentions, she answered his question sincerely. Xiao Jun nodded, refraining from further inquiries before departing, leaving the 2 young ladies bewildered. He had gleaned enough insight into the situation. The previous night, Jiang Yu's display of prowess had revealed a side of her that the initially naive young ladies had not recognized. A blend of intellect and strength. She was undoubtedly a team leader. Consequently, some within the group began to entertain ulterior motives, previously reliant on their own strength. They now felt sufficient with Jiang Yu and Wan Xinya, or perhaps even adding Li Jing into the mix. Having already located one of the original 30, it would not be long before they approached Jiang Yu, indicating that actions may soon unfold. Xiao Jun was curious to see who would emerge. If Jiang Yu remained unaware, that would be manageable. Otherwise, a glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Jun's eyes. If they aspired to be ungrateful, they would first need the capability to do so.